This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the interstellar exploration era, facing the threats of various interstellar races, the human race mobilized all its people to fight, and various warship commanders emerged one after another. They possessed powerful innate skills, capable of contracting warships, and also contracting a small number of alien beasts and orcs. Tokus Empire, Yufeng Planet. Yufeng Academy, Senior 3-3, end of the first semester. Zhou Zhilan. Haolong, who was sleeping in the classroom, suddenly woke up and saw the little beauty next to him with a smile on her face. His heart melted. She showed him a cute look and then gestured for him to look ahead. King Yama. No, Teacher Wang Yin. Is this class taught by you, old man? Haolong looked ahead and almost blurted out, but under Wang Yan's death stare, he quickly changed his words. The man before him was the modification teacher for Class 3 of Senior 3, a notorious troublemaker at the school, someone not to be trifled with. What, Haolong, you think you got too much influence? Sleeping in class? Come here and disassemble this T1 level 2-star drone. 30 minutes. Secondary damage cannot exceed 5%. If you don't meet that standard, you be staying after school for extra lessons. Hearing Haolong's words, Wang Yan's face darkened. He pointed at the drone on the table, a strange look in his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid secretly worked overtime all night yesterday. He really doesn't respect me. I wonder if he's reached the T1 level 2-star modification engineer level. I should take this opportunity to find out. A T1 level drone, maintaining a 10% secondary damage rate, requires 40 minutes for a T1 level 1-star modification engineer. Maintaining 5% secondary damage within 30 minutes is the standard for a T1 level 2-star modifier. As far as he knew, only class monitor Li Bai could achieve this in the entire Class 3. Haolong won't be back in the dorm until midnight tonight. The classmates in the classroom started kicking him while he was down. It was a consensus in the class that you shouldn't mess with the devil. That's right. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. He's always showing off his relationship with us. Other classmates whispered among themselves. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan were always together, attracting a lot of jealousy. Aren't we used to it? Who told him to be a T1 level 4-star heavy artillery king? Li Bai's voice rang out, and everyone else fell silent. After all, Li Bai, Haolong, and Zhou Zhilan were not people they could mess with. In warship battles, Haolong and his team consistently ranked in the top 10, making him a T1 level 2-star captain. In mecha combat, Haolong is unparalleled. A T1 4-star mecha pilot, his title is Invincible Heavy Artillery. He's one of the 24-star mecha fighters at Yufeng School, ranking first in his grade and the entire school in combat power. Haolong hasn't revealed his modification abilities, but he attends all modification classes, making his capabilities in this area unclear. However, modification is a crucial skill and a required course, so Haolong's attendance isn't surprising. After unlocking their talent skills, players often choose warships based on those skills. Since most warships are standardized, modifications are necessary to fully utilize the power of one's skills. Therefore, the profession of modifier, modification and repair, has become highly sought after. Teacher, this secondary damage rate. Haolong's face showed difficulty. He just wanted to keep a low profile. Playing dumb to outmaneuver others was his favorite tactic. No, your secondary damage rate cannot exceed 5%. Wang Yan interrupted Haolong, waving his hand dismissively. This kid is cunning, hiding a lot of things. Even if he hasn't reached the level of a T1 2-star modifier, he should be close. Today, he's going to find out Haolong's true strength. Okay, I try my best. Hearing Teacher Wang Yan's words, Haolong reluctantly moved forward quickly. He glanced at Zhou Zhilan, who was secretly laughing, and his face also lit up with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. Zhou Zhilan, who had been watching him, waved her cute little fist and whispered, "Go, brother Long." Her gentleness and cuteness were always reserved for Haolong, but when she commanded the warship in battle, she showed no mercy to Haolong, employing various tactical tactics. So don't underestimate this gentle and cute Zhou Zhilan. She is also a genius level 2-star captain. Why do they always show off their love, but the teacher doesn't care? Remembering how they were constantly lectured by the teachers whenever their relationships were even slightly exposed, the students were all annoyed. Exactly. Fine, you two are trying to find out my strength again. How much of my power should I reveal this time? Ignoring the others' jealousy, Haolong touched his bracelet with his right hand, calculating in his mind as he walked. Let's begin. The moment Haolong stepped onto the stage, Wang Yan impatiently pressed the timer, giving Haolong no time to prepare. Yes! Haolong was also stunned. Had he said he was ready? Realizing what had happened, he immediately started working. Under the others' expectant gazes, Haolong's expression was relaxed as his hands disassembled the drone with artistry, sometimes violent, sometimes gentle. Even Wang Yan was stunned. Disassembling a drone could be done so gracefully. Just 20 minutes in, Haolong placed the last part and smiled at Wang Yan. Teacher, I'm done disassembling. How is that all? I didn't even get to see it properly. Wow, only 20 minutes. It would take me at least 2 hours. Before Wang Yan could speak, the students started whispering amongst themselves, mainly because Haolong's speed was astonishing. Keep in mind, as senior high school students, they were only T1 1-star modifiers, and only a small number of students in the entire school had reached T1 2-star modifiers. Chapter 2. Good lad, you passed the disassembly test. Keep it up. Wang Yan was overjoyed, patting Haolong on the shoulder. Although he knew Haolong had been working part-time at the modification shop for the past 2 years, he hadn't expected him to have reached the level of a T1 4-star modifier. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. I go now, Haolong quickly said, wanting to return to Zhou Zhilan to claim his reward. Teacher, Haolong's disassembly is like art. We haven't seen enough. Why don't we let him assemble it too? Class monitor Li Bai stood up sheepishly, expressing his classmates' thoughts. He wanted to see if Haolong had any secrets up his sleeve. He was far inferior to Haolong in mech combat. Haolong was slightly better in fleet command, and now even in modification, Haolong seemed to be better than him, which was a bit hard for him to accept. Alright, Li Bai, your suggestion is excellent. Haolong, you continue assembling. Wang Yan's eyes lit up, pointing enthusiastically at the drone parts, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He also wanted to see just how far Haolong had gone, and whether the T1 4-star modifier's skills were truly solid. Alright. Haolong glared at Li Bai, silently making a mental note of this troublemaker. He had to get revenge on him in the next mecha battle. Ha! Zhou Zhilan, who had been watching Haolong, couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Zhou Zhilan's laughter, Haolong turned to look at her, then smiled back, patting his chest forcefully and saying, "A piece of cake." To reassure Zhou Zhilan, he decided to reveal his true strength. Wang Yan was speechless. The classmates were also speechless, having been force-fed another dose of PDA. Arrogant! Too arrogant! Click! Click! Haolong picked up the parts he had arranged again. This time, he didn't intend to hide anything and quickly assembled them with both hands. 15 minutes later, a very complex T1 2-star drone was reassembled, and all self-tests were normal. Everyone in Class 3 fell silent again, including teacher Wang Yan. Zhilan, let's go! Haolong's lips curled up. You little punks, you can't be intimidated. He smiled and walked to Zhou Zhilan's side, completely ignoring the still-shocked Wang Yan and the others. After all, even combined, they weren't 1/10,000th as important as Zhou Zhilan. Okay. Zhou Zhilan hugged Haolong's arm, and the two walked out of the classroom together. As for Haolong's strength, she wasn't surprised. She felt more pride and heartache. It was something he had earned through unimaginable effort. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang. Holy crap. Haolong actually had this up his sleeve? Li Bai was startled awake by the bell, and stood up in surprise. A storm raged within him. In terms of modification, is the gap between us really that big? AT1 level 5-star modification master? Assembly is more difficult, and time-consuming than disassembly. What did they see? Haolong assembled in just 15 minutes. He clearly wasn't using his full strength during disassembly. He was just toying with them. This kid, it's fine this way. Even if he can't unlock his talent or contract a warship tomorrow, he's still a 5-star modification master with a bright future. Wang Yan watched the two disappear outside the school, then looked at the noisy crowd in the classroom, and loudly said, "Quiet down, let's continue the lesson." Ah! The students groaned. At this moment, Li Chong stood up and pointed outside the school. "Teacher, what about Haolong?" Wang Yan waved his hand, and bluntly said, "Those who have reached the T1 level 2-star modification engineer can come and go as they please. Do you need to come up and perform?" T1 level modification engineers are divided into 5 levels: 1-star, entry-level, 2-star, familiar, 3-star, qualified, 4-star, top level, and 5-star master level. It's easy to imagine how big the gap is between them and Haolong. Even the class monitor, Li Bai, is only at the 2-star level, far inferior to Haolong in modification skills. Haolong. Li Chong, sitting down, lowered his head, his eyes turning gloomy. Seeing these students he had forcibly kept behind, Wang Yin suddenly felt uneasy. After all, forced relationships are never sweet. But he didn't stop there. He quickly transmitted the events to the principal. Class 3 producing AT1 level 5-star modification master was definitely a very important matter. Even though they are a talent-based warship school, capable of contracting warships still need the assistance of modifiers to gain greater strength. Wow, I didn't expect Class 3 to be so full of hidden talents. This Haolong can't be just a newly promoted T1 level modifier, right? He's keeping track of the time down to the minute. A truly formidable young man. As the principal of the T2 level modifiers, he paid more attention to detail. After careful observation, he discovered Haolong's secret. He immediately sent a star message to Wang Yin. Quickly send the drone for testing and get the data to me as soon as possible. Principal, 98% perfection, indistinguishable from brand new, no performance degradation. Not long after, Wang Yin transmitted the data to the principal. His mind was still lingering on the moment he saw the data. A once-in-a-millennium genius modifier. Impressive. The principal carefully checked the data. Although he knew the data would be impressive, he hadn't expected it to be even better than he imagined. The principal then opened the virtual database, compiled all of Haolong's information, and contacted Zhang Lin, the vice principal of the Blade Military Academy, who possessed the abilities of AT5 level 4-star modifier and AT3 level 5-star modifier master. Senior, would you like to take on a genius modifier? Feng Tian, speaking of which, I'm having a headache. I don't know who leaked the news that I was going to take on a disciple, but thousands of T1 3-star modifiers were immediately presented to me. Fortunately, I selected a few who were somewhat suitable. Zhang Lin was troubled by this. He couldn't ignore the problem, so he asked his assistant to help select some, and there were a few who were barely suitable. Senior, so you already have someone in mind? Feng Tian wasn't in a hurry. AT1 3-star modifier and AT1 5-star modifier master are worlds apart. Even a fool would choose the latter. Yes, I do have one, but we need to confirm it further. If you have a suitable candidate, you can recommend them, but don't blame me if they're not suitable in the end. Hearing Feng Tian ask, he assumed he was also going to recommend a 3-star modifier, so he offered. After all, given their relationship, he needed to give them face. Don't mention it, senior. I try to recommend someone. If he's really not suitable, that's his fate. Feng Tian quickly replied. He would do anything to secure good benefits for his students, but he wouldn't force them if they didn't accept him. Something's not right, Feng Tian. Are you hiding something from me? Logically speaking, even if your students have a T1 3-star modifier, they wouldn't come to me now, right? At least they wait until their talents are unlocked. Indeed, they won't unlock their talents until tomorrow. Nobody knows their talent level yet. They generally wouldn't look for other paths now, but he's an exception. He's the same person from 2 years ago. Feng Tian sighed. 2 years ago, due to the school's carelessness, a major event occurred that changed Haolong's life. This was their school's responsibility. Oh! If he meets the requirements, I will give him priority consideration. Principal Zhang Lin also recalled that remarkable incident, and considering Feng Tian's influence, he made a promise. Chapter 3. No, I came to you not so you could give him special treatment, but so you could see if he's suitable. If not, I look for someone else. Feng Tian shook his head. He approached Zhang Lin because they were very familiar with each other, and he trusted Zhang Lin's character and personality, which suited Haolong perfectly. That's why he was the first person he approached. Otherwise, with Haolong's T1 modification master abilities, many people would be vying to take him as a disciple. Feng Tian, you're recommending him so strongly. Does he have some special ability? Zhang Lin understood Feng Tian's meaning and assumed Haolong had something special, so he quickly asked. It's not any special ability. He's just reached T1 level 5-star modification master. Feng Tian didn't keep him in suspense and said directly. What? He's reached T1 level modification master? Zhang Lin's heart trembled violently, and he was no longer calm. He could accept a T1 level 3-star modification master with special abilities, but a T1 level 5-star modification master couldn't be compensated for by special abilities. Reaching T1 level modification master in the 3rd year of high school was something that was extremely rare. This is genuine, take a look. Feng Tian transmitted the data of Haolong assembling the drone to Zhang Lin. Impressive. That relaxed demeanor, that incredibly skillful assembly technique, I might not even be able to do that. Zhonglin watched the video, praising repeatedly. How about it? Would he be suitable to be your disciple? Ji Fengtian asked Zhonglin with a smile. Perfect, very suitable. It's just a bit of a pity. If he could unlock his talent, even at your rank, he could directly enter the Blade Military Academy. Zhonglin was speaking the truth. After all, with a contracted warship and EP1 modification master, he could obtain abundant resources at the Blade Military Academy, and his future would be promising. Yes, in the end, it was our school's carelessness. Ji Fengtian felt guilty upon hearing this. Fengtian, things happened so suddenly, you already done more than enough, Zhonglin comforted Ji Fengtian, speaking the truth. By the way, did you try to cover up the news that Haolong is AT1 modification master? Zhonglin asked suddenly nervously. He was afraid someone else would beat him to it if the news got out. I covered it up a long time ago, otherwise, would I be able to chat with you so casually? Ji Fengtian answered confidently. Okay, then I'll be there tomorrow morning. You apply for Haolong's admission to the Blade's Edge Military Academy first, and I sign it. Of course, if he doesn't want to in the end, he can withdraw at any time, I won't force him. Zhonglin quickly packed his things, speaking to Ji Fengtian as he went. Okay, I know. This was also the reason Ji Fengtian first sought out Zhonglin. His character was absolutely top-notch. Brother Long, you're setting them up. The teacher will definitely keep them in class. On the way, Zhou Zhilan said coquettishly to Haolong beside her. Sigh, I'm just thinking of them. They be on holiday in a few days, so I'm letting them push themselves a bit, maybe they can do even better. Haolong feigned concern for them. Of course, he wouldn't mention that he was in a rush, the drone he just assembled still had a slight imperfection. Oh, really? Zhou Zhilan looked at him gently, as if to say, who are you kidding? I have some things to take care of today, but I give you a surprise tomorrow. Haolong answered honestly, as if he had a secret gift for her. Girls, you have to be coaxed. Really? Then I'd be waiting to see how you do tomorrow. Zhou Zhilan tossed her hair, her heart filled with anticipation. It really exists, I guarantee you be satisfied. Haolong looked at the unactivated super god system in his mind, and said with absolute certainty. Okay, I be waiting. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly. Then, she brought up tomorrow's plans. Brother Long, tomorrow is the day to activate your talent. What are you planning to do? 2 years ago, an attack in the suburbs resulted in 8 deaths and 72 injuries. If Haolong hadn't stood in front of her, she might be dead already. Thinking of her madness after that incident, Zhou Zhilan's face flushed. Recalling the past 2 years, she and he were inseparable. She taught him warship command, he taught her mecha combat, taught her how to modify mechas, and their days on warships. But now, thinking back carefully, Haolong must have been hiding something about warship command. Every time she fought him, she was completely overwhelmed, yet she always managed a Pyrrhic victory. No one would believe Haolong didn't hold back. I don't really care whether I can unlock my talent or not, because I have you. And as you can see, I'm currently a T1 level modification master. From now on, I be your modifier and mecha engineer. I handle all the modifications, repairs, and upgrades for you. Actually, being a T1 level modification master isn't enough. Once a T1 level warship's contract level reaches 60%, it can be upgraded to a T2 level warship, which undoubtedly leaves Haolong with limited time. Because he wants to give Zhou Zhilan the best. Currently, his T2 level modification is only 2 stars, far from the 5-star master level of T2. Okay, my warship will always be waiting for you to modify and upgrade it for me, Zhou Zhilan said firmly. Students who can enter Yifeng Academy have all undergone rigorous testing and are 100% capable of unlocking their talent-contracted warships. Tomorrow is the day the entire school will unlock their innate skills and contract with warships, except for Haolong, who lost his ability to unlock his talent after suffering a severe injury the day after tomorrow. No problem, I will always modify the most powerful and suitable warship for you. Relying on his modification master abilities, Haolong confidently told Zhou Zhilan. Yes, I believe that. Zhou Zhilan looked at Haolong earnestly. Zhilan, see you tomorrow morning? I want to witness the moment you unlock your innate skill and contract with your warship. Their home was just ahead, and Haolong stopped to say goodbye, assuring her he wouldn't back down. So what if he can't unlock his innate skill? With the system in hand, Haolong truly didn't care at all. Okay. See you tomorrow. Zhou Zhilan waved gently to Haolong. Turning around, her strong body walked forward, but tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Tomorrow is the day she unlocks her talent, but it's also the day Haolong will suffer the most. from commoner to talent captain, and then back to commoner. The blow is immense. This blow should have been hers, but now Haolong has to bear it alone, which pains Zhou Zhilan deeply. Brother Long, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be there for you. Watching Zhou Zhilan go home, Haolong excitedly headed towards his dormitory at school. On the way, he received a star message. Ding! The Interstellar Court has enforced the transfer of star coins to the tracking modification shop. This case is closed. Ha! This black-hearted shop. Haolong was speechless. How could such a large shop be so unscrupulous? Back in his single dormitory, Haolong's excited heart couldn't calm down. The Super God system had followed him through 2 years of transmigration, and now it could finally be activated. Chapter 4. Click to activate. Ding! Host has sufficient star coins. Super God system activating. Ding! Super God system successfully activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super God level Universal Toolbox. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining T1 Super God level Engineering Master Technology. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining T1 Super God level Repair Skill. 1 free T2 level Repair Skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining T1 Super God level Modification Skill. 1 free T2 level Modification Skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining T1 Super God level Upgrade Skill. 1 free T2 level Upgrade Opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining T1 Super God level Power Transform Skill. Gain 1 free T2 level Enhancement Opportunity. Ding! Obtain T2 level Fire Phoenix Cannon, Sky Piercing Class. Ding! Obtain 1 bottle of Talent Gene Potion. That's it. Where are my interstellar warships and interstellar mechs? Haolong hurriedly checked the system, and they were really gone. Host, Haolong. Technology, T1 Super God level Engineering Master. Skills, T1 Super God level Repair Skills, T1 Super God level Modification Skills, T1 Super God level Upgrade Skills, T1 Super God level Enhancement Skills, Star Coins, 200,000 deducted upon system activation, Super God level Universal Toolbox, can transform all modification and repair tools, from large-scale interstellar holy level modification and repair shops to small mechanical screwdrivers. This universal toolbox is a lifesaver. Later, I can use it to disguise a modification shop and do repairs and modifications for others. As for the Super God level upgrade and enhancement skills, they definitely can't be used on other people's warships, at least not now. Of course, Zhou Zhilan is an exception. Haolong continued reading. Using T1 enhancement skills, upgrading skills, and modifying skills each time requires 100,000 star coins. The cost of repair skills is not specified. This likely depends on the extent of the damage requiring repair. T2 Fire Phoenix Cannon, 5-star Heavenly Barrier Class Heavy Weapon, 1,500 mm caliber, capable of firing the Fire Phoenix Cannon, precharged, 2-2, and can reduce installation level. Haolong's eyes lit up as he looked at this T2 Fire Phoenix Cannon. This was a powerful weapon, an extremely rare 5-star Heavenly Barrier Class weapon, and possessed an extremely rare installation reduction attribute. On the market, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. Of course, he definitely wouldn't sell it, especially the installation reduction attribute. Who knows if it would ever be available again. You see, other people's T2 heavy cannons simply cannot be installed on T1 warships, because the T1's transmission energy is insufficient to allow the T2 heavy cannon to focus its energy. Otherwise, the warship's energy drive system would become chaotic, easily leading to the warship sinking. Unless it's like the T2 class Phoenix Cannon, which can precharge its energy before battle, and has attributes that reduce installation costs, energy drive system problems won't occur. Haolong took out the gene potion. It had found its home. He glanced at the all-purpose toolbox, then strode out. The next morning, over 100,000 students from the senior year of Yudfeng School headed towards Talent Plaza, each filled with excitement and anticipation for the future. From this day forward, they were all individuals with innate skills, captains of warships, and later, commanders of fleets, far superior to ordinary captains without talents. Who wouldn't want to be a captain with such talent? In the plaza, thousands of enormous talent rooms slowly activated from silence, bursting with lightning energy that filled the entire space. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan stood hand in hand, side by side, waiting quietly, a holographic virtual projection projecting in front of them. All right, everyone quiet down. Li Bai, the first one, can go in now. After the principal's long-winded speech, the teacher's voice finally rang out. Yes, sir. Li Bai, first in line, was extremely excited and quickly entered talent room number 3001. As the talent room activated, lightning energy erupted, crackling through the room. After a dozen seconds, the indicator light gradually changed from red to green. Ding! Congratulations to Li Bai in room 3001 for comprehending an A-level divine talent. Li Bai has an A-level talent. He can comprehend an active skill. Those around him were incredibly envious of Li Bai's A-level talent. Inside the talent room, Li Bai looked at his talent skill attributes. A-rank divine steed talent increases the speed and attack of the fleet commanded by the contracted warship by 60%. These buffs also apply to mechs deployed on the warship. A-rank skill, divine steed charge. Upon activation, the warship instantly charges 100 kilometers, gaining an additional 100% attack and speed boost for 20 minutes. 1 in a million. The school only produced 17 A-rank talents last year, Zhou Jilan said to Haolong with a smile, envying Li Bai's luck. Thinking to herself, if my talent doesn't reach A rank, I hope I get the lowest rank E-rank talent, so the gap between us won't be too big. Haolong seemed to know what Zhou Jilan was thinking, so he comforted her, don't think so much. If your talent is A-level, please give me 2 months, and let's get into the Blades Affiliated Military Academy together. Besides recruiting A-level talents, the Blades Affiliated Military Academy also recruits some genius modifiers, but there's a very strict entrance exam. Haolong, having activated the Super God system, would have no difficulty getting into the Blades Affiliated Military Academy. Even now, Haolong still underestimates the value of a modifier master, unaware that his T1 modifier master status doesn't require an exam. This is mainly because T1 modifier masters are almost non-existent in senior year of high school, so his ignorance is understandable. Zhou Jilan suddenly looked at Haolong and asked with a smile, what if my talent is E-level? Yufeng University is our best choice. We can open a modifier shop then, contributing to humanity's interstellar expansion. Are you willing to follow me? Haolong answered without hesitation. This was something he had thought about long ago. No matter what happened in the future, they would be together through thick and thin. Yes. 1,000 times willing. Zhou Jilan answered without hesitation. If her talent was E-rank, then with Haolong's T1 modification mastery, her development potential was far superior to his own. It was Haolong who followed him to Yufeng University, not the other way around. But Haolong said this for his own good, to prevent him from actually unlocking his E-rank talent. After all, no one can control probability. Li Bai emerged from the talent room and happily ran towards the center of the plaza. He wasn't the only one running at this moment. Regardless of their talent, every student was running forward because warships awaited them for contracts. Chen Feng's E-rank talent. Yu Yang's B-rank talent. Li Wanru's C-rank talent. In the sky, warships began to streak across the sky. These were assigned to students by the school based on their talent level and skill attributes after they unlocked their talents. Chapter 5. Li Bai arrived at the center and placed his palm on the virtual holographic display. Ding! Li Bai, room 3001, A-rank talent, can choose his own warship. Anyone with an A-rank talent or higher has the right to choose a warship from the school's shipyard and receives an additional 5 million bonus. A chorus of envious and jealous voices rose from the crowd waiting outside the plaza. Everyone waved their fists, as if Li Bai had stolen their A-rank talent. After all, the school only produces about 10 A-rank talents each year. It felt like the emergence of even one would lower their chances of getting an A-rank talent. With a whoosh, Li Bai, based on his talent skill, selected a T1 class 4-star heavy cruiser, one of the school's only 4-star heavy cruisers, worth 800 million. Then he took out a prepared needle, pricked his finger, and pressed it without hesitation into the heart of the contract at the very back of the warship. After absorbing Li Bai's blood, the warship's heart of the contract formed a contract pattern. Upon successful contract formation, Li Bai felt a connection with it. Ding! Contract for a T1 class 4-star heavy cruiser successfully completed. Please name the warship. Li Bai blurted out, White Horse Cruiser. After the contract was successful, he could use the White Horse Cruiser's contractual essence for a powerful charge. His fleet would also receive a talent boost, increasing speed and attack by 60%. Cruiser, 4-star heavy cruiser contractor Li Bai. Warship class, T1. Forward hull armor strength, 700 stars. Side hull armor strength, 600 stars. Warship shield energy, 500. Cruising speed, 1000. T1 maximum speed, length, 400 meters. Number of layers, 3, 20 meters each. Mass, 250,000 tons. Staff, 50 people. Main gun, 900mm electromagnetic rail gun. Secondary armament, 16 by 600mm electromagnetic rail guns. Medium-range missiles, 8 missile silos. Close and defense guns, 30. T-1 3-star fighters, 10. T-1 3-star mechs, 2. This interstellar warship is characterized by its high attack speed and even faster travel speed. Combined with Li Bai's divine steed talent, its power is further enhanced, easily capable of engaging multiple cruisers of the same level. The higher the warship's quality, the more expensive it is. Quality is divided into 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star top tier, and 5-star heavenly barrier class. As for the Supreme God class, it is said that there is only one in the entire Tokus Empire, a national treasure. The models are categorized as small, medium, large, and heavy. Hey. How long, you two, are you really ignoring me like this? I called you several times, and you haven't responded, but you've been eating a ton of dog food. Li Bai's voice suddenly rang out from the side. It turned out he had headed straight for Haolong and Zhou Zhilan after contracting the warship, but was blatantly ignored by the two. Li Bai. Oh, congratulations on obtaining your A-level talent, a future interstellar commander. Haolong belatedly replied to Li Bai. Congratulations, Li Bai. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly, echoing Haolong's words. Can you two please pay attention? You easily lose all your friends like this. Li Bai clutched his chest, shaking his head and sighing. Unfortunately, Haolong and Zhou Zhilan didn't have time to pay him any attention, because it was now Haolong's turn to activate his talent. Don't worry, even though I, Haolong, have lost my talent, I can still be a fleet commander, no less than anyone else. Haolong looked at Zhou Zhilan with affection, then confidently walked towards the talent room. Although the severe injury reduced his chance of unlocking his talent from 100% to 1%, there was still a sliver of hope. With a might-as-well-use-it mentality, he bravely pressed forward. What if he succeeded? Lost my talent? How is that possible? Li Bai was so shocked he was speechless. Having gained a talent skill, he knew its allure. Losing it would be worse than death. What? Haolong has no talent. How is that possible? He said it himself, it must be true. No talent? No. Could he have gotten into school through connections? Report him quickly, there's a reward. He dares to use connections even in school. Isn't he afraid of being caught and used as cannon fodder? Under the students' gossip, Haolong was completely transformed from someone who had lost his talent into someone with no talent who only got in through connections. Haolong, you're dead. Li Chong muttered to himself as he quickly reported him to Chen Gang, the squad leader of the Enforcement Bureau on Yunfeng Planet. Uncle, I have some good news. Someone got into the school through connections despite having no talent. Come and arrest them right now. What? So blatant? Who's using connections? Who's behind this? Chen Gang hesitated, afraid. Uncle, this person is from a common background. I don't know how he got in. Besides, I heard the two higher-ups don't get along and are evenly matched. This is the perfect opportunity for you to step in. Li Chong was very astute, even helping his uncle analyze the situation. Even if he offended one side, there was still the other. This was a sure way to gain a huge advantage without fear of retaliation. Alright, fortune favors the bold. Let's go! Hearing Li Chong's words, Chen Gang's eyes widened instantly. He also felt this was an opportunity he absolutely couldn't let slip. Li Chong, you did a great job. Once your uncle is done, just ask for anything you want. Okay, I know. Uncle, hurry over so he doesn't get away. Okay, I'm on my way. Chen Gang hung up his Starlink bracelet and immediately led his team towards Yunfeng Academy. Ding! Haolong in room 3001 failed to activate his talent. Haolong walked out of the talent room, his expression not showing any disappointment, and smiled at Zhou Zhilan. Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan ignored everyone else, rushed forward to hug Haolong, and sobbed softly. Wow! Really no talent. The people around started to exclaim. It's confirmed he got in through connections. Report him quickly. I reported him. When will the enforcement team arrive? Someone asked anxiously. The answer is that it's been reported. Please wait patiently. Wait patiently. This? Haolong's backing is that strong? They're here. The enforcement team is here. Someone suddenly said. Why so fast again? Li Chong, who dared to use the back door. It turned out Chen Gang had arrived with his team, and he quickly asked Li Chong. Uncle, it's him. Haolong, you're dead. How dare you use the back door? Li Chong immediately stepped forward, pointing at Haolong with a smug look. He had disliked Haolong for a long time, especially during the high school competition, when Haolong had even killed him with a single sword strike. Not only was Haolong better than him in every way, but he also always had a beautiful woman like Zhou Zhilan by his side, which made him increasingly jealous. Men, lock him up and take him away. Upon learning it was Haolong, Qin Gang immediately ordered his arrest. Don't even think about it. Zhou Zhilan instinctively stepped forward to stop him, but Haolong, who reacted even faster, pulled her back. Chapter 6. Lock me up? Captain, which imperial law have I broken? Haolong remained completely unfazed. After all, his stay at the school was a special permission granted by various departments of the planet. This enforcement team's arrival was rather unusual. It shouldn't be like this. If it were reported, the higher-ups would surely find his special circumstances unless you have no talent, yet you entered Yifeng School through back channels. This is illegal appropriation of public resources. Imperial law generally punishes those who dare to use back channels very severely. Where's the evidence? Haolong, your inability to unlock your talent is the best evidence. Uncle will just arrest him and take him back. A little beating will make him confess everything. Li Chong urged Qin Gang from the side. Men, take him away. Haolong's lack of talent was the best proof. Qin Gang didn't want to hear his argument anymore, and directly ordered his team to arrest him. After all, this was a school, and he somewhat regretted not applying for an arrest warrant. Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan stepped forward again, trying to block Haolong. Haolong. Li Bai, standing beside him, looked at Haolong with concern, preparing to activate the star recorder on his bracelet to call for help. If you want to arrest my student, please produce your arrest warrant. Wang Yan rushed over with a dark face, directly blocking Haolong's path. Teacher Wang, please don't obstruct our law enforcement. It's clear he hasn't successfully activated his talent. Qin Gang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly skipped the formality, failing to produce the arrest warrant. Seeing that Qin Gang hadn't produced the arrest warrant, Wang Yan understood something. Showing no leniency, he asked again, Captain, where is your arrest warrant? Seeing Wang Yan's firm stance, Qin Gang realized something was wrong. He hadn't even reported it, so where did the arrest warrant come from? He quickly changed his tune, saying, it's a misunderstanding. We're asking Mr. Haolong to return to assist with the investigation. Mr. Haolong, please. Since there was no arrest warrant, Qin Gang was adept at being flexible, and simply changed his wording. Anyway, once he's back at the Law Enforcement Bureau, he can decide what to do. Since Haolong needs to assist with the investigation, then as the principal, I should cooperate even more, Principal Ji said solemnly, as he arrived with several people. Principal Ji. Qin Gang hadn't expected Principal Ji to intervene, and his expression changed drastically. Ji Fengqian's actions could shake the entire planet. After all, as the principal of Yifeng School, countless warship commanders had graduated from there. With just a word from Ji Fengqian, there were plenty of people ready to deal with him. Even the principal has intervened? Could it be that Haolong's backer is the principal? It's not impossible. As a prospective student of my Blade's Edge Military Academy, I should also assist in the investigation, don't you think, Captain Ji? Zhang Lin, who came with Principal Ji, also spoke up. He hadn't expected this to happen. He had signed the special approval document, so of course he knew what was going on. It was completely in accordance with imperial law. Since they wanted to cause trouble for his student, they have to get past him first. The surrounding students discussed this in disbelief. Haolong is a T2 level 3-star modifier. Someone asked doubtfully. The minimum entry requirement for Blade's Edge Military Academy was a T2 level 3-star modifier, so they all assumed Haolong had already met that requirement. Actually, Haolong's T2 level modifier was still only 2-star, since he mostly did T1 modifications and repairs. Really? I haven't even reached T1 2-star yet. Of course it's true. Haolong is a T1 5-star modification master. What's so special about being a T2 3-star modifier? T1 modification master? The other students were completely shocked. The value of a T1 modification master far surpasses that of countless T2 3-star modifiers, and even T3 and T4 3-star modifiers can't compare. 5-star master level is that awesome. A T1 master can outshine a T4 3-star modifier, let alone a T2 5-star modification master. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? I don't know either. I heard it from someone. He even told me not to spread it around, and the principal issued a ban. Yesterday, Haolong completed the drone assembly in 15 minutes, with a secondary damage rate of 3%. This already meets the standard of a T1 5-star modification master. Clearly, they didn't know Haolong's exact stats, otherwise they would have been terrified. When did Haolong become a recommended student at the Blade's Edge Military Academy? I haven't received any news about it. Yeah, when did this happen? I don't know, I haven't received any news either. The school's news service didn't mention this either. I know who that person is, Zhang Lin, the vice principal of the Blade's Edge Military Academy, AT5 level 3-star modifier, and even AT3 level 5-star mod master. AT3 level 5-star mod master? The vice principal of the Blade's Edge Military Academy? If he were to come, even the 2 highest ranking officials on our planet would have to personally receive him. What is he doing here? Even if Haolong is a recommended student, shouldn't it be him coming? Are you stupid? He's here to take on a disciple. I heard he's looking to take one recently. Take on a disciple? That Haolong. Really? That's incredible. Surprised? If you can reach T1 level master, even T4 level masters would be willing to take you on, and they'd be vying for your attention. That's true. What does it mean to be a T1 modification master in your senior year of high school? Don't you understand? If he becomes Principal Zhang's disciple, Haolong will definitely reach T2 modification master after graduating from university. Give him another 10 years, and he'd be another Vice Principal Zhang. Wow! That sounds true. I heard that wherever a T3 level 5-star master goes, the planetary leader treats him with utmost respect. Cross out utmost respect, 5-fold respect would be more appropriate. Just then, Qin Gang and his team star messenger suddenly rang. Ding, Qin Gang, what are you doing? You haven't asked for permission, and there's no police dispatch record. This is a serious violation of discipline. Ding, Qin Gang, you have disregarded imperial law. You are suspended on the spot and must immediately return to accept a special investigation by the Star Inspection Committee. The 2 highest-ranking officials on the planet sent Star Messenger messages one after another. After reading the contents, Qin Gang was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Qin Gang, I'm so sorry. The vice captain and the other team members, having clearly received orders from above, surrounded Qin Gang and locked him up in full view of everyone. After locking Qin Gang up, the vice captain first communicated with Principal Ji, then went directly to Li Chong and showed him the document. Mr. Li Chong, this is a document signed by the Enforcement Bureau. Please come to the Enforcement Bureau tomorrow to assist in the investigation. Yes. Li Chong, with trembling hands, clicked to receive the document. Let's go. Before Li Chong could react, the vice captain greeted the 2 principals, and then led the team away, escorting Qin Gang. He didn't dare stay there. If he raised his voice even slightly and angered the 2 principals, he would suffer the same fate as Qin Gang, without exception. Uncle. Seeing his uncle's expression, Li Chong swallowed the rest of his words. Wow, what's going on? The enforcement captain got arrested instead? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Ding, Super God System Mission. Please complete 200 repairs or modifications to mechs and warships within 1 month. A random SS level talent will be awarded. Progress, 0/200. Haolong was stunned upon hearing the system's voice. An SS level talent skill was beckoning him. He glanced at Principal Ji and Vice Principal Zhang, who had turned to leave, and decided to take the plunge. Since everyone knows, I won't pretend anymore. Taking advantage of the crowd, Haolong spoke while projecting a virtual video showing a very high-level T4 level automatic modification shop. This was the warehouse he rented yesterday, which he then transformed into a T4 level luxury automatic modification shop using a multi-tool kit. He hadn't expected it to come in handy so quickly. Everyone, this is my Zhilan modification shop. Welcome. Hearing Haolong's audacity in advertising it on campus, Principal Ji's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't stop him. Fine, consider it compensation for what happened earlier. Wow. A 4-star modification terminal only available at T4 level, 100 T5 level intelligent modification arms, a fully automated modification terminal system. You can't find such a high-end, luxurious T4 level modification shop on the entire Yifeng planet, can you? Chapter 7. Some students had already opened the StarNet, and compared Haolong's modification shop with others. Haolong's modification shop was the clear winner. The highest in T4 on Yifeng planet is for a modification shop? That's amazing. That must be very expensive, right? We can't afford it. Not expensive at all at market price. Students of Yifeng Academy get a discount. A basic modification of a T1 2-star warship costs 700,000. Halong waved his hand generously. His priority was completing the mission. Earning less money wasn't important. Of course, 700,000 was only the modification fee. Material costs were calculated separately, and they could purchase the materials themselves. Hearing this price, coupled with the guaranteed admission to the Blade's affiliated military academy and the T1 level modification master's credentials, everyone was eager to place orders with Halong. After all, they all owned warships, so naturally, they needed modifications to make their warships stronger to meet future challenges. Most importantly, the modification fee was more than 50,000 cheaper than elsewhere. Who wouldn't be tempted? Halong, help me modify my warships. Me too. Me too. Me too. Everyone, you can make an appointment at the shop first. Leave the parts you need modified, along with the modification data requirements. I will provide a modification plan within 2 days. Halong said solemnly to the students. As for completing 200 ships in a month, it was far too easy for Halong, who possessed system skills. As long as he had enough customers, he could simply use his system skills to complete it. Okay, I go after school. I go too. What's the point of going like that? Did you bring the money? That makes sense. Quick, send a message to Yaoxing to have your family transfer the money. Soon it was Zhou Zhilan's turn to activate her talent. Halong ignored everyone else and went straight to her side, saying to her, who was a little nervous, Zhilan, don't feel pressured. No matter what, I'd be with you. The situation was now reversed. Halong was guaranteed admission to the Blade's Edge Military Academy, and Zhou Zhilan needed to activate a talent of at least B level. After all, even B level didn't guarantee admission to the Blade's Edge Military Academy, which instantly increased her pressure. Don't worry, I'm going to be the commander of a fleet army group. My mental fortitude is very strong. Zhou Zhilan lightly tossed her hair. Who was afraid of whom? At worst, she'd be a good wife and mother. She abandoned her usual gentle demeanor by Halong's side, walking towards the talent room with a heroic air. She had always wanted to be Halong's support. Now that Halong didn't need her support, she would keep pace with him and never hold him back. Halong was also stunned. This dashing figure was most attractive to him. He only had the chance to see her when commanding the fleet in battle. Halong, the principal wants you to go to his office later, Wang Yin said, walking over to Halong. Teacher, I know. Halong replied absent-mindedly. No matter what, Zhou Zhilan always came first in his heart. Just then, an alarm sounded in room 3001, which had been running for a while. Ding! Red alert, room 3001 is low on energy. Quickly, adjust to maximum energy replenishment, Ji Fengtian ordered immediately after receiving the message via satellite communication. Yes. Teacher Wang, what's going on? Halong asked anxiously, following behind Wang Yin. This is normal. Zhou Zhilan's talent level is very high, at least A level or higher, Wang Yin explained. After so many years, the energy shortage issue has finally reappeared. What's A level or higher? S level, SS level. In room 3001, the indicator light flashed purple, attracting many people's attention. What's going on? Maximum energy replenishment? Does it have that function? Without anyone guessing, the talent room announced, Ding dong. Congratulations to Zhou Zhilan in room 3001, S-level talent. S-level talent. 17 years later, Yufeng School has produced another one. Principal Ji rushed over, controlling his trembling body. Fengtian, congratulations. Zhang Lin was also happy for Ji Fengtian. After 17 years, another S-level talent had finally appeared. S-rank talent? Did I hear that right? Are we dreaming? Slap. Ouch. Does it hurt? It hurts so much. You little brat, Xiaoming, you dare hit me. Stop, that's not important. The important thing is we're not dreaming. Then, it really is an S-rank talent. It's real. Brother Long's potion? Zhou Zhilan murmured to herself. At this moment, she was even more dashing, and with just a slight movement, she could generate even greater attraction. Ding! Room 3001 opened. Zhou Zhilan ignored everyone else, quickly walked to Halong, and made a move that broke many hearts. Zhou Zhilan hugged Halong tightly, and then instantly kissed him forcefully. Principal Ji's lips twitched again at this scene. He turned and quickly walked towards the principal's office. Youth is wonderful. Zhang Lin echoed Principal Ji. Wang Yin wanted to intervene, but didn't know how. Damn, showing off your love will get you killed. My S-rank goddess is getting further and further away from us. Yours? Go look in the mirror, she's mine. You two E-rank talent weaklings. When did it become your place to argue about my S-rank goddess? I'm B-rank. Get lost, I am B-rank too. Fortunately, Zhou Zhilan didn't kiss Halong for long, quickly letting him go. Ahem. Ahem. Wang Yan reminded them not to go too far. After all, dating is strictly forbidden at school. Teacher, are you sick? Halong and Zhou Zhilan, knowing they were in the wrong, asked in unison, feigning seriousness. The principal wants you to come to his office immediately. Wang Yan glared at Halong, secretly pleased, but outwardly putting on a serious expression. Okay. Halong and Zhou Zhilan said again in unison. Along the way, Zhou Zhilan told Halong about her talent and asked him to choose a warship for her. Talent skills. S-rank Phoenix Flame talent. Increases the fleet's speed and attack by 100%. After contracting a warship, these buffs also apply to all mechs and fighters on the warship. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. SS rank skill empowers 9 units, September 9th, with Phoenix Flame, granting them a 9x performance boost for 30 minutes, with a 6-hour cooldown. Phoenix Rebirth. Super God level passive skill can revive chosen subordinates with absolute loyalty, up to 3 times per year. Can reshape destroyed warships, interstellar mechs, interstellar drones, interstellar shuttles, and other associated weapons and fighters, with a 30% chance of reshaping. An S-rank talent? How can it possess both an SS rank and a super god level skill? Halong asked Zhou Zhilan belatedly after reading it. Normally, S-rank talents, like A-rank talents, have only 1 talent and 1 skill. Only SS rank talents have 1 talent and 2 skills. Ask yourself. Zhou Zhilan clung to Halong's arm, her eyes gleaming as she stared at him. This man, how much is he still hiding from her? Understood. Remember, don't show that god-level talent skill to anyone else, it's your trump card. Remembering the talent gene potion from that morning, Halong earnestly instructed Zhou Zhilan. Chapter 8. He hadn't expected the potion to be so terrifying, but he dared not gamble on it himself. After all, the chance of activating his talent was very low, and drinking it might be a waste. Roger that, invincible heavy artillery king. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Of course, I won't expose such an important trump card to anyone else. No one, but you will know. Zhou Zhilan knew the seriousness of the matter, and answered very seriously. As for the warriors who could be resurrected, they were absolutely loyal, they would never tell anyone, even if you killed them. I trust Commander Xing Xilan's abilities. Since Zhou Zhilan was using Halong's title, he returned the salute. Xing Xilan was Zhou Zhilan's star ally, ranked among the top 10 in Starship Command, hence the nickname, Commander Xing Xilan. Come on, you helped me choose a warship. Mentioning warships, Zhou Zhilan's demeanor changed, and she dragged Halong forward. This girl, she changes so quickly. After Halong knocked on the door and received an invitation, he led Zhou Zhilan into the principal's office, where they greeted the 2 principals sitting there. Hello, Principal Zhang. Halong, would you like to study at the Blade's Edge Affiliated Military Academy? Principal Ji asked directly. Yes. Halong and Zhou Zhilan exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Given Halong's current situation, he couldn't get into the Blade's Edge Military Academy, but getting into the Blade's Edge Affiliated Military Academy would be good enough. Principal, I also want to apply to the Blade's Edge Affiliated Military Academy. With her S-level talent, Zhou Zhilan could easily go to the Blade's Edge Military Academy if she wanted to, and applying to the Blade's Edge Affiliated Military Academy would be even easier, a much easier path. I have no objection. What does Principal Zhang think? Even as the principal, Ji Fengtian had no authority to interfere with Zhou Zhilan's choice. I agree. With such a good opportunity, Zhang Lin readily agreed. The Blade's Affiliated Military Academy rarely recruits S-rank students unless they have special reasons. Otherwise, very few S-rank students are willing to go, as their resources are not on the same level as Blade's Academy. Zhang Lin exchanged a glance with Ji Fengtian. After receiving Ji Fengtian's nod, he asked Halong, would you like to become my disciple? Ding! The host has triggered a hidden quest. Agreeing to become Zhang Lin's disciple yields no reward. Refusing to become Zhang Lin's disciple yields a unique 5-star Heavenly Barrier-class Hive aircraft carrier blueprint. Hearing the system message, Halong began to think seriously. One was a powerful backer, the other a Heavenly Barrier-class blueprint. Heavenly Barrier-class Hive aircraft carrier blueprint, unique by collecting the following Heavenly Barrier-class materials, and using the blueprint, you can build a Heavenly Barrier-class Hive aircraft carrier, with a 50% chance of it having a unique innate skill. The Tianqian-class warships are few and far between in the entire Tokus Empire, not to mention the chance of them possessing innate skills. Of course, some Tier 4 warships do possess innate talents or skills, but these are extremely rare, making them very special warships. Seeing that Haolong didn't immediately agree, but instead pondered, Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged glances again. Finally, Haolong bowed deeply to Zhang Lin, sincerely expressing his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Principal Zhang. Actually, I already have a master." Of course, the master was a lie. For Haolong, the Tianqian-class design blueprints were far more appealing. I see. No wonder you were able to break through to T1 level modification master in your senior year of high school. Hearing Haolong's refusal, Zhang Lin wasn't angry. Instead, he felt it was perfectly reasonable, and his previous doubts dissipated. A high school senior already a T1 class modification master. It's truly unacceptable to have no apprentice. Ding. Host refuses to become Zhang Lin's disciple. Obtains the blueprints for the Heavenly Barrier class Hive aircraft carrier. Zhou Zhilan, your information has been submitted to the Imperial Ministry of State Affairs, and the ministry has completed the approval process. You can choose a T1 class warship from the Imperial Warship Armory. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Principal Ji quickly informed Zhou Zhilan of the message he had just received. The Imperial Warship Armory is far more advanced than the Yufeng Academy's Warship Armory. Besides exchanging military merits, only those who have activated S-class talents are qualified to choose a warship there. Before Zhou Zhilan could speak, Principal Ji continued, "The reward of 30 million star coins has been transferred to your star message account. Please sign for it." "Thank you, Principal." Zhou Zhilan quickly thanked him. With this money, the warship modification was secured. She then logged into the Imperial Treasury using facial recognition, and Haolong readily took over, examining the warships in the Treasury's data. The warships there were mostly T1 class 4-star warships, each costing at least 600 million. Based on Zhou Zhilan's Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens skill, he selected a destroyer, cruiser, and aircraft carrier for her. Destroyers are known for their durability and firepower. With a 9-fold speed boost, they can easily crush enemies of higher levels. Cruisers possess excellent attack and speed. Even against higher-level enemy ships, they can escape thanks to their increased speed, making them the ultimate assassin among assassin warships. Aircraft carriers are better suited for fleet and group warfare. Combined with the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens skill, all the aircraft and mechs on board can be boosted, resulting in a geometric increase in attack power. Against high-level enemy fleets, they wouldn't be without a chance of fighting back. Seeing the 5 warships Haolong had selected for her, 1 heavily armed fire control destroyer, 1 heavily armed star cruiser, and 2 heavily armed aircraft carriers, all 4 were 4-star warships. However, Haolong had priced the destroyer and cruiser around 1 billion each. The 2 aircraft carriers were priced at 1.2 billion each, significantly more expensive than the destroyer and cruiser. The last one was a heavily armed long-range aircraft carrier, Fire Phoenix, rated a 3-star warship, the only 3-star warship in the National Treasury, yet Haolong had priced it at a staggering 3.4 billion. This one. Zhou Zhilan glanced at Haolong with a half-smile, decisively choosing the Fire Phoenix long-range aircraft carrier. This boy, if I act too coquettishly with him too much, he treat me like a spoiled little girl. After all, Haolong had chosen them, yet dared to price them like that. It would have been better to just tell her he already chosen for her. Fire Phoenix long-range aircraft carrier, 3-star heavy armor ship tier, T1. Overall armor strength, 1300 stars. Ship shield energy, 1500 stars. Cruising speed, 600 speed. Length, 2000 meters. Height, 5 floors, 150 meters. Mass, 850,000 tons. Staff, 150 people. Armor, T1 3-star close and weapon system, 50 guns. T1 3-star medium-range interceptor missiles, 20 guns. T1 3-star vertical missile launchers, 12 T1 4-star heavy armor vertical missile launchers, 4 T1 Fire Phoenix 3-star fighter jets, 60 T1 Fire Phoenix 4-star fighter jets, 20 T1 Fire Phoenix 4-star heavy bombers, 30 Fire Phoenix 4-star powered cruiser mechs, 50. This Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier is twice the size of a standard T1 aircraft carrier, and its number of carrier-based aircraft, fighters, bombers, cruiser mechs, is also twice as large. Not only are the number of aircraft doubled, but they are also all at least 3 or 4-star fighters, making their combat power exceptionally fierce. As for the 3-star missile silos and the 4-star heavy missile silos, they are even more terrifying. When concentrated fire is used, they can easily destroy the 1,500-degree shield of a T2 warship. Generally, a T1 4-star warship is equipped with a shield of 500 to 1,000 star degrees, but this one is equipped with an energy shield of up to 1,300 star degrees, already a T2 warship level shield. Principals, I have made my choice. If there is nothing else, we will be leaving now, Zhou Zhilan said decisively after making her choice, bidding farewell to Principal Ji and Zhang Lin. As for the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, it will be directly teleported to the school. She can go and receive it now. Okay, you two go ahead and get busy. Seeing Zhou Zhilan's quick decision, Principal Ji and Zhang Lin could only give her a thumbs up. Looking back, when they were choosing warships, they were dazzled by the sheer number of them, and were so conflicted that it took them several days to recover. Chapter 9. Brother Long, do you have something in mind about this Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier? Stepping out of the principal's office, Zhou Zhilan asked curiously, completely trusting Haolong's price tag. After all, Haolong was a T1 level modification master. His willingness to price a high-level warship like that proved that he considered the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier worth the money. What I want to tell you is that this is the cost of the materials used. After I modify it, its value will increase several times over. Materials cost? Zhou Zhilan was stunned. 3.4 billion just for materials? That's right. Most of the materials used in this Fire Phoenix are of the Heavenly Barrier class, and the rest are all top-tier materials. So the cost of materials is probably even higher. It's just that the design is a complete mess. There are too many high-end parts and systems inside, trying to integrate them to create a 5-star Heavenly Barrier class heavy warship. The result was unsuccessful, and it ended up being a useless piece of junk. Haolong's first impression of the Fire Phoenix was its size, its extremely thick hull, its average speed, and even its specially designed super-strong warship shield, which alone cost 1 billion. Upon closer inspection of the data, it was strange. The overall warship was uncoordinated. Each system was very high-end, yet very independent, ultimately becoming a huge energy consumer. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to rate it a 3-star warship. In Star Wars, while this aircraft carrier boasts formidable firepower and combat capabilities far surpassing top-tier carriers, its weaknesses are glaring. Excessive energy consumption means it's easily overwhelmed and can be easily subdued. No wonder it only received a 3-star rating. Despite the high value of its materials, no one would want such a Phoenix carrier. Selling it for its components would only yield around 800 million, making it utterly useless. Zhou Zhilan, upon hearing this, wasn't worried. Instead, she playfully exclaimed, "Master Modifier, my knowledge is limited. The modification of the Fire Phoenix battleship is all up to you." Of course, Haolong replied with a smile, looking at the playful Zhou Zhilan with doting eyes. "I already have a mature modification plan, and it will definitely surprise you." Haolong had actually conducted some modification simulations during the selection process and discovered that with the most ideal modifications, integrating various systems and parts, upgrading the energy tank, and expanding energy output, it could definitely be upgraded to a top-tier battleship, and it would still be usable normally, with a combat endurance no shorter than other aircraft carriers. "I absolutely believe you." Zhou Zhilan nodded vigorously, indicating her complete trust in Haolong. As the last student received their battleship, the day's talent activation concluded. Principal Ji reappeared in the center of the square to announce tomorrow's mech competition. Today's talent activation has ended perfectly. Tomorrow, the top 4 to 10 in the mech battle will receive 1 million, third place 2 million, second place 3 million, and first place 5 million. Registration closes at midnight tonight. Wow, I'm going to participate. Why? Aren't you a mech idiot? For the money. My 2-star warship needs a major overhaul. Look, it's only a 15% performance increase. The price is much higher than expected. The estimated cost is 2 million, materials 1.2 million, and the 800,000 upgrade cost only increases it by 15%? Sigh, there are too many people upgrading now. The material cost has to increase, and if the upgrade is completed within a month, it costs even more, even with connections. No way. I had Haolong upgrade it for me. The materials cost 1 million, the upgrade cost 700,000, and the price was exactly the same as my budget of 1.7 million. The performance upgrade is even higher than yours, increasing it by 20%. Holy crap. I didn't know about this. When did this happen? While you were haggling with the repair shop, we already agreed on the modification location, estimated the price, and signed a contract. The modification would be completed in 15 days, and the work would be done. Holy crap. I run into a ripoff. Yeah, definitely a ripoff. The surrounding classmates nodded in agreement. Ding. System mandatory mission. Win first place in the mecha competition to unlock the virtual combat space. Second place will be randomly rewarded with a T1 top-tier cruiser main weapon. Third place will be randomly rewarded with external armor plating on a warship. Mission failure. Randomly stripped of 1 super god level skill. A system mandatory mission. This seems a bit difficult. How Long pondered. This mission concerned a super god level skill. He had to complete it. Zhou Xilan, looking at How Long's expression, asked directly, Brother Long, what's wrong? Are you tempted by the 5 million? It's not the 5 million reward that's tempting, but the first place. How Long answered truthfully. This first place was related to his super god level skill. I transmitted the mecha's data to you. Hearing that How Long wanted to compete for first place in the mecha competition, Zhou Xilan naturally supported him and immediately opened the Starcom system, quickly performing some operations. Okay. After receiving the data for the Fire Phoenix mecha, How Long began to review it. Fire Phoenix long-range mecha, 4-star height, 18.5 meters. Weight, 32.5 tons. Armor strength, 500. Cruising speed, 800. Main cruiser gun, Vulcan cannon. Engine, Fire Phoenix long-range engine. Weapons, dual shoulder beam pulse cannons, beam rifle, beam flame sword. Indeed, these are all top-tier exclusive mechas. It's a pity that the original owner of the Fire Phoenix carrier ended up benefiting my Xilan. This mech's cruising speed puts you invincible, and its firepower is incredibly strong, even including a main cannon. But things might change. Zhou Xilan keenly sensed the atmosphere at school. Many were watching How Long, so she gave him a heads up. After all, How Long's mech combat capabilities were too strong. Everyone was definitely keeping a close eye on him. I know, so I'm going to give them a surprise. How Long knew they would be especially wary of him, and wouldn't let him win first place so easily. Opening his StarNet app, How Long's T1 Super God level engineering master skills erupted. Combining this with his modification abilities, his hands rapidly tapped the virtual keyboard, beginning to design a modification plan for the Fire Phoenix mech and placing an emergency order with the material suppliers. This mech competition would definitely involve many top-tier mechs, all heavily modified, their combat capabilities greatly enhanced. That would make it even harder for How Long to secure first place. Your Highness, this is a list of students from all planets who have unlocked S-level talents this year. 1268 males and 1397 females, totaling 2665. In the palace of Planet Dis, a guard reported to Princess Dis, projecting the list of those who had unlocked S-level talents and the warships they had received. Female students from commoner backgrounds are our primary target. Recruit as many as possible under my command. Those who are willing can have their warships modified to improve performance by 30%. Princess Dis glanced at the list and immediately gave the order. She was always very generous to her subordinates. Yes, Your Highness. The guard used a special interstellar communication system to transmit the order. How many of these students chose the warships we designed? Princess Dis, seated, continued to inquire of the guard. 1568 students chose our warships, including 451 males and 1117 females, the guard quickly reported. Before coming, their department had already compiled the statistics. So many. Issue my order. This matter is top secret. Anyone who dares to utter a single word will be executed on the spot. Hearing this astonishing figure, Dis's expression turned grave, and she immediately issued the order. If this matter were to leak out, she would undoubtedly face attacks from the Crown Princess faction, and the Princess faction, ruining her plans and bringing about her annihilation. Yes. Your Highness, I have something else to report. The guard bowed and reported to Dis again. Are there special talents? Dis had an almost mystical confidence in her judgment. The talent room can only determine the talent level, but not the specific skills each person has unlocked. Without the individual's information, others cannot view it. Chapter 10. Yes, General Zhou Zhinan's youngest daughter, Zhou Xilan, has awakened her S-rank talent and received the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier we designed, the guard said cautiously. The Fire Phoenix carrier was a sensitive matter. Carelessness could lead to punishment from the princess. If it weren't for Zhou Xilan's special status, she wouldn't have wanted to report this. How are Zhou Xilan's warship command performances? Dis, still with a relaxed expression, was very interested in another piece of news and inquired of the guard. General Zhou Jianan was a neutral faction and a long-established army commander with many generals under his command. He was someone she had always tried to win over. Now, with Zhou Jianan as a breakthrough point, it would be good to use this as a pretext to absorb some of his power. As for the Fire Phoenix, it was her first dream, and also her pain, ultimately forced into the Imperial Treasury. 5 years later, it finally saw the light of day again, but Dis's pain would not cease. 7th place in the second year of high school at Yifeng Academy. This is only the final ranking for the first half of the year. Why is that? Princess Dis was somewhat puzzled. There was no reason for Zhou Jianan not to command warships in combat for half a year. She has been commanding warships in combat for the past 6 months, but it's all been localized virtual operations, so we couldn't find any records. The guard quickly lowered his head. Princess Dis pondered for a moment, then waved to the guard and transmitted a document to his Star Mail account. Wu Feng, this is the situation regarding the Blade 9017 area operation 8 years ago. Take this personally to Zhou Jianan and have her submitted to the Interstellar Military Court. There is currently sufficient evidence. They will reevaluate the responsibility for the 9017th military operations. This document shows that General Zhou Jianan had repeatedly advised against reckless advances outside the Blade's Edge domain. However, the commander-in-chief of this operation, Han Jun, ignored the advice and chose a risky charge, resulting in 30 army fleets being surrounded. Ultimately, Zhou Jianan personally led his fleet in a desperate breakout, successfully rescuing the remaining army fleets. Understood? Princess Dis then instructed, to ensure the safety of General Zhou Jianan's family, relocate them all to Planet West. Yes, Your Majesty, I will send someone to do it immediately. The guard carefully recorded the order and transmitted it. Also, next semester, have Zhou Jianan enter Class 7 of the Starship Command Department at the Blade's Edge Military Academy, and study under T6 Level 4-star Commander, Teacher Tao Lin. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. On Tianqin Planet, in the Second Prince's Palace, many princes gathered, all united under the Second Prince to resist the Crown Prince's power. During the banquet, the 14th Prince said to the Second Prince, Brother, I heard something interesting. Oh! What interesting thing? The Second Prince smiled, and asked the 14th Prince gently. It's something interesting about Princess Dis. Her Fire Phoenix warship has been claimed by a woman named Zhou Jianan, and her identity is quite extraordinary. She's the youngest daughter of that old man Zhou Jianan. I see. Does brother have any plans? The Second Prince, still smiling, asked patiently, while also offering a toast to the 14th Prince. Many princes noticed this, and felt respect for the Second Prince, unlike the Crown Prince, who was arrogant and displeased them. Princess Dis was also a threat to them, given Emperor Toka's prolific procreation, 66 sons, but only one daughter, Dis, born to a commoner. Despite being born a commoner, she was showered with favor by Emperor Tokas, receiving more rewards than most princes. Therefore, they also harbored deep resentment towards Princess Dis. Send Bailey Schwanza of the Bailey family to participate in the Yifeng School's autumn hunting competition, hoping to destroy the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, the 14th Prince said fiercely. It seemed his grudge against Princess Dis ran deep. For a former warship of hers, he was even sending an assassin warship family. Good. She's been making a lot of moves lately. A warning is necessary. This matter will be entrusted to you, 14th brother. Report to me beforehand if you need any assistance. The Second Prince also knew that Dis had been very active recently, and he had noticed, but hadn't been able to uncover the specifics. The 14th Prince's actions were a good thing. Currently, his greatest focus was on the Crown Prince, as the combined strength of all the Prince's factions was insufficient to contend with him. Yes. With the Second Prince's support, the 14th Prince smiled broadly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Cloud Peak Planet. Zhou Jianan arrived at Jianan Modification Shop, watching 100 T5 robotic arms work rapidly, automatically disassembling warships according to Haolong's settings. As for Haolong, after thoroughly studying the Hive aircraft carrier blueprints, he had been busy designing and modifying the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Its complexity left Zhou Jianan dizzy. This is the materials list. Buy it all, Haolong said, finally handing the list to Zhou Jianan after completing the design. 100 million star coins? Zhou Jianan exclaimed in surprise, as she looked at the long materials list. Let's buy a portion first. The initial design of this Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier was enormous, practically a T2 class aircraft carrier design standard. Considering the number of carrier-based aircraft and interstellar mechs, calling it T2 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Such an excellent aircraft carrier, How come I never heard of it? Zhou Zhilan went straight to the point, raising her question. There's only one, and it's the initial version of the T5 Oskin Phoenix. Due to these pre-designed limitations, modification is extremely difficult. Therefore, in other people's minds, spending a lot of money on modifications is less worthwhile than acquiring 2 more aircraft carriers. Halong only learned it was the initial version of the Oskin Phoenix after completely dismantling it and obtaining its core data. One of the advanced technologies he hadn't encountered was the T5 class protective shield on the command console. However, it seemed to have some flaws that Halong's current engineering level couldn't resolve. Fortunately, the shield had no negative impact. In fact, it could protect Zhou Zhilan if necessary. A prototype of the T5 class Oskin Phoenix? Princess Dis is near Heavenly Barrier class, near 5-star, T5 heavy aircraft carrier. Zhou Zhilan hadn't expected the Fire Phoenix to have such a background. Yes. Halong nodded firmly. So how many star coins do you plan to spend on the upgrade? Zhou Zhilan, still shocked, focused on the key point again. After the Fire Phoenix is upgraded, its performance will increase by more than 50%, and the number of its carrier-based interstellar drones and interstellar mechs will double. Halong didn't mention the star coins needed for the upgrade, but directly stated the aircraft carrier's superior performance. He used the design blueprints of the 5-star Heavenly Barrier class Hive aircraft carrier as a reference. Its performance and the number of carrier-based aircraft would be greatly improved, but it would be extremely expensive in star coins. I disagree. All the star coins are going to be used for the Fire Phoenix upgrade? What about you? Zhou Zhilan directly objected. This was the first time she had strongly opposed Halong's decision. She was also surprised by Halong's modification capabilities. In the market, basic modifications only improve performance by 15% to 20%, high-end modifications can increase performance by 30%, and 40% performance improvement is only possible with custom-made modifications, which cost at least 10 times more. But she had never even heard of a modification that could improve performance by 50%. Chapter 11. What are you thinking? I'd be working on this aircraft carrier too. You can disregard your own danger, but you should consider mine. Besides, I can still come up with 200 million. Look at the advance payment they made for the modifications. It's a whopping 120 million. Halong was prepared, using magic to defeat magic, and even showing Zhou Zhilan the star coins in his star message. For modifying a 2-star warship, Halong profits 200,000 from materials, 700,000 from modification costs, and 100,000 from skill modifications, leaving him with a net profit of 800,000. Brother Long, is the estimated price for modifying the Fire Phoenix really 200 million? And there won't be any increases later? Zhou Zhilan looked at Halong seriously. This guy is too cunning. If she doesn't ask clearly, he can modify the Fire Phoenix at 10 times the estimated price. Yes, the estimated price for modifying the Fire Phoenix is indeed 200 million. This is already a T1 4-star level modification. If Halong answered seriously, without any ulterior motives. Zhou Zhilan was referring to modifications, and Halong, being sensible, didn't mention enhancement skills that others didn't have, nor could he. Stop, no need to improve any further. It's fine as it is. I help you buy the materials. Zhou Zhilan cutely shook her hand, quickly dissuading Halong from his idea. If he continued thinking about it, the star coins consumed would definitely multiply several times over. Her choice to help buy the materials wasn't to monitor Halong, but genuinely to help. After all, buying so many materials would definitely take time to organize. Ding, transfer from Zhou Zhilan, 30 million star coins received. Zhilan. Brother Long, this is my warship. It's not unreasonable for me to contribute a portion, is it? Zhou Zhilan knew what Halong wanted to say, and cleverly cut him off beforehand. Alright, then purchase these materials as well. Halong handed Zhou Zhilan the 20 million material list again, entrusting her with the task of purchasing the materials. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had temporarily passed the hurdle. However, the Fire Phoenix was still short 200 million worth of enhancement materials. It seemed he needed to complete some other orders for modified warships first, and then attract more people to modify them. But today, Halong's goal was to modify the mecha and ensure a top 3 finish in tomorrow's competition. He went to Modification Room 1, where a Fire Phoenix long-range mecha had already been deployed. System, modify the Fire Phoenix long-range mecha. With sufficient modification materials, and the modification blueprints designed by Halong in the system, he only needed to click the modification skill. Ding, host has used a super god level modification skill, Fire Phoenix Long-Range Mecha Modification complete. Truly amazing. Hao Long slowly opened his eyes. Just now, the system skill was modifying the mecha. Countless invisible hands operated rapidly, but the entire process of disassembly and modification was seamlessly integrated into his mind, making it virtually indistinguishable from modifying it himself. This allowed him to observe the disassembly and modification process simultaneously, fine-tune some modified parts, and even replace some, making the modified performance even more powerful. After the modification was completed, Hao Long couldn't wait to look at the renamed Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech. Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech, 4-star height, 23.5 meters weight, 50.5 tons armor strength, 800 cruise speed, 1200 cruiser main cannon, particle beam cannon engine, Fire Phoenix Cruiser engine weapons, dual shoulder beam pulse cannons, beam concentrator rifle, blazing beam sword. With just this modification, the Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech's performance has increased by about 50%. I wonder what the enhanced version will be like. Seeing the impressive stats of the modified Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech, Hao Long couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. The original materials used in the Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech were all top tier, but the original design hadn't optimized them, limiting its functionality. A boon for Hao Long, in fact. Then, Hao Long's gaze slowly moved to the enhancement skill, and he clicked Enhance. System, enhance the Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech. Countless invisible hands activated, disassembling numerous parts one by one, and countless hammers relentlessly pounded the parts and materials until they were all fused together. Then, they forged parts that were more precise and of higher quality than before, and finally, all the forged parts were reassembled. Ding! Enhancement of the Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech complete. Hao Long stared at it for a long time, unable to learn anything. Just hammering made the parts more precise. Hammering improved the quality. How could he possibly learn that? Finally, he could only console himself. Forget it. This enhancement and forging isn't something humans can learn. But this heavy-duty cruiser mech is so powerful. With it, I can take on 1,000. Hao Long looked at the enhanced data. Its quality had reached near impenetrable level, and its performance had been boosted to the extreme, making him fantasize about taking on 1,000 enemies single-handedly. Ding! The host is a person with dreams in their heart, triggering the dream come true mission. Take on 1,000 enemies single-handedly within 1 year. Mission reward. Obtain a T1 Super God Level Nuclear Energy Heart, unique. T1 Super God Level Nuclear Energy Heart can continuously absorb nuclear energy from tens of thousands of miles away, directly replenishing the warship's energy tank. Super God Level Nuclear Energy Heart? A Super God Level Contract Heart? A Super Perpetual Motion Machine? Hao Long's heart pounded violently as he stared intently at the system mission. But seeing him defeat 1,000 enemies single-handedly within a year, his restless heart instantly calmed down considerably. Brother Long, did you modify the Fire Phoenix Heavy Cruiser Mech? Zhou Zhilan, who had been waiting for him, asked immediately as Hao Long emerged from modification room number 1. It wasn't that she lacked composure, but rather that the data on her mech after Hao Long's enhancements was vastly different, a world of difference. How did Zhou Zhilan know? Because the Fire Phoenix Cruiser Mech belonged to her, and the modified data would be transmitted back to the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. How is it? Are you satisfied? Hao Long was prepared for Zhou Zhilan's question. Satisfied, very satisfied. Zhou Zhilan nodded earnestly. Was the 200 million modification fee worthwhile? Hao Long continued to tempt her, seeing this as a legitimate opportunity to invest more money in enhancements. Very worthwhile, but don't even think about investing any more money in my aircraft carrier. 200 million is more than enough. Zhou Zhilan remained unmoved by Hao Long's manipulation, giving him a very rational look. That one glance was enough. Don't even think about it, it's impossible. No matter how much you invest, it'd be difficult to break through to the heavenly barrier level. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should prepare for upgrading my Fire Phoenix to T2. Looking at the powerful Fire Phoenix mech, Zhou Zhilan's mind began to change. She decided to upgrade to T2 as soon as possible. With the strength of the T2 Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, its earning capacity would be at least 10 times faster than a T1 warship. Heh, I understand. You want to upgrade to a T2 aircraft carrier? Hao Long knew Zhou Zhilan very well, just as Zhou Zhilan knew Hao Long very well. Isn't it better to upgrade to a T2 warship as soon as possible? Zhou Zhilan sensed the implication in Hao Long's words and immediately inquired. Knowledge of warships was never something to be taken lightly. It depends. Do you know what I sensed when I modified the mecha just now? Sensed what? The mecha underwent a qualitative change. Its potential for quality increased significantly. Modified mecha can undergo a qualitative change? Increased potential? Zhou Zhilan showed an adorable expression of disbelief. She only knew that modifications improve performance. She had never heard of modifications causing a qualitative change. Only warship upgrades can cause a qualitative change. Ahem. Mine was a special modification. It gave me the feeling of a qualitative change, an increase in potential. I tell you the principle later. Halong quickly came up with a reasonable explanation for Zhou Zhilan's question. Mechas only undergo qualitative changes after being strengthened. He couldn't say. Chapter 12. Zhou Zhilan immediately glanced around, then whispered, "Let's not discuss this too much. If it gets out, we become the target of everyone's criticism." "Of course. But you can speak freely here. I guarantee no sound will travel outside." With his all-purpose toolbox, Halong was confident that even an explosion wouldn't reach the outside. After Zhou Zhilan processed this, Halong continued, "Then do you understand why I told you not to rush to upgrade to T2? You mean, our aircraft carrier can break through the barrier and upgrade directly to T7 without needing to convert from T6? Zhou Zhilan was overjoyed. Activating the talent skill allows you to contract a warship and gain the amplification of the contract heart. However, if the contracted warship is lost, when you recontract another warship, the talent amplification will be permanently reduced by 10%. When converting a T6 warship to a T7 warship, the T6 warship's contract heart needs to be integrated into the T7 warship, which is equivalent to losing it, thus reducing the talent amplification by 10%. If you don't need to change your warship, it's equivalent to your own amplification remaining unchanged, while others' amplification decreases by 10%. Who's stronger and who's weaker becomes immediately apparent. That's right. So your aircraft carrier needs to be fully utilized, honing every aspect of itself. Ideally, the contractual degree of each level of contract heart should reach 100% before upgrading to a T2 warship. The amplification from talents will be very noticeable on warships of T4 level and above. After all, the higher the warship stats, the more obvious the amplification effect. If you reduce your amplification by 10%, that means significantly less combat power for others. I understand. So that's why they place such importance on building T1 Heavenly Barrier class warships. Zhou Zhilan now understands why the Empire's nobles, including the royal family, value precious materials so much, even at the cost of waging war. The Tianqian-class warships themselves possess power far exceeding that of top-tier warships, let alone high-dash, mid-dash, and low-tier ones. Furthermore, Tianqian-class warships don't need replacement and can be directly upgraded to T7 warships, which explains why so many people are so obsessed. The next morning, Halong and Zhou Zhilan returned to Yifeng Academy in a transport ship. The Yifeng Academy's starport was like a honeycomb of transport ships, with countless ships docked. The reason for this scene was that there were no restrictions on the types of mechs used in this mech competition. If you could pilot a T2 mech, that was fine too. Today's mech competition was also a visual feast of T1 mechs, showcasing a wide variety of mechs. Even the same type of mech had dozens of modified versions, making it difficult to distinguish the different types at first glance. "Brother Long, I come pick you up after the competition," Zhou Zhilan said to Halong, who was preparing to depart from the cockpit. "No need. The top 3 in the mech competition can directly pilot their mechs back to the city," Halong said confidently. "Wait, why have you become so high-profile?" Zhou Zhilan asked. Halong used to be never high-profile. He always tried to hide his strength. This time is different. Such a good advertisement. Why wouldn't I use it? Halong smiled. He now owned a T4 level modification shop. Understood. I'd be going now. The materials will start arriving today. Zhou Zhilan nodded. Halong was right. However, she would be very busy today. She needed to organize over 100 million worth of materials. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Ding, Yifeng Academy has sent a projection invitation. Would you like to accept? Halong entered the Fire Phoenix Heavy Cruiser Mech, and Yifeng Academy sent a star signal projection. Connection. Hello Halong, your match number is 1777. We are now entering the preliminary round. Are you ready for the battle? A voice inquired from the star projection system. The preliminary round consists of 3 direct battles against T1 level orc mechs. Those who pass will advance to the second round. Ready! Ding, mech delivery in progress. Boom! Halong piloted his cruiser mech into the delivery channel, landing directly on the 1777 battleground. The Fire Phoenix Heavy Cruiser Mech made its debut. Its exaggerated design immediately instilled a sense of oppression in those around it. T1 Fire Phoenix Heavy Cruiser Mech, near 5-star, near Immortal Barrier Class, height, 32.5 meters. Weight, 88.5 tons. Armor strength, 1200. Cruising speed, 2200. Switchable cruise mode, main cannon, T1 Particle Beam main cannon. Engine, Super God Particle Storage Engine, Fire Phoenix Cruise Engine. Weapons, Dual Shoulder Fire Pulse Cannons, Beam Concentrator Rifle, Aurora Flame Sword. Holy crap. What kind of mech is this? The design is too exaggerated. The design is exaggerated, but we only know how strong it is after seeing it. Is number 1777 Halong? Halong? T1 5-star Modification Master Halong, a recommended student from the Blade Military Academy, a T2 level 3-star modification engineer. This shouldn't just be a T1 4-star cruiser mech, right? Finally, someone who knew its value spoke words that shocked those around them. What? It's even more advanced than a T1 4-star cruiser mech? No way. Who has that much money to get a T1 5-star Chasm-class cruiser mech? T1 warships are the easiest to transition to. As long as your contract heart reaches 60, you can upgrade to a T2 warship. After upgrading to T2, the warship's mechs require further modification, so most people directly purchase T2 mechs and don't modify their T1 mechs. Furthermore, T1 warships generally don't carry many mechs, making modification unworthy, unless it's an aircraft carrier. So it was fake. It shouldn't be fake. Halong is just advertising his modification shop. Some astute individuals readily pointed out Halong's idea. That makes sense. As long as his modified mechs withstand the test, it's a very attractive advertisement. Halong ignored the others, piloting his Fire Phoenix mech, hovering silently in the air, waiting for the orc mechs in the cage to be released. These orc mechs were specially hunted by the school for student testing. Battle begins. Halong's Fire Phoenix mech slowly advanced, firing a shot from his rifle. The orc mech that had just emerged and was about to roar was instantly blasted apart by a beam of flame. Boom! The explosion rang out, attracting the attention of many. Holy crap. That's how strong a single shot is. This can't be real? It must be luck. He hit the orc mech's energy pod. But the energy pod seems to be the thickest armor part of the mech. It's usually hard to penetrate with a single shot. Roar! The second orc mech was released. Halong didn't hold back either. The pulse cannon on his left shoulder fired, firing a short burst of pulse energy that blasted the orc mech to pieces. Is the orc mech fake? The orc mech can't be fake. But do the shoulder cannons have that kind of power? It's not the main cannon, is it? It's not the main cannon. Halong modified the shoulder cannons, but the attributes are greatly improved. Then let's go find him to modify it. A lot more? I heard it's only 5% more expensive than the Exploration Modification shop. Are you stupid? His price is already much lower than the Exploration Modification shop. If the performance is improved even more, wouldn't his cost also increase? Can he do it for 1.7 million? Seems so. Roar! The third orc mech to appear was a defensive turtle shell mech, also a T1 level 3-star mech, unlike the previous two, which were only T1 level 2-star mechs. Die! Martial skill. Heavy cannon sword. Halong piloted the mech and quickly attacked the orc. A large amount of energy gathered on the blade of the Aurora Flame Sword, instantly slashing at the orc turtle shell mech. Chapter 13. He didn't check on the orc, but instead turned and headed back the way he came. Just then, the entire orc mech exploded from the inside, shattering into a pile of parts. Whether it's a 2-star or 3-star mech, I cut it down with one sword. Ding! 1777 Halong cleared the level, time 7 seconds. Holy crap. Cutting down a T1 level 3-star mech is like slicing vegetables, and it's an orc mech with super strong defense. Don't stop me, I'm going to get it modified. Modified? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you already book with the Exploration Modification shop? You're the one who's out of your mind. Look, Exploration Modification only gives a 15% chance. Halong Modification increases it by 30%. What does a 30% increase mean? I can upgrade to T2 at least 3 months earlier than others. Upgrade to a T2 warship 3 months earlier. How many more star coins can I earn in those 3 months? Although upgrading from T1 to T2 isn't difficult, it basically takes a year. Upgrading 3 months earlier, even with a higher cost, is acceptable. Really? Then hurry up and let me go! Wait, Halong still has a competition to attend. Also, did you bring any money? I forgot. Where are you guys going? He asked, watching the group walk away. Going home to get money. Wait for me. Many people had the same thought. Those who couldn't get good rankings in the mecha competition started running home. Interstellar exploration is primarily about warships, and warships are also where you acquire the most resources. They are warship captains, and don't place that much importance on the combat capabilities of the mechas. They're just here for fun. The school is simply letting the students participate, allowing them to experience the combat style of mechas. Halong, your modifications are truly impressive. How much does it cost to upgrade a T1 4-star warship by 30%? Li Bai, relieved that Zhou Zhilan wasn't around, approached Halong and asked. I don't know the price either. 1.2 million for the upgrade. You can tell me if it's too expensive, Halong replied casually. He knew that upgrading a T2 4-star warship by 30% was extremely expensive, but a 30% performance increase for a top-tier T1 warship seemed to be rare. At least, he hadn't encountered it before. 1.2 million? Are you serious? Let me tell you, other T1 modification masters charge 1.8 million. Li Bai acted as if he wasn't short of money, telling Halong the market price. After all, there were many people in their circle who did T1 modifications. Because money can buy anything. 1.8 million? Halong hadn't expected such a high price. Upgrading his performance by 30% to 50% was easy. He just needed to set it up before clicking the modification skill. Moreover, skill modification only costs 100,000 per use, regardless of the quality of the T1 item. As long as it's T1 grade, it's always 100,000. Yes, 1.8 million. Now, do you still want to modify it for me for 1.2 million? Li Bai asked Halong with a smile. Well, 1.2 million for modification is no problem, but you need to find more people to do it for me. I set the price for a 30% performance boost at 1.5 million. Halong readily agreed. After all, Li Bai was a good friend, and 1.2 million for modification wasn't a loss for him, considering his cost was only 100,000. Okay, I asked them for you, Li Bai replied happily. Although he wasn't short of money, Halong clearly considered him a good friend and offered a very favorable price, which was enough. Then thank you for your trouble. Halong knew that scions of powerful families like Li Bai had extensive connections. He could easily make a fortune by bringing in just a few people. Ding! The second round of the competition is about to begin. Those who have passed the preliminary test, please enter your respective class's aircraft carrier and be transported to the competition venue, Half-Beast Mountain. The first preliminary test was to eliminate students with weak mecha combat capabilities. These were the future warship captains, and the school would provide them with some protection. Their main task would be to be skilled at commanding warships in combat. The second round was the real mecha competition, hunting down the half-beast mechas of Half-Beast Mountain. Rankings would be based on the points earned from the highest kills within 5 hours. The school had already deployed a large number of mecha warriors, all hovering in the air. They would monitor Half-Beast Mountain throughout the competition in case of any unforeseen events. Class 3, proceed. Assemble at Hill 37 on the surface of Half-Beast Mountain. Teacher Wang Yan's voice came from the aircraft carrier, and the mech displays received the destination marker. Roger. Whoosh. 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 All the participating students piloted their mechs, descending rapidly to the ground at their maximum speed, except for two, Halong and Li Bai. One piloted a 5-star quasi-heavenly barrier-class heavy cruiser mech, and the other piloted a 3-star heavy white horse mech. Their mechs were also incredibly fast, but they were always ready for combat. The hunting feast has begun. Halong, flying in the air, piloted the Fire Phoenix mech, its shoulder-mounted fire pulse cannon slowly rotating, poised to attack at any moment. It seems mech battles are still the most exhilarating. Halong, don't be careless. Those guys are also holding back some dirty tricks. Each of them has a 4-star heavy mech with a 30% power boost, making their firepower incredibly fierce. They want to defeat you in the competition, Li Bai reminded Halong. They had sparred privately before, but on unmodified mechs of the same level, they had always been crushed by Halong. This time, they were definitely using revenge as a pretext to heavily modify their mechs. That's what makes it interesting. Otherwise, this competition would be too boring, Halong said, his fighting spirit intensifying. He was piloting the quasi-heavenly barrier mech. Then, looking at Li Bai, he asked, by the way, why aren't you using your already modified mech? My previous mech wasn't suitable for my skills. I wanted to modify this one yesterday, but I couldn't find a modifier, Li Bai said helplessly. He really wanted to too. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. The skilled modifier he had found was suddenly out of town, and there weren't many modifiers who could improve performance by 30%, and they were all fully booked. He had to wait 3 days to get his ship modified. I see. After the competition, bring your warship to my modification shop. Okay. After all the participating students landed, the school issued the competition order. The second round begins. Annihilate Half-Beast Mountain. Li Bai, I'm going first. The competition started, and Halong greeted Li Bai before activating his mecha's cruise engine and speeding away. Okay, Li Bai wanted to say he would catch up, but Halong was already far away, forcing him to swallow his words. Was that the flash of light that just disappeared the teacher? It was so fast, but it shows up as a student in the competition. That's Halong's 4-star mech. I heard someone say it's a near-chasm level mech. A 5-star near-chasm level mech? Boom! Boom! Soon they heard explosions in the distance, and the students of Class 3 exclaimed in unison. Holy crap! Halong's mech, does it have to be that fast? Ding! 1777 Halong hunted down 2 half-orc mechs. Ding! 389 Qin Shaoxian hunted down 1 half-orc mech. Ding! 1985 Wu Shuwen hunted down 1 half-orc mech. Oh! You're really hiding your true strength. I never see through you. Li Bai heard the notification sound and knew that Halong was still hiding something. Chapter 14. Then, the entire Orcish community erupted in chaos, the sounds of battle filling the air. Halong's mech never stopped firing. He flew relentlessly, his shoulder cannons and rifle hunting down enemies along the way. This significant success was primarily due to his near 5-star mech weaponry. Even T1 3-star orc mechs couldn't escape Halong's bullets, let alone 1-star and 2-star mechs, often suffering a gruesome 3-on-1 kill. 4.5 hours later, the competition rankings were Halong, 238, Wu Shui, 231, Qin Shaoxian, 230. Looks like I need to find some groups of orc mechs. Halong glanced at the pursuers. If they suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, he'd be completely out of the top 3. Fire Phoenix Heavy Armor Cruise Radar activated. Halong activated the mech's cruise radar, the powerful radar signal spreading outwards, like waves, searching for a large number of scattered orc mechs on the screen. Ding! 40 orc mechs detected 5 kilometers to the west, 36 orc mechs detected 50 kilometers to the left front. Ding! Qin Shaoxian has 263 kills, currently in first place. Ding! Wu Shui has 261 kills, currently in second place. Ding! Chen Jin has. They're all truly ruthless. Halong muttered, piloting his mech with lightning speed to dodge the attacks of the scattered orc mechs, arriving not far from the orc mech swarm. Roar! The orc mechs also spotted Halong and pounced on him, their weapons locking onto him. Heh. I test the power of my cruiser's main cannon on you. Halong certainly wouldn't let them get close before attacking. Immediately controlling the Phoenix mech's transformation, its limbs extended to serve as gun mounts, revealing a terrifying cruise main cannon on its back. Fire the particle beam cannon. After the main cannon locked onto the orc mech swarm, Halong pressed the fire button. Whoosh! The cruise main cannon unleashed a massive beam of light. Because it was too close, the beam's trajectory wasn't visible before the explosion occurred. With a deafening boom, the main cannon exploded within the orc mech swarm, the force of the blast engulfing a portion of the orc mechs. After the explosion, Halong piloted the mech, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. Soon, not a single orc mech remained standing. Ding! 1777 Halong has hunted 278 orc mechs. Hiss! Truly worthy of a near-heavenly barrier-level main cannon. Halong was utterly shocked as he watched the orc mechs annihilated without a single chance to resist. As for those orc mechs, to describe them in a few words, miserable. Utterly miserable. He decided to use the main cannon's charge mode to unleash a few shots on the 50-kilometer-long orc mech swarm, securing his first place. Holy crap. Halong is insane, taking down 40 orc mechs at once. Qin Shaoxian stared at Halong, who was ranked first. Halong is truly a heart-fluttering boy, alas. Too bad he's already taken. They're all ruthless, aren't they? They're just bullying mechs because their performance is weaker than yours. Li Bai piloted his T1 3-star mech, rapidly slashing at the orc mechs with his sword. Although his speed was extremely fast, seeing himself compared to the top 10, he almost wanted to give up. Ding! Scanning 52 kilometers ahead complete, no other friendly forces, main cannon attack possible. Fire! Hearing the report from the radar, Halong smiled confidently and pressed the fire button. With a series of whooshing sounds, 10 large particle beam cannons appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of many. Boom, boom, boom. The particle beam cannons struck 50 kilometers away, instantly blasting away and obliterating the previously leisurely orc mechs. Ding! First place 1777 Halong hunted 314. On the competition scoring system, Halong's score soared once again. That attack arc just now. Was that fired by Halong? At least 50 kilometers? No, how can the main cannon be so powerful? Even a T2 level mech's main cannon isn't half as powerful. Holy crap. Cold-blooded butcher. Can anyone tell me why Halong found the orc mech so quickly? T2 reconnaissance radar? That's incredible. Halong's mech can be equipped with a T2 radar? If some other performance aspects are sacrificed, a scaled-down version of the T2 radar should be able to be installed. And what about that shot just now? Its power seems comparable to a T3 mech's main cannon. According to my experience. Judging from the assessment, the shelling just now had at least T3 level power. T3 level? How is that possible? How did Halong manage that? I don't know. But there's one thing I do know. What is it? I need to get Halong to modify my mech. I take out all my savings. The attack arc was 50 kilometers. Halong's mech reconnaissance range should be no less than 55 kilometers, and that's even with the interference from Half-Beast Mountain. What kind of monster is Halong? Even a T1 mech has such powerful reconnaissance and attack capabilities. Li Bai was only about 10 kilometers away from Halong, making him the best able to compare Halong's reconnaissance capabilities. But the more he learned, the more he realized Halong's modification capabilities were monstrous, and he began to look forward to modifying his own warship. After firing that main cannon shot, Halong scouted the area within 100 miles, confirming there were no other groups of orc mechs. He then began practicing against scattered orc mechs, aiming to eliminate targets with minimal energy consumption. Taking on 500 might be no problem, but taking on 1,000 would be exponentially more difficult. Halong still longed for that godlike nuclear heart. Heavy artillery techniques were Halong's most energy-efficient yet incredibly powerful attack method. Boom! Boom! A top-tier beam rifle shot and instantly destroyed 2 orc mechs. The weaponry of the near-impassable barrier was indeed incredibly powerful. Ding! This competition has ended. All students, please immediately pilot your mechs back to your class's aircraft carrier. If you need assistance, please request the nearest aircraft carrier immediately. Ding! This competition has ended. All students, please immediately pilot your mechs back to your class's aircraft carrier. If you need assistance, please request the nearest aircraft carrier immediately. Ding! After 3 consecutive announcements, the mech competition was over. Halong also piloted his Fire Phoenix back to his aircraft carrier, encountering many classmates returning along the way. Roar! All mechs, move out and attack those humans. As the school's mechs relaxed their vigilance and began to withdraw, deep within Half-Beast Mountain, a T3 level 4-star Half-Beast Mech gave the order. Roar! Received. Instantly, Half-Beast Mountain erupted in cheers, with countless Half-Beast mechs emerging. Ding! Top-level alert. Orc mech horde detected behind. All school mechs deployed to intercept the orc mechs. All students, evacuate at full speed and return to the nearest aircraft carrier. Ding! Top-level alert. The top-level alert sounded repeatedly. The school's mechs began to react, but some students were so panicked that they ran around in all directions. Ding! Alert. Large numbers of T2 and T3 orc mechs appear behind. Suddenly, Halong's reconnaissance radar activated. Seeing the sudden arrival of the orc mechs, and their sheer number, the school's mechs might not be able to intercept them all. In contrast to the other students' hasty escape, Halong did not accelerate towards the aircraft carrier. Instead, he reactivated cruise mode, revealing his cruise main cannon. Chapter 15. Halong locked onto the densest group of orc mechs with his particle beam cannon, and with a whoosh, 10 more large particle beam cannons appeared in the sky. Boom! 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 Instantly obliterating over 20 T2 orc mechs. Kill! Seeing Halong's first shot, the morale of the school's mech surged instantly, each bravely unleashing their various weapons to attack the orc mech group. Many students, seeing the orc mech group, accelerated their flight towards the aircraft carrier, but Halong did the opposite, piloting his mech towards the orc mech group. Boom! Boom! After the cruise main cannon cooled down, he fired again, successfully taking down another 10 orc mechs. Above in the starry sky, Ji Fengtian and Zhang Lin watched the battle below from their warship, especially Halong's two cannon shots, which successfully drew their attention. They seemed unhurried, as if everything was under their control. Ji Fengtian even zoomed in on the projection to watch Halong's mech battle. Senior brother, how is Halong's modification technology? It's vaguely showing signs of perfection. I only recently begun to grasp the basics. Zhang Lin's evaluation surprised Ji Fengtian. He clearly hadn't expected such a high praise. Principal, all classes except Class 3 are requesting support. A sudden message from a star system snapped Ji Fengtian out of his shock. He watched Halong fire 4 shots, already assisting the Class 3 mechs in intercepting the Orc mech swarm, and immediately issued the order. Order, all support mechs except Class 3, move out and eliminate the T2 and T3 level Orc mechs. Yes, sir. Watching Halong unleashing a barrage of fire from its shoulder-mounted pulse cannons behind the school mechs, Zhang Lin added, a truly formidable young man. Watching Halong successfully ambush the T3 class Orc mech fighting the school's mechs with his beam rifle, Ji Fengtian exclaimed, this kid's combat talent is unparalleled. Boom! As soon as the main cannon cooled down, Halong unleashed another volley at the Orc mechs, further solidifying the battle line. Seeing the Orc mechs frantically attacking him, Halong smiled and retreated behind the school's defensive mechs, his pulse cannon fire continuing unabated. Of course, to avoid the school's defensive mechs being targeted, Halong also moved quickly, finding another defensive mech for himself. And he wasn't idle either, always finding weaknesses in the Orc mechs to attack, inflicting massive casualties. Fengtian, Halong's style of attack is quite unique. How does it compare to yours? Zhang Lin laughed happily. He had never encountered such an interesting person before. His fighting style was even more underhanded than Ji Fengtian's. I can't compare. Ji Fengtian shook his head, inwardly filled with admiration. He had thought Halong was cunning enough, but who knew his fighting style was even more cunning. While others began clearing out the Orc mechs, Ji Fengtian, not wanting to wait any longer, ordered with a broad smile, order, 3rd classes support mechs to move out and wipe out all T2 and T3 level Orc mechs. Yes, sir. With the support, the Orc mechs were quickly wiped out. As for Halong's combat maneuvers, they attracted the attention of all the participating students. They were simply too dazzling. Look, that's Halong's Fire Phoenix mech. Our mechs look like toys to us. Watching the Fire Phoenix mech fly so fast and powerfully, the others were filled with envy, and made their own comparisons. Halong's mech was tall and imposing, equipped with various powerful weapons, while his own mech was small and pathetic, its appearance and performance worlds apart. Halong. Li Bai piloted his mech over, and someone immediately snapped a photo, transmitting it to the school's communication network. Holy crap. Are the Fire Phoenix mech and the White Horse mech really that different in size? Look at their appearances. One is crimson and indestructible, the other snow white and delicate. I guarantee, 10 White Horse mechs wouldn't be enough to defeat one Fire Phoenix. Hey upstairs, are your 10 mechs enough to fight a White Horse mech? That's my Class 3 monitor Li Bai's mech. We're talking about the Fire Phoenix and the White Horse mechs. Give him 12, maybe he have a chance to tie with the White Horse mech. Exactly. Ding. First place in this mech competition, 1777 Halong, hunted 327 half-orc mechs. The school announced the results of this mech competition. Well deserved, a 24-man orc mech lead over second place. Congratulations, Boss Halong. By the way, Boss Halong, when will my modifications be finished? Upstairs, I almost forgot. Hey, are you getting yours modified at Boss Halong's too? No, I'm going to Tanji Modification Shop to get a refund, then I go home and get some more money. I want a 30% performance upgrade for my warship, not Tanji's garbage. Brother, think it over. Tanji Modification Shop is ripping you off. Getting a 10% refund is already pretty good. I already thought it over. A 30% performance mech is so much worse than our 15% performance mech. And speaking of which, is a 15% performance upgrade for a warship even usable? Other people's warships will get a 30% performance boost, while mine. Holy crap. The person upstairs is absolutely right. Want to go together? No money, got ripped off by Tanji. I'm going to blow up Tanji's modification shop sooner or later. I'm going too. I don't want to live anymore. After entering the aircraft carrier, Halong and Li Bai sat in the dining room. Li Bai had also seen the explicit photo, and his face darkened. Halong comforted him, ahem. Li Bai, don't worry about it, they're just talking nonsense. The two mechs were so different, it was like comparing an adult to a child. Halong, My warship modification depends on you. It can't be too different from yours. Li Bai immediately transferred star coins to Haolong. He wasn't jealous of Haolong, just a little provoked. As for the 1.8 million modification fee, he genuinely thought it was worth it. Ding. Receive 1.8 million transfer from Li Bai. Okay. Seeing Li Bai's state, Haolong helplessly abandoned his attempt to comfort him. However, regarding performance upgrades, I can help him improve it by 40%. After all, we're old friends, so I help if I can. As for a 50% performance increase, don't even think about it. Ding. Receive the first place reward for the mecha competition, 5 million. Ding. School announcement. The Academy Warship Autumn Hunting Competition begins on August 1st. First place reward, 30 million, 300 military merits. Second place reward, 30 million, 250 military merits. Third place reward, 30 million, 230 military merits. Fourth. First place reward, 30 million, 300 military merits. Li Bai, Yufeng Planet is really generous this time. Haolong exclaimed in surprise. You know, last year's first place reward was 20 million, 200 military merits. Wow, that's a whole third more. Our planet has 5 people who have unlocked S-level talents, reaching the planet's rating standard, so the rewards are a bit richer. Li Bai's family background is extraordinary, so he naturally knows some inside information. Oh, I see. Haolong nodded. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning first place in the mecha competition. Simulated combat space loading. Ding. Super God system mission. Help Zhou Zhilan win first place in the autumn hunting competition. Reward. Design blueprints for a Tianqian-class firepower battleship. Second place reward. Top-tier heavy armored bloodthirsty destroyer. Third place reward. Top-tier large rock-solid frigate. Fine. I do everything I can to make Zhilan win first place. The second and third place rewards are useless, not even reaching the Tianqian-class level. First place is my true love. A Tianqian-class firepower battleship. Haolong, thank you for your trouble. I come back in 10 days to collect the warship. Haolong returned to the modification shop in Li Bai's White Horse warship. After arriving, Li Bai said goodbye to Haolong, and then left in an unmanned hover car. As for his previous plan to fly back using the Fire Phoenix mecha, Haolong felt it was unnecessary, because Zhou Zhilan had already received 200 orders for modified warships, and many people were still in the queue. Chapter 16. Sorry everyone, today's reservation slots are full. Reservations will reopen in 3 days, and then everyone will be in the current order. Haolong appeared at the front desk and apologized to the crowd still waiting in line. Okay, we do as Boss Haolong says. Although they hadn't managed to make a reservation today, hearing that the order would remain the same in 3 days, no one objected, and they dispersed. They couldn't be careless. What if Haolong canceled their reservation, citing the disruption to his modifications? Seeing Haolong return, Zhou Zhilan went up to him and reported, Brother Long, over 100 million worth of materials are already in the warehouse. You can use them at any time. Also, according to your request, we received 200 warship modification orders today. Zhou Zhilan was already worried about whether Haolong could complete them on time. This time, they also received orders for top-tier warships, which would take longer to modify. Good, thank you for your hard work. We modify a batch of warships in the next few days, and deliver them then. Haolong smiled, deciding to modify and deliver some warships soon to put Zhou Zhilan at ease. Okay. Hearing that a batch of warships was nearing completion of their modifications, Zhou Zhilan felt a great sense of relief. Then Haolong instructed Zhou Zhilan to purchase another 330 million worth of materials. Looking at the remaining 110 million on Xingxin, he remembered something else. Zhilan, tomorrow we go to the Interstellar Talent Market to recruit fleet members. Excellent benefits. Fleet command experience would be even better. The autumn hunting competition was only a month away, and Zhilan had to win first place. After all, the blueprints for the Tianqian-class firepower battleship were incredibly captivating. Besides, there was also a 3,000 military merit and a 30 million star coin reward. He wanted to secure those for Zhou Zhilan. Military merits can be exchanged for many things. With enough merits, you could even exchange for an entire planet. You could also exchange them for rare materials, 3-star and 4-star warships, fighter jets, etc., as long as you have enough merits. Brother Long, do you mean you want to recruit 3-star and 4-star talent? Yes, we can recruit a maximum of 200 people. We must select the best of the best, preferably all 4-star. What will our compensation be? Currently, the market price for recruiting T1 4-star talent is at least star coins. Zhou Zhilan worriedly explained the price to Haolong. We pay star coins per month, with additional points for outstanding candidates. Haolong had already planned it out. The first batch of recruits must be 4-star talent, so the compensation is much higher than the market price. Future recruits will be appropriately lower. Isn't this compensation too high? Zhou Zhilan was also shocked by the compensation. With such high compensation, we'd be losing out if we didn't select the best of the best. Haolong said to Zhou Zhilan with a smile, determined to win first place in the autumn hunting competition. I think the autumn hunting tournament is just an appetizer for you. Your real goal should be the star domain competition, right? Zhou Zhilan knew Haolong too well. She basically understood what he was planning the moment he made a move. The star domain competition involves 2,000 fleet schools, each with 100,000 talented captains, totaling 200 million warships. There are at least 3,000 S-rank captains. Most importantly, the star domain competition has different rules. It's a competition between fleets of 10 warships. This is different from the small fleets Zhou Zhilan and her group hastily assembled. Many of their fleets have been formed for a long time, and their combat strength is extremely formidable. Then, there are the most terrifying special recruits from the Blade Military Academy. They enter the academy 6 months in advance and receive incredibly generous resources. They are practically guaranteed a spot in the top 100, while everyone else is just there to make up the numbers. Just making it into the top 100 is enough. Haolong nodded. His goal was simple. Just get into the top 100. What about the other warships? Should we build them ourselves? Zhou Zhilan asked. Yes, so we need to select at least 9 qualified captains from the 200 people. Haolong nodded firmly. A warship fleet built with others would have too many unstable incidents. It would be better for Zhilan to build her own fleet. I understand. Ideally, they should also have some mecha combat capabilities. We can even improve their compensation. Zhou Zhilan now displayed the demeanor of a great general. She followed Haolong's arrangements and considered how to do it better. She didn't want Haolong to waste his efforts and cultivate some ungrateful wretches. She wanted to build a fleet for Haolong that could fight to the death. Yes, let's not rush things. If they don't want to, we shouldn't force them. We can just find another group. Haolong understood Zhou Zhilan's meaning. She wanted loyalty, so he could confidently train them in the future. He didn't know that Zhou Zhilan wasn't trying to build her own fleet, but rather a fleet for him, Haolong, capable of fighting to the death. Yes, Brother Long, I listen to you. If they don't want to, I won't force them. Zhou Zhilan nodded. She understood Haolong's care for her. After dropping Zhou Zhilan off at home, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Virtual combat space loaded. On the return journey, Haolong boarded the hover car, checking the virtual combat space as he went. There are only 2 options, Mech Combat and Fleet Command Combat. Mech Combat is further divided into many scenarios, pure mech duels, various scenario battles, and Mech Command Combat in various scenarios. Fleet Command Combat is also divided into many scenarios, pure warship duels, various interstellar perils, Fleet Formation Combat, Fleet Regiment Combat, Fleet Army Group Combat, Planetary Warfare, and Planetary Protection Warfare. After reading the introduction to the virtual combat space, Haolong returned to the modification shop and eagerly entered the virtual combat space. System, enter virtual combat space. After entering, he thought for a moment, and finally chose Interstellar Mech Swarm Command Combat, followed by Mech Swarm Landing Operations. Zhou Zhilan is the captain in the autumn hunting tournament. Haolong's role is Mech Captain, responsible for completing the tasks assigned by Zhou Zhilan. Therefore, he must take on the responsibility of commanding the mech swarm in combat. The virtual combat space activated, and Haolong's surroundings transformed into a starry sky, with mechs of various races appearing one by one. Behind him were 9 Fire Phoenix heavy armored cruise mechs, quietly awaiting orders. Finally, he chose to fight 10 Fire Phoenix mechs. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He needed to know himself, since his knowledge of commanding 10 mechs in battle was still limited to what he read in books. Directly fighting 10 Fire Phoenix mechs would allow him to directly observe their combat methods, enabling him to quickly master and improve upon them. Ding! In 10 seconds, the Interstellar Mech Swarm command operation will begin. Please prepare, host. Ding! Combat begins. Fire Phoenix mechs charge. Haolong, wielding the Aurora Flame Sword, led the Fire Phoenix mechs in the charge. The 10 Fire Phoenix's shoulder-mounted fire pulse cannons spun, searching for the optimal firing opportunity. He would engage the opposing Fire Phoenix mechs in various ways, absorbing their countermeasures. Boom! The two groups of mechs clashed. Halong's mech group was somewhat scattered, while the opposing mechs formed an impenetrable mountain, their coordination impeccable. Various mech weapons intertwined, attacking without harming their own comrades, and even forcing Halong back several times. Holy crap! Heavy cannon sword! Boom! 3 minutes later, Halong's 9 Fire Phoenix mechs were wiped out. 5 minutes later, Halong himself was slain by a hail of swords. Chapter 17. Again! Halong calmly processed the previous battle, then once again led the mech swarm in an attack. Boom! Annihilated after 6 minutes. Again! Again! No more. After 5 annihilations, Halong chose to pause temporarily. He decisively switched to one-on-one challenges. These 5 battles served as a reminder to Halong that his familiarity with the Fire Phoenix mech wasn't as high as he had imagined. One-on-one challenges were quite interesting: easy, medium, advanced, hard, hell. Hard. Halong dared not choose hell mode, but he was confident he could win in hard mode. Halong piloted the Fire Phoenix mech, wielding the Aurora Flame sword, charging forward. This time, he wanted to regain his confidence. When 2 Fire Phoenix mechs met, the 2 Aurora Flame swords clashed, but their moves were exactly the same. Heavy cannon sword. Boom! It can use heavy cannon sword too? Returning to his original position, Halong glared at the victor. Its sword speed is faster than mine, and the power of heavy cannon sword feels greater than mine. Again, let's switch to advanced mode. Halong wasn't stupid, he needed to familiarize himself with the Fire Phoenix mech, not to be humiliated. Boom! Boom! This time, Halong put in his full effort, fighting the advanced mode Fire Phoenix mech, but after 20 minutes, he was defeated. Again! After spending an entire night, Halong was now able to fight the advanced mode Fire Phoenix to a standstill, gaining a deeper understanding of the Fire Phoenix mech. The next morning, Halong and Zhou Zhilan went to the Interstellar Talent Market. The crowd was enormous, but thankfully Zhou Zhilan had spent a fortune yesterday to rent a prime recruitment booth, clearly displaying the positions and compensation details. A line had already formed in front, quickly growing from a dozen or so to hundreds, all women. This was Zhou Zhilan's request, and Halong agreed. After all, this was Zhou Zhilan's warship. While Halong wouldn't object to hiring men, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable. The first applicant was Huang Silin, a 3-star vice captain of a T1 class warship, with 3 years of fleet command experience, and also a 2-star T1 class mech warrior, requesting a monthly salary of 100,000 star coins. Okay. Halong and Zhou Zhilan exchanged a glance, then nodded in agreement. A 3-star T1 class vice captain, her abilities were sufficient to assist Zhou Zhilan in commanding the warship. If it were a 4-star T1 class vice captain, her recruitment price would be at least 5 times higher, which was unnecessary for Halong and his team. Silin, do you have time today? Zhou Zhilan looked around the spacious area, finding only herself and Halong present, and asked Huang Silin, who was about to leave. Yes. Huang Silin answered crisply. Then you officially start work today. Zhou Zhilan modified her contract to state that she would be starting work today. Roger. Captain. Huang Silin saluted. Silin, since we are not on the warship, you can relax a bit. I send you the recruitment criteria. Zhou Zhilan returned the salute and transmitted the recruitment information to her via star message. Yes, sir. With Huang Silin's addition, the interview process sped up considerably. Second candidate passed, Xia Sitian. She has 2 years of experience controlling the main gun console, is an experienced 3-star main gun operator, and also a 1-star mech user. Xia Sitian, you passed the interview. Are you starting today? Starting. Xia Sitian perked up immediately upon hearing she passed. Then you can help with recruitment too. Zhou Zhilan sent Xia Sitian a recruitment brochure. In the following days, Zhou Zhilan hired more than 10 people. She and Halong became on-site supervisors, and eventually, Zhou Zhilan, Huang Silin, and Xia Sitian took over the supervision. Halong, having some free time, decided to wander around. After all, it was his first time at the Interstellar Talent Market. Halong wandered aimlessly for more than 10 minutes. Just as he was about to turn back, he was stopped. Qin Shaoxian, what are you doing here? Halong asked with a smile, looking at the person blocking his way. This person was quite ruthless. This Interstellar Talent Market is owned by my family. I just happened to be here to take care of some business, Qin Shaoxian said casually. It's just a small company owned by their family, But it's quite convenient for recruiting talent, especially specialized talent, allowing their family to gather a large number of them. And you? Oh, I see, you're here to recruit crew members for the autumn hunting competition, right? Qin Shaoxian understood. Halong didn't have a contracted warship and couldn't participate in the autumn hunting competition, but Zhou Zhilan could. Honestly, he didn't think the civilian talent fleet had a chance of making it into the top 10 of the autumn hunting competition, even though Zhou Zhilan had S-level talent. After all, their warship crew had undergone professional training, most of them had more than 5 years of interstellar warship experience, and they were already well coordinated, making their combat power very strong. With such an overwhelming advantage, it would be difficult for the civilian fleet to even enter the top 100. Moreover, the cost of modifying their warships is extremely high, at least in the tens of millions, and sometimes even exceeding 100 million. Even if ordinary people acquire a 4-star warship, the modification cost is generally only around 2 to 5 million, which is incomparable to theirs. The autumn hunting competition is a playground for you rich kids. We're just there to make up the numbers. Our goal is to give our crews some combat experience. If we can get into the top 100, that would be ideal, Halong said casually, as is the usual practice. But don't forget, Halong has already invested heavily in modifying Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix, and the modification of the Fire Phoenix costs hundreds of millions. Currently, the only thing lacking is crew. The top 100 is difficult for others, but for the two of you, it shouldn't be too difficult, Qin Shaoxian nodded matter-of-factly. He wouldn't underestimate the teamwork between Halong and Zhou Zhilan. Both of them are among the top 10 in commanding fleets. Moreover, Halong is EP1 level modification master. While his warship modification skills might not be as strong as established masters, he's still a master. Zhou Zhilan's warships were selected from the National Treasury. They're likely all T1 4-star warships. The only drawback is that the crew was only recently recruited, limiting their combat capabilities. This is why he's certain Zhou Zhilan won't make the top 10. Of course, I, Halong, am confident I can compete for the top 100, Halong thought to himself, feigning confidence. Thinking to himself, I think Qin Shaoxian underestimated me. I'm aiming for number 1 in the top 100, too bad you don't know. Come on, while your buddy's not around, I take you out for some fun. Qin Shaoxian tried to put his arm around Halong's shoulder, but Halong dodged. Stop. I'm not interested in men. Me neither. Qin Shaoxian glanced at Halong speechlessly, then explained, there's an auction later, with lots of valuable materials, high-quality warship weapons, and warship blueprints. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 18. Of course I go, thanks young Master Qin for showing me around. Halong gestured for him to lead the way. Are you taking advantage of me? We agreed not to compare ages. Qin Shaoxian immediately bristled. Age was his Achilles heel. Among them, he was the youngest, born 2 days after Li Bai. Compare height? No. Compare mecha combat? No. We won't. If we're going to compare, let's compare warships. Qin Shaoxian said decisively. We talk about warships later when I have one. I give you a 3-star heavy battleship. Let's compare now. Qin Shaoxian immediately patted his chest and said. To be the older brother, Qin Shaoxian was quite generous, giving away a 3-star warship without hesitation. Get lost? I designed my own warships. You wouldn't understand my brute force. Halong getting a warship was simple. He could just buy one. But he didn't want to think that the day he saw the Vulcan battleship, his path in warship design was already set, to build his own. When the blueprints for the firepower battleship appeared, it further solidified his resolve. His biggest worry right now was the randomly acquired SS-level talent skill. I admire you. We can't compare to your approach, Qin Shaoxian nodded. He also admired Halong's methods. Everyone wanted to build their own unique warship, but few dared to do so. First, it takes too long. Second, it consumes a lot of resources. Third, a self-designed warship might not be ideal, ultimately resulting in a complete waste. Those who can't handle the pressure either go mad, become despondent, or commit suicide. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier was designed according to Princess Dis's specifications, and in the end, it was still ruined. However, Princess Dis had plenty of money and manpower. Upon discovering the problem with the first ship, she immediately began building a second one, and in a very short time, she used her vast resources to construct the formidable Oscan Phoenix. However, some high-end, incompatible systems had to be abandoned, and some areas had to be reduced. We arrived. Qin Shaoxian led Halong into the Yifeng Interstellar Auction House. Welcome. A group of beautiful young women lined up neatly in 2 rows to welcome Qin Shaoxian and Haolong. Haolong, what brings you here? Wu Shui walked over from a distance, looking around, completely ignoring Qin Shaoxian beside her. Wu Shui. Haolong greeted her with a smile, neither warm nor cold. Wu Shui, are you looking for Zhou Xilan? She's not here. Qin Shaoxian said irritably, feeling annoyed that Wu Shui hadn't even noticed him. Qin Shaoxian, what a coincidence. When did you arrive? Wu Shui finally noticed Qin Shaoxian and asked casually. I dragged Haolong here. Qin Shaoxian slapped his forehead, wondering how he run into Wu Shui. Then Haolong, let's go, the auction is about to start. Wu Shui nodded, her outgoing personality immediately extending an invitation to Haolong. I just go with young Master Qin. Haolong ignored Wu Shui's enthusiasm, pointing at Qin Shaoxian instead. Alright, young Master Qin, I come to your place too, is that okay? Wu Shui subtly wiped the back of her hand, her threat quite obvious. Welcome. Of course, welcome. It's good for everyone to exchange ideas. Qin Shaoxian didn't want to offend this Valkyrie Wu Shui. After all, she was one of the top 10 ruthless lunatics, and everyone was wary of her when she went crazy. Recalling the mecha combat competition 6 months ago, the 10 of them had unknowingly entered a race to eliminate their opponents, each strike a deadly kill. A truly frenzy that ultimately earned them the title of one of the top 10 most ruthless fighters. Let's hurry. There's something I got my eye on at the auction. Wu Shui glanced at Haolong and turned to walk towards the private room. Alright, my private room is this way. Qin Shaoxian shrugged, also glancing at Haolong, and immediately stepped forward to lead the way. He's kind of handsome, but not as good looking as me. Why am I still single? Still single? Haolong pretended not to notice their stares and followed behind. After Haolong entered and sat down, Qin Shaoxian transmitted an auction list to him. Haolong, this is the auction list. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. Okay, thank you, young Master Qin. Haolong didn't stand on ceremony and immediately checked the auction items. The auction items are of high quality, many are things Haolong needs. No, to be precise, things the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier needs. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. The auctioneer has now begun. The auctioneer appeared and immediately started the auction. T1 4-star mech cluster energy converter can increase weapon output by 20%, starting bid 23 million for 1,000 units. Bidder 1563 bids 23.5 million. Bidder 168 bids 25.1 million. Bidder 77 bids 26 million. Why are you all looking at me like that? Haolong asked, puzzled, from room 77. It's just a bid of 26 million. What's so surprising? The highest bid before was 25.5 million. That's 500,000 is my monthly allowance. Qin Shaoxian explained. I don't know. Haolong glanced awkwardly at Qin Shaoxian. In his mind, these cluster energy converters were worth the price. Getting them was enough. 26 million, third time. Congratulations to number 77. A 4-star machine gun accelerator for the Interstellar Unmanned Fighter Jet, increasing firing speed by 20% and shell power by 5%. Batch of 500, starting bid 18 million. What was the highest price ever for a machine gun accelerator? Haolong asked, as it was his first time at an auction. 22 million. After some calculation, Wu Shui quickly answered. Oh, okay. Haolong pressed the auction button without hesitation. Number 77 bid 22 million. Is there anything higher? What's wrong with you two again? Haolong asked again, seeing the two looking at him once more. Nothing, it's just that this 22 million is the highest price ever paid. All the others sold for below 21.7 million. Qin Shaoxian looked at him like he was a nouveau riche. Wu Shui looked at Haolong thoughtfully. That's alright. I really need them right now. Haolong had his own ideas. It was a peak season for modifications, so it was best to bid a slightly higher price and settle the deal quickly. 22 million, third time. Congratulations to bidder number 77. Next up is 2 tons of T1 grade 4-star diamond or material, starting bid 6 million. What's the highest bid for this? Haolong asked habitually. 7.5 million. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't need diamond or material. Seeing their gazes, Haolong shook his head. 6.5 million. 6.8 million. 8.2 million. 8.2 million, third time. Sold. Haolong and the other two exchanged glances and remained silent. T1 level 4-star wind speed cruiser main gun. Fire speed increased by 40%, starting bid 30 million. 35 million. Bidder number 77 bids 35 million. This one sold for a high of 34.86 million. Before Haolong could ask, Qin Shaoxian spoke up. Why are you all looking at me like that? A one bid is so much better. Seeing Haolong and Qin Shaoxian's gazes, Wu Shui explained. She was the one who bid on this T1 Windspeed Cruiser main gun. Sold for the third time at 35 million. Congratulations to bidder number 77. Chapter 19. The auction continued, with items being sold one after another in the bidding. Next up is a T4 class 3-star battleship engineer, the Crimson Face Spider Queen. A friendly reminder, this Crimson Face Spider Queen has been untamed despite various methods. Please bid responsibly. Starting bid is 20 million. The highest bid was 500 billion, but that's for a tamed Crimson Face Spider Queen. An untamed one. Bidder number 77 bids 20.01 million. Haolong, you can tame this Crimson Face Spider Queen? Wu Shui looked at Haolong in surprise. Once a Crimson Face Spider Queen has been untamed despite various methods, it's practically impossible to tame. There are no exceptions. My hand slipped. What's the lowest bid for this untamed Crimson Face Spider Queen? Haolong smiled awkwardly and asked Qin Shaoxian and Wu Shui. The highest bid for an untamed Spider Queen is 8 billion, and the lowest is 800 million. That's alright, don't be nervous. I only bid 20.01 million, I won't win. Haolong felt that even if he won the auction, it would be useless. He wouldn't be able to tame the red-faced Spider Queen anyway. That's true. Qin Shaoxian and Wu Shui nodded, answering in unison. Then why is the starting price for this red-faced Spider Queen so low? Haolong continued to ask Qin Shaoxian and the others. I don't know. The starting price is usually around 80 million. Maybe the person selling the red-faced Spider Queen wants to see the thrill of bidding. Hearing Haolong's question, Qin Shaoxian reluctantly offered a reason. Finally, even he himself was a little unconvinced, and quickly sent a star message to his family to inquire. Wait a minute, let me have someone check. Huh? Is there a problem? Wu Shui asked Qin Shaoxian. 20.01 million for the first time. Strange, nobody wants it? Seeing Qin Shaoxian didn't answer, Wu Shui asked again. 20.01 million for the second time. There shouldn't be anyone else. A letter came from the family. Apparently, this Crimson Face Spider Queen is quite famous. It's been re-auctioned 18 times this year, and the last 5 times it failed to sell. 5 re-auctions basically got no attention. 18 re-auctions mean only a sucker would bid. This? Wu Shui didn't know how to comfort Haolong. 18 re-auctions in a year mid-taming was hopeless. 20.01 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to number 77. It's okay, it's just a T4 level 3-star engineer. Maybe I tamed it by accident. Haolong acted indifferent. 20.01 million was painful, but since it was already lost, he let it go. This time, 68 million was spent, and looking at the remaining 42 million star coins, Haolong felt that star coins were running out of steam. Normally, 20 star coins could buy a meal. That makes sense. Qin Shaoxian and Wu Shui quickly nodded in agreement, but losing 20.01 million was a different matter entirely. There were no more items Haolong wanted to auction, so he quietly watched Qin Shaoxian and Wu Shui bid, thinking it would be good to broaden his horizons. The final highlight was the rare T1 grade 4-star fire diamond ore, with a starting price of 1.5 billion per ton. It ultimately sold for 2.67 billion. At Jilan Modification Shop, Zhou Jilan had just returned when she saw the transport ship land in the shop. She greeted Haolong as he got out. Brother Long, you're back. Yes, you worked hard today. Haolong smiled immediately upon seeing Zhou Jilan. After taking the picture of the red-faced Spider Queen, Haolong wanted to go back to help, but Zhou Jilan stopped him. After all, the recruitment didn't require Haolong's help. It would be good for him to go and see for himself. This is the red-faced Spider Queen, a natural-born warship engineer. Zhou Jilan was also seeing the real-life red-faced Spider Queen for the first time, curiously examining her. At this moment, the red-faced Spider Queen was completely enveloped by an energy shield, only able to see outside, but unable to hear Haolong and the others' conversation. Well, but I don't know how to tame her. Do you have any ideas? Haolong asked with an awkward smile. Yes, my Phoenix Rebirth skill. As for whether it will succeed, that depends on her own choice. Zhou Jilan said uncertainly. Then let's keep her locked up for now, and talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, we use your method. Hearing Zhou Jilan's words, Haolong knew she had no other choice. and habitually had the T5 mechanical arm lock the red-faced Spider Queen in Modification Room 1. With the all-purpose toolbox at her disposal, Halong wasn't afraid of what trouble the Crimson Spider Queen could cause. Without even a mecha, how could she possibly destroy the toolbox? Without Halong's authorization, she couldn't even leave Modification Workshop 1. However, neither Halong nor Zhou Zhilan noticed that the Crimson Spider Queen's eyes lit up when she saw the T5 mechanical arm, then she closed them again. That night, Halong left Zhou Zhilan behind to fight together in the virtual combat space. This time, he chose a planetary battle, similar to the Autumn Hunting Tournament on August 1st, where they would hunt down numerous small warships on a planet as their achievements. Halong estimated the enhanced data of the Fire Phoenix, and then input it into the virtual combat space for Zhou Zhilan to familiarize herself with. On the Phoenix cruiser mothership in the virtual combat space, Zhou Zhilan commanded interstellar drones in combat, launching heavy missiles in succession. Halong also led the Phoenix Mech Squadron in an attack, encircling and destroying the enemy's T1 warship. A whole night of virtual combat training allowed Zhou Zhilan and Halong to rapidly improve their combat experience. Brother Long, this virtual combat space is also one of our secrets that we can't reveal, Zhou Zhilan hurriedly warned as they emerged from the virtual combat space. The effects of this virtual combat space were too good, exposing it would drive people completely mad. Currently, they had more and more secrets they couldn't let others know. Even knowing just one of them would put them in danger. Of course, so only the two of us know, Halong nodded seriously. No matter where you are, weakness is the original sin. Brother Long, I can sense their level of loyalty to me. Although I don't know the exact number, I still have a general idea of their level of loyalty, Zhou Zhilan suddenly said to Halong. They referred to the 200 crew members recruited yesterday. That's great. Bring those with low loyalty here today. Once it's confirmed, dismiss them. Halong hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan's talent skill to be used in this way. I understand. Zhou Zhilan immediately understood Halong's meaning. Currently, their biggest attraction was the T4 level modification shop. They were likely all there for that. If they made any moves here, their loyalty would likely drop. Also, tell the other crew members to assemble here tomorrow morning for 2 days of acclimatization training. My Fire Phoenix carrier modification is complete? Zhou Zhilan was very surprised. Halong had been with her these past 2 days. There hadn't been time for modifications. Not now, but hurry up and modify it. It can be completed this afternoon. Halong looked at the surprised Zhou Zhilan. Of course, he couldn't say it would be finished by morning. Okay, I understand. Thinking of the heavily armored cruiser carrier in the virtual combat space, Zhou Zhilan was already eager to see the real one. Because seeing the virtual one without seeing the real one felt like a mirage, making it even more irresistible. Chapter 20. After Zhou Zhilan left, Halong continuously activated his skills, directly completing the modification of 20 warships. He then went to Modification Workshop Number 1, where the Fire Phoenix long-range aircraft carrier was located. However, he completely forgot that the crimson-faced Spider Queen was imprisoned in a corner of the workshop. After checking that all materials were complete, including the T2 4-star Fire Phoenix cannon, Halong activated the system to use the free T2 modification. Ding! Host has used the free T2 modification skill. Modification begins. Soon, like tens of thousands of invisible mechanical arms frantically disassembling, the Fire Phoenix's parts flew everywhere, and the disassembly was quickly completed. After disassembly, countless arms began various tasks, modifying large quantities of materials and parts. Once all parts were modified, countless arms began rapidly assembling them. Ding! The Fire Phoenix cruiser aircraft carrier has been modified. Pretty perfect. You can't see the T2 Fire Phoenix cannon at all. Is this a mutated talent skill? Even a T2 cannon can be installed on a T1 aircraft carrier? The red-faced Spider Queen, seeing the miraculous modification through the transparent energy shield, was completely stunned. But it wasn't over yet. Halong looked at the second material brought in by the mechanical arm, carefully checked it again, and after confirming everything was correct, he directly clicked on the T2 enhancement skill. Ding! Host is using the free T2 enhancement skill, enhancement now beginning. Countless invisible mechanical arms reappeared. The Fire Phoenix cruiser aircraft carrier was dismantled again, numerous hammers began to smash it, and materials were continuously incorporated into the various parts, constantly strengthening them. The parts deformed under the hammers, each hammer blow creating a different shape. Sometimes, the hammer would even unleash a super-enhanced purple light, brutally striking the parts. Fortunately, the all-purpose toolbox could completely block the purple light, preventing it from leaking out and also blocking external detection. Half an hour passed, and the light began to dissipate. The system announced, "Ding! Fire Phoenix Heavy-Duty Cruiser Mothership Enhancement complete." Hey, red-faced Spider Queen, can you hear me? With the Fire Phoenix's enhancement complete, Halong finally noticed the dazed red-faced Spider Queen and went to her, waving his hand. It was purple light. The light of the insurmountable barrier. After the purple light dissipated, the red-faced Spider Queen kept muttering to herself. Halong vaguely heard a sentence. "Red-faced Spider Queen, can you hear me?" "I can hear you. I can hear you." The red-faced Spider Queen reacted, looking at Halong beside her, with a face full of admiration. Halong felt the burning gaze of the crimson-faced Spider Queen, but with his strong will, he ignored her and asked curiously, "What have you been muttering to yourself about?" "You actually modified the heavenly barrier light, making it 10,000 times more powerful than Lily's," the crimson-faced Spider Queen answered honestly upon hearing Halong's question. "Are you really a T4 level 3-star engineer?" Halong's lips curled slightly. This time, there should be an opportunity. He could put her down a bit, but to be honest, he wasn't sure if he could tame her. "Yes, Lily's is a T4 level 3-star engineer," the crimson-faced Spider Queen answered somewhat guiltily upon hearing Halong's question. In the past, she could have arrogantly declared, "I, Lily's, am a T4 level 3-star engineer." But today, seeing Halong's heavenly barrier light, that godlike hammer-like modification skill, her arrogance vanished completely. She was indeed a T4 3-star engineer, but she had never created anything related to the light of the abyss, and was currently stuck at the T4 3-star engineer level with no progress. "When I was modifying the warship, did you feel the distance was too great, causing you to miss a lot?" Halong said, feigning regret for Lily's. If she were one of his own, watching from the sidelines, perhaps she could have learned more. "Yes, the distance was too great, and the light of the abyss was too dazzling. I didn't see much," Lily said helplessly, having missed such a good opportunity. "That's a pity. The distance was too great. You couldn't fully grasp the essence of the light of the abyss. Think back to what you just saw, perhaps you gain a lot." Halong continued to kindly guide Lily's. Whether she gained anything or not didn't affect him much. If she gained something, he would continue to encourage her. If not, he would gently discourage her. However, he was also researching that hammer, but ultimately gained nothing from it. "Okay." Lily's immediately did as instructed, carefully recalling the scene from before. Under the light of the chasm, she had indeed gained a tiny bit of insight. Although it was only a tiny bit, it brought her immense ease and motivation, and she seemed to regain confidence in breaking through to T4 level engineer. "It seems you only gained a little. Although it looks good, the gain is too small. In your current state, do you still have any hope of breaking through in this lifetime?" Halong shook his head, looking extremely disappointed, making it seem as if Lily's truly had no hope of breaking through to T4 level in this lifetime. "No, I have no hope of breaking through to T4 level in this lifetime." Lily's felt as if she had been struck by Halong's words, her mental state rapidly declining, returning to the lifeless, red-faced Spider Queen. "Good to know, your talent is still a bit lacking." Halong ignored the nearly paralyzed Lily's, and continued to nod affirmatively. "Yes. It's Lily's talent that's insufficient." Lily's muttered to herself, once again lifelessly following Halong's train of thought. "Yes, although your talent is indeed insufficient. But what if I could help you break through within 5 years? What would you do?" Sensing that Lily's had been sufficiently suppressed, Halong confidently began to tempt her. "You can help me break through within 5 years? Lily's immediately looked up and stared intently at Halong. This was her lifeline, and she desperately wanted to grasp it. "I don't think it's difficult for you to break through within 5 years. Being satisfied with just T5 level shows your short-sightedness." Halong directly criticized Lily's, while also being very certain that T5 level was just the beginning, not the end. Their end should be the stars and the sea. "I'm willing to initiate a contract to recognize a master." Lily's eyes instantly lit up. To break through to T4 level engineer, she was even willing to give up her freedom, and she eagerly awaited Halong's next words. "I give you a chance to experience it." Halong smiled. Lily's was already in the trap. It was just a matter of how firmly it held. At this moment, another cruiser was brought in from Modification Workshop Number 1. All the materials needed for the modification had already been placed inside the warship. This was Zhou Zhilan's idea. She took the modification blueprints, kept some of the materials, and distributed the rest to each warship. If materials were insufficient, she continued to purchase more until all warships were equipped. This was a high-level, heavily armed, powered cruiser, Li Bai's White Horse cruiser. Other basic modifications were unlikely to impress Lily's, but this warship, requiring a 40% performance upgrade, was perfect. Chapter 21. Lily's, you need to watch carefully this time. To make it clearer for you, I lower the difficulty of the modification, using only ordinary techniques. But I won't slow down the modification speed. How much you learn depends on yourself. Halong's enticing voice rang out. This modification might be a fatal attraction for Lily's, because Halong had already discovered Lily's weakness. The weakness wasn't in talent, but in Lily's weak foundation. Halong had specifically searched for T4 level engineering masters, the Crimson-Faced Spider Queen, on Starlink and discovered an interesting problem. Lily's was much younger than them, yet she had reached T4 level engineer. Clearly, Lily's had rapidly broken through to T4 engineer, but to continue breaking through, her limited knowledge and weak foundation were starting to limit her progress, making her feel hopeless. I know, I watched carefully. Lily's immediately became serious. She took this modification very seriously. She wanted to change her life. At the same time, Lily's body began to change. Hundreds of eyes appeared, scanning her surroundings in all directions. The virtual star system opened, and 8 spider legs operated simultaneously, manipulating 8 interfaces at once. Each interface flashed by, yet a ton of text had already been transcribed. Even Halong thought insane. No wonder he was considered a born warship engineer. With so many tricks up his sleeve, what couldn't he learn? System, T1 modification skill activated. Halong completely ignored Lily's smug expression, set the modification performance to 40%, and then clicked the system to begin the modification. The modification began. Lily's was dazzled by the system's modifications, but with hundreds of compound eyes, she could still see many things. Her 8 legs moved rapidly on the virtual star network, recording the knowledge she saw on various interfaces. Ding! Battleship modification complete. Soon, the cruiser's modification was finished. Lily's closed all her eyes, repeatedly reviewing the modification process she had just witnessed, clarifying each small step. Her 8 legs never stopped moving. After a long while, having confirmed that she understood the modification she had seen, Lily's opened only her facial eyes. Her entire spirit and energy underwent a dramatic change. Her confidence began to return. Halong, however, looked at Lily's calmly. This time, she would not submit. Once Halong grew stronger, she would be of little value. Master, I, Lily's, voluntarily become your contracted beast. With an excited heart, Lily's knelt before Halong, raised her head, and slowly released a contract bead. The recent modification had sparked numerous realizations in her, a flood of ideas that captivated her, and made her want to continue on her path. Moreover, it was clear this wasn't Halong's full power. She wanted to stand beside him, experiencing the light of victory over every obstacle, especially the special modification to the hammer, which she found irresistible. Although Halong hadn't activated his talent, he could still successfully form a contract with Lily's if she willingly acknowledged him as her master and opened the core of the contract pearl. As a drop of blood essence entered the core of the contract pearl, the character QI, contract, appeared on Lily's forehead. The contract was successful, and Halong could now freely access her thoughts and all her memories. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden quest, forming a contract with the Crimson-Faced Spider Queen Lily's, and obtaining T2 Super God level engineering master technology. Halong smiled dashingly, and quickly checked the system. Host, Halong. Technology, T2 Super God level engineering master. Open space, virtual combat space. Equipment, Super God level all-purpose toolbox. Skills, T2 Super God level repair skill, T2 Super God level modification technology, T2 Super God level upgrade skill, T2 Super God level enhancement skill, star coins, 42 million. Items, Sky Crossing class Hive aircraft carrier design blueprints. After upgrading to T2 level engineering master, Halong's 4 skills were also fully upgraded to T2 level, which made him even happier. Lily's, now that you're on my side, I transfer the data of the warship I just modified to you. Combined with what you just saw, you should gain even more. After his initial joy, Halong looked at the eager Lily's beside him, and then transferred the modified cruiser warship data to her. Yes, master. Lily's immediately replied respectfully. From now on, just call me by my name. No need to call me master. Hearing the word master made Halong very uncomfortable, so he asked Lily's to change her form of address. Lily's wouldn't dare. Then, can Lily's call master young master? Lily's asked weakly, afraid Halong wouldn't agree. After all, calling her young master made her seem like just a maid. Young master? Alright then, call me young master. Halong thought for a moment, felt it was acceptable, and nodded in agreement. He then removed Lily's slave bracelet, and authorized her to move freely within the modification shop. Lily's, go to the front desk and summarize the warships that have been modified this time. Remember, you must summarize carefully. Perhaps in less than 3 years you can break through to T5 level. Halong spoke very seriously to Lily's. What he needed to improve was Lily's fundamentals. This Spider Queen had probably been too arrogant in the past, which had led to her current state. There was a reason for placing Lily's at the forefront, to spread the news that he had tamed the red-faced Spider Queen, thus allowing for a legitimate increase in the delivery speed of the modified warships. After all, having a T4 3-star engineer was expected to speed up the modification process. Yes, Lily's understood. Lily's quickly replied. By the way, starting tomorrow, you will modify those warships according to my design blueprints. Do a good job, you will gain a lot. Halong walked to the front desk with Lily's, and continued to give instructions. Modifying various warships would allow Lily's to learn more fundamentals, making her AT1 level 5-star engineering master more valuable than AT5 level 1-star engineer. Yes. Lily's responded again. Brother Long, what about this Spider Queen? Halong and the others' appearance quickly attracted the attention of Zhou Zhilan and the crew, especially the contract mark above Lily's head. Is that the crimson-faced Spider Queen? A born engineer? What level engineer is she? I never imagined the vice captain would possess the ability to tame the crimson-faced Spider Queen. The crew discussed a lot, but all their discussions revolved around uncovering Halong and his crew's secrets. No one discussed their long-term plans within the fleet, which made Halong and Zhou Zhilan understand perfectly well. Zhilan, this is Lily's. From now on, she be our T4 level 3-star engineer in the repair shop. We're all on the same side. Halong formally introduced her to Zhou Zhilan. To be honest, Halong never intended to treat Lily's as a slave. Since she became his contracted beast, he treated her like family. Lily's, Zhilan is my girlfriend. You can treat her like I am. Hello, Lily's. My name is Zhou Zhilan. You can call me Captain. Zhou Zhilan took the initiative to introduce herself, interrupting Lily's bow and taking her hand. Chapter 22. Captain. Lily's responded gratefully. Actually, she had prepared herself for all the hardships of being a slave, but she never expected to receive such family-like treatment. Well, Lily's, you directly joined Fire Phoenix as the fleet's chief engineer. I be Fire Phoenix's vice captain. Thinking of Zhou Zhilan's godlike talent skill, Halong also recruited Lily's to Zhou Zhilan's subordinate, granting her 3 resurrection opportunities. Of course, Zhou Zhilan wasn't recruiting crew members indefinitely. Currently, it seemed to be around 220. Okay, young master. Lily's took Zhou Zhilan's recruitment contract and quickly signed it. Lily's, you can go ahead and get busy, Halong said to Lily's. Understood. Lily's happily walked to the front desk and sat down, her 8 legs swinging again. Brother Long, it seems my recruitment quota has increased since just now. Around 370. Zhou Zhilan stared at Halong, wanting to know if her Fire Phoenix heavy-armored cruiser mothership had been refitted. The Fire Phoenix is fully modified. Take care of what you're doing, I take you to see it later. Halong nodded. It seemed that the number of positions the Fire Phoenix held would determine the number of resurrection slots Zhou Zhilan could have. Okay, I find you later. I already asked Silan and Sitian to recruit 28 more people, so it looks like we need to recruit 180 now. Zhou Zhilan suppressed her excitement and said to Halong. You make the decision. Halong nodded. The modified and enhanced Fire Phoenix definitely needed more people, especially those in the mecha combat sequence. Understood, my vice captain. Zhou Zhilan happily straightened her chest and saluted Halong. Go, fleet commander. Halong bowed in return. The decisive Zhou Zhilan immediately dismissed 28 crew members, each receiving 4 days' wages on the spot. Now that the White Horse heavy cruiser was fully modified, Halong didn't intend to leave it there any longer and contacted Li Bai via Starlink. Li Bai, holding a wine glass, seemed somewhat absent-minded. He casually greeted Halong. Halong, what's up? Yes, your warship is modified. So fast? Halong, you really modified it. Li Bai was stunned, even ignoring the precious wine glass he accidentally smashed. Yes, it's modified. Halong said with certainty. Brother, you're my own brother, you specially sped up the modification for me, right? Actually, it wasn't necessary. Even with my previous heavy battleship, I could have blasted that rogue Nangong. Hearing that his warship was complete, Li Bai immediately jumped for joy, his previous absent-mindedness completely gone. That damned scoundrel dared to try and woo my goddess. I beat him to a pulp. Nandong Liyun? Since your heavy battleship can handle it, you can come back in a few days. Halong laughed. Li Bai was probably at it again with that scoundrel, and this time it was a battleship duel. As for whether that heavy battleship could actually handle it, Li Bai wouldn't be looking so worried. Nandong Liyun was also one of the 10 most depraved men, but he was also a notorious womanizer, changing women more frequently than drinking water, which was why Li Bai and Halong couldn't stand him. He had tried to harass Zhou Jilan before, but Halong beat him up every time they met, crippling him several times, which led to him skipping school and missing the mecha competition. The day he was supposed to unlock his talent skill did appear, but after unlocking it to A level, he disappeared again. Unexpectedly, he reappeared and immediately clashed with Li Bai. No way. I rather use your modified warship. I go to your repair shop right away, Li Bai hurriedly said. What a joke. If his heavy battleship could beat Nandong Liyun, he wouldn't be worried. Halong, I'm here. Soon, Li Bai arrived at his hover car, but without any impatience, displaying the proper manners of a scion of a noble family. Halong, I come uninvited. Qin Shaoxian, who was following behind, also stepped forward and said to Halong. Welcome, welcome, young Master Qin. Please follow me. Halong led Li Bai and the others to repair shop number 1, where Lily's was also called in. This is my White Horse warship? Young Master Qin, come on, bring your warship here, let's have a competition. Li Bai's eyes gleamed as he looked at the modified White Horse warship. Its shape, the outer hull armor, and especially the main gun, all seemed to have surpassed T1 level, belonging to the near T2 main gun category. Don't talk to me, let me have some peace and quiet. Qin Shaoxian, holding the Starcomer, seemed to be urgently contacting someone, and walked outside. One reason was that he had been attacked, and another was to avoid suspicion. After all, the data on the White Horse warship was Li Bai's privacy, and it wasn't convenient for him to be there. But to be fair, he underestimated Halong. His modification skills were better than the average modification master. Halong, come on, transmit the data to me. This time, Li Bai finally couldn't wait. Okay, Lily's transmits the data to young Master Li, then you introduce the advantages and disadvantages of this warship. Understood, young master. Lily's respectfully replied. Powered cruiser, tier 4 heavy armor ship tier, T1. Forward hull armor strength, 1200 stars. Both side hull armor strength, 1000 stars. Ship shield energy, 800. Cruising speed, 1600 revolutions per minute. Engine, gale-powered engine. Length, 600 meters. Number of layers, 3 layers, 30 meters each. Mass, 350,000 tons. Staff, 60 people. 4-star ship main gun, 1,300 mm electromagnetic rail gun. 4-star ship secondary gun, 16 by 850 mm electromagnetic rail guns. Medium range 3-star missiles, 24. Close range 3-star defensive guns, 60. T1 4-star reconnaissance aircraft, 10. T1 4-star mechs, 2. Halong, is this the warship you modified? Li Bai looked at the data, even more shocked than when he saw the exterior. What did he see? The warship's data far exceeded the standard for a 4-star warship. What kind of operation was this? With Lily here, isn't it normal to modify it to be more powerful? Halong said confidently. With Lily's present, there were many things he didn't need to explain. He could simply push the blame onto Lily's. That's right, thank you so much. Li Bai nodded gratefully. Only Halong would send a T4 3-star engineer to modify a T1 warship. T4 engineers modifying a T1 warship? That's a joke. Young Master Li, let me introduce the advantages of the White Horse warship. Lily stepped forward and said. Yes, go ahead. The White Horse heavy cruiser's 2 biggest advantages are, first, its cruising speed, directly breaking through to 1,400 km per hour. With a 40% boost from the Gale engine, and if the Gale engine's overload speed is activated, its speed can remain at maximum. What? The Gale engine can improve performance by 40%? And how long does the Gale engine's overload speed last? Li Bai couldn't sit still any longer. Was this still a T1 warship? He'd believe it if you called it a T2 warship. This is just the warship speed. What about with his 60% talent boost? It lasts for 8 hours, but it's best to rest for 5 minutes after 2 hours before restarting. Good, good. Li Bai had already imagined himself piloting the White Horse warship, charging through 1,000,000 enemy troops. Chapter 23. The second advantage is the warship's explosive firepower. Both the main and secondary guns have been fully modified, and the Gale Force engine helps recharge the main guns, taking only 20 minutes, while the secondary guns take 12 minutes. What? Only 20 minutes? About the same time as the previous 900mm main gun? 12 minutes for the 860mm secondary gun? Is this real? If it's true, how powerful would his White Horse warship be? This is the first time he's felt such a significant difference in performance between T1 class 4-star warships. Of course it's real. Young Master designed it himself. How could it be fake? Lily said proudly. Haolong was her master. She couldn't allow anyone to question him. I definitely believe Haolong, but the performance improvement far exceeded my expectations, making it somewhat unbelievable. Li Bai truly found it hard to believe. After all, warships modified to exceed expectations are rare, and those exceeding them, this much, are practically non-existent. Li Bai, the 60 clothes and weapon systems on the White Horse warship aren't just for show. Even without charging, the other main and secondary guns can be used continuously as machine guns, Haolong reminded him. This modification of the White Horse warship exceeded his expectations, more than doubling its combat power. Really? That's fantastic. Li Bai's eyes burned even brighter as he looked at the White Horse warship. This White Horse warship I designed according to your requirements. It needed the ability to charge in and destroy the enemy flagship, then retreat gracefully. That required extremely powerful burst damage. Therefore, I modified the original design with the Gale Force engine. But because the materials you provided were excellent, the engine's capabilities exceeded my expectations. So congratulations. No need for words of thanks. Tomorrow, after I defeat Nangong Liyun, we celebrate together. Li Bai already understood why the White Horse warship had become so powerful. He thought to himself, Haolong is a monster. Everyone knows the principles, but designing a power engine is something not everyone can do. However, the Crimson Spider Queen should have been a great help. Take your White Horse to the sea trials. Let the crew familiarize themselves with the warship as quickly as possible. Remember to cripple that Nangong thug tomorrow. Now that the handover was complete, Haolong didn't intend to keep Li Bai any longer. Okay. I'd be going now. Li Bai nodded. He couldn't wait any longer either. After all, it was a new warship, and to unleash its full power, the crew needed to become proficient. Lilies, you can continue with your work. Watching Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian pilot the warship away, Haolong said to Lilies beside him. Yes, young master. Lilies obediently nodded and left. System, activate virtual combat space. With nothing else to do, Haolong entered the virtual combat space again. After finishing her work, Zhou Zhilan originally wanted to see the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, but seeing that Haolong hadn't emerged from the virtual combat space yet, she went to the recruitment site alone. This time, she directly rejected those with low loyalty, and by evening she had recruited the remaining 180 crew members. She then told all the crew members to assemble the next day for a 2-day sea trial. Zhilan, come have dinner, then we go see the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Zhou Zhilan returned to the modification shop. Haolong had already emerged from the virtual combat space and had prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. Okay, Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan nodded. She was indeed very hungry, and she could see the Fire Phoenix later. After dinner, Haolong led Zhou Zhilan and Lilies to warehouse number 1. As the warehouse door opened, a heavily armed cruiser carrier was revealed. This is my Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier? Zhou Zhilan exclaimed, looking at the behemoth. 3,000 meters long, 1.28 million tons. It's 1/5 larger than the aircraft carrier in the virtual combat space. Hearing Zhou Zhilan's exclamation, Haolong explained with a smile. Captain, this Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier is the most powerful T1 warship I ever seen. When young master was modifying it, it even emitted a purple aura of chasm light. Lilies was stunned at the time, and then immediately recognized young master as her master. Lilies, seeing this chasm warship that left the deepest impression on her, naturally mentioned the aura of chasm light that appeared during the Fire Phoenix's modification. Brother Long, give me the data for the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Zhou Zhilan quickly grabbed Haolong's arm and said. Hearing Lilies' words, and still managing to resist looking at it, that would be a saint. Okay, I transmit it to you, Haolong said immediately. Fire Phoenix heavy-duty cruiser mothership, near 5-star, near Sky Barrier class warship level, T1. Overall armor strength, 2,500 stars. Warship shield energy, 2,800 stars. Cruising speed, 1,600 kilometers per hour. Engine, Fire Phoenix Twin-Star Super Engine. Radar, ultra-long-range full-control radar. Length, 3,000 meters. Height, 8 stories, 240 meters. Mass, 1.28 million tons. Staff, 150 people. Warship weapons, 28 4-star heavy missile silos, 8 5-star super cruise missile silos, 63-star close and weapons defense guns, 34-star medium-range interceptor missiles, T1 level 4-star heavy cruiser fighter, 180 units, T1 level 4-star heavy bomber, 90 units, T1 level 4-star super powerful cruiser mech, 120 units, T1 level 4-star heavy radar cruiser reconnaissance aircraft, 30 units. T2 level 5-star, natural barrier, Fire Phoenix heavy cannon, 2,800 mm caliber, capable of firing the Blazing Phoenix cannon, precharges energy, 5/5, can be installed at a lower level. Fire Phoenix super powerful cruiser mech, super cluster energy converter, increases weapon output by 50% and reduces energy consumption by 10%. Heavy cruiser fighter, increases the speed of heavy weapon attacks by 20% and attack power by 5%. Brother Long, our Fire Phoenix warship's stats have actually reached the standard natural barrier class. The number of carrier-based aircraft has also increased threefold. Zhou Zhilan looked at the very detailed stats of the Fire Phoenix and seriously doubted whether her Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier was actually a natural barrier class warship. Its aircraft capacity is a staggering 4 times that of other T1 class 3-star aircraft carriers, primarily due to its massive size and Halong's design inspired by the Hive aircraft carrier. It's still a near Xinjiang class, only its weight prevents it from reaching the true Xinjiang class standard. However, its sheer number of carrier-based aircraft means it's not afraid to confront a genuine T1 class Xinjiang class warship. Halong was initially taken aback by the enhanced data of the Fire Phoenix, and now, even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't afford to be too. Now that the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier is so massive, won't it be too conspicuous for us to sail out like this? After a while, Zhou Zhilan regained her composure and asked Halong. I already thought of that. The entire Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier is heavily camouflaged, with paint camouflage, concealment camouflage, and optical camouflage being the most extensive. Once we activate the camouflage, the warship will conceal half of its hull, rendering it ineffective against radar and even visual inspection. That's impressive. Then there's no problem. Zhou Zhilan removed her worries and gently took Halong's arm. Well, as long as it's not a T3 level or higher radar specifically targeting us, there shouldn't be any problems. Playing dumb to outmaneuver the enemy is Halong's constant strategy. The Fire Phoenix hides 2/3 of its combat power, ready to unleash its full potential at crucial moments. Zhou Zhilan, still amazed, continued, the cruise fighter shouldn't attract much attention as long as it doesn't use excessive cruising speed. But what about the super powerful cruise mech? Such exaggerated heavy firepower, it's practically a war machine. Chapter 24. Halong nodded. Zhou Zhilan's question was spot on. He smiled and replied, we can set permissions for the super powerful cruise mech, having its firepower output. Although it's still a fierce firepower mech, it will avoid attracting a lot of attention. Normally, high-end mech configurations are standard practice for warships to minimize scrutiny. Zhou Zhilan nodded, agreeing with Halong's method. Brother Long, I finally understand why your modifications are so expensive. You install dozens of different detection radars, all top-tier T1 versions. Zhou Zhilan then tested the radar, observing its ultra-long-range detection capabilities. She finally understood why her Fire Phoenix modifications were so costly. Look at the data. Halong wanted to remind Zhou Zhilan that relying solely on surface data wasn't always accurate, the effectiveness mattered. Zhou Zhilan had already noticed. Wait! Brother Long, you already integrated all those designs? That's right, I combined 108 radar designs together, with thousands of holographic radars monitoring, allowing them to detect even the slightest energy, microorganisms, and medium fluctuations. Halong certainly wouldn't say it was the effect of the system's enhanced skills. He knew some of the principles, but implementing them himself would be difficult. Brother Long, you're amazing. It feels even stronger than a T3 class 4-star warship. Those 400 million in modification materials seem well worth it. Zhou Zhilan wasn't stupid. She knew how Long had mobilized 400 million in materials all along, but she hadn't interfered. Now that the modification results were in, It was all worth it. Actually, even if the results weren't ideal, Zhou Zhilan wouldn't have said anything. The main reason is thanks to the Fire Phoenix itself. I simply optimized and integrated all its functions, reducing its energy consumption by 30%, and then tripled its energy storage space and increased its energy transmission speed by 8 times. Therefore, all the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier's weaknesses have been eliminated. Young Master, Captain, Lilies thinks you should check the cruise fighters, the super powerful cruise mechs, and the hidden main cannons. Lilies, understanding, knew that Halong and Zhou Zhilan wanted to keep a low profile and hide their trump cards as much as possible, so he quickly suggested. Could it be? Reminded by Lilies, Zhou Zhilan reacted and quickly retrieved all the heavily armed cruise fighters. Looking at the fighter data, especially the first 60 which were purple, Zhou Zhilan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, these 60 fighters are all of the heavenly barrier quality. What is heavenly barrier quality? It means possessing the power to fight beyond one's level, meaning its combat strength surpasses the barrier, and it can contend with the 4-star level above. A T1 class 5-star chasm crossing fighter jet can rival, or even surpass, a T2 class 4-star fighter jet. That's the combat power to overcome any obstacle. Enough to make everyone's heart flutter. Yes, that's right. Halong then pulled up the data for the super powerful cruise mechs, a full 45-star chasm crossing mechs. These are definitely the ace mechs of the Fire Phoenix carrier. As for the T2 class chasm crossing Fire Phoenix cannon, it's even more formidable. Its single shot possesses the power of a T3 class 4-star main cannon, a terrifying main cannon unprecedented in T1 warships. Brother Long, I set all this data to highest access, only you and I can view it. Zhou Zhilan immediately stepped forward, took over the virtual holographic control panel, and entered a series of permissions. After Zhou Zhilan finished setting everything up, Halong said to Lilies, Lilies, come into the virtual combat space too. You can find more inspiration from the warship battles. Yes, young master. Lilies quickly agreed, feeling puzzled. What was the virtual combat space? Halong hadn't explained, and she didn't intend to ask. Entering the virtual combat space directly replaced sleep, giving them more time than others. In the morning, Lilies emerged from the virtual combat space excitedly and told Halong, Young Master, I really found many design directions for warships in the warship battles. Very good. This way, Lilies can continue to improve, and breaking through to T4 level engineer won't be difficult. So keep up the good work, Halong praised. The red-faced Spider Queen truly lived up to her reputation. As a born engineer, she was cunning and resourceful. With 8 legs, she worked faster than 8 people. He was already thinking, I bring back some more red-faced Spider Queens later. Reporting, Captain, First Mate, all 350 crew members of the Fire Phoenix are present. Requesting instructions. Zhou Zhilan, Halong, and Lilies arrived at the repair shop. The entire Fire Phoenix crew was already assembled. Wang Silin stepped forward to report. At ease? Fellow crew members, welcome to the Fire Phoenix warship. Please remember here, only ability matters. The capable rise to the top. Zhou Zhilan began her address, telling them that those with ability would be given higher positions. Yes, sir. The 350 crew members shouted excitedly. Zhou Zhilan nodded in satisfaction. The massive Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier had already appeared above her. Although the crew members were trying to suppress their excitement, some murmurs escaped their lips, all due to their overwhelming shock. Even with 50% disguise, the Fire Phoenix mothership was still nearly a T2 class aircraft carrier, enough to instill fear in others. Zhou Zhilan was satisfied with the crew's performance and immediately issued the order, begin the 2-day sea trial. All crew members, board the mothership. Once inside, your assigned positions will be displayed. Team leaders, lead your teams well and report any issues immediately. Yes, sir. After the crew members were in place and familiar with the ship for an hour, Zhou Zhilan announced the order. Ding! Attention all units, the Fire Phoenix crew's mothership has officially set sail for the sea trial. First destination, Area 956, outside the star-damaged battlefield. My order, activate carrier power and depart. Yes, sir. In Area 957, outside the star-damaged battlefield, on the virtual holographic projection inside the White Horse warship, Li Bai, Qin Shaoxian, and Nandong Liyun faced off. Nandong Liyun, you want to gamble with me on a contracted warship? Li Bai looked at Nandong Liyun in disbelief. He was deliberately offending him, but their hatred didn't seem that great. Gambling on a contracted warship is like gambling on the future. This is no joke. But today, Nandong Liyun seems to have lost his mind, immediately challenging Li Bai to a contracted warship. It has a sinister undertone. What, are you scared? Scared? How about we bet something else? Nandong Liyun looked at Li Bai with a predatory gaze, like he was eyeing prey. What are we betting on? Li Bai asked instinctively, wanting to see what Nandong Liyun was up to. Betting on your sister, Li Yun. Nandong Liyun uttered words that infuriated Li Bai. Nandong Liyun, are you courting death? Hearing Nandong Liyun's words, Li Bai stared intently at him, a surge of rage rising within him. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on his sister must die, no matter who he is. At this moment, Li Bai is looking at Nandong Liyun as if he were already dead. Then, forget about betting your sister. Let's bet all the shares of the Star Silver Mine on White Jade Planet. Nandong Liyun was startled by Li Bai's expression, and quickly changed the bet. He was just using Li Bai as a prelude. Was it really necessary to get so angry? Heh. I see now, so you tied yourself to Lian, and that's why you're here to seize my Star Silver Mine shares for him. After going through all that, Li Bai finally understood Nandong Liyun's scheme. It turned out he was the one manipulating things behind the scenes. White Jade Planet belongs to the Li family. Even if Nandong Liyun seizes the Star Silver Mine, he wouldn't dare to mine it at such high costs unless he resells it to someone else at a low price. But doing so might be a losing proposition for him. But it's different with Lian behind it. He can mine it openly and honestly, since healthy competition is allowed within the family. Since the shares have fallen into Lian's hands, it only proves that Li Bai is incapable of protecting them. Chapter 25. So what if I am? If you're scared, then don't gamble. Since Li Bai already knew, Nandong Liyun said confidently. Li Bai was their prey, and a prey without claws. If it weren't for the orders to keep a low profile, they would have already found another way to get rid of him. I'm scared of you. I bet on a warship, plus 50 million star coins. If you don't dare gamble, you're a coward. Li Bai was now ruthless. He believed that the warship Halong had modified for him possessed combat power unprecedented among T1 class 4-star warships. This time, Nandong Liyun hesitated. He wasn't sure if Li Bai had any other trump cards. If he lost, he would be completely penniless, and would also have to bear the wrath of his family and superiors. He quickly sent a star message to Lian, telling him the current situation and asking if Li Bai had any other trump cards. Having learned that Li Bai's trump cards were limited, Nandong Liyun felt reassured and immediately agreed to the bet. Alright, I bet with you. The other two remained silent, seemingly just spectators like Qin Shaoxian. Soon, Li Bai and Nandong Liyun signed the bet contract. The warship wasn't explicitly mentioned, as warships were not recognized or protected under the laws of the Tokus Empire. As for star coins, precious ores, and weapons, contracts could be signed directly, overseen by the Empire, and subject to taxation. Regarding the contracted warship bet, both were from powerful families, and weren't worried about the other party defaulting on their bets, as that would be a disgrace to their families, and their families wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Soon, the scope of the battle was determined, and both sides began piloting their warships into the arena. The first ship to appear was a T1 class 4-star heavy destroyer piloted by Nandong Liyun. He smugly commanded his destroyer into battle, its hull covered in thick armor. Protected by this armor, he believed himself invincible, and began to mock Li Bai. Li Bai, it's not too late for you to beg for mercy. I only take your battleship's contract heart. I won't destroy your ship. Ha ha ha. Without a contract heart, Li Bai would lose 10% of his skill boost, a devastating blow. You think you can't break my turtle shell? Li Bai retorted to Nandong Liyun. Your 1,000mm heavy battleship can penetrate my armor, but it would take more than 10 shots to do so. Besides, I already destroyed it several times before that, Nandong Liyun said, feigning confidence. He had already obtained information about Li Bai's battleship, and made ample preparations. As long as Li Bai didn't let his guard down, his chances of victory were over 95%. After all, while battleships have high attack power, their speed is relatively slow, and in the end, the battleship will still win. Is that so? Since the 1,000mm main guns aren't powerful enough, how about replacing them with 1,300mm main guns? And it's a T1 class 4-star heavy cruiser. Li Bai piloted his White Horse heavy cruiser, its large caliber main guns subtly locking onto Nandong Liyun's destroyer. Li Bai, isn't your warship a heavy battleship? How come it's a cruiser? An especially modified one at that. Nandong Liyun stared at Li Bai's White Horse warship, especially its main guns, and was almost paralyzed with fear. Heavy cruisers aren't scary, What's scary is a heavy cruiser with large caliber main guns, top-tier main guns at that, which perfectly counter his own warship. After all, cruisers have speed, and with large caliber main guns, they can wear him down. How is this possible? Didn't Lian say Li Bai only had one modified battleship? Nandong Liu might lose. Chinan stood up in his warship's control room, staring at the newly appeared White Horse cruiser, his face full of disbelief. They had spent a fortune to get Li Bai's modification master out early, preventing his heavy cruiser from being modified in time. But what did he see now? A modified heavy cruiser, its main gun caliber exceeding T1 level, entering the T2 level warship caliber range. Although it might not be as powerful as a standard T2 level main gun, its firepower was still immense. Young Master Qin, what do we do? Li Chong, the virtual projection, asked Chinan. He was just a follower, with no autonomy whatsoever. If Nandong Lian loses, I find a way to force Li Bai into a betting duel. You cooperate with me at any time, Chinan instructed Li Chong. It won't be easy for Li Bai to win. Even if he wins, half of his warship's energy will be depleted. We can force him into the betting duel then. Yes, young Master Qin, I know what to do, Li Chong quickly replied obsequiously. Nandong Lian is really messed up this time. He's here to test his skills on Li Bai. Compared to the tension of Chinan and his men, Qin Shaoxian was much more relaxed, wearing a look of schadenfreude. If Li Bai's warship were still a heavily armored battleship, then Nandong Liu's scheme would truly succeed. Unfortunately, it wasn't. How long was a timely intervention? The White Horse warship rapidly approached the destroyer, its main guns already locked onto it. Fire! Once within range, Li Bai waved his hand, immediately ordering the main guns to fire. Today, he intended to use Nandong Liu's warship as a sacrifice. Whoosh! The massively powerful main guns fired, emitting a dazzling light, rapidly bombarding the destroyer. At this moment, no one doubted the power of these main guns. Ding! Electromagnetic railgun attack. Please intercept or evade. Quickly! Medium-range missiles. Close and weapon systems, fire to intercept. Main guns, fire back. Nandong Lian shouted anxiously. That was AT-1 class 4-star 1,300mm caliber main gun. Roger. All medium-range missiles launched. All close and weapon systems, enter designated interception range. Main guns. The target is beyond the optimal range of the main guns. Captain, should we fire? Nandong Liu's long-legged first mate inquired. Then let's wait until Li Bai is within optimal firing range before firing. Nandong Liu said helplessly. Outside of optimal range, the firepower would decrease, and it would be easily intercepted by the enemy. How could they fire? Ding! Medium-range missile interception failed. All close and weapon systems fire. Whoosh! 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 A dense barrage of close and weapon systems fired, one after another. Boom! Ding! Enemy main gun interception successful. Haha. Li Bai, your main gun has been intercepted. Now it's my turn. Sail forward quickly and fire when you reach optimal range. Nandong Liu hadn't expected to block Li Bai's main gun. He was confident in his 900mm main gun, believing it could severely damage Li Bai's warship. Nandong Liu is really lucky. Let's also sail forward, being careful to avoid the enemy's main gun. I'm going to blast Nandong Liu's warship to smithereens. Li Bai's lips curled up. His White Horse warship had more than just a main gun, it also had 16 850mm secondary guns. Yes, sir. The two warships sailed towards each other, and soon both radar systems beeped simultaneously. Ding! Target is 1 kilometer away from optimal firing range. Ding! Target has entered optimal firing range. 1 kilometer remaining, main guns locked onto the enemy warship. All secondary guns fire. Blast Nandong Liu's turtle shell. Li Bai laughed. Although his guns were 850mm, thanks to the Gale Storm engine, their range exceeded that of the enemy's 900mm main guns. Hiss! Hiss! The White Horse cruiser fired, 16 white streaks traversing space, carrying the sound of air being torn apart, flying towards Nandong Liu's warship. Ding! Alert! Enemy 16 warship guns are approaching. Please intercept and evade. Ding! Alert! Enemy 16 warship guns are approaching. Please intercept and evade. Don't panic. The enemy's warship guns are definitely outside their optimal range, so their power is greatly reduced. All close and weapon systems fire. Nandong Liu shouted, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Chapter 26. Hold your positions. Our warships are equipped with external armor. These naval guns are far from being able to destroy them. The experienced vice captain quickly stabilized the situation. Clothes and weapon systems were unusable. They had all been fired and were now charging. As for evasive maneuvers, they were powerless. The external armor not only increased defense, but also added weight. The destroyer was now moving like a tortoise on land, with a top speed of only 400 kilometers per hour, making it difficult to evade the shelling. Boom! 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 16 naval guns rained down like arrows on the front of the warship, creating a series of explosions that shook the ship violently. Ding! 2% damage to the frontal external armor. Ding! 25% damage to the frontal external armor. What? That much damage? Nangong Liyun pushed aside his secretary and checked the data on the front of the warship himself. The deep red 25% appeared before his eyes. Fire! After a moment, Nangong Liyun reacted and quickly gave the order. Fleet, the enemy warship is still outside our optimal firing range. Do we really need to fire? The vice captain looked at the radar reconnaissance system and asked Nangong Liyun. What? Wasn't the enemy warship still 1 kilometer away from entering our optimal firing range? Why hasn't it entered yet? Nangong Liyun asked, puzzled. 2 kilometers is easily achievable at a warship speed. The enemy warship drifted to our right, and is currently 5 kilometers outside our optimal firing range, the vice captain said helplessly. Destroyers are already slightly slower than cruisers, and with the current cumbersome nature of destroyers, it's even more difficult to catch up with the enemy warship. Nangong Liyun's lips twitched, but he ultimately said nothing. What could he say? The warship modification was his insistence, all to ambush Li Bai, and then revert the modification back to normal. Then why can Li Bai's secondary guns fire so far? Are their calibers larger than our main guns? Nangong Liyun asked his biggest question, as he couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried. Captain, we were all focused on his near T2 main guns, and didn't notice that his secondary guns are 850mm in caliber. While smaller than our main guns, the difference isn't significant. The vice captain weakly explained, acknowledging his dereliction of duty for not immediately identifying the enemy's full capabilities. What? The secondary guns' calibers are almost the same as our main guns, and their performance is even better? Nangong Liyun shouted, seemingly insane. Yes. Ding, all secondary guns fully charged. The White Horse warship circled the destroyer continuously. 15 minutes later, all 16 secondary guns were fully charged. Captain, the secondary guns are fully charged. Should we fire another salvo? The vice captain asked Li Bai. No rush. Let's wait until the main guns are fully charged. I want to slowly bombard Nangong Liyun's warships, making him feel utter despair. Li Bai smiled calmly and said steadily. He had another reason. He couldn't use all his trump cards at once, or he'd be in trouble next time. Ding, main guns fully charged. All units take note. Proceed at 1,000 kilometers per hour towards the enemy warships. Li Bai leisurely sipped tea in the command room for half an hour before issuing the order. Roger. The White Horse warship made another turn, charging directly at the snail-paced destroyer at 1,000 kilometers per hour. Ding, main gun locked onto the enemy warship ahead, requesting instructions. A star signal came from the main gun control panel. Awaiting orders. Roger, main gun control panel awaiting orders. Ding, enemy warship detected rapidly approaching our position. Please be prepared for battle. On the destroyer, Nangong Liyun also received the report. Captain, enemy warships are charging towards us. Main gun locked on. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity to strike them slip by. Nangong Liyun was unwilling to admit defeat so easily, and besides, he dared not admit defeat. Losing meant losing everything. A similar scene played out again, the radars of both warships beeping simultaneously. Ding, target is 1 kilometer from optimal firing range. Ding, target has entered optimal firing range. Awaiting orders. Fire. Nangong Liyun didn't care about anything else anymore. As long as he could hit the enemy warship, that was enough. Aside from defense, he had no advantage whatsoever. Ding, alarm. Enemy main guns approaching, please give instructions. Launch 8 medium-range missiles to intercept. Warships take evasive action. Li Bai remained calm, as if he had already planned this, and gave the order. Roger. 8 medium-range missiles launched. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 8 medium-range missiles flew rapidly, constantly performing precise calculations to intercept the main guns. Brother Long, Li Bai is testing the interception effect of medium-range missiles. In the distance, where the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier was hovering in space, Zhou Zhilan looked at the radar images and said to Hao Long beside her, "The Phoenix mothership's radar is truly powerful. Neither side in a battle might be able to detect the other's situation, yet the Phoenix, from an extremely far distance, had already completed reconnaissance of both sides. Li Bai has the victory firmly in his grasp, so of course he won't miss any performance tests on the White Horse warship." Hao Long and his men came to watch the spectacle while conducting the flight tests. With a boom, one of Li Bai's medium-range missiles collided with Nangong Liuyun's main gun, exploding directly in space. Ding! Medium-range missile interception successful. Order. Cease evasion. Cease evasion. Warship, get within 5 kilometers. Main guns, secondary guns, lock onto the enemy warship's front. Li Bai was extremely excited. The medium-range missiles Hao Long had modified for him were also very powerful. 8 missiles had been successfully intercepted. Now that Nangong Liuyun had even fired his only weapon capable of attacking them, the main gun, the White Horse warship could safely approach within 5 kilometers, and then fire both its secondary and main guns simultaneously. Damn it! How did Li Bai manage to intercept it? What do we do now? Nangong Liuyun asked anxiously to the vice captain. The secondary guns and main battle guns definitely couldn't reach the White Horse cruiser. Irregular movement, all medium-range missiles, and close-in weapon systems ready to intercept the enemy's main guns. The first mate was experienced enough. His contingency plan, for now, would minimize the damage. As for keeping the slow-moving destroyer at a distance from the White Horse cruiser, forget about it. Execute the first mate's orders. Yes, sir. Captain, we entered within 5 kilometers of the enemy's main guns. The White Horse cruiser's first mate reported. Lock onto the front of the enemy warship, all main guns, secondary guns fire. Hearing the first mate's words, Li Bai immediately gave the order. Roger. Main guns fire. Roger. Secondary guns fire. Whoosh. Hiss. A brilliant white light appeared again, this time accompanied by 16 secondary guns, adding to its imposing presence. All medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Intercept the main gun. Because the distance was closer this time, interception was even more difficult. Nangong Liuyun had no choice but to deploy all interception weapons at once, just to intercept the main gun. Chapter 27. Launch all medium-range missiles. Fire all close-in weapon systems. Whoosh. 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 In space, hundreds of missiles and close-in weapon system shells were fired, but none successfully intercepted the main gun. Ding! Interception of main gun failed. Boom! The destroyer was violently shaken by the explosion, and many crew members fell to the ground. Ding! Alarm! 72% loss of forward external armor. Ding! Alarm! 85% loss of forward external armor. Captain, the enemy's main gun has caused us to lose 47% of our external armor in one shot. The vice captain said to Nangong Liuyun in a heavy voice. They lost this time. If they continued fighting, they might be destroyed in one hit. Mainly because Li Bai's main gun was too terrifying. Without external armor, one shot could destroy half of the warship's armor, and a second shot could turn them into interstellar junk. Yes, I understand. Main guns, keep charging. We still have a fighting chance. Nangong Liuyun wasn't stupid, he understood the vice captain's meaning, but he couldn't afford to lose any more. Yes, sir. On the battlefield, the two warships disengaged again. The White Horse warship circled the destroyer like a hungry wolf circling a tortoise shell, ready to tear apart its prey at any moment. Ding! Main guns fully charged. Order, attack in 10 minutes. Li Bai's demeanor was even more calm this time, as if he were doing something very ordinary. Received. Proceed to the enemy ship, fire main guns. 10 minutes later, Li Bai gave the order directly. Yes, sir. With a whoosh, the White Horse cruiser's main guns fired again, the brilliant white light reappearing. Then, the White Horse warship sped towards the destroyer, which only had a speed of 400, at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, its secondary guns locking onto it from afar. Brother Long, Li Bai is testing the main gun's interception capability. Zhou Zhilan understood Li Bai's intention. Continuing to test the main gun was likely because she was still bothered by its earlier interception. Hao Long smiled. If it were him, he would have done the same as Li Bai. As a captain, mastering one's warship is crucial. If one doesn't even understand their own warship, how can they unleash its full power? Ding! electromagnetic railgun is attacking again. Please take evasive action. Quickly, medium-range missiles, close and weapon systems, fire. We successfully intercepted it the first time. We must intercept it this time too. Nandong Liyun, suppressing his fear of the main gun, quickly began giving orders. Roger, all medium-range missiles launched, all close and weapon systems in designated interception positions. Ding, medium-range missile launched. Ding, medium-range missile interception failed. Quickly, all close and weapon systems fire. Hearing that the medium-range missile interception had failed, Nandong Liyun's heart sank again. Ding, all close and weapon systems have fired. Ding, alarm, close and weapon system failed to intercept. Boom! Ah! Nandong Liyun screamed in frustration at the failed close and weapon system interception. Ding, alarm, forward external armor of the warship is damaged. Ding, alarm, forward hull armor lost 25%. Main guns, prepare. As soon as their secondary guns fire, we fire too. Nandong Liyun hurriedly gave the order, fearing he would miss the only chance to attack the White Horse warship. He also had a talent skill as a trump card, which could increase the main gun's attack power by 3 times. Given a chance to strike, he could succeed. Order. Warship slow down, continue circling the destroyer, and wait for the main guns to recharge. Looking at the battered destroyer, Li Bai decided against taking the risk and continued bombarding Nandong Liyun with the main guns to test them out. Captain, the enemy warship is 5 kilometers outside the optimal firing range of the main guns, and it's turning. Seeing Nandong Liyun preparing to attack, the vice captain reported based on radar reconnaissance information. Damn it! Hearing the vice captain's words, Nandong Liyun almost vomited blood in anger. Li Bai wasn't giving him a chance at all. Fire! After the main guns were fully charged, the White Horse cruiser returned, and Li Bai immediately ordered them to fire. With a whoosh, the main gun shot through the air with awe-inspiring power. Ding! Electromagnetic railgun attacking again, please take evasive action. Quickly, launch all medium-range missiles, close and weapon systems fire to intercept. Main guns lock onto the enemy ship. Seeing the main guns fire again, the familiar scene flashed before Nandong Liyun's eyes, and he shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Received. Ding! Medium-range missile interception failed. Ding! Close and weapon system interception failed. However, to Nandong Liyun's disappointment, all interceptions failed again. Boom! Ding! Alarm! 70% damage to the forward hull. Ding! Alarm! Report the enemy warship's location. 5 consecutive alarms. Nandong Liyun, unwilling to give up, demanded the vice captain pinpoint Li Bai's location. Report, the enemy warship is not approached. It remains 5 kilometers outside the optimal firing range of its main guns. Li Bai. Nandong Liyun completely gave up resistance this time, slumping down. Li Bai's warship was not approaching. Its main guns were beyond their optimal range, making it easy to intercept and evade. Then his innate skills won't shine at all. Captain, the enemy's main gun recharge time is 30 minutes. If we fail to intercept the main gun next time, it be gone? After Nandong Liyun recovered somewhat, the vice captain managed to say these words with difficulty. I surrender. Nandong Liyun gritted his teeth, using all his strength to say these words. Yes. Pass the order down, warship shut down power, and send out the surrender signal. After receiving Nandong Liyun's approval, the vice captain quickly relayed the order. Received, begin shutting down the power center. Received, send out the surrender signal. Captain! Nandong Liyun's destroyer has sent out the surrender signal, and shut down the power center. The vice captain of the White Horse cruiser reported to Li Bai. Understood. Continue recharging the main gun. Li Bai did not immediately accept Nandong Liyun's surrender, but waited for the main gun to finish recharging. During this time, Nandong Liyun did not make any move, but quietly waited for the White Horse warship's main gun to finish recharging. Young Master Qin, young Master Nandong has signaled his surrender. What do we do? Li Chong asked Qin obsequiously. Li Bai's warship suffered no damage whatsoever. What else can we do? I already reported to my superiors, and ordered them to come and provide support. We both go, and hold Li Bai back in a bit. Qin looked at the cannons of the White Horse warship. He didn't have the courage for a one-on-one fight, nor did he dare take on Li Chong alone. After all, Li Chong was just cannon fodder. Not far from the star-damaged battlefield, the 5 warships that had been moving slowly suddenly received the signal, and began rushing at full speed towards the outer perimeter of the star-damaged battlefield. Issue the order. We accept Nangong Liuyun's surrender. Have all personnel evacuate the destroyers. Anyone who resists will be shot on sight. Li Bai issued the order with a serious expression. Since he had surrendered, he should act like one. Yes, sir. Chapter 28. Brother Long, Qin An's 2 warships are causing trouble. Qin Shaoxian can't show his face, and Li Bai is fighting 2 against 1, he'd definitely be tied up. Zhou Xilan looked at the radar report, marveling at the power of the ultra-long-range, fully controlled radar, which she found increasingly captivating. She explained the situation, and asked Haolong for his opinion on whether to provide support. Xilan, issue the battle orders, but it's best not to let Qinan and the others discover them. Haolong agreed to provide support, and requested that they remain concealed. Not to mention that Li Bai was their friend, considering the past grudge between them, and Nangong Liyun, helping them was a must. Okay. Hearing Haolong's approval and his instruction to give the orders, Zhou Xilan didn't hesitate and issued several battle orders in quick succession. Fire Phoenix Mech Squad 1, set up your cannons outside the enemy ship's radar detection range. Squads 2 and 3, lie in ambush on the left and right flanks of the enemy ship respectively, awaiting the vice captain's order to attack. Roger. 28 4-star heavy missiles, charging and ready, 2 5-star super cruise missiles, charging. Zhou Xilan finally charged the powerful 5-star super missiles, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Roger. Qinan, please be mindful of your actions. Do not approach any further. Li Bai wasn't stupid, he quickly noticed that Qinan and his team were using the receiver as a cover to gradually approach the warship, so he contacted Qin An's warship to warn them. Li Bai, you know you have to hand over Nangong Liuyun's warship sooner or later. It's better to let go now, and we can pretend nothing happened. At least you got the 50 million star coins wager, you didn't lose out. Qinan was arrogant, and didn't pretend anymore, openly stating his purpose. In fact, as long as the Nandong family negotiates with the Li family will definitely make Li Bai hand over Nangong Liuyun's warship. This warship is my spoils of war, and I must reclaim it now. Unauthorized personnel, please do not obstruct me. Li Bai wasn't buying it. Qin An's words reminded him that he couldn't directly take Nangong Liuyun's contract heart, but selling it at auction was still an option. Li Bai, I challenge you now. A duel will have to wait until I take my spoils back. Li Bai didn't immediately agree, insisting on taking Nangong Liuyun's warship back. He wasn't afraid that Qinan and his group would attack his warship first, which would be tantamount to declaring war on their families. Li Bai, taking it back later is the same. How about we have a mecha battle first? Qinan and Li Chong's 2 warships approached Nangong Liuyun's warship from the left and right, attempting to prevent Li Bai from activating it. Qinan, don't go too far. Li Bai has the right to take his spoils. Qin Shaoxian also began piloting his warship to intercept Qin An's. Qin Shaoxian, you have no right to speak here. How dare you betray us? I tell Dad. Qinan was humiliated by Qin Shixian's actions, and immediately threatened him. Qin Shaoxian was his half-brother, and he was the rightful young patriarch of the Qin family. He never expected that Qin Shaoxian would try to obstruct him. Li Bai. Qin Shaoxian wanted to say something more. Order, launch 4 4-star missiles, targeting the left and right flanks of the Nangong Liyun warship. Zhou Xilan's lips curled slightly. Since you want to delay, I won't let you have your way. Roger, 4-star missiles 1, 2, 3, and 4 launched, targeting the left and right flanks of the Nangong Liyun warship, targets locked, launch. Roger. Whoosh. Whoosh. 4 4-star missiles were launched, hurtling through the air, and leaving 4 white streaks as they slammed into the sides of the Nangong Liyun warship. Beep beep beep. 4-star missile cannon detected. Evasion recommended. Quickly, get away from Nangong Liuyun's warship. Qinan ordered without hesitation. His own warship was more important. The loss of Nangong Liuyun's warship was insignificant to him. As Qin An's warship moved a short distance away, the missile cannon struck the Nangong Liyun warship from the side. Boom! The explosive force was far greater than Li Bai's main gun attack. Li Chong hesitated, his evasive maneuvers too slow, and the missiles grazed his ship before exploding. Beep beep beep. Warning, 30% damage to the starboard side. Hearing that the starboard side was 30% damaged, Li Chong was terrified. If those missiles hit it directly, his warship would be blown to bits. Quick retreat! He cried. He was just an illegitimate son from a collateral branch of the Li family. That warship was his entire fortune, and losing even a small portion was enough to break his heart. Fire the main guns. Bombard them back. I blast them to pieces. Cheenan shouted hysterically, realizing what had happened. He was utterly humiliated. Someone dared to attack him with 4-star missiles. Beep beep beep. Warning. The left side of the warship is locked by 4 4-star missiles. Please take evasive action. Beep beep beep. Warning. The right side of the warship is locked by 4 4-star missiles. Please take evasive action. Beep beep. Warning. Numerous fighter jets and bombers ahead, to the left, and to the right. Energy feedback value is T2 level or higher. Please take defensive measures. Captain, we're surrounded and locked on from 3 sides, and the enemy is a T2 class aircraft carrier. For your safety, we can't fire, the vice captain urgently reminded him, afraid Cheenan would lose face and fire the main guns. Yes, I know. Cheenan was calmer than the vice captain had expected. He did want to fire, but the mere sight of 8 4-star missiles locking on him completely dissuaded him, not to mention the large number of T2 fighters and bombers. He had felt the power of those large missiles. This wasn't the way to die. Ding! Main gun failed to lock onto enemy warship, target outside radar detection range. Hiss. Cheenan and the vice captain gasped together. The enemy warship was outside their radar detection range, which was a serious matter. The enemy radar could now guide 4-star missiles to attack them. Once the battle started, they would be on the defensive the entire time, or they might die without ever seeing the enemy warship. Quickly retreat. The enemy's radar might be a T2 class 4-star. Cheenan was unwilling but helpless. The enemy had actually deployed a T2 class aircraft carrier. Even now, his radar hadn't captured any images of enemy fighters or bombers, let alone recorded them. Find out who they are. I remember this grudge. I make them pay later. Yes, Captain. I arrange for someone to investigate immediately. The vice captain left immediately. Cheenan smashed things wildly. Li Bai Qin Shaoxian, you just wait. It's that aircraft carrier again. You all just wait. I repay you 100-fold. Li Bai, you have reinforcements? A T2 class aircraft carrier. Qin Shaoxian asked Li Bai excitedly, also taken aback by the powerful missiles. Chapter 29. It's not a T2, it's a T1 aircraft carrier. You know them, we're quite close. Li Bai shook his head, not mentioning Halong and the others. Since they weren't coming out, it was to avoid trouble. Their help was already more than enough. Who? Qin Shaoxian asked suspiciously. Seeing Li Bai's reluctance to answer, he had to think for himself, 2 names already forming in his mind. Cheenan, we're here to support you. We arrive in 20 minutes. Cheenan, who was retreating, suddenly received a satellite message from the 5 warships that had come to his aid. Quick, come quickly. Li Bai actually has reinforcements, a T2 class aircraft carrier. This overjoyed Cheenan. Of the 5, 2 were T3 class destroyers and an aircraft carrier, and the other 3 were T2 class warships. Then try to delay them as much as possible. We're on our way at maximum speed. Don't worry, they can't leave unless they give up taking the destroyer, Heart of Contract, or they have a harvester ship. Cheenan said confidently. Shilon, Li Bai dragging Nangong Liuyun's warship is a problem. Help him deal with it. From inside the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, Halong's projection spoke to Zhou Shilon. Li Bai dragging a slow-moving tortoise shell like this is also a problem. He eventually fall into someone else's encirclement again. But Nangong Liuyun's Heart of Contract is still on the destroyer. Without a specialized dismantling and repair shop, it's very difficult to remove the Heart of Contract unless it's directly blown up or there's a harvester ship, a special warship specifically for harvesting Hearts of Contract. You mean? That's right, bomb the destroyer. Halong revealed an evil smile. Great idea. Zhou Shilon exclaimed, you're really something. Li Bai, how about we use the main guns to destroy the external armor? Otherwise, we're too slow, Qin Shaoxian suggested. Once we use the main guns, and the secondary guns destroy the external armor, Cheenan will immediately press forward. We won't be able to leave. He imprisoned us for half an hour. Li Bai shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. If the main guns were on cooldown, Cheenan could easily bully them, and blocking their way would be normal. Then what do we do? This isn't working. Ding. Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier requests connection projection. The 2 chatting seemed a little surprised by this request. After all, Halong had always wanted to hide his strength. Realizing what he meant, Li Bai quickly nodded. Agreed. Li Bai, have the personnel on the destroyer evacuate. Shilon will help you destroy those external armors, otherwise, you won't be able to leave, Halong said directly to Li Bai. Halong, thank you. I get on it right away. Li Bai and Qin Shixian's eyes lit up. Having those missiles to help deal with the external armor was fantastic. Haolong was truly a lifesaver. The problem they were still struggling with had been solved by Haolong in an instant. Seeing the personnel on the destroyer evacuate, Nandong Liyun and the others were happy, thinking Li Bai intended to abandon taking it. But then, with a whoosh, 9 4-star missiles arrayed themselves in the sky, drawing 3 parallel lines, displaying their beautiful grandeur. No! On Qin An's warship, Nandong Liyun witnessed his despair as 9 large missiles roared towards his contracted destroyer. Boom! 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 At that moment, all the warship's radars detected the situation of the bombarded destroyer. After all, the power of those missiles was simply too great. The destroyer's 4 external armor plates were completely gone, and even half of its hull armor was missing. The wreckage was a terrifying sight. Is Zhou Zhilan's ship an aircraft carrier? The power of these missiles isn't much different from a T-2 class 3-star missile ship, right? The only difference is the number. Qin Shaoxian was extremely shocked. They had both clearly seen the firepower of the Phoenix aircraft carrier's missiles. Ahem. Li Bai, this isn't the time to admire missiles. Seeing the 2 stunned people, Haolong's lips curled slightly as he reminded Li Bai. Although he knew the power of the missiles in the virtual world, the visual impact of seeing them in reality was still shocking. Okay. Order, mech warriors, board the destroyer and check if it can still sail. Roger. Haolong thanks you for your help. After giving the order, Li Bai quickly thanked Haolong. Don't mention it. Nandong Liyun is also my enemy. Haolong hadn't forgotten that Nandong Liyun wanted to spy on his Zhilan, so he had to take advantage of any opportunity to kill him. Yes, I understand. Li Bai nodded quickly. He knew, of course, that Nandong Liyun had been punished by Haolong to the point that he hadn't dared to come to the academy for 2 months. Therefore, they all understood that joking with Haolong was fine, but joking with Zhou Zhilan was out of the question. That would be playing with fire. Captain, the destroyer's propulsion system only has some minor issues, but the other systems. Yes, I understand. Don't worry about the rest. I have someone go and evacuate the destroyer now. Li Bai quickly interrupted the mecha warrior's report. The person responsible for blowing up the destroyer was still here. He wasn't afraid the mecha warrior would blast him, but he was more afraid the mecha warrior would destroy his contract heart. Besides, he really only needed the complete destroyer propulsion system. As for the rest, he could just dismantle it when he got back. Whether it was complete or broken, it would only differ by a few star coins. He didn't care. What he cared about was the 500 million value contract heart. Captain, the destroyer's propulsion is somewhat affected. It can only maintain a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour. All other systems, control rooms, etc., have been shut down. Good. Full speed ahead, follow the White Horse warship and retreat from here. Li Bai was overjoyed. His heart was finally relieved. He said to Haolong again, Haolong, thank you so much this time. I treat you to dinner next time. Okay, anyway, you made a fortune today. We go to paradise on Earth and rip you off. Haolong smiled. Can I take back what I just said? Li Bai asked weakly. What do you think? Haolong said, then closed the virtual projection connection. Haolong, let's go too. Watching Li Bai use the White Horse cruiser to assist in towing the destroyer away at full speed, quickly disappearing from radar range, Zhou Zhilan also said to Haolong. After all, it's a dangerous place to linger. 2 warships they'd been suppressing were still in the distance, clearly indicating they had reinforcements. Alright. Order everyone to retreat to the aircraft carrier. Withdraw in 3 minutes. Roger. Numerous fighters, bombers, and mechs began returning to the aircraft carrier. Of course, it wasn't a chaotic rush. They organized a staggered withdrawal, demonstrating their military discipline. From the moment they boarded, they were constantly on high alert, executing every action according to standard procedures, allowing no room for error. Li Chang, release all interstellar reconnaissance aircraft. We must track Li Bai in his group's direction, and also gather footage or video of the fighters, bombers, and mechs on the T-2 aircraft carrier. I need to know who that aircraft carrier is. Qinan, watching the fighters disappear from the radar, knew Haolong and his group were about to withdraw and quickly ordered Li Chang. Roger, young Master Qin. Li Chang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Subsequently, the 2 warships launched a total of 20 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, which dispersed and flew towards the direction Li Bai had retreated. Qinan and Li Chang's warships followed behind, contacting the supporting fleet and instructing them to arrive at a faster speed. Chapter 30. Brother Long, Qinan and the others are really restless. 20 T1 level 4-star reconnaissance drones. Zhou Zhilan said with a smile to Hao Long, who had just returned. Yeah, let's get some exercise too. Hao Long gestured invitingly. Okay. Zhou Zhilan took Hao Long's hand and walked towards the interstellar fighter control room. This room housed 30 personnel, each operating 6 unmanned fighters, 3 bombers, and 1 radar reconnaissance drone. The 65-star fighters were also allocated to each person, 2 of them, though their data indicated they were quasi-5-star. While still valuable, they were essentially different from true 5-star fighters. Order: Fighter Squadron, with concealment as the primary objective, shoot down all 20 enemy reconnaissance drones. Upon arriving at the control room, Zhou Zhilan released Hao Long's hand and solemnly issued the order. Roger. Squadron leader Pang Sihua quickly stood up to receive the order. Then, the 1st and 2nd fighter squadrons issued orders. Order: 1st Squadron, 2nd Squadron, each person marks 1 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft for a dual strike, under the condition of concealing yourselves, and ensure their complete annihilation. Roger. Then, the fighter crews controlled 2 5-star fighter jets and took off, flying towards their respective marked targets. They continuously designed attack routes based on the movements of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Ding! Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has not detected any enemy warships, expanding the search. Chinan and his team's drones were also constantly searching, but they neglected the space above. Li Bai and the others are really fast. Order: have the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft accelerate their search in the direction they retreated. Find Li Bai and the others. Chinan, watching the projected reconnaissance drones, received another report of nothing, and issued another order. Roger. The 20 drones accelerated rapidly, quickly sweeping across the starry sky, leaving only fleeting shadows. Order: fighter jets will attack in 1 minute. Each group should time their attack accordingly. Squadron leader Pang Sihua issued the attack time, and each member adjusted the speed of their fighter jets to strike the target simultaneously. Don't worry, young Master Qin. With the speed of our reconnaissance drones, we quickly locate Li Bai's escape position. He won't be able to escape then. Li Chong, not forgetting to flatter Chinan, said. 3, 2, 1, attack. Simultaneously, seeing the reconnaissance drones passing low overhead, Pang Sihua also issued the attack order. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 40 fighter jets appeared in the starry sky, firing thousands of missiles at the departing reconnaissance drones before disappearing into the night. Thousands of anti-tank missiles, traveling at incredible speed, caught up with the still rapidly flying reconnaissance aircraft. The reconnaissance planes only had time to react before being struck by the barrage of missiles. Boom! 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 None of the 20 reconnaissance planes survived. They were continuously destroyed in space, turning into a series of exploding flowers. Chinan tried to speak, but all the reconnaissance plane projections suddenly went black. Ding! Alarm! Under enemy attack. All reconnaissance planes have been destroyed. Please be aware of the situation. What's going on? Quickly form a defensive formation. Chinan was shocked and quickly gave the order. As for Li Chong, he was already terrified and hadn't even given the order to defend. Seeing Li Chong's expression, Chinan cursed him inwardly useless. After confirming there were no fighter jets attacking them, he said, Vice Captain, quickly review the video of the reconnaissance planes being attacked, and you too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Li Chong, now fully aware of the situation, quickly bowed and scraped. Young Master Qin, I haven't detected any enemy fighters, only footage of their extremely fast attack speed, suspected to be T2 class 4-star fighters, or even higher. Li Chong quickly received the message from the Vice Captain and reported to Chinan. He only had 5 reconnaissance planes, so his reports were quick. Captain, our reconnaissance planes haven't captured any enemy fighters either, only that these attacks were sudden and extremely fast. Many reconnaissance planes didn't even have time to dodge. Chinan's Vice Captain also reported, the situation not much different from Li Chong's. Destroying 20 reconnaissance planes simultaneously without being detected. Just how powerful are the enemy's fighter jets? Young Master Qin, let's wait for reinforcements. Li Chong, in the virtual projection, looked frightened and said to Chinan in a trembling voice. That's the only way. Chinan glanced at Li Chong, but ultimately chose to wait. After all, he valued his life too. As for Nandong Liyun, who seemed to want to say something, he ultimately remained silent. After all, others had done their best, and they wouldn't risk their lives for their contracted warship. Reporting, Captain, First Officer, the fighter jets have completed their mission. Shoot down the reconnaissance planes in their blind spots as quickly as possible, requesting instructions. After the fighter jets completed their mission, Pang Sihua stood up and reported to Zhou Zhilan and Haolong. "You done a great job. Order all fighter jets to return to base. We also withdraw from here." Exactly 3 minutes later, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier began its operation. "Roger. Order, all fighter jets return to base." The fighter squadron leader relayed the order to his crew. "Yes, sir." Reporting to the captain, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier has started up. Its destination is Area 227, outside the star-damaged battlefield. 6 4-star radar reconnaissance aircraft have been deployed, expanding the carrier's radar reconnaissance range by 1/3. Zhou Zhilan and Haolong returned to the warship's command center, where Huang Silin reported. "I understand. Silin, you can go now." Zhou Zhilan nodded. She was very satisfied with Huang Silin as the deputy captain. She had done a very competent job. As for Haolong, he had always held a nominal deputy captain position. The Fire Phoenix was too small to retain him. "Zhilan, if their loyalty is sufficient, and we thoroughly investigate their backgrounds, we can bring them into the virtual combat space," Haolong said to Zhou Zhilan after watching Huang Silin leave. They needed more virtual combat experience to hone their skills. "I will, but it will take some time to understand their backgrounds." Zhou Zhilan understood Haolong's meaning. In fact, she had already begun her investigation secretly, but progress was slow. No rush. There are still more than half a month until the autumn hunting competition. If they can train for a week, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier's combat power will reach a new level. Currently, only 29 are sufficiently loyal. That's enough time for me to investigate thoroughly. Zhou Zhilan nodded. Even if Haolong didn't say it, she would have brought it up, provided they possessed sufficient loyalty. "Alright, then I won't say anything more." Haolong nodded. He and Zhou Zhilan had a very high level of mutual trust, both in terms of ability and loyalty. Ding, reporting to the captain, a fleet of warships has been spotted engaged in combat ahead. The reconnaissance aircraft has transmitted the footage. Half an hour into the carrier's voyage, Huang Silin used the ship's virtual projection to appear before Zhou Zhilan. "Good. I understand. Pass the order down to all units to prepare for battle." Zhou Zhilan clicked on the virtual hologram and opened the video transmitted by the reconnaissance aircraft. "Yes, sir." Chapter 31. T1 Class Space Pirates? At first glance, numerous T1 Class 1 and 2-star warships were visible, along with 3 3-star warships. Most striking was the 4-star warship, flagship, among the pirate fleet. Also, there was one specially made T1 Class 4-star cruiser, and 9 other T1 Class 4-star warships surrounded by pirates. Logically, even if a fleet of 10 T1 Class 4-star warships was outnumbered, it shouldn't be surrounded by over 60 pirate warships. Zhou Zhilan analyzed the situation. "Brother Long, the surrounded fleet is probably running out of energy. Judging from the scratches on the warships, they fought a major battle with the Zerg warships, which is why the pirates were able to take advantage. Yes, and they are warships from the Murong family. We all know that person." Haolong, who had been staring at the specially made 4-star cruiser, confidently told Zhou Zhilan. "Murong Xiao Xiao?" They rarely interacted with the Murong family. The only person they and Haolong knew was Murong Xiao Xiao. The Murong family was one of the 2 elite intelligence families, one being the Empire's Interstellar Intelligence Eagle, whose intelligence capabilities were all-encompassing. The other 2 families were the Baishao family and the Murong family, both specializing in intelligence for generations, with intelligence capabilities no less than the Interstellar Intelligence Eagle. "That's right, that heavy cruiser is hers, I seen it before." Haolong nodded affirmatively. This was Murong Shisha's fleet, of course. The other 9 4-star warships would be specially made for the Star Domain competition. Right now, everyone was concealing their strength tightly. Once the Star Domain competition began, their power would surge dramatically. "Then what do we do?" Zhou Zhilan asked Haolong, waiting for him to make a decision. After all, they had too many secrets, and attracting the attention of an intelligence family was not a good thing. "Save her. No matter what, she's our classmate from school. We can't just stand by and watch her die." Haolong ultimately chose to save her. He had met Murong Xiao Xiao a few times, and her character was quite good. She was worth saving. "Okay, I understand." Zhou Zhilan nodded. She thought so too. They were classmates, and there was no hatred between them. Saving her was definitely the right thing to do. "Order. Launch 10 4-star missiles in 3 minutes, each locking onto a 1 or 2-star warship ahead." Two 5-star cruise missiles lock onto the pirates' 4-star flagship, awaiting further orders. Order. After the missile bombardment, 90 fighter jets will clear enemy aircraft ahead for the 30 bombers, followed by escort bombers. Order. The 1st Mech Squadron, consisting of 40 cruise mechs led by Vice Captain Halong, will directly eliminate all warships. Zhou Zhilan issued 3 orders in a series of powerful statements. She didn't need to deploy all her missiles and fighter jets against these pirates. Roger. 4-star missile number 7 has locked onto its target. 4-star missile #8. 4-star missile number 16 has locked onto its target. Throughout the Fire Phoenix mothership, the 10 fully charged 4-star missile launchers were activated, ready to launch at any moment. 9 groups of 94-star fighter jets and 3 groups of 34-star bombers are ready and waiting to enter the battlefield. The 1st Mech Squadron has also assembled and is ready to enter the battlefield to hunt down the enemy. Halong's voice rang out. Since he was going to save Murong Xiaoxiao, the space pirates were the enemy, and he would have no sympathy for them. Just then, the pirates besieging Murong Xiaoxiao changed tactics. They won't last long. Concentrate your firepower and destroy the first 3 warships. Yes, sir. All the main guns and naval guns of the 30 pirate warships began to focus fire on Murong Xiaoxiao's destroyer number 5, frigate number 7, and battleship number 2. Murong Xiaoxiao's fleet was instantly in grave danger. The first 3 warships were in imminent peril. Ding! Alarm! Dense main gun and naval gun fire approaching. Order the warships to evade enemy fire to the left. We are preparing to break out. Seeing the dense barrage of shells, the captain of destroyer number 5 did not activate the close-in weapon system, but instead ordered the warship to evade the main gun fire as much as possible to minimize damage. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The warship's energy was almost depleted, and the remaining energy was reserved for breaking out. Boom! Boom! Although destroyer number 5 evaded the fire, it still suffered heavy damage, its hull continuously damaged. Ding! Warship's hull damage 65%, disengagement recommended. An emergency strategic projection meeting was initiated on Murong Xiaoxiao's warship. The projection showed the captains and vice captains of the other 9 warships. Captain number 5, with unwavering resolve, reported to Murong Xiaoxiao, reporting to the commander, destroyer number 5 has suffered 65% hull damage. I implore the commander to approve our deployment as the vanguard, to open a path for you. Captain number 7, commander, frigate number 7 has suffered 56% hull damage. Please approve our deployment as the vanguard, to fight to the death and break through the enemy's encirclement. 2 consecutive reports, both bad news, left Murong Xiaoxiao in a dilemma. Choosing to force a breakout would mean sacrificing at least 2 warships, while holding out for reinforcements was risky, potentially leading to total annihilation. Before she could make a decision, the captain of battleship number 2 reported on his battleship situation, reporting to the commander, battleship number 2 has suffered heavy damage, its main guns have been destroyed. Commander, let's break out. We're willing to fight to the death to break through the encirclement for you. Hearing that battleship number 2's main guns had been destroyed, the other captains no longer remained silent and urged Murong Xiaoxiao to cooperate. Alright. The heavy damage to battleship number 2 made Murong Xiaoxiao determined. If they didn't break out now, they would be waiting to die. Order, destroyer number 5, frigate number 7, advance. Order, cruiser number 1, battleship number 3, provide artillery support. The rest of the warships will follow behind numbers 5 and 7, clearing the way with their strongest firepower. Murong Xiaoxiao's orders were for battleships 5 and 7 to draw fire, allowing the other warships to concentrate their firepower to create an opening. It was cruel, but she had to do this if she wanted to break out. After all, the 10-ship fleet didn't have much energy left. If they ran out of energy and hadn't broken out, they'd be captured. Roger. Murong Xiaoxiao's fleet stopped its passive defense and launched a fierce attack. Boom! Boom! Numerous 4-star cannonballs suddenly struck the 3 small pirate warships. Because the pirate warships had very few close-in weapon systems, all 3 1-star warships were destroyed. Fire back. The pirate leader, a seasoned veteran, guessed that Murong Xiaoxiao's fleet was low on energy and immediately ordered a counterattack. Yes, sir. Leader, they're trying to break out. On the pirate warship, the vice captain reported to the pirate leader. Order all warships to strengthen their defenses and withstand the attacks from the encircling warships. We absolutely cannot let these star coins slip through our fingers. Pirate leader Huidexing shouted. They had finally found a fat sheep. They couldn't let them escape. After all, The Heart of Contract alone was worth 500 million. Yes! The numerous pirate warships responded enthusiastically. The strengthened defenses of the pirate warships made Murong Xixiao's breakout more difficult. Chapter 32. Commander, the pirates have suddenly strengthened their defenses. We destroyed 3 pirate warships, but we're struggling to break through. Our only chance of survival is to break through. Order all warships to continue concentrating their firepower. Murong Xiaoxiao knew the difficulties were immense, but she had no choice but to fight with a do-or-die spirit. Failure meant certain death. Yes, sir! Murong Xixiao's fleet then concentrated all its firepower, desperately attempting a breakout. However, the pirates retaliated fiercely, relentlessly blocking Murong Xixiao's advance. Reporting, Commander, Warship number 7 has run out of power and sent a farewell signal. Reporting, Commander, Warship number 5 has also sent a farewell signal. I understand. Pass the order down. Cruiser number 1 will lead the charge. If we break through, we live. If we fail, I go with you. The newly adult Murong Xiaoxiao took on the responsibility of the fleet, demonstrating her resolve to fight to the death. Commander, execute the order. Murong Xixiao's attitude was firm, not allowing the vice captain to continue. Yes. Pass down the order, attack. The pirate warships increased their firepower. Seeing Murong Xixiao's fleet unable to break through, Zhou Zhilan knew time was of the essence and began issuing orders. Yes, launch the 4-star missiles. Whoosh! Whoosh! The launch of 10 4-star heavy missiles caused alarm on both sides of the battle, but neither side could escape in a short time. Jet fighters and bombers sortie. 30 fighters and 10 bombers formed a squadron, and the 3 squadrons flew forward in an arrowhead formation. First Mech Squadron, depart. Under Haolong's personal leadership, 4 mech squads formed a mech squadron, following behind the bombers. Order, all warships halt breakout. Halt breakout. Defend in place. The sudden launch of a 4-star large missile shattered Murong Xixiao's desperate attempt to break out. She immediately chose to defend. Beep beep beep. Alarm. Warship locked onto by a 4-star missile cannon. Please take evasive action. Beep beep beep. Alarm. Warship locked onto by a 4-star missile cannon. Please take evasive action. 10 pirate warships were locked onto by missiles, and the warning sounds kept ringing out, causing considerable commotion. Quickly, intercept all missile launches. Close and weapons systems, CIWS, open fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the pirate warships quickly launched all their missiles, and all CIWS opened fire to intercept. Ding! Interception failed. Ding! Interception failed. Heavy missiles are not so easy to intercept, especially since the pirate warships were only 1 or 2-star ships, with very limited missiles and CIWS. Ah! Boom! 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 Pirate warships were destroyed one after another. Because the missile silos had been modified and reinforced, the 4-star large missiles they launched were far more powerful than ordinary 4-star large missiles. Coupled with the poor quality of the pirate warships, a single missile hit would completely destroy the entire vessel. This is a T2 class missile? Hu Dexing was utterly shocked, his face showing terror. He immediately assumed the Fire Phoenix carrier was a T2 class warship. The destruction of 10 warships meant that 1/6 of his strength had been depleted. Chief, we must retreat quickly. This T2 class warship is not something we can afford to mess with. The vice captain was much more level-headed. The issue now wasn't the number of losses. If it truly was a T2 warship, then a swift retreat was the best course of action. Alright, pass the order. Hu Dexing also realized the danger. Those missiles were terrifying. 2 more volleys, and they all be wiped out. Ding, alarm. 90 fighters and 30 bombers detected. Ding, alarm. 30 interstellar mechs detected. Quickly, release all fighters, bombers, torpedo bombers, and mech groups. Hu Dexing's face darkened further. The enemy was a T2 class aircraft carrier. Once air superiority was lost, they would be suppressed, making retreat difficult. Soon, the remaining 40-odd warships released all their fighters, bombers, and mech groups, forming a fleet of over 800 aircraft. Commander, do we have a T2 class aircraft carrier coming to support us? Murong Xixiao's vice captain asked her questioningly. They're not our reinforcements. They won't be here that quickly. These fighters and bombers seem to have royal connections. Murong Xiaoxiao is quite familiar with matters concerning the royal family and clan. She immediately recognized the royal warship among the fighter jets. Order, all our fighter jets, launch an attack on the pirate warships. Murong Xiaoxiao certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Order, Fighter jets, in small groups, attack the enemy's fighter formation. The Fire Phoenix fighter captain issued the order, intending to first probe the enemy's strength with her fighter jets. Yes, sir. The Fire Phoenix fighter jets, in groups of 30, quickly swooped down towards the enemy's fighter formation. Once within range, the fighter jets opened fire without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of anti-tank missiles flew out like a rain of arrows, piercing through enemy fighter jets, explosions ringing out continuously. After the fighter jets passed, the pirate fleet had lost at least 200 aircraft. Captain! The enemy fighters are too fast. Our fleet is completely helpless, the pirate vice captain reported to Wadexing, his face grim. Because the Fire Phoenix fighters were too fast, they launched a group attack and then quickly turned back. The pirate fleet's attack seemed to be a farewell gift, failing to hit them even once. Order: fighter jets and bombers form bomber groups. The fighters will prioritize destroying enemy fighters and provide cover for the bombers. The fighter squadron leader adjusted the strategy again, incorporating the bombers that had been flying behind into the groups. The 120 bomber groups were divided into 3 formations, arrayed horizontally in the sky. The fighter jets' destroyer cannons were already slowly rotating, and the bombers' massive cruise bombs were exposed, exuding a terrifying aura. They roared towards the pirate fighter group, and at that moment, the battles elsewhere seemed to fall silent as everyone watched the clash between the Fire Phoenix fighter group and the pirate fighter group. As for Murong Shusha's fighter, although it had been deployed, she ultimately abandoned the idea of helping attack the pirates. The firepower of the Fire Phoenix fighters was too overwhelming. Her fighter's assistance was unnecessary. All mechs, deploy cruise mode. Set up cruise cannons. Fire! Halong, who had been following behind in his heavily armored cruise mech, finally found his opportunity. He initiated the attack, bombarding the pirate fighter group with his main cannon, disrupting their deployment. Roger. Super God Particle Beam Cannon, fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 30 particle beam cannons appeared in the starry sky, rapidly attacking the pirate fighter group. Boom! 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 Ah! The 30 cruise cannons directly destroyed 100 pirate fighters. This scene terrified all the pirates. Air superiority was now out of the question. Fighter squadron, accelerate your attack. Pang Sihua was also good at seizing opportunities. Taking advantage of the chaos in the pirate fighter squadron, he ordered the fighters and bombers to accelerate their attack, hoping to annihilate the pirate fighter squadron in one fell swoop. Chapter 33. In space, the Fire Phoenix fighter jets unleashed their largest attack yet, thousands of missiles hurtling towards the pirate fighters. The pirate fighter squadron was thrown into complete chaos, fleeing rapidly towards their respective warships. The fighter jet's attack was terrifying, annihilating another 200 aircraft. Mech squadrons, advanced at top speed to escort the bombers. Looking at the collapsing pirate fighters, Halong brandished his sword and gave the order. Roger. Leader, the fighter squadron is routed. All units are retreating to their respective warships to defend against enemy bombers approaching. The vice captain dared not suggest retreating this time. Given the current situation, even if they wanted to retreat, they would have to see if Halong's fighter squadron would allow them to leave. Die! Fire pulse cannons. Halong led his mech squadron forward, his shoulder-mounted fire pulse cannons firing in rapid succession, his beam rifle sweeping across the battlefield, obliterating the pirate fighters attempting to attack the bombers. Boom! 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 Order! Bombers, launch maximum scale bombing immediately. Seeing that Halong had completely suppressed the remaining pirate fighters, Pang Sihua confidently adjusted his tactics and activated the maximum scale bombing. Ding! Enemy bombers detected conducting large-scale bombing. Please take evasive action. Order! All warships, fight to the death. The pirate leader panicked completely this time, first ordering the other warships to fight to the death. Then he led the vice captain and some pirates towards the large shuttle. Boom! Boom! The massive cruise bombs revealed their power, each one directly blasting pirate warships into thousands of parts. The pirate leader's flagship was bombed with 4 cruise bombs and completely destroyed. Miss, those cruise bombs were incredibly powerful. The vice captain beside Murong Xiaoxiao was also stunned, and his way of addressing her changed. Yes, order all fighters to return to base. The warships are to defend. No action is permitted without my order. Murong Xiaoxiao quickly gave the order. She was afraid too. Although the pirates had been wiped out, who were they? Until that was confirmed, defense was paramount. As for the fighters above the warships, they seemed somewhat superfluous, as they were constantly surrounded and dared not make a move. Order! All units must annihilate these pirates completely, leave no one alive. Zhou Zhilan, aboard the Fire Phoenix warship, relayed the order to wipe out all the pirates. Roger. Mech Squadron, annihilate them all. After receiving the order, Haolong, seeing that all the pirate warships had been destroyed, leaving only 100 various types of fighters, gave orders to the Mech Squadron. Roger. The mech warriors responded, each searching for their targets. Jet fighters, disperse and surround the entire battlefield. Bombers, provide support. Fighter Squadron leader Pang Sihua also ordered. This time, the mech squadrons would handle the battlefield area, while the fighters would deal with the pirates trying to break out. The pirates, who had been so arrogantly surrounding others, probably never imagined they would be surrounded so quickly. Roger. All fighter crew members. Heavy cannon sword. Haolong, piloting his mech, slammed his Aurora flame sword into the ship's hull. The hull shattered, and the sword light sliced through the pirate mechs hiding behind it. Boom! The cleaved enemy mechs caused a small explosion. Amidst the floating wreckage of warships, Haolong's use of the Aurora flame sword became even more efficient, repeatedly slashing enemies through the debris. The other mech crew members followed suit, allowing numerous pirate mechs to escape from the wreckage. Soon, Haolong was the first to break through the battlefield, spotting a shuttle escaping quickly as the fighters left their positions. Without hesitation, Haolong immediately pursued in his cruiser mech. Leader, a mech in the distance has spotted us and is now giving chase. The vice captain, constantly monitoring the situation, noticed Haolong's approach immediately. Quickly maximum speed. The pirate ordered, activating his innate skill, Ultimate Cruise, increasing speed by 50% for 10 minutes. This was Dexing's life-saving skill, having saved him from danger multiple times. Speed talent? Super Cruise mode activated. Haolong switched mech modes, his speed surging as he pursued the shuttle. I finally escaped again, Vice Captain. Did you record the information about that warship? I give them a good beating when I get the chance. Pirate leader Dexing's eyes flashed with ferocity. He would avenge this blood feud later. Be Captain, that mech is speeding up, gradually closing the distance to us. The Vice Captain ignored the pirate leader's words, pointing at the virtual hologram, stammering in fear. What? Dexing was also startled awake, his ferocity vanished, replaced by a terrified expression. On the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, Zhou Zhilan and Murong Xiaoxiao connected via video projection. Murong Xiaoxiao, are you alright? Zhou Zhilan asked Murong Xiaoxiao with concern in the projection. It's you? Zhou Zhilan? Murong Xiaoxiao was greatly shocked. She hadn't expected that it was Zhou Zhilan who had saved her. She knew that after Zhou Zhilan awakened her talent a few days ago, she had rated her as a fallen noblewoman with S-level talent, but it would take at least 2 years for her to truly mature. But what she saw now was an aircraft carrier that had annihilated 60 pirate ships from 6 warship squadrons. This strength was comparable to her own warship squadron. Then she thought of a genius modification master who had lost his talent skill, Haolong. She immediately understood why Zhou Zhilan's aircraft carrier was so powerful. Haolong must have invested all his resources in her aircraft carrier. They were truly an enviable couple. Although she had thought about it a lot, it only took a moment. Murong Xiaoxiao quickly thanked Zhou Zhilan. Thank you for the rescue, Zhou Zhilan. I, Murong Xiaoxiao, owe you a life-saving favor. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. I won't be polite when I need you, Xiaoxiao, Zhou Zhilan agreed. Of course, she wouldn't be polite. Refusing would seem disrespectful. 1 minute later, Haolong had approached the shuttle. His mech was in cruise main cannon mode. Once it locked onto the pirate leader shuttle, it immediately fired. Die! Particle beam cannon. Whoosh! The particle beam cannon streaked across the sky, striking the shuttle like the Grim Reaper. Ah! Dexing cried out in despair and resentment. T2 Swift Plasma Cannon. Not far away, a T2 4-star mech arrived and opened fire as well. Its main cannon grazed the shuttle, and collided squarely with Haolong's main cannon. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion swept outwards, creating a thick cloud of smoke that blocked Haolong's path. Haha, we're finally saved. The pirates, now survivors, immediately erupted in excitement. Chapter 34. Talent skill? Trying to snatch someone from my hands, Haolong? In your next life. Fire pulse cannon. Haolong paused, then immediately piloted his cruiser mech into the smoke. Using powerful radar detection, his shoulder-mounted fire pulse cannons locked onto the shuttle and opened fire. Whoosh! 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 The shoulder-mounted cannons arrived suddenly, and with immense firepower. Even the mechs intercepting the main cannons didn't have time to react before the shuttle was blasted to pieces. Boom! After the shuttle exploded, Halong and the T2 mech cautiously exchanged glances before slowly drawing their mech swords together. Two sharp sounds rang out from the two mechs, each sword drawn as if trying to overwhelm the other. The next moment, the T2 mech attacked first, rapidly flying towards Halong, its laser sword flashing as it unleashed several consecutive slashes. Well done, heavy cannon sword. Halong immediately controlled his mech to fly over, his Aurora flame sword flashing out at lightning speed, the sword light seemingly slow, but actually incredibly fast. Boom! The heavy cannon sword blocked several laser swords from the opponent in one go, creating a huge explosion. However, Halong and the opposing mech seemed unaffected by the blast, their swords clashing more than 10 times in succession. Clang! 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 Thrusting sword. Heavy cannon sword. Boom! 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 Both sides used mech combat techniques again, reaching a stalemate. This made the T2 mech even more anxious, launching several more fierce attacks, engaging Halong in a desperate battle. The opponent's repeated trades of injury also excited Halong, and he immediately entered the fighting phase. Both fought in a style of lightly wounding the enemy while severely wounding him, and severely wounding the enemy while fighting to the death. As time passed, neither of the two fighters, locked in fierce combat, noticed that two opposing mechs were now locked in a standoff around them. Their entanglement prevented either of them from making a move. Reporting, Captain. The Vice Captain is locked in a fierce battle with the enemy in his cruise mech. Our mech squad is in a standoff with the enemy's mech squad. The mech squad requests missile support in case of an enemy warship attack. Huang Silan reported hurriedly to Zhou Zhilan, not even having time to assess the surroundings. After all, Halong was a special being, and this was a serious matter. As expected, upon learning that Halong was in trouble, Zhou Zhilan immediately erupted, transmit the projection. Immediately lock onto that area with heavy cruise missiles. If any warship threatens the vice captain, whoever it is, launch heavy cruise missiles to shoot it down. Yes, sir. Huang Silan responded and immediately relayed the order. Order, use all heavy cruise missiles to blockade the area around Vice Captain Halong. Once a warship is detected, lock onto it immediately. If any action threatens Vice Captain Halong, launch heavy cruise missiles immediately without waiting for orders. Roger. Murong Xiaoxiao watched as the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier instantly transformed into a warlike state, even possessing near 5-star heavy cruise missiles, such devastating weapons. She silently mourned for the enemy. If she knew that it wasn't near 5-star, but a 5-star of immense power, she would be even more terrified. As the virtual projection played, Murong Xiaoxiao saw the mecha fighting Halong and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, panicking, brother? Zhou Zhilan, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? That's my brother. Your brother? Zhou Zhilan was stunned for a moment, then reacted, your brother came to rescue you, right? Enough said, let's go. Actually, Murong Xiaoxiao knew that if she had spoken any later, Zhou Zhilan would have already cast Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens on Halong. At that point, Murong Xiaoxiao's brother would have been in serious trouble, since he had fought Halong for so long and his combat strength should be roughly equal to Halong's. Zhou Zhilan disconnected Murong Xiaoxiao's projection connection and issued orders to the fleet and mecha squad. Orders, heavy cruise missiles on standby. Order the mecha squad to ensure the vice captain's safety, then quickly connect to the enemy and release a misunderstanding signal. Order Fire Phoenix to cruise at full speed and rush to provide support. Roger. Huang Silan quickly issued all orders, and the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier activated cruise mode, quickly disappearing from Murong Xiaoxiao's warship's radar detection range. Quickly, cruisers, full speed ahead to the combat zone. Immediately contact my brother and his warships, have them send a warning signal. Murong Xiaoxiao watched the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier speed up, even faster than her cruiser, and felt a surge of anxiety. She had no doubt, if Halong suffers any damage, Zhou Zhilan really dares to shoot down her brother's T2 warship, and her aircraft carrier has that capability too. As for the other 9 warships, she could only leave them stationary, while she piloted her cruiser at breakneck speed. Soon, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier arrived at the combat zone, and found that the mechs on both sides had gone from a near miss to a stable standoff, clearly having received orders. As for the two combatants, their fighting had escalated from a desperate struggle to a fierce battle. They clearly no longer intended to kill each other, but were simply captivated by the mech combat, and wanted to fight to their heart's content. Zhou Zhilan felt relieved upon seeing this. As long as Halong was alright, Let him fight if he wanted. Zhou Zhilan didn't lose her temper, but Murong Xiaoxiao, who arrived later, did. She was furious, but her target was her brother, Murong Tian. Brother, what are you doing here? Weren't you here to save me? This brother was so unreliable. His sister was in danger. Shouldn't he save her first? Now, he's busy fighting, and fighting his own allies no less. Ah! Sister, it's not that I didn't want to save you, but he stopped me from going. Murong Tian immediately piloted his mech back obediently, flying to the cruiser's side, then pointed at Haolong, and tried to appease Murong Xiaoxiao. Zhou Zhilan and Haolong were stunned. He hadn't even revealed his identity upon arrival, yet he wanted to save a pirate? And he had the nerve to say that? I heard you even saved the pirates. It's no wonder Haolong mistook you for one. Murong Xiaoxiao glanced at Murong Tian speechlessly. He jumped right in to fight, forgetting even to introduce himself. And it seemed she hadn't even managed to save the pirates. Haolong had directly destroyed their shuttle. I was worried you'd be in danger, and in my haste, I got into a fight with Haolong without properly identifying him. By the way, is his mecha really a T1 level 4-star? Compared to my T2 level 4-star observer mecha, it's only slightly inferior. Murong Tian first tried to appease Murong Xiaoxiao, then immediately asked Haolong about mechas. Sure enough, mechas are a man's true love. Even his sister comes second. A T1 level near 5-star mecha, only my mecha combat skills are slightly better than yours. I'm conceding, Haolong retorted. His mecha was a 5-star heavenly barrier level weapon, capable of contending with a T2 level 4-star mecha. We fight again next time. Hearing that Haolong's mecha combat skills were superior to his own, Murong Tian, unconvinced, immediately challenged him to a duel. Alright. Thank you for saving me, Murong Xiaoxiao, in the virtual projection, bowed to Haolong and Zhou Zhilan, speaking sincerely. You're welcome. We were conducting a flight test, and just happened to be passing by. As classmates, we couldn't refuse to help, Zhou Zhilan replied modestly, completely ignoring the two still piloting their mechas outside the warship. Chapter 35. If you're going to Area 227, I suggest you don't. I discovered Fire Diamond, or there, and also a T2 level 3-star Zerg warship fleet. Murong Xiaoxiao didn't hold back about the Fire Diamond, or there. Since she didn't care about that little bit of mineral, it would only waste her precious time. Small mines were occasionally found on the outskirts of the star-damaged battlefield, but most were occupied by Zerg. If you wanted those mines, it was simple, just clear out the Zerg. However, after several clearings, it was discovered that the outskirts of the star-damaged battlefield were mostly small mines, and these small mines also had defensive structures. Often, the cost of the battle was higher than the value of the minerals obtained, so few people bothered to clear them anymore. Haolong carefully examined the ore in the image, and said to Murong Xiaoxiao, I just saw that Fire Diamond Oregon. Its color is very vibrant, and its quality is better than ordinary Fire Diamond Oregon. Perhaps this mine has some Fire Diamond Oregon. After all, they were classmates, and Haolong reminded Murong Xiaoxiao. As for the mine, Haolong had never considered it. After all, he was quick to make money. Thank you for the reminder. Even if there's flame diamond ore, it won't be much. Instead of wasting time on this, I rather quickly upgrade my fleet. The star domain competition is my goal. Murong Xiaoxiao politely responded to Haolong's well-intentioned reminder. Flame diamond ore might be worth some star coins, but for her, it was a drop in the ocean. As the most well-informed family, they had already made a fortune just by selling information. Then, thinking Haolong wanted the mine, Murong Xiaoxiao offered, if you're interested in this mine, I can have my brother's warships help you take it. The biggest threat there is the Zerg's T2 warship fleet. No need, we have no interest in those mines. We only want to hone our skills in combat right now. Haolong decisively refused. Attacking a mine with a T2 warship fleet and a defensive base was out of the question. The losses would be too great. Understood. Xiaoxiao, I have something I want to talk to you about. Brother Long, you're in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. Zhou Zhilan seemed to have something to discuss with Murong Xiaoxiao, so she had Haolong lead the team to clean up the battlefield. Received. Orders, mech squadrons clean up the battlefield, fighters patrol the entire battlefield, bombers return to base. Haolong quickly understood what Zhou Zhilan wanted to do, and immediately gave the orders. Ha! Murong Tian laughed from his mech as he watched Haolong leave to clean up the battlefield. Brother, what are you doing here? Help me reorganize the warship fleet. Murong Xiaoxiao, seeing Murong Tian chuckling to himself, immediately entrusted him with the task of reorganizing the fleet. Yes. Received. Murong Tian was taken aback at first, then quickly responded. As for what the two girls were talking about, Murong Tian certainly wouldn't know, but How Long did. After cleaning up the battlefield and reorganizing the fleet, Murong Tian and his team said their goodbyes, and went their separate ways. Brother Long, Murong Xiaoxiao agreed to help us investigate the crew members' family backgrounds. In the Fire Phoenix Aircraft Carrier's command center, Zhou Zhilan chatted with How Long about their earlier meeting with Murong Xiaoxiao. We can temporarily borrow the Murong family's resources. We also need to start preparing an intelligence department. How Long knew the importance of having an intelligence department. Okay, I understand. I arrange it after the autumn hunting competition. Zhou Zhilan replied gently, taking over the intelligence department's work, as she always thought How Long was very busy with many modification tasks. Alright, then please note down any shortcomings our aircraft carrier still has. We address these shortcomings when we upgrade to T2. Roger. The Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier gained a lot from this battle. The coordination between various units improved significantly, and the contract hearts contract level rose to 1%. There are still shortcomings. During combat, the Fire Phoenix felt somewhat constrained without the support of battleship guns or escort ships. It's fine for bullying pirates, but it's a bit weak against powerful fleets. However, these are things that can't be rushed, we address them gradually. Captain, the radar reconnaissance aircraft has transmitted video back. I sent it to you. Wang Silin reported through the ship's communications. The Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier continued towards Area 227, but deployed up to 5 radar reconnaissance aircraft ahead for comprehensive real-time reconnaissance. Okay, I understand. Zhou Zhilan opened the reconnaissance video and marked each segment. After marking was complete, Zhou Zhilan looked at How Long beside her and asked, Brother Long, what do we do? Didn't you already mark it? Give the order, Captain. How Long shook his head, not intending to give the order himself. Well, I have them fight in 3 shifts, each with a clear objective, and also test their command and combat capabilities. Zhou Zhilan explained her idea. Yes, it's good to give them all a chance for real combat. How Long nodded, satisfied with Zhou Zhilan's arrangement. For the next 2 days, the Fire Phoenix would continue fighting the Zerg around the mine, forming 3 fighter squadrons. Each fighter squadron consists of 60 heavy fighters, 30 heavy bombers, and 40 mechs. In fact, the number of aircraft in a single squadron already exceeds the standard number for AT-1 class aircraft carrier, considering that AT-1 class carrier only has 100 fighters. First Fighter Squadron, Sortie. Guijia is temporarily in charge of the First Fighter Squadron, with the mech squad leader temporarily serving as deputy leader. This arrangement has significant advantages. As the leader of the First Fighter Squadron, she is best suited to command, given her overall command authority. Then, there are the mech squad leaders, who have first-hand experience in the battlefield and can effectively execute their squadron leaders' orders and report any special battlefield situations promptly. Through their powerful reconnaissance capabilities, the First Fighter Squadron thoroughly grasped all intelligence on this swarm of Zerg mechs, numbering around 600 and led by 30 T-1 Zerg warships. Guijia first had all the mechs set up their main cruise guns, then ordered the fighters to attack, drawing the Zerg warships into pursuit. The preset mech main cruise guns then opened fire simultaneously, destroying the T-1 Zerg warships in one fell swoop. Finally, they finished off the rest, completing the mission without losses. Reporting, Captain, the first group has completed the mission without losses. Requesting instructions. Guijia immediately reported to Zhou Zhilan after completing the mission. You did a great job. Order, first group, return to base. Zhou Zhilan nodded in praise, and gave the order. Roger. Order, second group, attack. Zhou Zhilan issued the order again. Roger. The second-tier fighter group, led by Lu Tingting, directly utilized the group's powerful speed capabilities, attacking the Zerg around them. In the end, only Zerg warships remained. This was interesting. Although these Zerg warships weren't contracted warships, they still earned the high praise of Zhou Zhilan and How Long. Chapter 36. Third group, attack. Roger. The third fighter group, led by Zhang Yuan, used a method of clearing a path with the mech's main cannons, followed by fighter jets firing thousands of anti-tank missiles to wipe out a large swarm of Zerg mechs. Finally, bombers escorted by mechs conducted a massive bombing raid, easily annihilating the entire Zerg swarm. As for How Long, he single-handedly engaged a Zerg mech swarm of only about 200. To destroy this swarm, How Long used every weapon imaginable. First, he fired a main cannon shot, carrying over 20 swift bugs. Then, taking advantage of his speed, he unleashed his dual-shoulder pulse cannons and his top-tier beam rifle, mowing down swarms of swift bugs. The next day, the warship crew continued with yesterday's plan, this time with an increased difficulty, attacking a swarm of 1,000 Zerg mechs, along with 20 Zerg T1 warships. Halong challenged 500 Zerg mechs, ultimately failing due to insufficient energy, but still managing to kill over 400, earning the approval of the entire warship crew. Order: Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, return to base. With the 3 days almost up, Zhou Zhilan issued the return order. This flight trial was fruitful. The various fighter crew members were gradually becoming familiar with the Fire Phoenix's performance, and were able to demonstrate some of their abilities. However, it would still take some time for them to fully utilize their strength. Roger. After receiving the order, Halong piloted his mech back to the Fire Phoenix mothership. Brother Long, you gained a lot of admirers today, Zhou Zhilan said with a half-smile. As for whether Halong was in danger, she had complete faith in his judgment. That's right, that's how you become a qualified vice captain, Halong replied earnestly. Then he immediately changed his tone. Of course, what makes me happiest is your understanding. He knew Zhou Zhilan was worried about him. You passed? Zhou Zhilan nodded gently. She supported a boy's desire for strength. As for danger, it was definitely dangerous, but in this era, lacking strength was the greatest danger. Exploring planets was dangerous, protecting planets was dangerous, even being a civilian was dangerous. Invasion of planets by other races was commonplace. Without strength, one would be vulnerable to attack. Reporting, Captain, the radar reconnaissance aircraft has detected a formation of 10 T2 Zerg warships. The projection has been transmitted to the warship's interstellar communication system, Wang Silin reported to Zhou Zhilan. Understood. Continue monitoring them. All warship crew await orders. Zhou Zhilan received the projection and instructed Huang Silin to continue monitoring the Zerg warships. Yes. Brother Long, shall we attack? Zhou Zhilan asked Halong, looking at the formation of 10 T2 star Zerg warships. Let's go! The Fire Phoenix's main guns aren't suitable to be exposed now. They're your trump card. Halong understood Zhou Zhilan's meaning. Attacking would require exposing the main guns, while not attacking meant returning to base as planned. However, given the current state of the Fire Phoenix's crew, the chances of the main guns being exposed were extremely high. This was Halong's reason for choosing not to fight. I understand. I won't expose the main guns unless it's a matter of life and death. Zhou Zhilan understood Halong's emphasis. Her life now rested on Halong's shoulders. Phoenix rebirth. Order: Our Fire Phoenix warships return to base. Received. The Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier returned safely to Zhilan Modification Shop on Yufeng Planet without incident. At a high-end restaurant near Yufeng Academy, Murong Tian, Murong Xiaoxiao, Li Bai, and Qin Shaoxian were gathered, seemingly discussing a plan. Li Bai pondered for a moment, then suggested to Murong Tian, Senior Murong Tian, I suggest adding a warship squadron. No, or perhaps half a warship squadron. Murong Tian put down his chopsticks. With our 4-person warship squadron, we should be able to complete this joint patrol mission. Is there any need to add more warships? Murong Tian was a sophomore at Blade's Edge Military Academy. He had sought Li Bai's cooperation on the joint patrol mission, also known as the T2 Commander's Assessment Mission, after witnessing Li Bai's unscathed defeat of Nangong Liun. T2 Commander Assessment Mission: Find 4 T1 level warship formations to form a warship team, 5 warship formations form a warship regiment, complete a joint patrol mission, and earn 3,000 military merits. If the formation consists of 3 warship formations, an additional 500 military merits are awarded. This is the T2 level Commander Assessment Mission. Passing the assessment makes you a T2 1-star commander. Brother, don't worry. Li Bai, tell me in detail which formation to add, because I'm also planning to add a warship. Let's discuss it. Murong Xiaoxiao first advised Murong Tian, and the next second she was already on the same side as Li Bai. Murong Tian was stunned. Hearing that Murong Xiaoxiao was actually on his side, Li Bai unconsciously glanced at Murong Xiaoxiao a few more times. Just then, Murong Xiuxia's gaze also turned towards him. The two looked at each other briefly, then guiltily looked away. Murong Tian, seeing this, objected, "Humph." Hearing Murong Tian's displeasure, Li Bai smiled at Murong Xiaoxiao and explained his thoughts. Currently, our warship fleet has some shortcomings. Yours and mine are both cruisers, Xiuxian's is a destroyer, and your senior's is a battleship. Our attack power and firepower are quite sufficient, but we're very weak in prolonged battles. Just tell me what kind of fleet we need. Murong Tian was annoyed by Li Bai's smile, and asked without hesitation. An aircraft carrier fleet. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao said in unison to Murong Tian. Perhaps seeing their simultaneous responses, to avoid embarrassment, Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao added again, just one. At this moment, all four fell silent. Li Bai silently shifted his gaze elsewhere. Murong Xiaoxiao blushed and slightly covered herself with her hand. Qin Shaoxian secretly gave a thumbs up. Murong Tian glanced at Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao with suspicion. Finally, seemingly unable to discern anything, Murong Tian asked, "Who is that person?" To avoid further embarrassment, Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao quickly added, "I'm talking about Zhou Zhilan." Murong Tian was stunned. Qin Shaoxian was also stunned. "That one?" Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao said again in unison. "Never mind that one, let Zhou Zhilan join us." Murong Tian said hastily, wanting to bring Murong Xiaoxiao back quickly, otherwise she would run away. "Okay, I contact her." Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao said again in unison. Then Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao said to each other, "You contact her." A gust of wind blew by, and Murong Tian and Qin Shaoxian both shivered. "What about the compensation?" Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao asked Murong Tian again. "Murong Xiaoxiao, don't speak." Murong Tian quickly stopped Murong Xiaoxiao. He was almost driven crazy by her, and then said to Li Bai with a dark face. Chapter 37. Li Bai, you contact Zhou Zhilan. As for the compensation, 200 military merits. This time, Li Bai remained silent because Murong Tian's offer was too low. 200 military merits won't do, at least 400. Murong Xiaoxiao spoke up. 400 military merits? Let me think about it. Murong Tian, seeing his sister speak, ultimately neither refused nor agreed. Zhilan's modification shop. All crew members of the Fire Phoenix, assemble. Huang Silin commanded, and the crew members, who had just come down quickly, and neatly lined up in the open space behind the modification shop. Fellow crew members, you all performed very well this time. Have a good rest tomorrow, and assemble at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Zhou Zhilan announced. After all, they had just been recruited and had only completed 2 days of sea trials. Because they were unfamiliar with the warship, they would be somewhat tired, so Zhou Zhilan gave them a day off. Yes, thank you, Captain. Getting a day off was undoubtedly a great surprise, and they thanked Zhou Zhilan in unison. Young master, there's someone outside looking for Vice Captain Huang Silin. He's been waiting for 2 hours, and it seems like something urgent has happened. At this moment, Lilies approached and said to Haolong, Silin, quickly save Sime. She's being held captive. A middle-aged man ran over from beside the repair shop, shouting loudly to Silin. Silin, go handle it. Zhou Zhilan immediately allowed Huang Silin to go ahead and deal with it. Yes, Captain. Huang Silin gratefully saluted Zhou Zhilan. Silin. The man also arrived. Before he could speak, Huang Silin immediately asked, Dad, why was Sime detained? Today, Sime and I went to buy materials, but we ran into that bully Nangong Liuxing. He deliberately stuck his foot out, and Sime accidentally stepped on it, breaking the decoration on his shoe. Then he demanded 1 million star coins in compensation, which we refused. Later, the enforcement team came, determined our responsibility, and since we didn't have the money, they just detained Sime. Huang Lin was extremely anxious and began explaining the whole situation. How many star coins are still needed? Lin herself had some savings, and since her sister was in trouble, she definitely had to contribute. Reasoning with the enforcement team was pointless, they only recognized the surface facts. The fact was that her sister, Mei, stepped on Nangong Liuxing's shoes and even broke the decorations. Whether Nangong Liuxing did it intentionally or not, the enforcement team didn't care. After all, he was a member of a powerful family. They were too busy trying to curry favor with him to offend him. We only have 240,000 star coins. We're still short 760,000. Huang Lin lowered his head in disappointment. The amount of star coins he lacked was too large. He knew Huang Lin might not be able to come up with it either. I only have a little over 500,000 star coins. We're still short 260,000. Huang Lin's words made Huang Lin's expression change drastically. What should we do then? At this moment, Haolong, who had been watching closely, gave Zhou Zhilan a look. Zhou Zhilan understood and stepped forward to Huang Silin and her father, saying, We help with this. We won't let them swindle you out of a single star coin. She offered to help for 3 reasons. First, Huang Silin was her vice captain, and as the captain, Zhou Zhilan couldn't stand by and do nothing since they were in trouble. Second, this matter wouldn't be too difficult to resolve. The enforcement team was taking advantage of Huang Ximei's lack of power and believing Nandong Liuxing's lies. But even if they were to swindle 1 million, this person was just a collateral relative of the Nandong family. Third, Zhou Zhilan also disapproved of Nandong Liuxing's behavior. Captain, won't this put you in a difficult position? Huang Xilin was deeply moved and quickly asked. If this implicated Zhou Zhilan, her conscience wouldn't be at peace. No, as your captain, I also have a duty to protect your family, Zhou Zhilan said firmly, and she was telling the truth. Thank you, Captain. Huang Xilin was overjoyed, and quickly bowed to Zhou Zhilan. Thank you, Captain. Huang Lin also said gratefully. Wait a moment. I go with you right away, and have them release Ximei, Zhou Zhilan said, then immediately turned to the lined-up Fire Phoenix crew members. That's all for today. We meet again at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I have other things to do later, so everyone can go home. If you encounter any difficulties, you can also message me on StarTrust. Thank you, Captain. The Fire Phoenix crew members shouted in unison. Because of Huang Xilin's incident, many of them were deeply moved and felt a greater sense of belonging to Fire Phoenix. Okay, everyone can go home now. I have things to do, Zhou Zhilan said again. Without waiting for their reply, he said to Huang Xilin and her father, Let's go. Rescuing Ximei is the most important thing. Okay. Captain, please follow me. Huang Lin quickly replied. How Long was also beside Zhou Zhilan, his meaning clear. He wanted to go too. Okay. Please lead the way. Following Huang Lin, Zhou Zhilan and the others arrived at the Enforcement Bureau. Huang Lin, Captain, this is the Enforcement Bureau. Okay, I handle it. How Long volunteered. Dealing with the Enforcement Bureau was best left to him. He also felt a connection to this Enforcement Bureau. If he remembered correctly, a squad leader had just been detained here. How Long went directly to the Enforcement Bureau's front desk, unfurling the banners of Yufeng Academy and Daofeng Affiliated Military Academy. Hello, I am How Long from Yufeng Academy, and also a recommended student from Daofeng Affiliated Military Academy. Is your captain here? Who are you? What do you need the captain for? The receptionist looked at How Long. Although the name sounded familiar, he was also quite snobbish and could tell at a glance that How Long wasn't a wealthy or powerful person, so he spoke impatiently. It's nothing very important, just 2 small matters. The first is about Chen Gang. I heard your bureau is going to give me a satisfactory answer, and if not, it seems I can report it directly to your superiors. Upon hearing this, the receptionist finally realized who How Long was. Wasn't he the one rumored to have brought down Chen Gang? His attitude immediately changed. Hello, young Master Long, I go find the captain right away. Please wait a moment. Okay. How Long nodded. He wouldn't bother arguing with this petty person. Zhou Zhilan, however, gave a slight thumbs up upon hearing How Long's bold claim. With the Chen Gang incident, How Long's reputation was sure to hold. Young Master Long, I'm Captain Li Jian here. Please come in. Captain Li Jian quickly came out and hurriedly showed goodwill to How Long. After all, anyone capable of bringing down squad leader Chen Gang must be more powerful than himself, the captain, so it's best to maintain a good relationship. Captain Li, hello. I have 2 matters to discuss. First, there's the matter of squad leader Chen Gang from your Enforcement Bureau. Your superior said they wanted an explanation. How Long continued to lie through his teeth, knowing Li Jian couldn't make the decision and there wouldn't be any results. This matter requires waiting for notification from the Star Inspection Committee, or I can report it to my superiors. I inform young Master Long immediately if there's any news, Li Jian quickly replied. He had heard that Chen Gang was sent to the Star Inspection Committee by the 2 highest-ranking figures on the planet, and How Long was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 38. Alright, thank you, Captain Li. The second matter is minor. Captain Li should be able to handle it. Oh! What is it? Li Jian asked quickly. It's like this. Something happened today that could be big or small, the details of which. How Long recounted Huang Ximei's situation to Li Jian. To his surprise, Li Jian immediately flew into a rage. Outrageous. Young Master Long, which enforcement squad leader was it? I will punish him severely. The Chen Gang matter wasn't over yet, and that had stirred up trouble again, and it was even related to How Long. If the higher-ups reprimanded him, would he still have his position? Li Jian's fury startled Huang Lin and Huang Xilin, who thought they had fallen out with Li Jian. They were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Only How Long and Zhou Zhilan remained calm. Since How Long had raised his banner, Li Jian didn't dare to turn against him without further instructions from above. Uncle Huang, which enforcement captain handled this matter? Tell me. Hao Long turned to Huang Lin and asked, genuinely unaware of which captain was in charge. Young Master Long, it's a captain named Wu Yuan. Hearing Hao Long's words, Huang Lin knew there was hope and quickly replied. However, upon hearing Wu Yuan's name, Li Jian froze, silently repeating, this can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real. Captain Li, it's Captain Wu Yuan from your esteemed enforcement bureau, who handled this matter. Hao Long asked the dazed Li Jian again. Perhaps seeing Li Jian's distracted state, Hao Long added a statement that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Captain Li, if it's inconvenient for you to handle this matter, you can report it, or I can try to find someone higher up. Ah. I'm free, I can handle this easily. No need for the hassle of reporting. Wait a moment, I release her immediately. By the way, her name is... Li Jian snapped out of his daze, and immediately agreed to release Huang Sime. That Wu Yuan, he's trying to kill me. Not only did he defy the law, but he also provoked this devil. Her name is Huang Sime. Okay, young Master Long, please wait a moment. I release her immediately, and I also punish that Captain Wu Yuan. Li Jian said through gritted teeth. Okay. Hao Long nodded. Li Jian returned to his office, and summoned Wu Yuan. Captain, what brings you here? Wu Yuan swaggered into Li Jian's office. He was in a good mood today, having earned some extra money in the morning. Slap. Are you looking for death? Don't drag me into it. I'm asking you, what Nangong Liuxing did today has anything to do with you? Li Jian slammed his hand on the table, startling Wu Yuan. Brother-in-law, you know that Nangong Liuxing often does this kind of thing, but he's from the Nangong family, there's nothing I can do. Wu Yuan was shrewd. He knew that what happened this morning must have offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, someone even Li Jian was afraid of. Hopefully that person won't pursue this matter, otherwise neither of us will escape unscathed. Now, release Huang Sime immediately, and then explain things to her, clearing your name. Li Jian, ever the experienced one, offered Wu Yuan some advice. Captain, I know what to do. Wu Yuan immediately replied obediently. Young Master Long, Huang Sime's matter is a misunderstanding. As for Nangong Liuxing, I report it to my superiors, and they will definitely investigate thoroughly. Soon, Li Jian and Wu Yuan brought Huang Sime to Haolong and said sincerely, Okay, thank you very much, Captain. We be going now. I treat you to a meal later. Good, I await your good news. Li Jian, seeing that the matter was over and he no longer had to worry, was immediately in a much better mood. Let's go! Haolong led Zhou Zhilan and the other three out of the Law Enforcement Bureau. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. On the way, Huang Silan also had Huang Sime thank Haolong and Zhou Zhilan, introducing them as her captains. Brother Haolong, Sister Zhou, hello. Huang Sime, contrary to expectations, directly addressed them as sister and brother. Huang Silan hadn't expected this move and gave her a helpless glare, telling her to behave herself. Hello, Sime. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan didn't mind at all, and instead greeted her in unison. Is Sime a T1 engineer now? Haolong asked curiously, not forgetting that Huang Sime and her father had gone to buy materials. Sime isn't a T1 engineer yet. She plans to take the exam next year when she's a freshman in high school, Huang Sime answered honestly. Then why are you buying materials? She'll only be a freshman in high school next year, when engineering colleges will start. Huang Sime is only in her final year of junior high now. Why is she buying materials? I already studied the T1 engineer textbooks. Now I just need practical experience, so on impulse, I dragged my dad to buy materials, Huang Sime said apologetically to Huang Lin. It was her fault. Huang Lin smiled at Huang Sime and shook his head, indicating he didn't mind at all. If you like, come work for me tomorrow. You learn from Lily's, a T4 engineer. She mentor you. The salary is tentatively set at 5,000 star coins per month. Looking at this fresh-faced young woman, who also possessed exceptional talent for engineering, Haolong spoke to her. Really? You're really going to have a T4 level engineer teach me? I don't even need a salary. Huang Sime exclaimed excitedly, quickly confirming with Haolong. Compared to the 5,000 star coin salary, she valued the guidance of a T4 level engineer far more. Yes. I have a T4 level modification shop and a T4 level engineer. Tomorrow, I expand an engineering workshop. I need to manufacture some equipment or parts recently. You and Lily's will temporarily learn from me. Haolong recalled how some of the fighter jets and mechs, after being upgraded with parts, had actually reached the heavenly barrier level. He was determined to expand the engineering workshop to manufacture parts or warship weapons himself. Anyway, he would need to build warships in the future, so having an engineering workshop was necessary. I understand, I work hard. Wang Ximei nodded first, then asked curiously, Brother Haolong, are you also an engineer? Even better than a T4 engineer? No, I'm a T2 engineer. Of course, I can't compare to a T4 engineer, Haolong said modestly. He was indeed a T2 engineer, but possessed T2 super god level engineering master technology. He could be considered a god among T2 engineers, but at T3, he barely reached the level of a junior engineer. Then you must be a top-tier T2 engineer. Wang Ximei's thinking seemed very quick. She quickly understood that Haolong's T2 level was very high, so high that even T4 engineers had to learn from him. SOSO. Haolong waved his hand. This Wang Ximei was truly a talented engineer. Her mind worked incredibly fast. Yay! My dream is finally about to take flight. Wang Ximei made a victory sign. She was cheerful and lively, but very composed in her actions. Chapter 39. Lieutenant Captain, thank you for saving Ximei and giving her the engineer's job. Wang Xilin quickly thanked Haolong. When she first met Haolong, she didn't think much of him. He seemed like an ordinary person. But in the 2 days on the warship, this boy demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Perhaps others didn't know, but as the vice captain, she knew far more than others. Often, even the captain was deliberately guided and developed by him. He seemed to always hide his own abilities, yet in everyone's minds, he molded the captain into a commander willing to die for him. Wang Xilin's assessment of Haolong. This man is unfathomable and very adept at concealing himself. You're welcome. Ximei has a real talent for engineering. Such talent will always be in demand. I'm just taking advantage of her now. If she leaves later, it will be a great loss for me, Haolong said magnanimously. Perhaps it was because he possessed the T2 super god level engineering master, but he actually saw the image of an engineering master in Wang Ximei. Brother Haolong, I won't leave on my own. As long as you don't kick me out, I definitely won't leave. Wang Ximei immediately promised excitedly upon hearing Haolong's words. I trust you completely. I promise I won't bring this up again. Haolong's joking remark hadn't expected Wang Ximei to react so strongly, so he quickly made a promise. Okay. I trust you too. I don't know what to say, but I feel you're very trustworthy. Wang Ximei earnestly expressed her feelings. From the very first meeting, she felt as if she was driven by a force, calling Haolong brother. Don't worry, your brother Haolong trusts you no less than you trust him. Haolong spoke sincerely. He would later instruct Zhou Zhilan not to investigate Wang Ximei. Don't worry, Sister Zhou will trust you completely. Zhou Zhilan knew Haolong too well. A single gesture from him was enough for her to know how to cooperate and what he meant. Thank you, Brother Haolong. Thank you, Sister Zhilan. Anyone paying close attention would have noticed that Wang Ximei's way of addressing Zhou Zhilan had changed. Zhilan, Vice Captain, there's something else I need you to do later. Haolong, seeing the happy Wang Ximei, remembered something and spoke to Zhou Zhilan and Wang Xilin. What is it? Zhou Zhilan asked. I have someone build a Fire Phoenix residential complex on the vacant land behind our repair shop. Those houses will be allocated to each crew member. You're responsible for distributing them. Haolong had bought that area a couple of days ago, intending to build housing for the Fire Phoenix crew. Understood. This is the benefit for our Fire Phoenix crew. Zhou Zhilan nodded, fully agreeing with Haolong's approach, as many fleets offered similar perks. That's all for today, Haolong said to Wang Xilin and Wang Ximei. Okay, see you tomorrow, Brother Haolong. Wang Ximei and her daughter said goodbye to Haolong and left, knowing that Haolong and Zhou Zhilan would likely have other things to do, having just returned from outside. Young Master. Captain. Lilies greeted Haolong and Zhou Zhilan as they returned to the repair shop. Hello, Lilies. How have you been these past few days? Zhou Zhilan asked with a smile. Very good, Lilies has learned a lot. Lilies, now full of hope for the future, answered Zhou Zhilan cheerfully. That's good, keep it up. Zhou Zhilan encouraged Lilies, then said to Haolong, Brother Long, you go ahead and get busy, I still have some things to take care of. We have dinner together later. Okay. Haolong readily agreed. Lilies, let's go check your work. After Zhou Zhilan left, Haolong said to Lilies. Yes, young master. Lilies has learned a lot from these modifications, things she had previously overlooked. Lilies was very pleased to hear Haolong's words. Well, as long as you fill these gaps, breaking through to T4 level engineer is no problem. During the modification process, I hope you can complete all the details carefully. Halong's guidance was like that for engineers. Even a small detail can help you solve high-level problems. If your knowledge is insufficient, you can easily get stuck. Thank you, young master. Lily's understands. Lily's replied sincerely. She truly understood and acted accordingly. She had found breakthroughs in some of the difficulties she had previously encountered. Currently, her greatest interest is to continue modifying, acquiring a large amount of basic knowledge, and even has the idea of breaking through to T1 level engineering master. Lily's, your modification skills are excellent. Keep it up. If you can break through to a 40% increase, you be a T1 level modification master, not far from a T1 level engineering master. Halong examined Lily's modified warships. Their performance had all reached 25% to 30%. Such modifications were already very good, reaching the level of a top-tier T1 modifier, but it still wasn't enough. He hoped Lily's would make even greater breakthroughs and build a more solid foundation. Understood, young master. This time, Lily's wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, he felt he had entered a deeper level. You only modified 2 warships this time. Let me show you my modifications, and then you can identify your own problems. Halong smiled and said that although he could manually modify the ships himself, there was no need, because his manual modification was not much different from skill modification, just faster or slower. Yes, young master. Lily's was excited. She could see Halong use his innate skill to modify ships again, that artistic modification. She had always thought that Halong's system skill modification was his special innate skill. System, activate the Super God level modification skill. Ding, modification skill activated. Ding, modification complete. Watching the modified warship being moved out and a new warship appear, Halong didn't hesitate. System, activate the Super God level modification skill. Ding, modification skill activated. Ding, modification complete. After 23 warships were completed, Halong finally stopped the system modification. Including the previous modifications, Halong has now modified 43 warships. Lily's modified 17 warships in the past 2 days, and Halong will be able to deliver 60 warships tomorrow. As for Lily's, she was still frantically paddling her 8 legs, recording a large amount of her insights in the virtual star system. Looking at the attributes of the 17 warships, Halong smiled and sent a group message. Jilon Repair Shop has completed the modification of 60 warships, which will be handed over tomorrow. A lucky draw will also be held during the modification process. A group of lucky customers have already received 25% to 30% performance upgrades at no extra cost. Below is the list of customers who have completed the modifications. Please come to Jilon Modification Shop tomorrow to hand over your warships. Chapter 40. Jilon Repair Shop actually has such benefits. I wonder if I be the lucky one. Brothers, Jilon Repair Shop is having a lottery. Winners get 25% to 30% performance boost. Is it fake? I suspect there are shills. If there are more than 5 tomorrow, I eat my hat. If there are more than 4, I run naked. I'm going to report this to the Star Instant Times tomorrow. I'm going to report them for false advertising. Add 1. My warship's performance upgrade isn't 25%. I think there's something fishy going on. The person upstairs has insight. I add 1. I'm also receiving my warship tomorrow. Add 1. After sending the messages, Halong entered the virtual combat space. What happened outside wasn't his concern. The next morning, a long queue had already formed at the Jilon Repair Shop's warship handover area. Starting at 8 a.m., the handover area opened. Inside, there was only one terminal. Simply scan a person's head and hands to confirm information, and the handover could proceed autonomously. Xiao Yin from the Star Instant News was also prepared early. Today, her task was heavy. She needed to tally the performance of all delivered warships to determine the winning rate of Jilon Repair Shop. Come on, everyone, take a look. My warship only has 20% performance, while others have 25% to 30%. Jilon Repair Shop is a scam. The first person's luck was terrible. His performance was only 20%. He wasn't lucky. Mine has 30% performance. I won. I won. The second person, however, was incredibly lucky, directly receiving a warship with 30% performance. He must be a shill. Yes, he's a shill. Next to the handover area, Halong led Zhou Jilon, Huang Silin, Huang Sime, and Lily's on a tour of the engineering workshop, which had been transformed from the all-purpose toolbox the previous night. This workshop was currently a T3 level workshop, more suitable for manufacturing T1 and T2 level parts. The equipment inside was top of the line, capable of producing even the finest T1 parts, and if one piece of equipment proved unsuitable, another could be easily substituted. Young Master, this equipment is incredibly advanced. The hammer needle manufacturing machine of the Tokus Empire, the superstar engraving machine of the Divine Light Clan, the Heavenly Demon Clan. Lily's eyes gleamed as she looked at the equipment. These were the best machines in their respective fields. She couldn't even imagine the effects of using them all together. Brother Halong, can Sister Lily's and I use this equipment? Huang Ximei, having heard Lily's description, and knowing just how advanced the equipment was, asked Halong timidly. You can all use these. If you need other more suitable equipment, we can replace them. The robotic arm will automatically install them for you. Actually, the equipment is just a versatile toolbox. To avoid revealing too much, we just let the robotic arm do the show. Thank you, Brother Halong. Thank you, young master. Brother Long, you guys go ahead with your work. Silan and I have to go now. Zhou Zhilan and Huang Silan were just there for a visit. They couldn't stay any longer because they had other work to do. Okay, you guys go ahead with your work. I also need to build some T1 fighter jet shields. Halong nodded, casually mentioning what he was building today. What? Fighter jet shields? Aren't they only for T3? T1 and T2 shields are useless. They only have the opposite effect. Zhou Zhilan stopped walking, asking doubtfully. The protective shields on T1 and T2 fighter jets have extremely low protection levels and consume a huge amount of energy, which is a heavy burden for the energy-limited T1 and T2 fighter jets. If I improve them, increasing the protection level to over 200, wouldn't it eliminate the need for the fighter jets to provide a large amount of energy? Halong smiled. With his god-level engineering skills, improving the protective shields was definitely achievable. Really? Huang Silan looked at Halong in surprise. This vice-captain was truly a person who kept a low profile. Sister, theoretically it's possible. Many people know it's feasible, but the investment cost is extremely high, and mass production is a major problem. Also, since T1 warships are easily transitioned to other types, only a few top families can afford to use them. Halong was quite surprised that Huang Ximei knew all this. It seemed he had underestimated her. Ximei, you explained everything very comprehensively. It seems you read a lot of engineering-related materials. Keep up the good work, Halong praised Huang Ximei with a smile. Yes, Ximei will. That knowledge is making Ximei more and more motivated. Huang Ximei waved her little hand, clearly captivated by the information and greatly broadening her horizons. As for Lily's beside her, she also began to ponder. Zhilan, is there anything else? Halong asked curiously, looking at the motionless Zhou Zhilan and Huang Silan. Today's matters aren't urgent. I like to see your crafting skills, is that alright? Zhou Zhilan replied gently. After Halong mentioned the fighter jet's protective shield, their hearts wouldn't leave. Of course. Halong immediately beamed, his face beaming with joy. With his stunningly beautiful lover by his side, he was full of energy. In the workshop, numerous materials were already laid out. Halong glanced at Lily's and Huang Ximei, and said seriously, I'm going to start forging. You two watch carefully. Yes. This time, there was no system skill to help, because Halong had obtained the engineering master technology, not a skill, so he had to operate step by step himself. He was extremely meticulous, striving for perfection, and after 1 hour and 30 minutes, with the completion of the last step, a protective shield equipment shining with purple light was born. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden mission, forging a 5-star heavenly barrier level equipment, and obtaining a T1 super god level engineering master skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a T1 super god level engineering master, and obtaining a warship gift pack. 5-star heavenly barrier level. Halong stared at the phoenix-shaped protective shield equipment, stunned. He hadn't expected that his first forged equipment would be heavenly barrier level. And he even obtained a T1 level super god level engineering master skill. Not the previous engineering master technology. As for the 4 still stunned people, Halong had no time to pay them any attention. Instead, he placed the protective shield equipment into the testing platform. Ding! T1 level 5-star fighter protective shield, heavenly barrier level, can be installed on fighter jets, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, interstellar mechs, etc. Shield energy level 300 star power. Halong touched the protective shield equipment and thought, 300 star power, higher than I imagined. I thought it would be around 260 star power. Heavenly barrier level? Zhou Zhilan finally reacted, asking Haolong in disbelief. Seeing the four eager to know, Haolong nodded and transmitted the testing report to them. Captain, the energy level of this protective shield is already enough to withstand a single hit from the main gun of EP1 level 4-star warship, Huang Xilan habitually reported to Zhou Zhilan, though she herself was still in shock. The two most shocked were Lily's and Huang Ximei. They kept looking at the start data, especially the purple heavenly barrier level, which was their dream, and now their dream was right before their eyes. Chapter 41. It can indeed withstand a single shot from the main cannon. Brother Long, how much does this protective shield cost? Can it be mass-produced? Zhou Zhilan asked the question she most wanted to know. If the cost is too high, and it can't be mass-produced, then this protective shield is just a pipe dream. You've seen the cost, it's just a bunch of materials, around 100,000. Of course, Haolong didn't mention that later, when it's directly crafted using skills, there's an additional 100,000 skill fee per shield. So low. Then, Vice Captain, can it be mass-produced? Huang Xilan asked in surprise. It can be mass-produced. I build a batch in the next 2 days, and install it on all the fighters. The Fire Phoenix's fighters currently consist of 4 types: fighters, bombers, radar reconnaissance aircraft, and cruise mechs. Of course, other types of fighters will definitely be added in the future. Brother Long, all 420 fighters? Do you have enough star coins? Zhou Zhilan asked seriously. 420 protective shields, each costing 100,000 in materials, would amount to 42 million star coins. Haolong probably doesn't have that many star coins left. Still a little short, but a lot of people are rushing to deliver star coins today. Speaking of star coins, Haolong finally remembered that today was supposed to be the day for queuing and reservations. Come on, Xilan, let's go greet some clients. Zhou Zhilan finally remembered what she'd forgotten, and quickly led Huang Xilan outside. Yes. Haolong smiled as he watched Zhou Zhilan and the others leave, then asked Lily's and Huang Ximei, how was your progress? Because he had personally crafted each item this time, the process was lengthy, but Lily's and Huang Ximei had learned a lot, so Haolong specifically asked them to consolidate their knowledge. Brother Haolong, I just went through the process, and I understand the whole procedure, but there are still many things I don't understand, Huang Ximei quickly replied. Seeing Lily's nod in agreement, Haolong, confirming they had gone through the process, said, okay, then let's find the answers to our questions. I need to build 420 protective shields in the next 2 days. You be watching. Once you pass my test, you can start building them yourselves. If you don't pass, you won't have the chance to build the shields. This will depend on your own efforts. Understood? Despite the pressure of Haolong's test, Huang Ximei's eyes still shone brightly. She finally had the chance to build equipment. Understood? Lily's was equally determined. She knew Haolong's standards might be high, and the pressure would be immense, but it was also a driving force that would push her to do her best. Alright, we can't build them today, the materials won't arrive until tomorrow morning. So, you two continue going through the process. You must find all the problems. Haolong looked at the empty warehouse on the terminal, and said seriously to Lily's and Huang Ximei. Yes. Brother Long, how many modifications are scheduled for today? Before Haolong even reached the front desk, Zhou Zhilan's star message arrived. 200 ships. The rest will be pre-ordered. We released the pre-order list on our modification shop Starnet. Haolong thought for a moment, then finally accepted 200 modifications. Okay. Zhou Zhilan replied. After replying to Zhou Zhilan's star message, Haolong started placing material orders. He found that most other materials were available, but the price of the main material for the protective shield, light fluorine star ore, was extremely high. Ding, Haolong, I need your help. At this moment, Li Bai suddenly sent a star message voice connection, interrupting Haolong's continued search for light fluorine star ore. Oh, it's about modification, right? Haolong asked directly. Besides modification, he couldn't think of anything else he could help him with. Yes. Modify 2 T1 4-star warships, but urgently. Can you do it within 2 days? Performance improvement needs to be at least 30%, preferably 40%. Of course, we raised the price. 2 million for 30% performance improvement, 3.5 million for 40%. Li Bai, as if afraid Haolong wouldn't agree, rattled off all his requirements. No problem, part of it will be for expedited service. Haolong agreed to help Li Bai without hesitation. After all, more money meant more friends. Alright. Let's go now. Having received Haolong's approval, Li Bai gave an okay sign to the two people in front of him. Okay, alright. Do you have a way to buy light fluorine star ore? I need a large quantity. Halong asked casually, unsure if Li Bai had any connections. I don't have one. But I know someone who does. I take her with me to find you. Li Bai saw Murong Xiaoxiao point to herself, and suddenly realized that there was someone from an intelligence family here. Finding a channel to buy light fluorine star ore was too easy. Great. You help me find a channel, and I modify your warship to have 40% of its performance at cost price. Halong was also generous. After all, finding a purchasing channel would significantly reduce the cost of his protective shield. Okay, I understand. See you later? Li Bai quickly agreed. Okay. Halong hung up the interstellar message. Murong. Just call me Xiao Xiao. Since Halong agreed, let's go now. As for the purchasing channels he needs, I have 4 or 5. Murong Xiaoxiao interrupted Li Bai from calling her by her full name. She said she had at least 4 or 5 channels for purchasing light fluorine star ore. Okay, Xiao Xiao, let's go. Cough. Cough. Qin Shaoxian, seeing the two ignoring him, finally couldn't help but remind them. Qin Shaoxian, is your throat sore? Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao asked in unison. Oh, I was sleepy just now, but I feel better now. Qin Shaoxian gently patted his face, then pretended to be wide awake. Qin Shaoxian realized that it was best to remain invisible. Then let's go! Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao said in unison. Qin Shaoxian shuddered upon hearing this and quickly replied, okay. Soon, 2 warships appeared next to Jilan Modification Shop. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao disembarked from one of the warships and greeted Halong, saying, Halong, we're here. Let me introduce you. Li Bai quickly stepped forward. Hello Halong, we meet again. Seeing Halong, Murong Xiaoxiao greeted him warmly, as if they were already very familiar. Are you guys close? I don't know you. Li Bai was a little puzzled. After all, he had always known Halong, but he had never seen him greet Murong Xiaoxiao. I was attacked by pirates a couple of days ago, and Halong and the others saved me, Murong Xiaoxiao explained. They were just passing by and took the opportunity to fight off some pirates, Halong said casually. He was also a little surprised by Murong Xiaoxiao's arrival, as he rarely saw her at school. Halong. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian also came down from another warship and greeted Halong. Qin Shaoxian, you're here too? Come in and sit down. Halong looked at the group of 3, knowing they had something to do recently. Chapter 42. Halong, the 2 warships that need modification are Qin Shaoxian's and Xiaoxia's warships, Li Bai explained to Halong. Understood. You have some kind of mission, right? Then come and pick up the warships tomorrow afternoon. Since he had promised to complete the modification within 2 days, and it seemed they had some mission, Halong directly told them to come tomorrow afternoon to give them more time. Okay. Qin Shaoxian nodded. Thank you, Halong. Murong Xiaoxiao thanked him. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Halong waved his hand, then said, currently, I need a large amount of light fluorine star ore, but it rarely appears on the star network. I wonder if you have any channels. I have 5 channels, one of which is a long-term cooperation with my family. The price of light fluorine star ore is only 10% higher than the market price. Murong Xiaoxiao said directly. Currently, the demand for light fluorine star ore is the highest, and being able to purchase it at a 10% premium over the market price is already a very good channel. Okay, then please introduce me. Halong nodded. The price was 20% cheaper than StarNet, which would significantly reduce the cost of the protective shield. No trouble at all, I need your help with my modifications, Murong Xiaoxiao said politely. She had seen the video of Li Bai and Nangong Liuyun's battle. To be honest, her warship's performance was about the same as Nangong Liuyun's, while Li Bai's warship was practically the top-tier T1 class 4-star warship. Who wouldn't want it? And the person to do the modifications was right in front of them. Soon, through Murong Xiaoxiao's introduction, Halong successfully purchased a large quantity of light fluorine star ore, which would be received the next morning. The 3 of them seemed to have other things to attend to, leaving behind 2 warships before quickly departing. Halong arrived at Repair Shop Number 1, deployed Murong Xiaoxiao's cruiser, and used modification materials from other warships. System Super God Level Modification Skill activated. Ding. Super God Level Modification Skill activated. Ding. T1 4-star Heavy Cruiser Modification completed. Please check. Soon, Murong Xiaoxiao's cruiser modification was complete. Modification performance 41%. Next. Qin Shaoxian's destroyer. Ding. T1 4-star Heavy Destroyer Modification completed. Please check. Qin Shaoxian's destroyer's modified performance was 41.5%, which Halong had deliberately adjusted, as a fixed 40% would be highly suspicious. Having nothing to do in the afternoon, he took Zhou Zhilan and Huang Xilan into the virtual combat space, while the other side of the modification shop was bustling with activity. Good evening everyone, this is Xiaoyan from Xingxuan Times. The delivery data for Zhilan modification shop is out. A total of 56 warships have been delivered, with 4 still pending. Xiaoyan paused slightly before addressing the question everyone was most concerned about. Currently, only 52 warships have been allowed to be counted. Of these, a staggering 33 have achieved a performance increase of over 25% after modification. Yes, you heard right, a whopping 33. Excluding the 21 warships that were originally customized with a 30% performance increase, that leaves 12 lottery warships with a performance increase of over 25%. And their original customized warships all had performance increases of over 32%. What? Only 52 ships were counted, and 12 of them have a performance increase of 25%. A 23% winning rate? The person upstairs miscalculated. They shouldn't have included the 21 customized warships. That would make the winning rate 38%. Is this fake? Is there some shady stuff going on in instant news? You might find this data hard to believe, but it's real. Below is a video of my entire day for you to see. 7 winners have explicitly stated that they are not shills, and are willing to cooperate with the Star Inspection Committee's investigation, as a way of thanking Zhilan Modification Shop for their honest lottery event. 2 others have stated that they have already gone to the Star Inspection Committee for notarization to personally verify that they are genuine winners, and are willing to bear all legal responsibility under the Empire's laws. It's actually true? Not shills? As far as I know, Zhilan Modification Shop has at least 150 people booking modifications, and some are still waiting in line without getting an appointment. It definitely can't be fake. And starting a few days ago, about half the people ordered custom orders with performance improvements of 30% or more. Brother upstairs, I was one of those people who couldn't even get an appointment a couple of days ago. I'm so unlucky. Wow. You're really unlucky. Tanji is a shady business, but at least my warship has already started modifications. Yeah, but I successfully made an appointment this afternoon. It's so exciting. Only paying 700,000 for modifications gives you a 1/3 chance of winning. Zhilan Modification Shop is truly a conscientious shop. If I went to a shady shop, I'd be in big trouble, since I don't have any more money. With each piece of information published by the Star Instant Times, the path to further smearing Zhilan Modification Shop was completely blocked. More and more people believe that Zhilan Modification Shop's lottery was real and flocked to the shop. Blacklist those who intend to smear us. They will not be welcome at Zhilan Modification Shop. Having just emerged from the virtual combat space, Halong, seeing the group of clowns desperately trying to smear Zhilan Modification Shop, decisively added them to his blacklist. Those on this blacklist will never receive any services from Zhilan Modification Shop again, and their family members will be added to the blacklist as well. Today, Huang Ximei and Lily's were the busiest, still studying Halong's process of creating the protective shield. After dinner, Halong stopped the 2 who were about to leave. You 2 will also enter the virtual combat space tonight and continue your research. Okay. Lily's eyes lit up. Not having to interrupt their research was the best outcome. What is a virtual combat space? Huang Ximei wondered, but didn't ask aloud. Upon entering the virtual combat space, Huang Ximei was extremely shocked. When she learned that once inside, no matter what you did, your external body would be in a relaxed sleep state, she was even more astonished. First Fighter Squadron, activate shields and launch an attack to decapitate the enemy warship. Zhou Zhilan had already begun her 1-against-5 battle. Upon entering the fray, she immediately dispatched a squadron of fighters. After dodging enemy naval gunfire, they used their shields to tear through the enemy fighters' defenses, then pounced, dropping over a dozen cruise missiles that obliterated the enemy warship. Meanwhile, the 2nd and 3rd squadrons, towing 4 enemy warships, maintained their superior speed and shields, suffering no losses and engaging the 4 warships in several exchanges. As the 1st squadron joined the battle, the tide of victory quickly turned in Zhou Zhilan's favor. At the cost of 10 fighters, she ultimately annihilated the entire enemy fleet, and this was using only her fighter squadrons. Don't forget, the Fire Phoenix also possesses 4-star large missiles and 5-star heavy cruise missiles. If she were to utilize these, even 10 warships wouldn't be enough for her. Chapter 43. The next morning, all members of the Fire Phoenix crew assembled. Zhou Zilan announced that the Fire Phoenix residential area was nearing completion and would be distributed to each crew member the following day, with their families to be housed there. This action immediately garnered a strong sense of belonging among the crew members, and their loyalty surged. Subsequently, Zhou Zilan ordered the unit leaders to intensify training for each crew member. As for Haolong, he received the materials early that morning and had already begun crafting protective shields one by one. Watching the rapid crafting progress, Lilies and Huang Ximei were not only astonished by Haolong's talent and skills, but also filled with gratitude for his selfless guidance the previous day. In one day, Haolong had crafted 420 protective shields, half of which reached the 5-star heavenly barrier level. Huang Ximei and Lilies were stunned, feeling that Haolong was a god. The remaining time, under Haolong's explanation and guidance, the two installed protective shields on over 100 cruise mechs. After dinner, in Modification Room 1, Zhou Zilan said to Haolong, "Brother Long, after assigning houses today, over 100 crew members have reached the required loyalty level. I'd like to have them enter the virtual combat space tomorrow night." "Okay." Haolong nodded. He trusted Zhou Zilan's abilities. If she thought it was appropriate, that was fine. "Okay, I arrange it tomorrow." Haolong casually blocked Starlink and led Zhou Zilan to the restaurant. Wang Silan and the others had already finished clearing the table and were chatting idly. "Let's go. Let's enter the virtual combat space." "Yes," they quickly replied. At the restaurant near the academy, Murong Tian and his 3 companions had another meal together. Murong Tian said gravely, "I just received news that the Empire, the Zerg, and the Orcs are each deploying 5 warship fleets to confront each other in Area 9539 of the Star Damage Battlefield for control of a star mine. Our T2 Commander Assessment Mission is 9537, which is very close to that area. The route for the T2 Commander Assessment is randomly selected, and unfortunately, Murong Tian's route is very close to Area 9537. If a major battle breaks out there, it could easily affect them. Brother, what do you plan to do?" Murong Xiaoxiao asked Murong Tian. "I choose to give it a try. If we cancel the assessment now, we have to wait 2 years to take it again. Besides, our empire also has 5 warship fleets. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't encounter enemy warships." Murong Tian clearly didn't want to give up. He looked at Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian without speaking, then asked directly, "What about you two? Are you willing to continue participating in the assessment?" Li Bai didn't speak, but looked at Qin Shaoxian and Murong Xiaoxiao. Seeing that they both nodded, he said to Murong Tian, "We are willing to continue participating in the assessment, but there's one condition." "What condition?" He had seen Murong Xiaoxiao and Qin Shaoxian nod, and asked slightly uncomfortably. He felt that after not seeing them for just one day, they had already excluded him, especially Murong Xiaoxiao. Was this still his sister? How could she have changed so much? "Our condition is simple. Increase Zhou Zilan's aircraft carrier, and in terms of treatment, it will be equivalent to a warship squadron." Li Bai used the word "we," indicating to Murong Tian that this was a decision made by them. "Xiaoxiao, you think so too? 1 aircraft carrier is equivalent to a warship squadron?" Murong Tian asked Murong Xiaoxiao incredulously. He couldn't understand why Li Bai would choose to add Zhou Zilan, but his sister did the same. "I have confidence in them. Their role should be comparable to that of a warship fleet." Murong Xiaoxiao had personally witnessed the power of the Fire Phoenix. Its fighter jets, bombers, and cruise mechs were all top tier, its combat power exceptionally fierce, and its large missiles far surpassed others in power. There was also the yet-to-be-revealed near 5-star heavy cruise missile. If she had to choose between the Fire Phoenix and a warship fleet, she would definitely choose the warship fleet, not the Fire Phoenix. "Alright, 500 military merits as a reward. Go contact Zhou Zilan and the others." Murong Tian thought for a while, and finally agreed. Since his sister and the others were so optimistic about Zhou Zilan's Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, he also wanted to see what Haolong could do besides his powerful mechs. "Okay, I contact Haolong right away." Murong Xiaoxiao was particularly eager, quickly using Starlink to contact Haolong. "Ding, the client you contacted is currently busy." Murong Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged glances. "Then contacting him tomorrow is the same," Li Bai said calmly at the end. "Okay." Murong Xiaoxiao could only nod. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow, Xiaoxiao will contact Zhou Zilan. I still need to retrieve my warship." Murong Tian didn't seem to be in a hurry, entrusting the task of contacting Zhou Zilan to Murong Xiaoxiao. "Okay, I understand." Murong Xiaoxiao nodded. Murong Tian suddenly remembered something and said to Murong Xiaoxiao, By the way, didn't you want to upgrade your warship's performance to around 30%? I can find someone on Tanji to expedite the upgrade for you. It should cost around 3.5 million. 3.5 million? A 30% performance boost? Murong Xiaoxiao stared at Murong Tian in astonishment. This was outrageous. A complete rip-off. Yeah, surprised, aren't you? He can expedite it, so it's actually quite cheap. Murong Tian looked at Murong Xiaoxiao's surprised expression, feeling quite satisfied. His T2 warship was also undergoing modifications at the exploration site, improving its performance by about 30%, for 20 million. Murong Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Their warship had been modified by Haolong. A 30% performance boost only cost 2 million, and a 40% performance boost only 3.5 million. So want to modify it? Murong Tian noticed their strange expressions, knowing they probably admired him a little. After all, connections were a form of power in that world. No, no. Murong Xiaoxiao waved her hands frantically upon hearing this. She didn't explain the situation, fearing Murong Tian might do something unwise if he found out, since many people wanted to blow up the exploration site after knowing she'd been ripped off. Since your sister doesn't want it, Qin Shaoxian, does your warship need modification? I can introduce you to someone. Seeing that Murong Xiaoxiao resolutely refused, Murong Tian kindly offered to Qin Shaoxian. Thank you, senior, but no need. My warship will be modified tomorrow, Qin Shaoxian quickly replied, not wanting to be taken advantage of again. His 4-star heavy destroyer was also modified using the Tanji modification, increasing its performance by 20%, at a cost of 800,000. Luckily, he only needed this destroyer for temporary use and hadn't undergone the 30% performance modification, otherwise, he would have been devastated. Is it also using the Tanji modification shop? Murong Tian asked doubtfully. On Yufeng planet, only the Tanji modification shop was acceptable to him. The other modification shops were considered inferior. However, he didn't know that the Tanji modification shop's technology was mediocre. They simply exaggerated their claims, containing too much false advertising. No! Chapter 44. Not Tanji? Other modification shops might have slightly inferior performance. Murong Tian casually replied when he heard that Qin Shaoxian's modifications weren't from Tanji. They can be very good too. Qin Shaoxian smiled, responding casually as well. As for Tanji, that shady shop, it's best to avoid them. The pit is too deep for him to climb out of. Alright, I have things to do. We need to prepare the supplies for the assessment mission these next 2 days. Murong Tian nodded, agreeing with Qin Shaoxian's words. Roger. Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian responded, watching Murong Tian leave. Let's go too. Let's have lunch together tomorrow, then go find Haolong. Li Bai said to Murong Xiaoxiao and Qin Shaoxian. Okay. See you tomorrow. Murong Xiaoxiao waved. No, I'm going the same way as you. Let's go together. See you tomorrow, Qin Shaoxian. Li Bai quickly stepped forward to stand with Murong Xiaoxiao, waving to Qin Shaoxian. Okay. Qin Shaoxian forced out a single word, suppressing his inner thoughts. Actually, Qin Shaoxian was going the same way as Li Bai and the others. They all passed through the school to reach their houses. In the morning, Haolong led Lilies and the others to install the remaining protective shields, and soon all 420 fighter jets were installed. At noon, Murong Xiaoxiao and her 2 companions arrived. Haolong pointed to the handover area and said, "You're here. Let's go see your warships. We can see the warships later. Haolong, we're here to see you and Zhou Zhilan. We have important matters to discuss." Although Murong Xiaoxiao really wanted to see the warships, she rationally told Haolong what she needed to say first. Alright, come in. Haolong nodded and invited them in. Okay. Haolong contacted Zhou Zhilan, who was training her crew via Starlink, and told her that Li Bai and the others had something to discuss. Zhou Zhilan immediately had Haolong lead them to the Fire Phoenix base office. Let's go to the Fire Phoenix base to find Zhilan. This way, please. Okay. After sitting down in the office, Zhou Zhilan arrived. Haolong looked at the 3 of them drinking tea and asked directly, Li Bai, what's the matter? It's like this. We have a T2 commander assessment mission. Li Bai explained the current situation of the assessment mission and invited Haolong and Zhou Zhilan to complete it together. Brother Long, you make the decision. After hearing the details of the mission, Zhou Zhilan directly let Haolong make the decision. Originally, given the difficulty of the T2 commander assessment mission, her Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier was fully capable of completing it, but the sudden 3-way confrontation greatly increased the risk. In this unpredictable situation, she let Halong make the decision because she hadn't seen through how much of Halong's hidden strength he was hiding. Ding! System mission. Help Zhou Zhilan complete the Joint Patrol Mission, T2 Commander Assessment Mission, Reward, Super God Enhancement Stone. Super God Enhancement Stone, exclusive, enhancement effect unknown. Please explore on your own. Halong looked at the system's mission reward and thought, this is an exclusive item, and the enhancement effect is unknown, but I'm certain this Super God Enhancement Stone is very powerful. However, the higher the system reward, the greater the difficulty of this mission. System, open the Warship Gift Pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 T1 Class 4-star frigate and 1 T1 Class 4-star Hive aircraft carrier. Qin Shaoxian, seeing Halong seemingly deep in thought, couldn't help but ask, Halong, are you going to participate? We've been working hard to get those 500 military merits for you. Of course we participate. I also need to help Zhilan get those 500 military merits. Halong nodded, speaking with certainty. That's good. However, we're not just one warship, but 3. Besides the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, there's a Rhino frigate and a Hive aircraft carrier. Rhino frigate? Hive aircraft carrier? Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao explained in unison. A newly purchased warship? Zhou Zhilan wondered, unable to figure out when Halong had bought it, but she usually wouldn't ask unless Halong brought it up. Yes, do you need to discuss it with Murong Tian? Halong didn't explain much, asking Li Bai instead. My brother agreed. We meet in Area 3 of the star-damaged battlefield in 2 days. Murong Xiaoxiao hadn't been idle. She had already inquired with Murong Tian via star message. All right. Halong nodded. Since she had agreed, Zhou Zhilan would be busy for the next 2 days. Halong, if there's nothing else, we go check on the warships first. Contact us via star message if needed, Qin Shaoxian said quickly after the discussion was over. He was still thinking about his newly modified warships. Okay, you guys go ahead and get busy. For the safety of this assessment, I can modify your 3 warship squadrons at cost price. Halong nodded first, then added. Really? The 3 men's eyes lit up. This was great news. As for whether they could pick up the warships in 2 days, that was a given. Definitely. Really? Halong nodded firmly. Making a little sacrifice for the safety of this joint patrol mission was worthwhile. Okay, I have them bring the warship fleet over right away. Me too. Me too. Alright, you guys get busy. After watching the 3 leave, Halong turned to Zhou Zhilan and said, Zhilan, I was planning to give you these 2 warships after the autumn hunting competition, but as you can see, plans change. He had previously thought that only 1 Fire Phoenix warship was needed for the autumn hunting competition, and that increasing its combat power before the competition would be more effective, so there was no need to add 2 more warships now. He hadn't expected. Zhou Zhilan gave Halong a gentle look. Heh, even without this change, your 2 warships would still be hidden away. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Adding 2 warships is good too. It's good to prepare the warship fleet in advance. Yeah, that's true, but you'd be very busy. Halong patted Zhou Zhilan's head. No, I have plenty of helpers. Huang Silan, Xia Sitian, Pang Sihua, Fang Ling. Zhou Zhilan brushed off Halong's hand, as if to say, are you stupid? There are hundreds of people already, and you still want to do everything yourself? Aren't you just going to work yourself to death? Then you can arrange it. I send you the data for the 2 warships. Halong nodded. Indeed, now there were more people he could trust, and many tasks could be delegated. These 2 warships truly live up to their names. Zhou Zhilan couldn't help but remark after seeing the data for the 2 warships. Your warship formation is perfectly suited to them. One can withstand attacks, and the other can fight fiercely. Combined with your innate skills, their combat power will be maximized. Halong simply and directly defined the 2 warships, perfectly complementing the Fire Phoenix's weakness in tanking and providing even greater offensive power. Thank you, Brother Long. I accept this gift. Next time you have a gift, just bring it out, I reward you. Zhou Zhilan kissed Halong on the cheek and immediately pulled away, dodging Halong's attempt to hug her. I got kissed again, and I didn't retaliate in time. Halong shook his head, looking at his hand that was a beat too slow. Chapter 45. Zhou Zhilan returned to the Fire Phoenix base and summoned several key personnel. She released the data on the Rhino frigate and the Hive aircraft carrier. Who among you wants to be the captain of these 2 warships? Or who do you think is suitable? Seeing the thoughtful group, Zhou Zhilan asked proactively. Captain, I'm not suitable. I'm better at destroyers. Wang Xilan glanced at the others and spoke first. What about you? Zhou Zhilan didn't speak first, looking at the others. Captain, I have no experience commanding a fleet. I'm not suitable. Xie Zetian spoke softly, a stark contrast to her demeanor in the main gun control room. Reporting, Captain, I also have no experience commanding fleet operations. I'm not suitable. Pang Sihua said calmly. She was the leader of the fighter jet group. Captain, I be the captain of the frigate. Fong Ling, seeing that she was the only one left, volunteered. She was the squadron leader of the cruiser Mechs, and had also served as the deputy captain for a period. Her combat style was relatively conservative, making her a suitable choice for the escort ship. Alright, Fong Ling, you will be the captain of the escort ship. The rest of the personnel will be assigned to you tomorrow. Yes, sir. Fong Ling stood up and saluted. Order, Pang Sihua will be the captain of the Hive aircraft carrier. The rest of the personnel will be assigned tomorrow as well. Zhou Zhilan issued the order directly. The Hive aircraft carrier is an unconventional type of aircraft carrier, also known as a drone aircraft carrier. Its operations rely heavily on unmanned fighters, unmanned bombers, and unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, with only a small number of mechs. This type of warship is very suitable for Pang Sihua. Yes, sir. Pang Sihua stood up and saluted. Order, Wang Xilan is promoted to Deputy Chief Captain of the Battleship Fleet. Her temporary task is to assist Captain Pang Sihua. Yes, sir. Wang Xilan stood up and saluted without hesitation. Order, Xie Zetian is appointed Deputy Captain of the Fire Phoenix, assisting me in managing the Fire Phoenix battleship. Yes, sir. Xie Zetian also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly saluted. It's too much of a stretch to ask her to take over as captain now, but she can learn from Zhou Zhilan, and once her abilities improve, there won't be this worry. Alright, today's task is to recruit crew members. Xilan will stay and handle base affairs. Yes, sir. Let's go, otherwise we might not be able to complete the recruitment today. Zhou Zhirua and the others tidied up their belongings and headed to the job market. Fortunately, they were only recruiting 130 people this time, not too many. Haolong looked at a task in the system and headed straight for Repair Room 1. He needed to complete that task today and tomorrow. Before that, however, he needed to modify and strengthen the Hive aircraft carrier and the Rhino frigate. System, claim 2 warships. Ding, Hive aircraft carrier and Rhino frigate have been claimed. The Hive aircraft carrier's appearance resembles a long honeycomb, a feature that allows it to quickly deploy beehive fighters. These beehive fighters can be stacked and parked on top of each other, making the Hive aircraft carrier's carrying capacity exceptionally strong. Haolong also possessed the blueprints for the Hive aircraft carrier, specifically the Tianqian class, but he hadn't collected some rare materials, so he had been keeping them. The Rhino frigate's exterior features fish-scale armor, making it extremely resilient. Internally, this fish-scale armor has 3 layers. Only the 4th layer can damage its main hull, essentially giving it 3 exposed shields. However, its weaknesses are also very obvious. It has virtually no long-range attack power, and is weak in mid-range combat, making it only suitable as a shield. But Haolong intends for it to be the shield of the Fire Phoenix, a super shield at that. System, activate modification skill. Ding, modification complete. System, activate enhancement skill. Ding, enhancement complete. Looking at the drastically changed frigate and Hive aircraft carrier, Haolong nodded in satisfaction. The Hive aircraft carrier has become much larger, reaching a length of 2,800 meters. Its aircraft are stacked, with an astonishing 840 carrier-based aircraft. The Rhino frigate's first layer of scale armor has increased in thickness by 1/3, and each layer's armor protection has increased by 80%. This modification also equips it with 4 4-star heavy cruise missiles, perfect for surprise attacks in critical moments. On the day of the T2 Commander Assessment Mission, for warship formations, totaling 40 warships, have gathered in Area 3, led by the first 4 warships, with the rest arranged in 3s. They were waiting when Qin Shaoxian suddenly exclaimed, "They're here!" Actually, he didn't need to say it. The radars of the other ships had already detected the 3 warships. Although there were 3 warships, their presence was more imposing than a full fleet. Sorry to keep you all waiting. The Fire Phoenix, the Hive carrier, and the Rhino frigate sailed in a line, Zhou Zhirua and Haolong projecting themselves onto Murong Tian's meeting screen. Sister Zhilan, we just arrived too. Murong Xiaoxiao certainly wouldn't let the meeting fall silent. Yes, our scheduled time hasn't even arrived yet, so you all arrived much earlier, Li Bai chimed in. I arrived a few minutes earlier than you. Qin Shaoxian chimed in. Sister Jilan, you surprised me again. The Fire Phoenix mothership is already quite large for a T1 4-star warship, and now you have a Hive aircraft carrier just as big as it. My 2 aircraft carriers combined aren't even as big as one of yours. Qin Shaoxian looked at the aircraft carrier, now enlarged after being modified by Haolong, and gazed enviously at the Fire Phoenix and Hive carriers. Both are T1 class 4-star aircraft carriers, so why are others so superior? Zhou Jiruo's 2 aircraft carriers were already T2 class, not much different in size from Murong Tian's fleet. Murong Tian, however, was unimpressed. While the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier was the same size as his, he believed its combat power was far inferior to the T2 class aircraft carriers in his fleet. But he was wrong. The Fire Phoenix and Hive aircraft carriers were much larger than his T2 carriers, but Haolong concealed them using various modifications. Without the dedicated radar monitoring of a T4 class warship, it was truly difficult to detect their full size. Alright, now that all the warship formations are present, let's begin forming a temporary warship team. My battleship is named Golden Flying Dragon, so let's call it the Golden Flying Dragon Warship Regiment. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing their intention to continue their discussion, Murong Tian quickly interrupted and asked. This warship regiment was only a pseudo T2 warship regiment, meaning only 2 warship formations below T2 class were included, while the rest were T1 class. No! 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 No one present had any objections. It was just a name, as long as it wasn't too offensive. As for the Golden Dragon battleship, Haolong can see it with the naked eye. Its dazzling golden color is incredibly arrogant, but it is easily targeted by enemy ships on the battlefield, and is one of the fastest to die. Chapter 46. Perhaps noticing Haolong's gaze, Murong Xiaoxiao quickly explained, my brother's Golden Flying Dragon used to be camouflage, but this time, due to the use of yellow-red gold materials, the hull turned golden yellow. The people from Tongji also thought my brother liked this color, so... Oh, I see. Haolong was initially confused, then quickly replied. Even if someone liked the color golden yellow, no one would dare to be so arrogant. After all, that would be suicidal. What was Tongji thinking? Did they have a grudge against Murong Tian? Aside from the overly bright color, the other modifications are excellent, and the performance has even reached 33%. Murong Tian proudly stated his warship's performance, trying to compensate for the color's shortcomings. When Murong Tian said this, everyone else clearly had different expressions, looking hesitant. If they spoke, they were afraid of hurting Murong Tian. If they didn't, he would become increasingly high profile, and the more he knew the truth, the more heartbroken they would be. After all, with Haolong, their modifications all resulted in performance improvements of over 40%. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's best to keep a low profile. Murong Tian saw that everyone was silent, assuming they were amazed by his excellent warships, and felt very satisfied. Yes, we all keep a low profile. Murong Xiaoxiao quickly added. This topic was too sensitive, it was better not to mention it. Ding! Murong Tian's star mail beeped. He checked the information, his expression changed slightly, and then he ordered, Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Group, proceed. Target, Area 4. Area 4? Did something happen to you, bro? Murong Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Wasn't their target area 9537? I'm going to meet a few people, they're all taking the T2 Commander Assessment today. Golden Dragon Battleship Regiment, form up and move out. Yes. Received. Murong Tian, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Li Bai formed a 3-ship formation running parallel, followed by Qin Shaoxian and the Fire Phoenix battleship formation. The golden battleship in the middle was particularly conspicuous. Murong Tian wasn't afraid of being focused down. Battleships are already designed for offensive roles, attracting enough firepower, and the golden paint made them practically a walking taunt on the battlefield. At this moment, in Area 4, 5 battleship regiments were facing off, with 3 regiments subtly surrounding 2 others. Qiaofeng, you only have 2 fleets now. Why not just hand over the T2 contract heart to me, so you don't suffer a humiliating defeat? A T2 class warship contract heart costs 1.5 billion. Giving you the T2 contract heart is impossible, unless I, Qiaofeng, lose. Although Qiaofeng and his group only had 2 fleets, 100 warships, they still spoke with unwavering resolve. Qiaofeng relied on his indomitable spirit. He had painstakingly built his Iron Blood warship fleet. How could he possibly admit defeat so easily? Nandong Tianquang, dream on. We would rather die than admit defeat, especially not over a mere T2 contract hard bet. Aziz said without hesitation, her words revealing her indomitable spirit. She wasn't afraid of Nandong Tianquang's 3 fleets either. So what if they only had 150 warships? They had fought against each other before. Nandong Tianquang was speechless after being rebuked by Aziz, but it was Aziz's indomitable spirit that attracted him most, leading him to repeatedly cause trouble for Qiaofeng. In their numerous encounters, although he won most of the time, Aziz never gave him a kind look. She only grew stronger with each setback, and this indomitable spirit put immense pressure on him, making him even more infatuated with her. Then our agreed time has arrived. One of your warship squadrons hasn't arrived. The competition will still be judged based on the total score. Since he couldn't gain an advantage verbally, Nandong Tianquang could only try to humiliate them on the battlefield. Ding! A warship squadron has been detected. The target is flying towards our direction. Please be aware. The warship's notification interrupted Nandong Tianquang's words. He calmly looked at the approaching warship squadron. What came into view was a golden battleship. Its dazzling light was too stimulating. He forced himself to let the main gun shoot it down, and continued watching. Brother Qiaofeng, I'm here. As soon as Murong Tian entered the range, his projection immediately appeared on Qiaofeng's warship. Brother Murong, you come. Thank you for your help. I, Qiaofeng, am deeply grateful. Qiaofeng displayed his tough, unyielding character, thanking Murong Tian. This time, it was supposed to be Dongfang Xian who came, but his warship modification was delayed. Left with no other choice, Qiaofeng sought out Murong Tian. Brother Qiaofeng, what are you saying? Last time in the Battle of Region 7536, you turned the tide and helped us a lot. This time it's just a small favor. What's that? Murong Tian immediately replied. He was also a person who always repaid kindness. Murong Tian, your warship is really something. As he looked at the golden warship, her playful side rising. Murong Tian's warship was arrogant, very arrogant, far too arrogant. Aziz, that's Brother Murong's hobby, we should understand. Qiaofeng interrupted Aziz. After all, they were there to help, and such teasing was inappropriate. Murong Tian? You become even more arrogant than my brother. Has your strength increased dramatically? Nandong Tianlang couldn't help but tease Murong Tian. After all, this warship was inherently mocking, making Nandong Tianlang extremely displeased. His warship regiment was also a near T2 warship regiment, but it had 2 T2 class warship squadrons. However, his limelight was now being overshadowed by Murong Tian, which was unacceptable to the habitually arrogant Nandong Tianlang. Of course, do you have the guts? Murong Tian retorted without flinching. But I must admire your courage. A pseudo T2 warship regiment of 4.5 squadrons, and you think you can compete with me? Oh, you were just a last-minute replacement. Nandong Tianlang suddenly realized that Murong Tian was probably preparing for the T2 commander assessment. With his comparable strength, 4 warship squadrons should be enough to pass the T2 commander assessment. Since you're all here, let's begin. Lian, who had rarely spoken before, suddenly spoke up with a smile beside Nandong Tianlang. Lian's strength was comparable to Nandong Tianquang's, both commanding full-strength T2 warship squadrons. He had also been invited, and had actually seen Li Bai's warships long ago, glancing at Qin and behind him as well. That glance contained displeasure, but his face remained all smiles. All right, let's confirm the bet. Qiaofeng and Nandong Tianquang signed the bet, the stake being the heart of a T2 class warship contract. In this battle, Qiaofeng's 3 warship squadrons were at a disadvantage. Aziz's squadron, like Nandong Tianlang's, was a near T2 warship squadron, while Qiaofeng's T2 warship squadron, like Li An's, was a full-strength fleet. Fortunately, it wasn't a direct confrontation. Many unexpected events occurred during the assessment. Brother Murong, if we win this time, I, Qiaofeng, will present you with 800 million star coins. Before departing, Qiaofeng sent a star message to Murong Tian. Qiaofeng, as expected of someone who fought his way to the top, is very good at making choices. If he loses this time, he will lose 1.5 billion, but if he wins, in addition to giving Murong Tian 800 million, he will still make 700 million. Brother Qiaofeng, I do my best. Murong Tian replied. After all, helping is one thing, but with profit involved, even Buddha could be tempted. Okay. Qiaofeng replied with a cheerful smile. Brother Feng, is there anything special about that warship regiment? Seeing Qiaofeng's particular interest in the warship regiment, Aziz asked curiously. So what's your impression of this warship regiment? What aspect attracts you the most? Qiaofeng asked with a smile. Nothing special. If I had to say something special, It would be the three rather unusual warships, two aircraft carriers twice the size of a T1 class ship, and a scale-armored frigate. Azee thought for a moment, and shared her impressions. However, she didn't know that the Fire Phoenix and the Hive carrier were even larger than she had seen. 3 times the size of a T1 class 4-star aircraft carrier, not twice. What I want to say is that you underestimate those 3 warships, especially those 2 aircraft carriers. Their combat power is comparable to my dragon-subduing warship fleet. Although Qiao Feng didn't know why the 2 aircraft carriers gave him this feeling, he was quite certain. Brother Feng, is that true? As he looked at Qiao Feng in shock. The dragon-subduing warship fleet was his core fleet, renowned for its fighting prowess. They had participated in numerous Class C rescue missions, and once even fought their way out of a battlefield, a completely different kind of small-scale skirmish, against a regular army. It's true, my feeling is never wrong. Qiao Feng nodded confidently. Then they're really something. I find a chance to meet them. Azia's mischievous side was aroused. These words made Qiao Feng break out in a cold sweat. This little devil was about to be mischievous again. Thankfully, she knew her limits. Chapter 47. Murong Tian entered the warship fleet's projection conference and issued the order to Halong and the others. Warship fleet, depart. Destination, Daming Lake, Area 9537. Roger. The 43 warships turned in unison, the golden battleship still in the center. Everyone, you all understand the situation. If we win this bet, each warship fleet will receive a reward of 100 million star coins. If we lose, forget about it. Murong Tian's motivational tactics were effective. He offered 400 million star coins as an incentive, meaning each warship fleet should not hold back and should fight with all their might. Roger. Hearing about the extra 100 million star coins reward, everyone's fighting spirit soared, and they responded in unison. Just as Halong and the others entered the interstellar battlefield, Bailey Schwanza also received the news and immediately mobilized his family's T3 class 3-star assassin warship fleet. The golden warship fleet sailed for a day, encountering only sporadic interstellar beasts that easily harassed them. The T2 commander's assessment period is 20 days. Reaching the destination after 20 days is considered a failure. Defeating a large number of enemies during the assessment will earn a higher score. These scores can be exchanged for military merits, but it's 100 points for 5 military merits. The average score for the commander assessment mission has historically been around 5,000, which translates to about 250 military merits, not much. The next morning, the Golden Dragon battleship fleet began entering Area 1001. The real battle was about to begin, as encounters with other races' warships were likely in the following areas. After traveling for half a day, they entered Area 2008. The Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier's reconnaissance system issued a series of alarms. Ding! 265 energy fluctuations detected ahead, including 3 warships, 10 fighters, and 252 unknown. Encounter in 13 minutes. Video has been transmitted. Ding! Approximately 249 energy fluctuations detected to the left front. 3 are warships, 5 are fighter jets, and 241 are unknown. They will encounter each other in 13 minutes. Video transmission in progress. The 241 energy fluctuations are unknown, because they are all on warships, and the Fire Phoenix mothership's reconnaissance radar cannot yet detect the specific fighter jet types. Brother Long, should we transmit the video back to Murong Tian? Zhou Zhiru asked, seeing so many enemy situations detected by the radar. No rush. If no one else detects anything in 3 minutes, report 2 videos to Murong Tian. Transmitting the video of the encounter in 10 minutes is enough for Murong Tian to command the warship formation. There's no need to completely expose the radar's detection range. Zhou Zhiru nodded, received. Then she gave the order for a 4-star heavy radar reconnaissance aircraft to deploy and reconnoiter the 4 directions of the warship. Yes, sir. Then, for heavy radar reconnaissance aircraft flew out from the 4 directions of the Fire Phoenix mothership. Each radar reconnaissance aircraft was enormous. Their heavy, imposing fuselages immediately suggested formidable defensive capabilities. They also bore a striking phoenix-shaped insignia. Reporting, Captain. The Fire Phoenix battleship formation has dispatched 4 heavily armed reconnaissance aircraft to conduct reconnaissance in all directions. On the Golden Dragon battleship, the vice captain reported to Murong Tian. I understand. It's good to send them out for reconnaissance. This is Area 2008. There should be some enemy mech activity. Although Murong Tian felt that dispatching reconnaissance aircraft from the Fire Phoenix battleship formation was a bit premature, he didn't say anything. After all, having reconnaissance personnel was always better, increasing the safety factor. Captain, this is footage of the Fire Phoenix heavy reconnaissance aircraft. You should take a look, the vice captain suggested to Murong Tian, projecting the image. This is the Fire Phoenix's T1 class 4-star heavy reconnaissance aircraft? Murong Tian stood up in surprise, looking at the vice captain with disbelief. Yes, I was also shocked when I saw it. It's comparable to our T2 class 4-star heavy reconnaissance aircraft, the vice captain nodded repeatedly. No, our heavy reconnaissance aircraft are inferior to them, Murong Tian stated bluntly, his hands moving rapidly. Several more images of T2 4-star heavy reconnaissance aircraft appeared on the projector. These were top-tier heavy reconnaissance aircraft. Murong Tian compared the Fire Phoenix heavy reconnaissance aircraft to the T2, examining its shape, fuselage thickness, external reconnaissance equipment, reconnaissance devices, and even its speed. Based on the current specifications, the Fire Phoenix heavy reconnaissance aircraft completely outclassed the T2 heavy reconnaissance aircraft. However, more data is needed to assess its specific reconnaissance capabilities. Hiss. Captain, could these Fire Phoenix heavy reconnaissance aircraft be T2 class 4-star heavy reconnaissance aircraft? If I'm not mistaken, these reconnaissance aircraft should be 5-star Heavenly Barrier class. Breaking through the Heavenly Barrier, although still T1 class, their reconnaissance capabilities have reached T2 class 4-star. A 5-star Heavenly Barrier class. The vice captain shuddered. It was the first time he's seen a Heavenly Barrier class aircraft up close. Yes, Heavenly Barrier class. Murong Tian muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the Fire Phoenix emblem. He had a feeling this thing was very expensive and powerful, but he couldn't quite place it. Suddenly, the warship system alerted Murong Tian. Ding! Fire Phoenix battleship formation reports. 3 T1 class 3-star Zerg battleships, 10 Zerg fighters, and 252 unknown energy points detected ahead. Encounter expected in 10 minutes. Ding! Fire Phoenix battleship formation reports. 3 T1 class 3-star Zerg battleships, 5 Zerg mechs, and 241 unknown energy points detected to the left front. Encounter expected in 10 minutes. 3 minutes had passed. Zhou Zhilan reported the reconnaissance information to Murong Tian. Upon receiving a series of video messages from Zhou Zhiruo, Murong Tian immediately ordered, quickly, activate the level 3 alarm. Have all captains currently in charge of their warships join the projection. Yes, sir. Ding, alarm. The Golden Flying Dragon warship has issued a level 3 alarm. Captains and acting captains currently in charge of their warships, please join the projection meeting. Join the projection. Join the projection. Upon hearing the level 3 alarm, the captains and vice captains currently in charge of their warships all joined the projection meeting. 2 videos were projected into the meeting. After the videos finished, Murong Tian began issuing combat orders. I've seen all the videos. Li Bai's White Horse warship formation is to move out and deal with the 3 enemy ships and 262 enemy aircraft to the left front. Since there were only 3 enemy warships, a 10-on-3 situation, Murong Tian didn't ask Li Bai if he could defeat the enemy ships. Roger. Li Bai saluted and accepted the mission. Murong Shishia's warship formation handled the 3 enemy ships and 246 enemy aircraft ahead. Roger. Qin Shaoxian and Zhou Zhiruo's warship formations moved forward and engaged the Golden Flying Dragon warship formation, ready for battle at any time. Murong Tian's command was flawless. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he also moved the Fire Phoenix warship formation and Qin Shixian's warship formation forward to join the Golden Flying Dragon warship formation. Chapter 48. Roger. In normal assessments, they would usually choose to take a detour, but this assessment would be more intense. After all, with the stakes involved, Murong Tian would choose to eliminate as many enemy ships and aircraft as possible. What if they won? Who would complain about having more star coins? After the projection meeting, the vice captain said to Murong Tian, Captain, I didn't expect the Fire Phoenix's reconnaissance aircraft to be so powerful, a full 2 minutes ahead of our T2 radar. Yes, I underestimated the Tianqian-class reconnaissance aircraft, but breaking through the Tianqian is a leap in quality in itself, so it's normal for them to be stronger. Captain, their heavy radar reconnaissance aircraft are even stronger than ours. Our radar reconnaissance range is only 8.5 minutes. The vice captain said truthfully. Yes, I know. Halong is a T1 level modification master, so it's normal for him to modify the Fire Phoenix into a more advanced heavy radar reconnaissance aircraft. Murong Tian was a man with a strong competitive spirit, But he had to admit that Halong's modification skills were extremely powerful, which completely convinced him. However, when he thought of Halong's words, "Your mecha combat skills are better than mine," he couldn't deny it, even if he didn't want to. Those words still often stung him. No wonder Miss recommended the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Their radar reconnaissance capabilities alone are superior to ours. The vice captain, oblivious to Murong Tion's slightly changed expression, continued to praise him, thankfully without saying anything more. Boom! Boom! The sound of warship cannons echoed in the distance, and soon the sounds of other aircraft engaging in combat also came through. Murong Tion's attention was also drawn to the battle. He saw that Li Bai's White Horse warship fleet was fast, and even faster in attack, striking the Zerg warships first and causing them considerable losses. Leading the Pegasus warship fleet, Murong Xiaoxiao was also quite fast, attacking almost simultaneously with Li Bai, showcasing the power of her fleet. How did Mrs. warship fleet become so powerful? The vice captain was completely dumbfounded. He wasn't familiar with Li Bai's White Horse warship fleet, but he was very familiar with Murong Xiaoxiao's. Halong? Their modifications were done by Halong. Murong Tian, coming from an intelligence family, could easily deduce who had modified Murong Xiaoxiao's warships from her general movements. He hadn't interfered when Murong Xiaoxiao went to Halong for modifications, intending only to prove through the commander assessment mission that Halong's modifications weren't as good as those from the Tanji modification shop. But it seemed he was about to be proven wrong. I see, Halong is truly an excellent modification master. The vice captain couldn't help but praise Halong again. This made Murong Tian very uncomfortable, yet he couldn't say anything. Ding! Phoenix Battleship Squadron reporting. 3 T1 class 3-star Zerg battleships and 132 Zerg mechs have been spotted providing support ahead of the Pegasus Battleship Squadron. Encounter in 10 minutes. The battleship system beeped. It was Zhou Zhilan reporting the intelligence she had gathered 13 minutes earlier to Murong Tian again. Captain Qin Shaoxian, lead the Shield-Bearer Battleship Squadron to provide support and attack the Zerg battleships. Murong Tian, of course, couldn't let Murong Xiaoxiao be in any danger, and immediately ordered Qin Shixian's Battleship Squadron to move out. Roger. Qin Shaoxian excitedly clenched his hands. Ever since seeing the powerful White Horse and Pegasus squadrons, he had wanted to test his own battleship squadron. After all, it was Halong who modified it, so its combat power should be roughly the same. At this moment, on the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, Vice Captain Xia Sitian hurriedly approached Zhou Zhiruo and Halong to report an important message. Captain, Vice Captain, the reconnaissance plane transmitted a blurry video. 11 T2 class Zerg warships are accelerating towards our position, expected to arrive in 25 minutes. I understand. Order all crew members to prepare for battle. Zhou Zhiruo knew the situation was serious. These T2 class Zerg warships would soon receive a distress signal. Yes. Xia Sitian turned and went to make arrangements. Brother Long, how should we fight? Zhou Zhiruo asked Halong. How do you want to fight? Halong countered. He had always done anything that could help Zhou Zhiruo grow. Currently, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark, which is a good opportunity. The biggest problem is persuading Murong Tian. Zhou Zhiruo analyzed seriously. What if we had a good ambush plan, and could annihilate the enemy without suffering too many losses? Looking at the entire area, Halong's lips curled up slightly. He already had a plan in mind. We don't need to persuade Murong Tian. He's even more eager than we are, Zhou Zhiruo said with certainty. Although they only met a few times, Murong Tian still possessed a youthful arrogance, and given such an opportunity, he was bound to be tempted. So you be in charge of the ambush plan? Halong continued to act as if he were in charge, smiling as he looked at the dashing Zhou Zhilan, his eyes revealing obvious affection. The enemy warship's route has a disturbed magnetic field left over from a damaged planetary battlefield, perfect for our ambush. To ensure the enemy doesn't hesitate to charge in, we need the assistance of Murong Xiaoxiao's 3 warship squadrons. Zhou Zhilan glanced at it. Like Halong, she highly valued the turbulent magnetic field, which was also suitable for concealing the Fire Phoenix, Rhino frigate, and Hive aircraft carrier. Alright. Then issue a level 1 alert to the fleet's commanding captains. We're holding an emergency meeting. Understood. After receiving Halong's confirmation, Zhou Zhilan immediately ordered, issue a level 1 alert to Captains Golden Dragon, Murong Xiaoxiao, Li Bai, and Qin Shaoxian. Initiate an emergency projection meeting. Yes. Ding. Fire Phoenix Captain has issued a level 1 alert. Initiate an emergency meeting. Ding. Fire Phoenix Captain has issued a level 1 alert. Initiate an emergency meeting. The flagships of each warship fleet received consecutive Level 1 alerts, and they all joined the projection meeting. What's wrong? Sister Jilon. Murong Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly. While dealing with several Zerg warships, she was still quite relaxed and immediately connected to the projection. As for the title Sister Jilon, she used it thoroughly. Anyone who prevented her from using it would get angry. After all, Haolong's modifications were incredibly effective. Her entire fleet had become significantly stronger, easily defeating her previous fleet. Everyone, take a look at this projection. Zhou Zhiruo gave Murong Xiaoxiao a reassuring look, and seeing everyone had arrived, she displayed the projection. 11 T2 Zerg warships? Qin Shaoxian exclaimed, but without fear. After all, his fleet, modified by Haolong, had become much stronger, and he even wanted to take on the T2 warships. Where are they? How long until they arrive? Li Bai asked calmly. Since Zhou Zhiruo wasn't in a hurry, it meant the enemy ships were still quite a distance away. They arrive in 24 minutes. My Fire Phoenix fleet believes we can engage. As for whether to engage or not, that's up to Senior Murong to decide. Zhou Zhiruo also cleverly offered her opinion, waiting for Murong Tian to follow suit. Chapter 49. We can fight? Do you already have a plan? Murong Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. Taking down these 11 T2 warships would be incredibly beneficial. The points alone would be a huge gain, not to mention the 2 warships possessing contract hearts. Destroying them might yield some contract heart fragments. Murong Tian had indeed fallen into the trap, prioritizing destroying the enemy warships. The enemy warships must have received a distress signal. The fastest shortcut is through the turbulent magnetic field. My Fire Phoenix warship squadron can ambush them beforehand. Zhou Zhiruo displayed the scene scouted by the Fire Phoenix, and drew out the Zerg warship squadron's route. Crossing the turbulent magnetic field would take 23 minutes, while the detour would take 40 minutes. No, what if they discover you? Murong Tian objected. If the Fire Phoenix warship squadron's ambush failed, his squadron would have to fight 11 T2 Zerg warships head-on, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. As for escaping? How could they? The other 3 are all T1 warship formations. They can't outrun most T2 warships. Ding! Captain, radar hasn't detected the Fire Phoenix warship formation. They seem to have vanished into thin air. We dispatched fighter jets for reconnaissance. Murong Tian's vice captain suddenly sent a satellite message. What? Really? Murong Tian pulled up the reconnaissance report in disbelief. If it was true, then Haolong was truly hiding its true strength. Really? I understand. Looking at the reconnaissance report, Murong Tian completely believed Zhou Zhilon's words. They really did have the ability to ambush. However, he raised another question. Okay, even if you can really ambush them, can you severely damage them in one go? He didn't believe in the strength of the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet. After all, it was difficult for a T1 battleship to destroy a T2 battleship, even through an ambush. It's important to know that the combat power of a T2 battleship is at least 3 times that of a T1. In its true form, even 5 T1 battleships might not be able to defeat a single T2 battleship. We don't need to severely damage all the Zerg battleships. The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet only needs to severely damage the 2 Zerg aircraft carriers. Then, our entire Golden Dragon battleship squadron will surround and attack the remaining 9 Zerg battleships. Zhou Zhiruo used a virtual pen to guide the Zerg through the turbulent magnetic field. The 2 aircraft carriers would choose to dock at the turbulent magnetic field and release their fighters, while the 9 battleships would rush forward to provide emergency support. At that time, the Fire Phoenix's fighters would be the first to storm the Zerg aircraft carriers, and Murong Tian and his team would also begin attacking the other 9 Zerg battleships. Can the other 3 battleship fleets end the current battle within 5 minutes of me engaging them? This time, Murong Tian no longer questioned, but instead asked Murong Xiaoxiao and the others. 2 minutes will do. Li Bai, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Qin Shaoxian said in unison. Really? Murong Tian couldn't believe his ears, wondering if he misheard. Really? If Sister Jilon didn't need these Zerg as bait, I could wipe them out in a minute, Murong Xiaoxiao said confidently. Just now, their 3 warship squadrons hadn't used their full strength. They were just trying to get the modified warships working together. In that case, I agreed to this battle plan. Murong Tian looked at the 5 confident individuals, unable to suppress his own desire to attack the T2 warship. Young and impetuous. Such a good opportunity, of course, he wouldn't let it slip by. Commander, our Fire Phoenix fleet will lay an ambush ahead of time. Go ahead, be careful. I'd be waiting for your triumphant return. Murong Tian nodded with a smile and gave a pep talk. Yes. Zhou Zhirua replied, then cut off the projection and ordered the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Order. Fire Phoenix fleet enters the turbulent magnetic field, then activate concealment mode. Yes. 10 minutes later, the Fire Phoenix warship fleet had completely concealed itself. Murong Tian had sent out heavy reconnaissance aircraft several times, but to no avail. On the other side of the turbulent magnetic field, 11 T2 class Zerg warships arrived. Chieftain, the turbulent magnetic field is ahead. A Zerg soldier on the flagship reported to the Zerg chieftain. Release a large number of reconnaissance aircraft to investigate that turbulent magnetic field. As the commander of the warship fleet, the Zerg chieftain was quite cautious. As for taking a detour, forget it, the distance would be enough to drive any Zerg to despair. Yes. Looking at the dozens of Zerg reconnaissance aircraft, Zhou Zhilan's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this scene. She calmly said to Haolong, Brother Long, this Zerg leader is very cautious. The situation might change. The Zerg leader's caution meant many things could change, potentially causing Zhou Zhilan's ambush to go awry. So none of this is under your control? Haolong nodded calmly. All schemes rely on strength. As long as the Zerg warships pass through the turbulent magnetic field, they wouldn't need to run. From the moment Fire Phoenix laid an ambush here, their mission was to intercept the enemy, not simply to hope the Zerg would follow the plan. As long as they haven't discovered us, we already succeeded more than halfway. Zhou Zhilan had also devised several plans to deal with the Zerg's various actions. Captain, the Zerg warships are very cautious, even scouting the turbulent magnetic field. Should we have the other 3 warship squadrons increase their attack intensity to force the Zerg warships to provide rapid support? On the Golden Dragon warship, the vice captain suggested to Murong Tian. His idea was to increase the attack intensity to annihilate the 3 Zerg warships, allowing the T2 Zerg warships that came to support to quickly cross the turbulent magnetic field. This might be suitable for most Zerg, but he might have underestimated the Zerg leader's caution this time. Then let the 3 warship squadrons increase their attack intensity to lure the T2 Zerg warships over. Murong Tian thought about it. This was indeed a good idea. Once the 3 warship squadrons finished their battle, it would reduce their pressure, and they could quickly join the fight. Order, increase attack intensity. Murong Xiaoxiao received Murong Tian's order, hesitated for a moment, and then gave the order. Yes. Order, increase attack intensity slightly. Li Bai looked at the seemingly still powerful but actually crippled Zerg T1 warships before him, and reluctantly gave the order. Thinking to himself, Senior is getting impatient. He still doesn't have enough confidence in our warship formation. Order, increase attack intensity. Qin Shaoxian also sensed something was wrong, but could only issue the order. Reporting, Leader, the chaotic magnetic field has been scouted. No signs of an ambush were found. On the T2 Zerg warship, the vice captain reported to the Zerg leader. They had already dispatched multiple reconnaissance aircraft to conduct comprehensive reconnaissance of the chaotic magnetic field 3 times. Good. Order, warships pass through the chaotic magnetic field, accelerate support. The Zerg leader nodded. It was good that there was no ambush. Yes, sir. The T2 Zerg warships began to enter the chaotic magnetic field en masse, and rapidly advance forward. Chapter 50. Captain, the Zerg warships have finally entered the turbulent magnetic field. They haven't detected the Fire Phoenix warship formation. The vice captain reported to Murong Tian. I understand. Continue monitoring. Murong Tian's expression changed slightly. The Zerg were more cautious than expected. Now that they only entered the turbulent magnetic field, their cooked Zerg warships might be about to escape. Because after the other 3 warship formations intensified their attacks, the 3 Zerg warships were routed. Given the cautious nature of the T2 Zerg leader, they might retreat immediately. Captain, Vice Captain, the Zerg warships have all entered the turbulent magnetic field. CS Sitian reported to Zhou Zhirua and Haolong. Good. Pass down the order. All units prepare for battle. Zhou Zhirua gave the order, looking at the projection of the Zerg warship formation entering the turbulent magnetic field. Yes, sir. On the Zerg flagship, the vice captain hurriedly reported to the Zerg leader. Leader, the enemy warships at those 3 locations have suddenly intensified their attacks, and our 3 warships are rapidly collapsing. Not good, the enemy may have discovered us long ago. Retreat. The Zerg leader immediately ordered. Recently, both the Tokus Empire and the Orcs have been mobilizing large-scale warship legions. He had already encountered 2, but fortunately, his caution allowed him to escape. He believed that this time he had encountered the main force of the Tokus warship legion, and its attack power was extremely strong. It was best to retreat first. Yes, all warships retreat along the original route. The Zerg vice captain quickly issued the retreat order. Captain, something bad has happened. The Zerg warship formation is retreating. On the Golden Dragon flagship, the vice captain reported to Murong Tian. Order the Golden Dragon fleet to advance and attack quickly. All fleets should resolve the battle as soon as possible and join the attack on the T2 Zerg warship formation. Murong Tian also saw the Zerg warships turning around in the reconnaissance projection and immediately issued orders to Li Bai, Qin Shaoxian, and Murong Xiaoxiao in the projection conference. Roger. Divine Horse Charge. Li Bai acted decisively, directly using his talent skill, instantly surging the fleet's attack power, and completely destroying the remaining 2 Zerg warships. Order. Quickly follow the Golden Dragon warship formation and assist in the battle. Roger. With the boost from the talent skill, the fleet quickly caught up with the Golden Dragon warship formation, but didn't overtake it. After all, they were facing 11 T2 Zerg warships. His T1 formation going forward alone would only result in being attacked. Li Bai's warship formation is that strong? Seeing Li Bai's fleet instantly annihilate most of the Zerg fighters, including the 2 Zerg warships, Murong Tian's voice changed. Me too. Seeing Li Bai activate his talent skill and directly sweep away the Zerg warships, Murong Xiaoxiao also activated her talent skill. Captain, our Zerg warships are fleeing towards Qin Shixian's fleet, the vice captain reminded him. I know. Murong Xiaoxiao nodded, projecting herself onto Qin Shixian's warship. Qin Shaoxian, leave this to me, okay? You quickly catch up with the Golden Dragon warship fleet. Okay. Qin Shaoxian agreed without further ado. With only 4 Zerg warships remaining, and most of their Zerg fighters lost, they were practically a defeated army. He felt confident in pursuing Murong Tian. As soon as Qin Shaoxian left, Murong Xiaoxiao eagerly used her talent skill, firepower coverage. All attacks doubled, instantly recharged, lasting for 3 rounds. Boom! 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 The destructive power stunned Qin Shaoxian. Ding! Attention! Explosion shockwave approaching. Quick, accelerate and leave. Fortunately, Qin Shixian's warship fleet accelerated away, suffering only some shock and minor damage to the ship's armor. Shixia's warship fleet is this powerful too? Murong Tian was stunned again. First Li Bai, now Murong Xiaoxiao. He wasn't stupid, he knew he had greatly underestimated the combat power of the 3 warship fleets. Now, his biggest concern was the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Once they came out to intercept, the enemy ships, knowing they were trapped, would definitely attack the Fire Phoenix fleet desperately. Quickly contact the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Never mind. Murong Tian first wanted to remind Zhou Zhilan, but ultimately decided against it, because the Fire Phoenix was too close to the Zerg warships, making it easy for them to detect the signal. It was still unknown whether the Fire Phoenix would intercept them. After all, he had given the wrong order, leading to a different scenario. On the Fire Phoenix warship, Xiao reported to Zhou Zhilan, Captain, the Zerg warships are retreating. At this time, the Zerg T2 fleet was retreating first with 2 aircraft carriers, followed by a flagship destroyer and 2 battleships. Haolong remained silent. He trusted Zhou Zhilan to handle the situation. Zhou Zhilan carefully observed the Zerg warship's retreat method, and then issued a series of orders. Because they were in a turbulent magnetic field, Murong Tian and his group had difficulty detecting detailed information, allowing the Fire Phoenix warship formation to operate at full strength without worrying about revealing too much. Order: 8 5-star super cruise missiles, 28 4-star heavy missiles, and the main guns will lock onto the Zerg destroyer flagship. Awaiting further orders? Yes. Sitian, charge the T2 level 5-star Fire Phoenix cannon. Keep it confidential and await my orders. Zhou Zhilan solemnly instructed Sitian. The Fire Phoenix cannon is a last resort, needed to turn the tide or deliver the final blow when the situation changes drastically. Yes. Sitian quickly responded. The Fire Phoenix's T2 main cannon is top secret. Currently, only 10 people know about it. Order: Rhino frigate, prepare for a 10-ton ramming attack, target the battleship. Attack immediately after the main guns fire. Yes, sir. Rhino frigate Captain Fan Ling. Order: Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, after the main guns fire, immediately deploy all aircraft, under the full command of Vice Captain Haolong. Annihilate all Zerg aircraft on the right-hand aircraft carrier, and capture that aircraft carrier. Yes, sir. Haolong solemnly accepted the order, thinking to himself, this little girl has changed drastically since entering combat. She's starting to show leadership qualities. Order: Hive aircraft carrier, After the attack begins, all aircraft crews will be deployed into battle, divided into two groups. One group will attack the battleship, and the other will intercept any Zerg warships attempting to enter. Remember, even if it means sacrificing everything, intercept any Zerg warships that try to enter. Having never fought a T2 warship before, Zhou Zhilan prepared for the worst, prepared to sacrifice most of the Hive carrier's aircraft if necessary to gain overall control. Yes! The entire battleship squadron rallied, knowing Zhou Zhilan wanted the Zerg's T2 contract hard. This was also why Haolong and Zhou Zhilan were so determined to attack the T2 Zerg warships. Their greatest losses were only in unmanned fighters and bombers. Of the 11 Zerg T2 warships, only the destroyer flagship and the aircraft carrier possessed a contract hard. The destroyer's defense and attack power were too strong. Forget about it, destruction was the priority. The aircraft carrier was Zhou Zhilan's sole target. As for the other aircraft carrier that had retreated at the same time, it could be dealt with easily. Chapter 51. Order. Fire Phoenix and Hive carriers. Focus fire on the Zerg carrier on the left, suppressing them and preventing them from rescuing the carrier on the right. Yes, sir. Immediately, each warship and fighter jet began to adjust, prioritizing their mission. Haolong began issuing attack directions and targets to each of the Fire Phoenix's 3 fighter groups. The Hive carrier's fighter groups also began to divide into groups. The first group deployed only 100 4-star heavy fighters, escorting 50 4-star heavy bombers, responsible for destroying battleships. At such close range, battleships were easy targets for bombers. 50 bombers could easily destroy them at close range. The second group, consisting of 100 4-star heavy cruise fighters, 200 3-star fighters, 150 4-star heavy bombers, and 200 3-star bombers, was responsible for intercepting other Zerg warships attempting to enter. After the Phoenix battleship fleet was ready, it awaited the moment when the Zerg destroyer flagship, accompanied by 2 battleships, entered the turbulent magnetic field. Zhou Zhilan decisively used Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens and issued the attack order, launch all missiles. Roger. The 3 battleships, empowered by Phoenix flames, burst into blazing fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy missiles, amplified ninefold, and super missiles launched, unleashing devastating power as they hurtled towards the Zerg destroyer flagship. Innate skill, Zerg shield. The moment Zhou Zhilan activated her skill, the Zerg leader sensed something amiss. Relying on its keen intuition, it immediately activated its innate skill. Zerg shield, using Zerg phantoms, enhances the battleship's defense by 5 times. Boom! Due to the close proximity, after the Zerg leader unleashed its skill, 36 missiles imbued with Phoenix Flame struck the Zerg flagship. Although the Zerg shield provided a 5x increase in defense, it couldn't withstand the 9x amplification of the heavy missiles. The Zerg destroyer was instantly blasted into pieces, and a powerful shockwave continued to spread outwards. Ding! Received a powerful shockwave attack, 50% damage to the ship. Ding! Received a powerful shockwave attack, 50% damage to the ship. The 2 Zerg battleships were the first to be hit. They were too close to the destroyer, and their hulls suffered direct 50% damage. Million-ton ramming. Fong Ling also seized the opportunity. The escort ship used its 200-meter-long flank to ram the battleship, easily splitting it in 2. Hiss. Fong Ling stared in shock at the terrifying horn impact. Fortunately, her shock was brief. She immediately issued an order. Order. Frigates continue attacking the battleships ahead. Roger. Ding. Shockwave impact. Hull damage 10%. Simultaneously, the 2 Zerg aircraft carriers were also affected by the shockwave. All fighters sortie. The Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier rapidly deployed its fighters. Roger. Haolong, leading the charge, piloted his mech out, activated its defensive shield, and led a group of mech warriors towards the Zerg aircraft carriers, directly suppressing the deployed Zerg fighters. After the 3 groups of fighters arrived, Haolong commanded them to split up and attack the Zerg aircraft carriers. Due to their prior preparation and the element of surprise, they held a significant advantage. The Zerg were completely stunned. They hadn't even noticed the ambush after passing through the chaotic magnetic field. Turning back into it, their flagship was blown to pieces, and one of their battleships was destroyed. Now, Haolong had them trapped inside the mothership, blocking the aircraft launch channels. The Fire Phoenix bomber seized the opportunity to drop a small number of giant cruise bombs, blasting several breaches in the carrier. Boom! Haolong, piloting his mech, swiftly destroyed several Zerg aircraft. Seeing the breached carrier, he immediately issued an order. Order all cruise mechs to enter the carrier, completely clear out the Zerg aircraft, and take control of the carrier. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, a large number of Fire Phoenix mechs approached the Zerg mothership. Suddenly, a chilling scene unfolded for Howlong. The Zerg mothership unleashed countless two-star missiles, like a shower of petals, each seemingly chasing after an aircraft at incredible speed. Seeing the oncoming missile, Howlong casually fired a shot, detonating it. Boom! 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 Countless explosions erupted around the mothership, the force of which severely damaged its hull. Aside from a few mech warriors, and Howlong detonating the missiles, the rest of the Fire Phoenix fighters were directly destroyed. Fortunately, only their protective shields were damaged. After the explosion, Howlong warned, "That's a Zerg innate skill. It can only be used once in a short time. Kill them quickly." This innate skill was likely unleashed by the Zerg warship captain. It was a group attack using medium-sized missiles. Luckily, the Fire Phoenix fighters were equipped with protective shields, otherwise, more than half of them would have been lost. After eliminating all the released Zerg fighters, Howlong ordered, first group of fighters, escort all bombers and destroy that aircraft carrier. Second and third groups of fighters, continue to suppress the Zerg fighters and prevent them from taking off. Since bombers aren't needed here, they certainly won't be wasted. Yes! Yes! Mech squad, follow me and charge into the enemy's ship. Yes! Then, Howlong led the first mech squad into the battered Zerg aircraft carrier. Heavy sword. Howlong, piloting his mech, had already detected the enemy's position and unleashed a heavy sword strike, slaying the Zerg mech. On the Fire Phoenix battleship, Zhou Zhilan, seeing the escort ship entangled with another battleship, immediately modified the orders for the Hive mothership's fighters. Order, Hive First Fighter Group, bring bombers to support the second fighter group, completely seal the entrance, block the Zerg warship's path in. Yes! Hive First Fighter Group received. Upon hearing the earth-shattering explosion from the chaotic magnetic field, Murong Tian knew Zhou Zhilan had chosen to intercept the Zerg warship, and he also immediately launched a main gun attack. Order, all main guns fire. Battleship cannons attack. Roger. Murong Xiaoxiao, Qin Xiaoxian, and Li Bai were already prepared and immediately ordered their warships to fire. More than 30 main guns locked onto the 6 warships outside the turbulent magnetic field, each choosing its target to attack. Followed by numerous secondary guns and battleship cannons, the attack inflicted heavy losses on the Zerg warships. Ding! Fire Phoenix has initiated a special-level war council. Join? Zhou Zhilan resumed the projected conference after the battle. Join! Join! Sister Zhilan, are you alright? Murong Xiaoxiao asked with concern as soon as she entered. This battle had greatly improved their relationship. We're fine. We brought the situation under control here. Those 6 Zerg warships outside are yours to handle. Zhou Zhilan responded briefly before getting down to business. Chapter 52. Murong Tian was shocked and gasped. Although he didn't know how the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet would control the situation, he figured it would be difficult, so he quickly reminded them. Don't worry, we annihilate the 6 Zerg warships outside quickly. You just need to prevent them from breaking through to your area. If you really can't intercept them, you can give up. Preserving our strength is paramount. Okay, I know. Order. The Zerg now has only 6 warships left. Everyone must annihilate them as quickly as possible. Now that they knew about the chaotic magnetic field situation, Murong Tian and his team no longer held back. Talent skill, main gun designation. Murong Tian activated his talent skill, instantly charging his main gun and designating its attack location. He designated a fast cruiser, its main gun's target being its energy storage. It had already taken damage from 3 main guns and dozens of secondary guns. With a whoosh, the Golden Dragon battleship fired again, unleashing a massive planet-destroying shell. Enveloped in a halo of light, it traversed a right arc and struck a fast-moving Zerg cruiser. Boom! The deafening explosion caused a brief pause for both sides before they resumed their intense battle. On the battlefield, distraction means certain death. Boom! In the turbulent magnetic field, under the close and weapon fire of the Fire Phoenix and Hive motherships, the first fighter group finally breached the defenses of another Zerg carrier. Bombers then launched a massive bombardment, completely destroying the carrier. Bang! On the other side, the slower Zerg battleship was also caught off guard by the Rhino frigate, its massive horn ramming piercing its hull. Another horn rammed it, breaking it in 2, and it met the same fate as the battleship before it. At this point, apart from the Zerg aircraft carrier with the heart of the contract still fighting, all other Zerg warships had been annihilated. Order, frigates, assist in guarding the entrance. Hive carriers. Send reconnaissance aircraft to scout enemy warships outside the turbulent magnetic field. Seeing the situation stabilize, Zhou Zhilan issued a series of orders. The remaining tasks were defending the Zerg warships outside and waiting for Haolong to capture the Zerg aircraft carrier. As for why the other Zerg warships dared not enter, they were simply terrified. They could continuously receive messages from within the turbulent magnetic field, but the more they knew, the less they dared to enter. They ignored the Zerg battleship's distress signal. It was so close to the Rhino frigate, entering would only result in entanglement. Who would dare to shield it from that terrifying horn-ramming attack? Moreover, there was the Fire Phoenix, capable of destroying their flagship in a single strike. The entrance was also swarming with bombers and fighters. Anyone who dared to enter would die even faster. After all, Murong Tian's 40 warships were not just for show. Quick, let's split up and retreat. Finally, the 5 Zerg warships decided to scatter and escape, otherwise, they would die. Murong Tian led his fleet in pursuit for 10 minutes, killing 3 Zerg warships before abandoning the chase, allowing 2 to escape. Clang! Clang! Inside the Zerg mothership, 2 mechs fought fiercely, their swords flashing as they attacked at increasing speed. Die! Heavy cannon sword. Haolong suddenly erupted, deflecting the Zerg mech's strange weapon, and slashing with his Aurora Flame sword, killing the T2 class Zerg mech. Vice Captain, all the Zerg mechs on the warship have been annihilated. A mech reported to Haolong from a distance. Good, you did a great job. Did you find the Zerg's contract heart? Haolong praised, then asked. Found it. The Zerg warship's contract heart is just ahead. The mech warrior pointed ahead. That was the Zerg's control center. Let's go! Haolong said with a smile, finally finding the key. Captain, the Zerg and the aircraft carrier have been completely cleared. Haolong sent a message to Zhou Zhilan, while ordered all the mech warriors to evacuate the Zerg mothership. Great. Brother Long, how long will it take you to dismantle the contract heart? Zhou Zhilan asked. This was related to 1.5 billion star coins, so she naturally had to be careful. Others might need 2 hours, but I don't need that. I already got the contract heart. Haolong held up a crystal shaped like a swift insect for Zhou Zhilan to see. He possessed a system modification skill, which included dismantling. It only cost 100,000 points to click the system. Alright, you can detonate this aircraft carrier. Your ability to quickly dismantle the heart of the contract is our secret, and cannot be easily revealed. The heart of the contract is entirely the spoils of war for the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet. Zhou Zhilan has no burden about not sharing it, and even if she wanted to, she would first consider Haolong's secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. Roger, Captain. Boom. With the explosion of the Zerg aircraft carrier, the battle within the chaotic magnetic field has ended. Captain, we found this damaged heart of the contract during our search. Cietian reported to Zhou Zhirua, holding half of the heart of the contract in her hands. Good, pass the order down. Reward them when we get back. Zhou Zhilan was very satisfied with their actions, and naturally wouldn't leave them unrewarded. Yes, sir. Cietian collected information from each group and reported to Zhou Zhilan. Captain, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd mech squadrons have all completed their searches. Zhou Zhilan checked and, after confirming there were no special circumstances, said, order that, except for the reconnaissance aircraft, leave the Fire Phoenix 3rd Squadron's fighters to escort them. All other aircraft return to base. Roger. Report. Except for those on missions, all other aircraft have returned to base. Cietian quickly reported again. Alright. Fire Phoenix battleship formation, depart, target outside the erratic magnetic field. There was no longer any fighting outside. Besides Murong Tian's battleship formation pursuing enemy ships, the other 3 battleship formations were approaching from a short distance. Sister Zhilan, are you alright? How many losses did your battleship formation suffer? Murong Xiaoxiao saw the Fire Phoenix battleship formation emerge from the erratic magnetic field, and led her fleet forward at high speed. We're fine. We lost some fighters and bombers. Zhou Zhilan replied with a smile. In this battle, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier lost 5 fighter jets and 2 heavy bombers, even with its protective shields on. This loss was likely due to insufficient crew training. However, the enemy was, after all, a T2 class warship and T2 fighter jet, with considerable combat power. Some losses were to be expected. The Hive aircraft carrier suffered only minor losses, negligible, as they didn't participate in the battle. Their main role was to seal the entrance to the turbulent magnetic field. Haolong, are you alright? How much did you gain? Qin Shaoxian arrived and jokingly asked Haolong. Qin Shaoxian, did you think you could capture a Zerg warship? It's good enough if you didn't suffer too many losses. Maybe next time I have you ambush them. Murong Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Shaoxian with ill intent. But she was right. Zhou Zhilan and Haolong had indeed captured a Zerg warship. Chapter 53. Forget it, my fleet can only hold off the T2 fleet for a while. It'd be good if we don't get wiped out. Qin Shaoxian quickly waved his hand. He had already fought the T2, and knew his fleet could only contend with a maximum of 3 T2 warships. We actually found something. This is it. Zhou Zhilan took out a damaged crystal, and showed it to them. A T2 contract heart? Murong Xiaoxiao, Li Bai, and Qin Shaoxian all recognized it as a contract heart. Even though it was damaged, half of it was still intact, worth 500 million. Ding! Murong Tian requests to enter the projection meeting. Confirm. Haolong, Zhou Zhilan, are you alright? What are the fleet's losses? Murong Tian asked as soon as he entered. Now, he truly understood the strength of the Fire Phoenix fleet, so his concern was understandable. After all, having an additional powerful fleet would be beneficial to both the fleet and him. Thank you for your concern, Commander. We only lost a few aircraft. Our strength hasn't been significantly weakened, Zhou Zhilan replied. That's good. Murong Tian checked the data transmitted from the 4 fleets and, finding that there really wasn't much damage, asked, if we don't need to rest, let's set off now. No, but Commander, you need to send aircraft to bring this item back for safekeeping. We redistribute it after the mission is complete. Zhou Zhilan pointed to the damaged heart of contract, deciding to hand it over for sharing. Normally, since the Fire Phoenix fleet ambushed and attacked the Zerg warships without any assistance, the damaged heart of contract would also belong to the Fire Phoenix fleet as spoils of war. However, some might choose to hand it over for everyone to share, making future operations more coordinated. Speak up all at once. Should the Fire Phoenix fleet enjoy it all to itself, or should we share it? Murong Tian didn't give a direct answer, but instead addressed Li Bai, Qin Shaoxian, and Murong Xiaoxiao. Having them all speak at once was tantamount to Murong Tian abstaining. The matter depended solely on the attitudes of the other 3 warship fleets. Ding! The Fire Phoenix fleet enjoys the heart of the contract exclusively, with 3 votes. The voting results came out quickly, and unsurprisingly, all 3 votes passed. This spoils of war are rightfully yours, Fire Phoenix fleet. Captain Zhou, please keep them safe, Murong Tian said with a smile. He wasn't surprised by Li Bai and the others' decision. After all, the Fire Phoenix fleet had single-handedly annihilated the Zerg, and they hadn't provided any assistance. Who would dare to shamelessly claim it? The annihilation of 9 T2 Zerg warships and 9 T1 Zerg warships in this battle significantly increased his assessment points, making it possible to help Xiaofeng win the bet. Alright, then I keep it for now. Zhou Zhilan had no choice but to agree. Haolong shrugged. He and Zhou Zhilan had expected this, but they still had to take action. Whether they wanted to or not was another matter. Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Group, form ranks, and continue towards destination 9537. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Murong Tian ordered the battleship group to depart. It was only the second day, time couldn't be wasted. Yes. Zhilan, arrange for the personnel currently on rest to enter the virtual combat space. Watching the Fire Phoenix battleship formation follow, Haolong took Zhou Zhiru's hand and said, entering the virtual combat space was a more efficient way to recover physical and mental energy, but only those with sufficient loyalty received this treatment. Understood. Zhou Zhilan also knew the benefits of the virtual combat space. While the crew members, who had just finished fighting, could fall asleep immediately, their mental state was poorly restored. The virtual combat space, however, allowed them to replenish their energy with optimal quality sleep. System, activate virtual combat space. Fortunately, the Rhino frigate and the Hive aircraft carrier were also system-generated, allowing for direct remote activation, saving Haolong a lot of trouble. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier's contract proficiency was 6%. Using a T2 contract heart would bring it to around 50%, but neither Zhou Zhilan nor Haolong would use this forced growth method, as it wouldn't benefit them in the future. It was better to sell them both. With 2 billion star coins, he could do many things. Ding! A T1 class orc warship fleet detected to the left front. Encounter in 15 minutes. 3 hours later, the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft sent another reconnaissance report. Activate level 3 alert. Convene a meeting. Sister Zhilan, have we spotted enemy warships again? How many are there this time? Murong Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Since it was only a level 3 alert, the enemy's strength shouldn't be too great. A T1 class Orc warship squadron, Zhou Xilan said, while displaying a projection. This Orc squadron seemed to have been through a battle. Several warships had sustained varying degrees of damage. And Captain Li's White Horse squadron in. After understanding the enemy warship squadron situation, Murong Tian began to deploy his warships. He planned to have 2 warships eliminate this Orc squadron. Commander, the Fire Phoenix squadron requests to engage. This Orc squadron has a supply ship, which we can use to resupply. Zhou Xilan quickly requested permission. The Fire Phoenix fleet hadn't suffered much damage, but the warship's energy was somewhat depleted. Since they encountered them, a resupply was a natural next step. Commander, my Pegasus fleet is also requesting permission to deploy. Murong Xiaoxiao excitedly requested permission as well. Since resupply would be available later, there was no need to be frugal. Qin Shaoxian looked around and realized neither of them were people he could afford to offend, so he lowered his half-raised hand. Seeing this, Murong Tian adjusted his strategy and ordered, then the White Horse fleet, the Fire Phoenix fleet, and the Pegasus fleet will deploy together. The White Horse fleet will flank and attack the enemy's rear, while the Fire Phoenix and White Horse fleets will attack the enemy's left and right flanks. This was a joint patrol mission, a model used to train advanced command and combat skills. Furthermore, the Golden Dragon warship was equipped with equipment to assess commanders, allowing Murong Tian to be monitored in real time during the assessment. Roger. Subsequently, Li Bai led his White Horse fleet at high speed, circling the Orc fleet for most of the distance. Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix and Pegasus battleship formations slowly circled the enemy ships from the left and right flanks respectively. Fire Phoenix has reached its designated destination. Pegasus formation has reached its designated destination. White Horse formation has reached its designated destination. 5 minutes later, Li Bai's White Horse formation also arrived at its designated destination, and they had now surrounded the Orc formation. All ships, speed 600, converge on the Orc warships. All battleship formations, prepare for battle. Seeing the Orc warship formation already surrounded, Murong Tian quickly issued the order. Roger. Roger. Order. Fire Phoenix's 10 4-star large missiles will lock onto enemy destroyer number 3 and cruiser number 5 respectively. Awaiting further orders? They had marked the enemy ships from 1 to 10 beforehand, which would be advantageous for everyone's combat. After locking onto the targets, Fire Phoenix reported the situation to the Golden Flying Dragon battleship, and Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao also reported their respective locked targets. Chapter 54. On the Fire Phoenix warship, Zhou Xilan, seeing the opportunity, issued the order. Order, Vice Captain Haolong will lead the 1st Fire Phoenix fighter group and the 1st Hive fighter group to sortie. Yes, sir. The Hive mothership's fighters were divided into 4 groups, each consisting of 55-star Hive heavy cruise fighters, 54-star Hive fighters, 55-star Hive heavy interstellar bombers, and 54-star Hive bombers. A standard T1 3-star aircraft carrier has about 100 carrier-based aircraft, and a 4-star carrier has about 140. This shows how terrifying the Hive aircraft carrier's carrying capacity is, 6 times that of a 4-star aircraft carrier. Moreover, the carrier-based aircraft consisted of 5-star heavy fighters and 4-star fighters, not a single fighter below 4-star level, making its combat power far surpass that of other top-tier aircraft carriers. On the Fire Phoenix carrier side, Haolong led the 1st Fire Phoenix fighter group in preparation, composed of 40 cruise mechs, 60 heavy fighters, and 30 heavy bombers. Due to the overwhelming firepower of the cruise mechs, the Fire Phoenix fighter group was far stronger than the Hive fighter group. All warship formations, full speed ahead. Each should time its attack. Further ahead would enter the enemy's reconnaissance range. Murong Tian issued the order. Roger. Roger. Order, warship formations, full speed ahead. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao each gave the order. Order, launch missiles. Fire Phoenix 1st fighter group, Hive 1st fighter group, sortie. Roger. Missile launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Fire Phoenix carrier's 4-star heavy missiles soared into the air, heading towards the locked-on Orc warships. Roger. Fighter squadrons, sortie. Haolong, piloting his cruiser mech, took the lead, leading 2 fighter squadrons at full speed towards the enemy ship. The slowly advancing Orc warship formation suddenly received a series of alarms. Ding! Alarm, 10 heavy missiles approaching from the right, please take precautions. Ding! Alarm, a group of fighter jets approaching from the right, please take precautions. Ding! Alarm, a warship formation approaching from the left, please take precautions. Ding! Alarm, a warship formation approaching from the rear, Please take precautions. Quickly, missiles and close-in weapon systems intercept enemy missiles. Fighter jets intercept the enemy fighter jet formation. Ding. Medium-range missile interception failed. Ding. Close-in weapon system interception failed. Due to the Fire Phoenix's large missiles being too fast, the Orcs' medium-range interceptor missiles and close-in weapon systems missed their targets. Boom. 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 Then, the missiles struck 2 Orc warships. Ding. 70% damage to the right hull. Ding. 67% damage to the right hull. Destroyer number 3 and cruiser number 5 were hit by the Fire Phoenix heavy missiles, suffering severe damage to their hulls, almost completely penetrated. Quickly, fighter squadron launch. Form a defensive formation. The enemy captain, experienced as ever, immediately issued the order. Halong's order was equally swift. Order. Fire Phoenix Fighter Squadron, High Fighter Squadron, activate shields, charge. Yes, sir. The Fire Phoenix-shaped devices on the fighters activated, each fighter enveloped in a transparent membrane. A swarm of cruise mechs, like demon emperors, charged forward, relying on their supersonic crews to evade the fire. Even those unable to evade were protected by the shields. What's that? A T1 level protective shield? The Orc panicked. Was this some kind of bullying tactic? A protective shield device? A T1 level protective shield? The Fire Phoenix fighters are equipped with protective shields? How many billions must that cost? Murong Tian jumped up in shock. He had only ever seen a small number of T2 fighters equipped with protective shields, costing tens of millions per aircraft, something to boast about. He had never seen T1 fighters equipped with protective shields, let alone an entire batch. How much were those shields worth? After all, due to energy constraints, T1 shields were more than 10 times more expensive to build than T2 shields. Seeing the approaching enemy, Halong's dual-shoulder fire pulse cannons continued firing, harvesting enemy aircraft. His flame beam rifle wasn't idle either, specifically targeting enemies who had just escaped the fire pulse cannons. Above, Fire Phoenix's heavy fighters also swooped down, launching thousands of anti-tank missiles, clearing out a large number of enemy aircraft. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bombers carrying massive cruise bombs appeared, more than a dozen dropping them directly on the destroyer and cruiser. Boom! Boom! The 2 warships were instantly blown to pieces. Kill! Halong, piloting his cruiser mech, slashed through enemy mechs, cutting through the enemy's air force, and then boarded the enemy supply ship. Order, High First Fighter Group, destroy aircraft carrier number 4. Halong locked onto the aircraft carrier on his left, which was still continuously dropping aircraft. Roger. The wolf-like fighters seemed to have found their target, diving down in droves, unleashing countless anti-tank missiles that inflicted devastating damage on the enemy aircraft. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavy bomber showed no mercy, dropping massive cruise bombs on the aircraft carrier before taking off and returning to base. Boom! 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 The number 4 aircraft carrier exploded in succession, instantly reduced to fragments, creating a vast expanse of space debris. Main guns fire. Secondary guns, battleship guns lock on, fighter squadron sortie. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao arrived, and once within range, the main guns immediately opened fire. A dozen main guns fired simultaneously, forming beams of light that, while visually stunning, were deadly to the enemy. Boom! Boom! Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao each destroyed an enemy warship, and as they approached, the barrage from numerous secondary guns and battleship guns put the enemy ships under a 3-pronged attack, relieving some of the pressure on Halong and his team. As a result, the Orcs were thrown into chaos, needing support from all sides, as they were breached on all fronts. Halong, the enemy has a contracted warship, a cruiser, and we sealed it off completely. Shall we go for it? Li Bai suddenly pulled Halong into his projected conference call with Murong Xiaoxiao. Go for it. Help me break their shields. You all focus on disrupting their self-destruction. For others, this might be very risky, but for Halong, the risk was much lower. With Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao's warship interfering, it would take them 3 minutes to self-destruct. 3 minutes was enough for Halong to breach the enemy control room. Roger. All jamming on that cruiser. Secondary guns, battleship guns, fire. Ding, enemy shields broken. All fighters escort. Cruiser mech squadron, attack. Charge into the enemy warship. Charge. Roger. Numerous fighters charged, carving a bloody path for the cruiser mechs. Halong, piloting his cruiser mech, once again took the lead, his hand already gripping the Aurora Flame sword, like a demon emperor descending to earth. Set up the cannons. Target, enemy ship's main control room. Attack. For ease of operation, the ruthless Halong directly targeted the enemy ship's main control room. Although its defenses were the strongest, they could still be breached. As for why he was so confident, it was because Halong had tested it in the virtual combat space. Even if he couldn't break through, a few more shots would finish it off. Chapter 55. Received. Cruise mode activated. 44-star heavy cruise mechs deformed, mounted their main cannons, and locked onto their targets. Fire! Upon receiving the large number of locks, Halong immediately gave the order. Yes! Boom! 40 cruise cannon shots bombarded the cruiser, almost piercing its hull. Ding! Main control room hull damage 98%. His are Halong and his cruise mech's T2 class. Li Bai was seeing the power of the Fire Phoenix cruise mechs for the first time, and was extremely shocked. Is there any difference compared to T2 class? They're getting more and more ferocious. Before, they didn't have shields, but now with shields, their combat power has skyrocketed. And their energy levels haven't been affected at all. Murong Xiaoxiao also murmured to herself. This was the second time she had witnessed cruise mechs in combat, and she was once again shocked. These cruiser mechs? Vice Captain, how do our mechs compare to the Fire Phoenix mechs? Murong Tian stood up in shock and hurriedly asked the Vice Captain. He actually knew the answer, but he still didn't want to believe it, so he asked the Vice Captain, hoping to get a different answer. Captain, our mechs are weaker than the Fire Phoenix mechs in terms of firepower, about 10% weaker, and our main guns are 30% weaker. The speed difference isn't that big, but we don't have protective shields, and even if we did, we wouldn't dare use them. The Vice Captain, relying on the data, became increasingly shocked the more he analyzed. It turned out that although Halong and the others' mechs were still T1, their actual combat power had skyrocketed to T2 4-star. However, Murong Tian and the others didn't know that the Fire Phoenix cruiser mechs were hiding 30% of their firepower, and their cruising speed was not being utilized at all. Then compare the current Pegasus warship with Shixiao's previous one. Murong Tian asked again solemnly. About 40%, or even more. And the strength of the entire warship fleet? Murong Tian's aura intensified at this point. The strength of the entire warship fleet has increased by 100%, or even more. Yes, more than doubled. Do you know who did the modifications? Murong Tian exclaimed. He had underestimated Halong before. Murong Xiaoxiao had advised him twice to have Halong modify the warships, but according to intelligence, Halong had only been running his repair shop for a few days, and nothing else was known, so he refused outright. He just hadn't expected Halong's modification capabilities to be so strong. What if he were to modify his warship fleet? He could probably crush Nangong Tianlang, and even be on par with brother Chiafeng. Difficulty. The Vice Captain had also received some information at the time, but he hadn't specifically confirmed it. That's right, it was Halong, Qin Shaoxian, and Li Bai's warship fleet modification that was also his work. Murong Tian nodded firmly. Understood. After the assessment, we also asked him for help with modifications. The Vice Captain's next words eased Murong Tian's heavy thoughts. Right. After the assessment, our main ship also needs a proper modification. Murong Tian cursed himself inwardly, idiot. Halong didn't say he wouldn't help with modifications. Heavy cannon sword. Halong piloted his mech to the bombardment site and slashed directly at it. Bang! The breach opened. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Fire Phoenix mech fired wildly inside, its overwhelming firepower shattering the enemy mech into pieces, causing a series of explosions. Boom! Boom! Hiss. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Qin Shaoxian was also itching to join in. It was too intense. Next time, no matter what, he had to participate. Brother Long, you are truly an outstanding young man. Zhou Jiruo looked at him with loving eyes, murmuring to herself. Kill! Heavy cannon sword. Halong seized the opportunity to charge in, his shoulder-mounted fire pulse cannons firing continuously. The Aurora flame sword slashed fiercely at the mech that tried to ambush him, blasting it directly into the enemy mech swarm. Then the Fire Phoenix mech squad followed suit, rapidly spreading outwards, successively eliminating enemies. Anyone whose shield broke was immediately withdrawn from the battle to avoid unnecessary casualties. Boom! The last stubborn enemy ship was also destroyed. The battle outside was nearing its end. Li Bai ordered, search and clear out the remaining enemies. Yes. Soon, Halong also entered the virtual projection. Everyone else was there too. Everyone, mission complete. Self-destruct system deactivated. Now clear out the remaining enemies on the warship. Great. Halong, you deserve the most credit. Murong Xiaoxiao smiled happily, though her eyes kept glancing at Li Bai. Halong, can this cruiser still be started? Murong Tian, seeing the situation, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly asked Halong. Disarming the contract heart would take 3 hours. If the cruiser could still be started, it wouldn't delay their voyage. I show you. Zhou Jiruo sent a picture of the appalling state of the control room. Everyone shook their heads. It was strange that it could still be started in this condition. I check it. Halong stepped out of his mech. The dilapidated control room would be difficult for others, but for Halong, it was a piece of cake. How is it? Murong Xiaoxiao asked. This was the first time she had captured a warship belonging to the Heart of Contract, and she definitely wanted to take it with her. No problem, I just find some parts to repair it, Halong said casually. He then found parts in the warship's armory, along with some materials, and returned to the main control room to begin manual repairs. Halong, how long will it take to repair it? Murong Tian asked doubtfully. Reporting, Captain, the enemies inside the warship have been cleared. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix mech reported to Zhou Jiruo. Good, you all stand by on the warship and protect the vice-captain. Yes. Not long after, Halong appeared in the projection. The main control room of this warship has been repaired with basic maintenance, speed 600. Repaired? So fast? Yes, it's done. It was just a simple repair, as long as it can start. Seeing the questioning looks on their faces, Halong nodded affirmatively. Yay! That's great. Murong Xiaoxiao said happily. Then let Murong Xiaoxiao send someone to take over that warship, retrieve the heart of the contract, and I will keep it safe. What do you all think? Murong Tian knew Murong Xiaoxiao's personality. She definitely wanted to dismantle the heart of the contract. He asked the others. Fortunately, this T1 heart of the contract wasn't very valuable, so it wouldn't cause any displeasure. No problem. Halong nodded, indicating no problem. No problem. Qin Shaoxian and Li Bai also had no problem. It's just a 500 million item, it doesn't matter who retrieves it. Thank you everyone. Murong Xiaoxiao quickly thanked them. If there are no other problems, let's set off. Oh, what about the supply ship? Qin Shaoxian asked, having just finished resupplying. Chapter 56. That supply ship's speed is 500, it's not suitable to follow us, let's blow it up. Murong Tian didn't want to carry this burden and said directly, Captain, there's an abandoned planet in our direction, about a 10-minute flight away. We hide these supplies there, so anyone who needs them can resupply later. Halong suggested. He didn't want to waste them, it was too painful, but it was better to be prepared, since it wouldn't take more than a few minutes anyway. Good. Murong Tian saw everyone nodding and didn't object. Then let's go! Roger. Soon, after hiding the supplies, the Golden Dragon battleship fleet set sail again. For 2 consecutive days, there wasn't much fighting, only some pirates, which puzzled Qin Shaoxian, who wanted a big battle. However, the benefit was obvious. The battleship fleet had quickly entered Area 6032, but everyone knew this was the calm before the storm. There might be plenty of fighting in the next 2 days. On the morning of the 6th day, Murong Tian order, deploy reconnaissance aircraft to expand the reconnaissance range. Yes, sir. Even without Murong Tian's command, the other warship formations were on high alert, deploying their reconnaissance aircraft. This place was like international waters, teeming with pirates and warships of all races. Even stealth warships and stealth fighters were not uncommon. The most representative were the Phantom Demons, the progenitors of stealth fighters and stealth warships, who roamed beyond the 7,000-mile zone. They looked down on the area before the 7,000-mile zone and dared not enter, as that would be tantamount to a declaration of war by the Tokus Empire. After a whole day, no enemy warships were detected. As night fell, Murong Tian convened a meeting and proposed, everyone, let's camp here for today and set off again tomorrow morning. They were now in Area 7013, a high-risk zone unsuitable for nighttime navigation. This place is good. It's backed by the asteroid belt, so we only need to defend against enemies from 3 directions. Murong Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, it's quite good. Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian nodded in agreement, agreeing to be stationed here. No objections. Halong and Zhou Jiruo exchanged a glance, a knowing smile on their faces. Order, send reconnaissance aircraft to scout that area. Murong Tian commanded. Since they were going to be stationed here, they naturally needed to investigate thoroughly. Commander, can I also help scout that asteroid belt? Just in case there are enemies hiding inside, Zhou Jiruo volunteered. Can your reconnaissance aircraft enter the asteroid belt? Won't that be dangerous? Murong Xiaoxiao asked. The others nodded in agreement. They all believed that there shouldn't be any danger lurking in the asteroid belt. Because this asteroid belt moves irregularly and at extremely high speeds, even small reconnaissance aircraft would have difficulty surviving inside. Losing a few ships is fine, but if there are enemies inside, that would be bad. Zhou Jiruo insisted on sending reconnaissance planes into the rocky area. Captain, I agree with Captain Zhou's decision. Outside of Area 7000, there's no absolutely safe place. It's best to conduct reconnaissance, said Murong Tian, the vice captain, frankly. He had many years of experience sailing warships, and had heard many tales of interstellar peril. Whether true or not, in interstellar space, those who are cautious will survive. All right. Murong Tian, upon hearing this, realized he had been too complacent these past few days, having had things go too smoothly. We learned our lesson. The others thanked the vice captain. They had all been careless. Zhou Jilan disconnected the projection and then issued a strange order. Order, reconnaissance aircraft to deploy, fly over the rock-damaged area, and then return. Remember, do not stop under any circumstances. Roger. 16 radar reconnaissance aircraft flew close to the rock-damaged area, seemingly finding nothing, before returning. Misunderstanding. I thought Sister Jilan would really send reconnaissance aircraft into the rock-damaged area, but it turns out she's just conducting close-range reconnaissance. Murong Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Haolong and Zhou Jilan's actions must have a deeper meaning. Let's wait quietly for them to tell us. Li Bai suddenly said from the side. He was very familiar with Haolong. Since they said they would enter the rock-damaged area for reconnaissance, they would definitely go in, unless they discovered something unusual. Is there danger in the rock-damaged area? Murong Xiaoxiao wasn't stupid. Li Bai's reminder made her realize something was wrong. Finally, there's work to do. Qin Shaoxian stretched his arms, striking a pose ready to go into battle. It seemed that the lack of combat these past 2 days had really been suffocating him. Qin Shaoxian, when did you become a battle maniac? Murong Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I'm not a battle maniac. Qin Shaoxian said casually. I am a battle maniac. Let me fight. Murong Xiaoxia's next words left him speechless. He really wanted to slap himself. Don't rush. Every time Haolong and the others discover a target, it requires 2 fleets to fight. You can just be placed after me. Qin Xiaoxian's eyes darted around, arranging things perfectly. That's true, then I be placed after you. Murong Xiaoxiao looked at Li Bai and Murong Tian warily. What kind of look is that? Do you think I fight you for it? Murong Tian, provoked by Murong Xiaoxia's gaze, shouted. Ladies first, I protect you. Meeting Murong Xiaoxia's gaze, Li Bai was very gentlemanly. Murong Tian and Qin Shaoxian shuddered upon hearing this, goosebumps rising on their skin. Everyone's chatting so animatedly. What are you talking about? Haolong and Zhou Jiruo, entering the virtual projection and seeing the strange scene, asked curiously. We're lining up to fight, I'm first. Qin Shaoxian quickly said. Line up to fight? Haolong was initially puzzled, then realized what was happening and smiled. So who goes first this time? Zhou Jilan behind him couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. They regretted later. I go first. Qin Shaoxian raised his hand first. Really? Really? Qin Shaoxian sensed something odd about Haolong, but nodded firmly. Everyone, this is information we gathered. There's a group of demons inside the damaged rock zone. Haolong smiled and got down to business, showing the reconnaissance video. Actually, they had already detected it before, but they didn't want to reveal their reconnaissance capabilities, which is why Zhou Jiruo volunteered to investigate the asteroid belt. Is that the Phantom Demon Clan? Murong Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. As someone from an intelligence family, her knowledge was extensive. They're actually in the asteroid belt? Qin Shaoxian was shocked when he saw it clearly. Having his warship fleet enter the asteroid belt to fight was a terrible prospect. They would definitely be reduced to rubble. Luckily, Haolong, you detected it, otherwise we would be in trouble. Murong Tian's thoughts were focused on the warship fleet, and he was secretly relieved. Haolong, are they trapped in the asteroid belt? Li Bai, who had been observing very carefully, asked Haolong. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, they should have a T4 class Phantom warship, but my radar reconnaissance capabilities are insufficient. I couldn't find it. Chapter 57. A T4 class Phantom battleship? Murong Tian was also startled. The Phantom battleship was known as a killer of battleships below its class, because it could become invisible, making it difficult for lower-level radars to detect. Yes, a T-4 class Phantom battleship, but it hasn't appeared yet. I think it was either destroyed in a collision or completely out of power, Hao Long quickly explained to avoid an awkward situation. How so? Murong Tian asked. Murong Xiaoxiao, Qin Xiaoxian, and Li Bai also looked at Hao Long, waiting for his explanation. Look here, doesn't it look like the shadow mech from the T-4 Phantom mech? Hao Long pointed to the rocky area, where a small portion of the mech's face was visible behind a boulder. It really is a T-4 class shadow mech. The reason it didn't attack us is because it ran out of power. Li Bai already understood Hao Long's guess. That's right, she's indeed out of energy, or her remaining energy isn't enough to rescue all the phantom demons inside. Hao Long was quite certain. There were about 50 phantom demons there, all using automatic oxygen concentrators, not mechs. Then what do we do? Murong Xiaoxiao raised a crucial question. Kill them. Then we use our main cannons to bombard the asteroid belt, burying them there. Murong Tian offered his suggestion. They were to be stationed there tonight, but with a group of demons skilled in ambushes behind them, the thought was terrifying. Ding, hidden system mission. Subdue Princess Lolita of the Phantom Demon Clan and obtain stealth warship design technology. Hao Long's heart pounded. Stealth warship design technology? He immediately suggested to Murong Tian. Captain, wait a minute. I'm very interested in their stealth mechs. How about we have our Fire Phoenix warship squadron deal with them? Hao Long certainly couldn't master the stealth technology of the T-4 level stealth fighter in a short time, but that was just an excuse. What he really wanted was the system's stealth design technology. Understood, then it's up to you. Murong Tian readily agreed. In his eyes, Hao Long was already being treated as an equal. Just now, his reconnaissance aircraft hadn't detected the Phantom Demon Clan's presence at all, but the Fire Phoenix's reconnaissance aircraft had perfectly detected all of the Phantom Demon Clan's situation. What did that mean? It meant Hao Long's powerful modification capabilities, far superior to that of the tracking modification shop. People would be eager to curry favor with someone like that. Why would they make things difficult for him on such matters? Hao Long, you take command. I dispatch a fighter squadron to assist you. Qin Xiaoxian resolutely stepped forward and said. Since he was the one who said to queue up for battle, he had to take responsibility for everything. Hao Long, we also request to join the battle. Murong Xiaoxiao and Li Bai also quickly stepped forward. They were already prepared to sacrifice some of their fighters, so that Hao Long could obtain the Phantom Mech. Once Hao Long finished his research, couldn't they also modify it? Hao Long, I also request to join the battle. The entire Golden Dragon battleship fleet will be under your command. Murong Tian thought for a moment, and then stepped forward. Thank you all for your kindness, but such a large-scale operation isn't necessary. I can personally lead a small squadron of Mech Sin. Hao Long quickly thanked them. He truly didn't need the help of the other battleship fleets. Personally lead the cruiser Mech Sin? Hao Long, that's too risky. Be careful. Li Bai quickly said. It's alright. Do you think my cruiser mechs are that simple? Today, I show you another side of them. Want to see? Hao Long knew that the cruiser mech strength would be exposed again, but for the sake of stealth technology, it was worth it. Yes. Li Bai, Qin Xiaoxian, and Murong Xiaoxiao shouted in unison. Even Murong Tian chimed in, though his voice was drowned out by Li Bai and the others. Hao Long, how much power is your mech still hiding? Please tell me, I can handle it. Qin Xiaoxian then realized what was happening and exaggeratedly begged, almost kneeling down. Yeah, Hao Long, tell me, I can handle it too. Murong Xiaoxiao added fuel to the fire, while Murong Tian and Li Bai also acted as if they could handle it. Speaking of which, there's too much stuff, and our journey is still long. You just have to wait and see. Hao Long, of course, wouldn't tell them. This was a secret between him and Zhou Xilan, kept strictly confidential from everyone else. Understood, then we wait and see. Li Bai knew Hao Long's personality well. He always had a backup plan, so asking him was pointless. Order, first squad, first group, cruise mechs, follow me. Roger. The 10 cruise mechs of the first squad followed Hao Long out of the mothership. Everyone, this mission is unrestrained speed. The target is that corner of the rock-damaged area. Activate cruise mode? Yes, sir. The mechs began to transform, rapidly deploying various cruise control devices, including the main cannon, forming a large cruise acceleration device. Hiss. This is the true mode for a cruise mech? Hao Long is truly a genius. He can even modify it like this. Qin Xiaoxian shouted excitedly, feeling thrilled just looking at it. If only we had one. Vice Captain, When will our mechs have this mode? Murong Tian's eyes were red as he excitedly looked at the vice captain. Soon, we have How Long modify it for us when we get back. The vice captain was also seeing such a powerful modification for the first time and was equally excited. Li Bai, these mechs? Will How Long help us modify them? Murong Xiaoxiao asked Li Bai. I don't know either, I asked later. Li Bai was also bewildered. He knew How Long was good at hiding his strength, but hiding such exaggerated power was unbelievable. Let's go! Yes! Whoosh! How Long led the mech team at supersonic speed, reaching the rock-damaged area in the blink of an eye. After a brief pause, they plunged in, passing right through the gaps in the rocks. This made Murong Tian and the others hold their breath, but when How Long casually traversed the rock-damaged area, they were nothing but shocked. The subsequent mech teams didn't hesitate, each finding an opportunity to slip in. Entering the area revealed another scene. The mech teams moved like phantoms, rapidly weaving through the rock. The rock was fast, but they were even faster. Hiss. Is this the speed of a cruise mech? Is it using its mech as a cruise missile? Boom! The damaged rocks ahead collided, creating a massive explosion that caused nearby rocks to change course at incredible speeds. How Long could only constantly dodge the blasted rocks, constantly searching for gaps to pass through. It was a terrifying sight. Princess, those humans have discovered us. Please leave quickly. A phantom commander said to Lolita. Leave? Can we even leave? Lolita looked deeper into the damaged rocks. Their speed increased, and the explosions became more continuous. Princess, please forgive my rudeness. Quickly, please change your clothes, I will take your place, a phantom guard captain hurriedly said to Lolita. Sister Luotianni, so many of you have sacrificed yourselves to protect me along the way. This time, I, Lolita, will not let you sacrifice yourself for me again, sob. Looking at her sisters, who had grown up with her, who had piloted warships and mechs alongside her, Lolita finally broke down, hugging Luotianni and crying. Chapter 58. Your Highness! We swear to defend you to the death. The 48 phantoms behind Luotianni slowly drew their laser swords, forming a square formation. Don't be so sad. I'm here to save you. You should be able to see that this corner will be hit by the meteorite sooner or later. I don't need to tell you. Not far away, How Long arrived in his cruiser mech, dodging the meteorite impact while speaking to Lolita and the others. Pa, you're not a good person either? Among the 50 phantoms, a small phantom stepped forward and pointed at How Long. I'm here to save you. How am I not a good person? How Long looked at the small phantom speechlessly, feeling like a weirdo. Anyway, you're not a good person. Good phantom. The small phantom began to argue illogically. Little Lolita, wait for your sister. Lolita was amused by the small phantom. Looking expressionlessly at the group of mechs drifting among the meteorites, How Long said to How Long, Speak, what are your conditions? Who? Subdue me, and in 3 years, I will restore your T4 battleship fleet's strength. How Long's voice, accompanied by a whooshing sound, drifted through the debris field. Little Luoluo, scared? Are you Phantom Ghost? Little Luoluo's innocent words almost caused How Long to lose control of his mech. Don't misunderstand, that's just a whisper. We also wanted to land there, but we were afraid you overreact. Then we didn't invite you here. You should leave. Little Luoluo's family won't entertain you. Little Luoluo spoke again. We can leave, but Princess Lolita, you should understand that if I don't rescue you, you might not survive the night. How Long dodged the oncoming debris. Go away, Little Lolo doesn't need your help. How Long had learned his lesson this time. Ignoring the fact that Little Lolo might live for decades longer, he directly pressured Lolita. Princess Lolita, dying like this is pointless. Your enemies are the happiest. They've been waiting for news of your deaths, so they can celebrate. And you let down those who died for you. You even let them down. How Long pointed at the group of phantom demons guarding Lolita. Lolita began to speak to How Long. Your Highness, those broken stones. Protect your Highness. Ding, How Long, retreat immediately. There's a massive broken stone attack. Zhou Jilan suddenly sent a message. I know, leave it to me. Mech Squad, you protect Princess Lolita and the others. Without waiting for a response from the Mech Squad, How Long piloted his mech towards the massive meteorite. Yes, sir. Burst forth. Particle storage engine. Heavy cannon sword. As How Long activated the engine, the surroundings suddenly darkened, while the cruiser mech shone like the sun, possessing immense energy. His Aurora flame sword transformed into a giant sword, slashing fiercely at the massive meteorite. Boom! Brother Long. How Long? Vice Captain. Phantom Ghost. Haolong was thrown back, his protective shield shattered, while the meteorite only shifted slightly, its trajectory unchanged. Just when everyone thought Haolong was about to give up, Haolong charged forward again. This time his Aurora Flame Sword didn't transform into a giant sword, but instead concentrated its energy even more powerfully. Heavy Cannon Sword. Heavy Cannon Sword. Heavy Cannon Sword. Haolong's Aurora Flame Sword transformed into countless sword shadows, continuously striking the massive rock. Haolong's mech shield miraculously opened again, only to be shattered once more, then opened again, only to be shattered once more. Fortunately, Zhou Zhilan knew this would expose a lot of their strength, so she quickly cut off the projection sharing, letting Murong Tian and the others scout ahead. Order. The first group of mechs, all out to support Vice Captain Haolong. Zhou Zhilan, not wanting to sit idly by, immediately gave the order. Yes, sir. The remaining 30 mechs in the first group replied in unison. It changed. It changed direction. Xiao Luoluo watched the giant meteorite gradually change direction and finally smiled happily. Just how powerful are Haolong's mechs? The giant meteorite changed direction. Li Bai, Qin Shaoxian, and Murong Xiaoxiao were completely shocked. Unfortunately, we can only vaguely see the giant rock. We can't see what method Haolong used. Murong Tian shook his head and sighed. Boom! The giant meteorite flew past the phantom demon, directly smashing the large rock in its path, sending fragments flying in all directions. Quick! Protect the princess! Several meteorites hurtled towards the phantom demons, who rushed to shield Lolita. Clang! Clang! Fortunately, the mech squad reacted quickly, deflecting all the debris. Ahem! Princess Lolita, are you still staying here? Haolong, piloting his battered mech, approached Lolita. I can submit to you, but on one condition. You must promise to treat them well, or I'd rather die. Lolita seemed resigned, presenting her condition to Haolong. Fine, I never been one to mistreat others. And you must join her fleet and protect her for me. Haolong pointed at Zhou Zhilan, who had just been projected onto the screen and seemed about to get angry. Brother Long. Are you alright? Zhou Zhilan looked at the disheveled Haolong, her tone shifting from reproach to concern. I'm fine. I wouldn't do something I'm not sure of, Haolong quickly explained. Zhou Zhilan could only glare at Haolong before turning to Lolita and saying, Princess Lolita, hello. Haolong is my vice captain, and these are my crew members, my family. Welcome to your Phantom Demon clan joining our Fire Phoenix battleship fleet. From now on, we're family. Okay, we're willing to fight for you, but we hope you can keep your promise. Princess Lolita looked at Zhou Zhilan, then at the other mecha team members, and finally nodded in agreement. In her desperate situation, she had no choice but to spit out the contract pearl, automatically acknowledging Haolong as her master. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and obtaining stealth design technology. Host, Haolong. Technology. T2 Super God Level Engineering Master, Stealth Design Technology. Space, Virtual Combat Space. Equipment, Super God Level All-Purpose Toolbox. Skills, T1 Super God Level Engineering Master Skills, T2 Super God Level Repair Skills, T2 Super God Level Modification Technology, T2 Super God Level Upgrade Skills, T2 Super God Level Enhancement Skills, Talent Skill, SS Level Heavy Artillery Talent, increases fleet speed by 100% and attack by 200%. Heavy Artillery Soul. SS Rank Passive Skill, the commanded warship gains the Heavy Artillery Soul buff, increasing attack by 100%. Damaging an enemy grants a shield equal to 20% of the enemy's damage. Heavy Artillery Skybreaker, SS rank combines the main cannons of all commanded warships into a single strike, increasing attack damage by 5 times. United Hearts, God Level Unknown, Contract Beast, T4 Engineer, Lilies. T4 Rank 3-Star Commander, Lolita, Star Coins. 82 million. The talent skill was obtained by Haolong after completing the 200 ship modification mission before departure. Lolita, you can't stay here long. Arrange for your sisters to board the mechs and have them protect you as you leave, Zhou Zhilan said quickly, seeing the dangerous rocks rushing past. Chapter 59. Yes, Captain. Lolita, not wanting to linger, immediately responded and arranged for the others to board the mechs. Haolong piloted his mech ahead as an escort to prevent a sudden meteorite attack. Fortunately, all the phantom demons landed smoothly. Suddenly, Zhou Zhilan's notification sounded again. Ding! Beware of 2 damaged rocks approaching simultaneously. All mechs, return to base immediately. Yes, sir. The landing mechs hurriedly took off. Vice Captain, numerous damaged rocks are flying around ahead, blocking our exit. It's caused by the impact of that huge rock earlier. The first mech crew member to evacuate urgently reported to Haolong. I know. Protect yourselves. I clear the way. Haolong quickly piloted his mech forward, contacting Zhou Zhilan at the same time. Zhilan, what's the situation ahead? Brother Long, I overlooked it. I just found out too. That boulder triggered a chain reaction, causing numerous damaged rocks to fly around and block your retreat. We tried many methods, but none have worked. Zhou Zhilan said gravely. Behind her, more than 10 people were observing the damaged rock area. Use artillery to clear the way. The escort ships advance, shortening the gap between our mech squad and the exit. Haolong glanced at the damaged rock area. Since they were flying around erratically, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Yes. Zhou Zhilan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she drew 2 straight lines connecting them to Haolong. Order, launch large missiles, target the large damaged rocks within the target line. All close and weapon systems will fire in batches to blast the damaged rocks into fragments. Frigates, advance and bring the sisters back. Yes. With Zhou Zhilan's order, the Fire Phoenix warship formation started up, launching 28 large missiles, and bombarding the damaged rock area with countless cannons. White Horse formation, activate. Assist the Fire Phoenix battleship formation in clearing a path. Main guns, secondary guns, battleship guns, close-in weapon systems, fire. Li Bai quickly noticed the situation and, without hesitation, immediately ordered the battleship formation to activate. Pegasus formation, activate. Fire. Shield infantry formation, activate. Covert fire. Qin Shaoxian, of course, wouldn't stand idly by. He even wanted to lead his shield-bearer destroyers and escorts in parallel, but thankfully Zhou Zhilan stopped him. Their formation is much stronger than my previous one. Golden Flying Dragon battleship formation, activate. Murong Tian looked at Li Bai and his group with envy and also gave orders. With the saturation fire of numerous battleship formations, the large pieces of rock in the 2 straight lines had disappeared. All mech crew members returned to base. Haolong looked at the rubble-covered path created by the blast and gave the mech crew a domineering order. Yes, sir. The entire mech crew quickly returned to base. The smaller pieces of rock posed no threat to them. Thank you all for your help. If you need repairs or modifications back home, feel free to contact me. I pay cost price. T1 or T2 models are both fine. Haolong returned to the Fire Phoenix warship, thanked Li Bai and Murong Tian, and made a promise. Haolong, you're too kind. But I remembered the cost price for repairs and modifications. Qin Shaoxian wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Haolong. Li Bai and the others nodded, indicating they wouldn't be polite with Haolong either. Alright, now let's start setting up the defensive formation. Murong Tian saw that it was getting late, and it was time to get down to business. Fire Phoenix Fleet, you're stationed in the direction of the rockfall zone. Since your heavy-duty radar reconnaissance aircraft are very powerful, I'd like to ask you to coordinate with the other warship fleets to conduct reconnaissance of the entire area. I'm happy to accept this mission. Zhou Zhilan certainly wouldn't refuse. Even if Murong Tian hadn't said anything, she would have done it for safety's sake. Each warship formation was responsible for defense in one direction, while the Golden Flying Dragon warship formation in the center served as a mobile force, ready to provide support at any time. Order. Dispatch 40 heavily armed radar reconnaissance aircraft for all-around reconnaissance. Yes, sir. 40 heavily armed radar reconnaissance aircraft took off from the Hive carrier, spreading out in all directions. Numerous reconnaissance windows opened, temporarily displaying a uniform green. 40 radar reconnaissance aircraft. That's already covered the area 4 or 5 times, right? Murong Tian was once again taken aback. He thought Zhou Zhilan had only dispatched 24 at most, but who knew she would send 40? The Fire Phoenix warship formation's hidden strength was still quite profound. Proceed. In the morning, Murong Tian looked at the entire spirited warship formation, slightly surprised, then relieved. Last night, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet was busy, repeatedly scrambling fighters and bombers to drive away any warships and mechs that had mistakenly intruded, allowing the other battleship fleets to sleep soundly until dawn. As for how to drive them away, it was simple. When they saw thousands of fighters and bombers forming a massive attack formation, the warships knew what to do. Yes, sir. The Golden Battleship Group had been advancing for half a day. Ding. Special alert. Radar reconnaissance aircraft special alert. Encountering a T2 level 3-star Zerg battleship fleet in 10 minutes. Zhou Zhilan, watching the video projection transmitted by the radar reconnaissance aircraft, immediately instructed Xiao to activate the special alert meeting. Quickly, activate the special alert and invite the commanders of all fleets to a special meeting. Yes. Xiao responded immediately. Ding. Special operations alert. All squadron commanders, please enter the meeting immediately. Ding. Special operations alert. All squadron commanders, please enter the meeting immediately. Quickly enter. Enter! Murong Tian and the others hurriedly gave the order. Captain Zhou, was it that T2 Class 3-star Orc warship squadron that spotted us? Murong Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly as she entered. No, this time it's the Zerg T2 Class 3-star warship squadron. Now we're going to encounter a T2 Zerg warship squadron again? Murong Tian became serious. Encountering enemy T2 class warship squadrons so frequently was clearly abnormal. 2 hours ago, they almost encountered the Orc warships, but fortunately, the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft spotted the enemy reconnaissance aircraft first, thus changing course. Everyone, we're changing course. Murong Tian changed course again based on the intelligence provided by the reconnaissance aircraft. Roger. The others didn't object. After all, even taking down a T2 class warship squadron would result in losses. 2 hours into the flight, the reconnaissance aircraft transmitted another message. Ding. Special alert. Radar reconnaissance aircraft special alert. Encountering a T2 class 3-star Zerg fleet in 10 minutes. Brother Long, this is very abnormal. Encountering an alien warship fleet in almost 2 hours. It seems we stumbled into an encirclement of Orcs and Zerg. How Long marked the locations of the 3 alien warship fleets they encountered. Go sound the alarm. Ding. Special operations alarm. All fleet commanders, please enter the meeting immediately. Everyone change course. The meeting resumed. Relying on the Fire Phoenix's powerful reconnaissance capabilities, Murong Tian pointed to the left front without hesitation. Roger. The others had no objections. Captain Zhou. Murong Tian was about to ask when he saw How Long's marked location and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 60. After calming down, he asked, is this the location of the alien warship fleet we encountered? The others also realized the seriousness of the situation and quieted down to await How Long's explanation, as their intelligence was unclear. Everyone, you find out soon enough. I already dispatched 34-star heavy radar reconnaissance aircraft to scout ahead. This time, How Long deployed the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft, whose reconnaissance capabilities were extremely powerful. Since How Long had already dispatched reconnaissance aircraft, Murong Tian and the others didn't say much and could only wait. After all, they knew the capabilities of their reconnaissance aircraft. They couldn't compare to the Hive's reconnaissance aircraft, let alone the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft. 30 minutes passed, and the reconnaissance aircraft transmitted another video report. Ding. Special alert. Radar reconnaissance aircraft special alert. We will encounter a T2 class Orc warship fleet in 1 hour. Everyone, we've broken into the alien encirclement. Should we continue forward or retreat? How Long marked the location of the 4th Orc warship fleet and then asked. Currently, they were trapped in a 4-layered alien encirclement, and it was a combined encirclement of 2 races. Everyone fell into deep thought. How Long ignored their thoughts, but his actions didn't stop. He marked a red circle that caught their attention. What's this? Murong Tian and the others asked. This is the center of the encirclement by the Zerg and Orcs. There are 2 possibilities, either they're fighting a major battle, or they're ambushing someone, How Long explained. But the 2 alien races don't seem to be fighting, they're more like dividing up territory for interception. Qin Shaoxian offered his interpretation based on the situation of the 2 alien races. Who are the Orcs and Insectids lying in ambush in the center of that 4-layered ambush circle? Li Bai and the others asked, looking at How Long's mark. As for whether to advance or retreat, they hadn't decided yet. I don't know who they're ambushing, but I know the races they're ambushing, How Long said in a heavy voice. That? Murong Xiaoxiao was about to ask, but then she realized that this was already the intersection of 3 races. With 2 races united, who else could they be ambushing? What do we do? We don't even know who they're ambushing? Now their question had changed. Should they rescue the commander of the human warship fleet? Did they have the capability to do so? Whether to advance or retreat, the Fire Phoenix fleet's powerful reconnaissance capabilities meant they weren't too worried, but rescuing the warship commander was a completely different story, extremely dangerous. Ding, hidden mission triggered. Rescue Commander Zhang Zizhong, obtain the Heavenly Barrier-class ferry supply ship, and acquire a God-level reconnaissance skill. God-level reconnaissance skill can detect the loyalty of crew members at any time, and can detect the favorability of those around them at any time. Using the reconnaissance skill allows detection of traps and enemy intelligence. It can also detect data and captain skills of warships 3 levels above one's own, consuming 1 million star coins each time. I suggest the fleet continue advancing. Currently, we only encountered T2 warships, so their strongest main force should be T3 level 3-star ships. Relying on the Fire Phoenix's powerful radar reconnaissance aircraft for early warning, we can retreat with ease, Halong suggested, seeing everyone else deep in thought. The allure of the 5-star, formidable ferry supply ship, and the allure of the super-powerful reconnaissance skill were immense for Halong. Another reason was the people they needed to rescue. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Halong continued, among these 5 warship regiments, our human race must have a commander whom the other races desperately want to eliminate, otherwise, they wouldn't have united. We can scout clearly, and then choose whether to return, advance, or rescue. He already knew who was surrounded, but he couldn't say, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain. Li Bai, Qin Shaoxian, and Murong Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. Trusting Halong, they all nodded, and then looked at Murong Tian. Murong Tian rolled his eyes, then looked at the resolute Halong and said, Halong, I support your decision. Anyway, we need your Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft to get out. He was telling the truth. Given Halong's attitude, he would definitely continue forward. Without the powerful Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft, what would he do? Alright. Then let's continue forward this direction. Halong didn't stand on ceremony, subtly taking over command of the warship regiment. Yes! The warship regiment prepared for battle, and cautiously advanced. 3 hours later, the reconnaissance plane reported again. Ding, top-level alert. Radar reconnaissance plane top-level alert. 7 T3 warship regiments are engaged in battle ahead. Everyone, here's the video from the reconnaissance plane. Halong immediately opened the video, and watched it with Li Bai and the others. In the video, a specially built T3 class 4-star heavy cruiser was leading its fleet in a fierce breakout operation, frequently leading the charge to fire its main guns at enemy ships, sinking several enemy vessels directly. It was incredibly powerful. That's the warship of Zhang Zizhong, the famous T3 class 5-star general, who fought against foreign invaders. Murong Xiaoxiao exclaimed. What? Commander Zhang Zizhong. Even Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Murong Xiaoxiao's words. That was a T3 level 5-star general, an idol senior on the entire Yufeng Star, a renowned general they were proud of for fighting against foreign invaders. What do we do now? Everyone, we need to quickly support Commander Zhang Zizhong. Murong Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. I don't have a plan yet. Murong Tian had considered many methods, but none were effective. After all, the strength of the warship fleet was far inferior to that of the T3 warships. Halong, do you have a plan? Li Bai shook his head helplessly. He hadn't come up with a solution either, so he looked at Halong. If only they could contact Commander Zhang Zizhong, they could coordinate an attack from within and without, but the risks were also great. If he wasn't mistaken, there were definitely eavesdropping flying rats among the orcs surrounding Commander Zhang Zizhong, and the Zerg should also have specialized equipment. This was why they couldn't contact Commander Zhang Zizhong. Anyone who dares to blindly contact them will be doomed to fail within an hour. Blindly providing support won't rescue Commander Zhang Zizhong, it will only drag us down with them. This is our objective. Seeing the numerous gazes, Halong pointed to the 10 orc supply ships. These 10 supply ships were surrounded by 5 T2 3-star warships on each side, making them difficult to target. What's the point of destroying these supply ships? Murong Tian asked doubtfully. Destroying enemy supply ships would be useful in a protracted war, but it's definitely useless now. We're not destroying them, I'm going to capture them, and then use them to bomb the Zerg flagship. Bomb the Zerg? No, you want to bomb the Zerg flagship? Murong Tian and the others looked at Halong in astonishment. Could this be done? If they weren't mistaken, the Zerg flagship was a T4 class warship, right? Could this really work? Chapter 61. That's right, only destroying the flagship will make a difference. Halong, this is too crazy. That's a T4 class warship, not a T3. It's very difficult to achieve. If it fails, we'd be completely trapped. I don't agree. Murong Tian shook his head, refusing on the spot. Although he also wanted to save Commander Zhang Zizhong, he also had to consider his capabilities. Senior, let me explain my plan first. If you think it's not feasible, you don't have to participate. Halong then listed out the plan step by step, assuring everyone that he had the ability to annihilate the 5 T2 enemy ships immediately, which earned the unanimous approval of the others. Of course, if the attack on the Zerg flagship failed, a plan for escape was also necessary. Otherwise, why would anyone risk their lives for us? With the plan finalized, Murong Tian summoned all the key personnel from each warship to a meeting and declared, Halong, I now formally hand over the entire warship regiment to your command. My Golden Flying Dragon warship squadron will execute your orders without question. Those who disobey will be executed. My Pegasus warship squadron. My White Horse warship squadron. My Shield Bearer warship squadron. My Fire Phoenix warship squadron. Good. With our united efforts, we will surely rescue Commander Zhang Zizhong and bring everyone out safely. Halong did not object and gave a deep military salute to everyone. Yes, sir. Currently, the combat zone was to the left of the supply ship, but fortunately, it was far enough away, giving Halong and his men ample time to act. Halong glanced at everyone and then issued orders. Order, Fire Phoenix warship squadron, full speed ahead, annihilate the 5 warships ahead of us. Yes, sir. Order, White Horse battleship formation. When the Fire Phoenix battleship formation annihilates these 5 battleships, you will bypass the supply ship and attack the 5 enemy ships behind. Yes, sir. Li Bai saluted Halong. Order, Heavenly Horse and Shield infantry battleship formations attack the 5 battleships on the right. Yes, sir. Murong Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiaoxian also saluted immediately. Order, Golden Flying Dragon battleship formation annihilates the 5 battleships on the left, then forms a defensive formation to intercept any enemy ships that may come to reinforce from the left. Yes, sir. Murong Tian also saluted Halong without hesitation. Golden Flying Dragon battleship regiment, attack. Halong waved his hand, issuing the order to attack. Yes, sir. The captains and vice-captains shouted in unison. Then, the 5 battleship formations adjusted their course and set off towards their respective targets. During the journey, Zhou Zhilan issued numerous orders. Order, 5 5-star super cruise missiles lock onto the 5 warships ahead, 3 5-star super cruise missiles lock onto the destroyers, cruisers, and aircraft carriers behind the supply ship. Yes. Order, 25 heavy missiles lock onto the 5 warships ahead. The remaining 3 heavy missiles lock onto the aircraft carrier behind the supply ship. Yes. Order, Fire Phoenix 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fighter groups, annihilate all enemies on the supply ship immediately. Yes. Order, Rhino frigate escort, Hive aircraft carrier launches 1st and 2nd fighter groups for escort, 3rd and 4th fighter groups support the White Horse battleship formation. Yes. The time left for Halong and his team to fight was very short. They had to eliminate the defending warships and capture the supply ship as quickly as possible. Aside from the firepower of its main guns and cruiser mechs, the Fire Phoenix mothership's combat power was maximized, revealing everything it could and everything it shouldn't. Upon entering attack range, Zhou Zhilan activated her talent skill on the Fire Phoenix and the Hive carrier, Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens empowers 9 units, 7 ninths, with Phoenix Flame, granting them a 9-fold increase in all their performance for 30 minutes, with a 6-hour cooldown. Thankfully, this skill isn't a one-time buff. After activating the talent, she gave the order, launch all missiles. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. A series of whooshing sounds followed as 33 missiles, each carrying a distinctive flame, launched simultaneously, triggering alarms on the enemy ships, and their shields immediately activated. Boom. Struck by the 5-star super cruise missile imbued with Phoenix Flames, a massive explosion occurred, shattering the shields of 8 enemy warships and severely damaging their hulls, some by as much as 50%. Of course, such power isn't surprising, given it's a 5-star, world-defining super cruise missile, amplified 9-fold by Zhou Zhilan's skill. Its power is beyond what T2 shields can withstand. The super cruise missile also attacks a single point directly, rather than spreading out 9 missiles to attack various parts of the shields. Then, 28 enhanced heavy missiles rained down on the enemy warships. Boom! Boom! 6 enemy warships were instantly blasted to pieces. The defensive warships in front of the supply ship were completely annihilated, exposed nakedly to the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Zhou Zhilan, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and decisively ordered all aircraft launch. Yes! The 2 aircraft carriers once again demonstrated their powerful aircraft launch capabilities. In no time, All the aircraft were released, and their launch speed was comparable to that of a T-3 class warship. Fighter escort, bombers proceed as planned. Cruiser mechs follow. Halong issued the order after receiving a report from the starry sky of the Fire Phoenix battleship formation. Yes, sir. On the flagship of the Annihilation Battleship Regiment, the vice captain beside Zhang Zizhong exclaimed joyfully, "Commander, those are our clan's heavy cruise missiles. Heavy cruise missiles specifically designed to attack the Ork's rear. We have reinforcements, at least reinforcements from the T-3 Battleship Regiment. Although reinforcements are attacking the Ork's rear, the situation is still unclear. It's not advisable to reveal our final strength yet." Facing an attack from 6 times the number of enemy ships, Zhang Zizhong remained calm and composed. Even with reinforcements arriving, he didn't rush to use his last trump card. Of course, Zhang Zizhong was an excellent battleship commander and a 5-star admiral of the T-3 class. He wouldn't let Halong and his men fight alone. While his trump card couldn't be used for the time being, he could still find a way to delay the Ork warships. Order: Rock Battleship Squadron in the rear, launch a fierce attack for 10 minutes, then switch back to defense. Yes, sir. Pass on the commander's order, give them a good beating. Upon receiving the order, the entire Rock Battleship Squadron instantly switched from defense to offense. After being passively attacked for so long, finally receiving the order to counterattack greatly excited the Rock Battleship Squadron, even if it was only for 10 minutes. Boom! Boom! Although it was only one battleship squadron, the Rock battleships launched a direct and fierce attack from the start. The main guns of each battleship bombarded the Orsish warship regiment, stunning them and causing them to show signs of retreating. Chief, the Annihilation Warship Regiment has begun a fierce attack. Our warship regiment's defense is somewhat unstable. This may be their breakout plan. It is not advisable for us to transfer a warship regiment for the time being. Chapter 62. Indeed, if the Orks were to divert one of their warship regiments, Zhang Zizhong's Annihilation Warship Regiment would have a chance to break through, even if they faced 2 warship regiments. Of course, this method of breaking through without regard for the Zerg behind them would result in extremely high casualties. At most, only one warship squadron could escape. In truth, given Zhang Zizhong's personality, he would never do such a thing. Order: the Mountain Armor Warship Regiment continues its mission of besieging the Annihilation Warship Regiment. Dispatch a large number of reconnaissance aircraft to scout the movements of human reinforcements. Although it was only a human T-2 warship regiment, the Ork leader, after weighing the pros and cons, reluctantly gave the order. However, he didn't only have 3 T-3 warship regiments, he also had a large number of T-2 warship regiments. Order: the 2 closest warship regiments are to advance immediately to provide support. The Mountain Armor Warship Regiment will provide them with intelligence support. After all, General Zhang Zizhong's reputation was too great, and he wasn't confident he could hold off the enemy with just 2 warship regiments. If Zhang Zizhong broke through, it would be a huge problem, and they might not find such a good opportunity again. Moreover, this time, they had taken the initiative to join forces with the Zerg, and the price they paid was extremely high. If they couldn't eliminate Zhang Zizhong, they would also face military punishment upon their return. Therefore, no matter the cost, Zhang Zizhong had to die. Golden Flying Dragon Warship Formation, attack. Seeing the Fire Phoenix warship formation instantly destroy 6 enemy warships, Murong Tian finally felt relieved. It turned out that Halong really did have a way to quickly eliminate 6 warships. Divine Horse Charge. Li Bai didn't hesitate and immediately activated his skill. He had previously thought his mission was the most difficult, and he had already risked losing more than half of his ships to complete it. He hadn't expected Halong to have prepared this for him. Immediately, the White Horse battleship formation surged forward, instantly surrounding the enemy ships. Main guns, battleship guns, close-in weapon systems, fire. Launch all aircraft, bombard the enemy ships. All warships, activate. Dodge enemy main guns and naval guns. Li Bai also utilized the White Horse formation's maneuverability, dodging enemy attacks while simultaneously counterattacking with naval guns. With the enemy aircraft carrier destroyed, the enemy had no aircraft available, and air superiority was completely in Li Bai's hands. The heavy fighters and heavy bombers, modified by Halong, also demonstrated their power, facing enemy fire and sinking the shieldless destroyers and cruisers in the first instance. At this point, Li Bai's White Horse battleship formation, with 10 against 2, absolute air superiority, and the added boost from his skills, made sinking the 2 enemy ships only a matter of time. It's important to understand that the entire White Horse battleship fleet was modified by Halong, and its combat power was in no way inferior to a typical T2 battleship fleet, especially considering they were outnumbered. Talent skill, Shield Mountain. Qin Shaoxian personally led 2 frigates, 2 destroyers, and his flagship destroyer, 5 warships in total. With a Shield Mountain skill buff, the entire battleship fleet gained 5 times the shield strength, launching a brutal assault. Behind them, 2 aircraft carriers launched fighters to contest air superiority, while 3 other warships used their main guns and naval cannons to attack. Artillery covert. Murong Shishia's battleship fleet wasn't idle either. First, all artillery fire was concentrated for a round, then the artillery covert skill was activated. All firepower was focused on the destroyers. Destroying the destroyers would greatly reduce the pressure on the fighters. Then, coordinating with Qin Shaoxian, they began focusing fire on the enemy aircraft carriers. On Murong Tian's side, the attack was relatively conventional. Both sides engaged in long-range main gun fire, followed by close-range secondary gun fire, a large-scale aerial battle raging in the starry sky. The only advantage was that the Golden Dragon battleship squadron was outnumbered 10-5. Boom! Boom! A swarm of Fire Phoenix bombers swept past, dropping dozens of cruise bombs. Under the continuous bombardment, the shields of all 10 supply ships were shattered. Quickly, contact the commander and request reinforcements. The supply ship captain was terrified and immediately gave the order. Unfortunately, he didn't know that thanks to Commander Zhang Zizhong's clever tactic, the battleship regiment's reinforcements were no longer coming. At this moment, Haolong, leading his mech squadron, also gave the order. Each squadron of mechs, launch an attack, clear out the enemy, and capture the enemy's supply ships. Yes, sir. The 12 mech squadrons each set off towards their respective targets, with one squadron clearing each supply ship. Seeing the Fire Phoenix fighter group once again idle, Zhou Zhilan issued the latest orders. Order: Fire Phoenix Squadron 1 and 2, support the Golden Dragon battleship formation. Order: Fire Phoenix Squadron 3 and Hive Squadron 2, support the Shield Soldier battleship formation. Yes, sir. Receiving the mission, Fire Phoenix Squadron 1 and 2 fighters quickly flew over the supply ships and arrived above the Golden Dragon formation's engagement area. Taking advantage of the enemy aircraft's engagement with Murong Tian's aircraft, they immediately launched a surprise attack, firing thousands of anti-tank missiles at the enemy planes. Boom! 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 Numerous enemy aircraft were destroyed by the powerful anti-tank missiles. This firepower is too fierce. Murong Tian watched as numerous Fire Phoenix fighters recklessly chased and attacked enemy aircraft. There were enemy aircraft that tried to retaliate, but they were all blown up in one hit. Captain, these Fire Phoenix fighters are not only fiercely armed, but their attacks are also extremely accurate, with very few friendly fire incidents. The vice captain, with his keen observation skills, best understood the Fire Phoenix fighters' formidable capabilities. Indeed, Murong Tian also observed carefully, noticing that when their fighters were engaged in combat with the enemy, the Fire Phoenix fighters would fly by, their missiles accurately hitting the enemy aircraft without damaging his own. Of course, there were a few friendly fire incidents, but they were minimal, and Murong Tian automatically disregarded them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crimson-red fighter jets reappeared, this time heavily armed cruise bombers carrying massive cruise bombs. They swooped down, each dropping a huge cruise bomb. Boom! Boom! The crimson cruise bombs were incredibly powerful, 5 or 6 shattered the enemy warship's shields, but what fell from the sky wasn't 5 or 6, but hundreds. After all the cruise bombs had exploded, Murong Tian looked at the 2 remaining enemy ships before him, and a pang of pity welled up in his heart. So tragic. The Fire Phoenix's cruise bombs were so powerful that even he felt a deep fear and helplessness in their presence. This scene also occurred on Qin Shaoxian's side. Due to the shield-bearer warship formation being too close to the enemy ships, and the immense power of the cruise bombs, even the shields reinforced by Shield Mountain were nearly breached. The Hive fighter crew had just notified Qin Shaoxian to increase the distance between himself and the enemy, but unfortunately, he didn't listen, which led to this situation. Retreat! Qin Shaoxian hastily issued the retreat order. Chapter 63. Phew? Haolong, that freak, a wife-protecting maniac. Qin Shaoxian muttered to himself, still shaken. Despite being modified by the same person, Zhou Zhilan's modifications were clearly far superior to theirs. A world of difference. Indeed, Haolong had spent a fortune modifying and strengthening the Fire Phoenix. Its combat power was comparable to a top-tier T2 warship. Even Murong Tian's Golden Flying Dragon was no match for it. Boom! With Li Bai destroying the last enemy ship, the orcs' defensive warships were completely annihilated. Commander, the fighting in the orcs' rear seems to have stopped. The situation is still unclear, and the Orcish Armored Warship Regiment has also abandoned support, seemingly intending to completely block and defend us. Block and defend? We still have a chance. Pass down the order. Order all warship formations to prepare for a breakout. Tell them that I, Zhang Zizhong, will live and die with them. Zhang Zizhong showed that there were no reinforcements, only a fight to the death. He wanted to mobilize the warship regiment's fighting spirit. Without reinforcements, they truly had no choice but to fight to the death. Once reinforcements made a move, they could immediately coordinate and unleash their full fighting spirit, because ahead of them, there was already hope for survival, but they needed to fight even harder to break through. By then, the Annihilation Fleet will unleash even greater combat power. Yes, sir. Reporting, Captain. Groups 1 and 2 have shot down a large number of enemy reconnaissance aircraft on the left. The fighter group reported to Zhou Jiruo. Continue the hunt. Don't let any enemy reconnaissance aircraft get close. Zhou Xilan ordered. She certainly wouldn't allow the enemy to detect her. Her next plan was to remain undetected. Yes, sir. Captain Zhou, how long will it take Halong to prepare? Commander Zhang Zizhong might not be able to hold out much longer. Zhou Xilan entered the virtual projection conference, and Murong Tian hurriedly asked. Currently, although they didn't know Commander Zhang Zizhong's condition, it was likely not good, and if they didn't send reinforcements soon, it might be too late. The most important thing for those supply ships was to increase their speed. If they were too slow, they wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the orc warships. Let me inquire. Zhou Xilan said, unsure how long Halong would need. No need, I already modified all the supply ships. Their speed has increased significantly. At this moment, Halong entered the virtual projection conference, indicating that he had completed the modifications. He then used a virtual pen to draw the route forward, circling half the battlefield, with the target being the Zerg T4 class 3-star flagship. The situation was extremely urgent, so Halong didn't explain and immediately began issuing orders. Order, activate all orc supply ships, and proceed according to the route. Fire Phoenix will make a tail attack maneuver. Yes. Order, each warship formation will follow the Fire Phoenix at a distance, ready to provide support at any time. Yes. The supply ships started powerfully and sailed quickly, followed by the Fire Phoenix warship formation feigning pursuit. Finally, each warship formation followed closely behind, at a distance, awaiting Halong's orders. Halong, how much have these supply ships increased in speed? Qin Shaoxian asked curiously in the virtual projection. I temporarily doubled their speed performance. The consequence is that they could self-destruct at any time. Halong had already prepared his explanation. In reality, he had directly enhanced the supply ships, which meant there was a possibility of them exploding at any moment. However, such rapid modification would definitely have some side effects. Everyone stared at Halong in astonishment. This idea was insane. But don't worry, it won't self-destruct within an hour of sailing. I can guarantee that. Ding, reporting to the vice captain, all cruise bombs have been deployed. At this moment, the mech captain on the supply ship reported to Halong. Thank you for your hard work. All team members, return to base immediately. Halong said with a smile. Yes, sir. Commander Zhang Zizhong's situation is getting increasingly critical. Can't we just attack the orc flagship directly? Finally, Murong Xiaoxiao voiced her question. The moment we seize the supply ship, their flagship receives the message, preventing the supply ship from reaching it. But the Zerg flagship is different, they don't receive the message, giving us the opportunity to let the supply ship approach and destroy it, Halong explained. Why didn't the Zerg receive the message and allow us to approach them? The orcs won't tell them they lost the supply ship, they even help cover it up. After all, they're afraid the Zerg will use this opportunity to attack them after the battle here ends. After all, they are different races, and rival races at that. If they severely weaken the other two races here, then this place temporarily belongs to the victorious race. If handled properly, they might even be able to expand their territory. Furthermore, we don't need to approach the Zerg, we let the orc supply ship approach. First, because the supply ship poses no threat. Second, they are still allies, and this is a crucial moment. Third, they also want these supply ships delivered to their doorstep. Halong continued, as if he were preparing a surprise feast for the Zerg, sure to move them to tears. Halong, you're still so cunning. So resourceful. I noticed it from our first battle. You clearly have the strength, but you always resort to so many schemes. Li Bai quickly changed his tune when he saw Zhou Xilan smiling beside Halong. How long? Are these supply ships powerful enough? The Orc flagship is T4 class. I'm worried the Zerg flagship is also T4 class. Murong Tian voiced his only concern. More than enough. Even with a 5x defense skill, it can still destroy it, Halong said confidently. He specifically included the supply ships with bombs in the virtual combat space and then conducted calculations and tests. They could indeed destroy T5 class warships, not T4 class ones. That's good. Murong Tian nodded. Since Halong said so, he believed him. Chief, the reconnaissance aircraft reported back. An Orc supply ship formation spotted on the left, followed by 2 human aircraft carriers and a frigate. How did Orc supply ships end up here? The Zerg leader asked in surprise, inquiring for details. About 30 minutes ago, it seems the Orcs were ambushed from behind, but we can't get specifics. I think it might be the humans who attacked their supply ships, and the Orcs, in their panic, were chased here. That's it. I was just wondering why, if the Orcs were ambushed, they didn't suffer many losses or make much movement in the combat zone. Turns out the humans only attacked their supply ships. The Zerg leader, combining the intelligence from before, guessed that the Orcs were indeed ambushed, only their supply ships were. As for why it didn't cause any disturbance among the Orcs, it was because they were afraid the humans would find out. They wanted to deal with the humans first before attacking them. In fact, his guess about the Orc situation was correct. So what do we do? Chapter 64. Send out the left-hand fleet to destroy those human warships and protect our allies' supply ships. Watching the Fire Phoenix's large missiles bombard the supply ships from a distance, the Zerg leader smiled and gave the order to the vice captain. 3 T1 warships? How much trouble could they cause him? Yes, sir. The vice captain understood the Zerg leader's meaning. Supply ships delivered to their doorstep should be protected, and the Orcs mustn't know. Commander, T1 class heavy missiles have appeared in the Zerg rear, but only a small number, 6 have been fired. The vice captain played the reconnaissance video while reporting to Zhang Zizhong. This is the signal to attack. Our reinforcements are going to take down this tough nut, the Zerg leader. Commander Zhang Zizhong watched the video feed of 6 heavy missiles, their firing pattern arranged in a 1-2-3 formation, forming an arrowhead, targeting the Zerg leader's flagship fleet. Hiss. How dare they? Zhang Zizhong waved his hand, a smile on his face, and said to the vice captain, my target is also the Zerg flagship. Order all warship formations to prepare those things. Await my command, and immediately launch a breakout attack. Yes, sir. Watching the T3 Zerg formation bypass the supply ship, Halong nodded to Zhou Zhilan. Zhou Zhilan understood Halong's meaning. The plan had entered a crucial stage, and she could order the attack, pass down the order, launch 12 heavy missiles. Yes, sir. Whoosh. Whoosh. Commander, the reinforcements have launched 12 missiles this time, quickly engaging the enemy ships. Should we act immediately? The warship regiment's chief of staff asked Zhang Zizhong. No rush, we just wait for the reinforcements' orders. Zhang Zizhong said with a smile, already curious about who the reinforcements would be this time. Waiting for reinforcement orders? Hearing Zhang Zizhong's words, the chief of staff wasn't stupid. He immediately replayed the missile launch, deliberately slowing it down. From the initial 12 missiles, they formed 2 parallel lines, quickly changing into 2 arrowheads mid-flight. This is the signal to attack. If the time is right outside, and we need to launch an attack, they will launch a 3rd wave of arrowhead missiles. Zhang Zizhong greatly admired the commander of this reinforcement force. He knew that star messaging signals were easily intercepted and eavesdropped on, and that the enemy could even use skills to reconstruct specific intelligence about the reinforcements through star messaging. Halong, however, cleverly used this method to get his cooperation. The human fleet is too arrogant. A mere 12 heavy missiles think they can stop our T3 Swift Bug fleet? Order the fleet to continue advancing. I'm going to destroy their ships at close range. The Swift Bug fleet captain looked down on the oncoming heavy missiles. T1 is always T1, it can't compete with T3 class warships. Its aim was to get close to the Phoenix battleship fleet and then destroy them at close range, or to play a cat-and-mouse game. Yes. Boom. Boom. Besides those successfully intercepted, some missiles exploded on the Zerg warships. Ding. Alert. Shield lost 10%. What? A T1 4-star heavy missile is so powerful, reaching the power of a T2 3-star missile? The Raptor captain's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the Phoenix's heavy missiles to be so powerful. Quickly fire. Destroy those Terran warships. At this moment, the Raptor captain had abandoned the cat-and-mouse game. In interstellar warfare, Without an overwhelming advantage, a single enemy skill could wipe them out. Yes! Immediately, the swift bug battleship formation opened fire, and their engagement with the Fire Phoenix officially began. Order, Rhino frigates, position yourselves in front of the Fire Phoenix battleships to withstand enemy artillery fire. Yes! Order, all close and weapon systems, fire to intercept. Yes! Order, launch fighter jets, drop bombardment nets, intercept enemy artillery fire. Yes! Facing the barrage of countless Zerg T-3 shells, Zhou Zhilan remained fearless, issuing a series of defensive orders. Brother, do we need help? In the virtual projection conference, Murong Xiaoxiao watched the projection of the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft. No, without Halong's orders, we cannot expose ourselves. Murong Tian shook his head. On the battlefield, the more critical the moment, the more crucial it is to obey orders. Since Halong ordered them to lie in wait and not be discovered by the Zerg, only they could carry it out. Even communications had to be cut off. Commander, according to the interstellar firepower, the reinforcements have already engaged the Zerg's T-3 warship fleet. On the Sun Destroyer, the vice captain analyzed the situation for Commander Zhang Zisheng. I know. Continue to await orders for reinforcements. Commander Zhang Zisheng, true to his general's demeanor, remained remarkably calm even at this critical moment. Meanwhile, the supply ship rapidly approached the Zerg flagship. The human warship fleet is quite strong. No wonder they were able to ambush the Orc supply ship. The Zerg leader finally relaxed, smiling as he spoke to the vice captain. If the Fire Phoenix hadn't possessed such formidable combat power, the Zerg leader would have been even more suspicious, given that the supply ship had defensive warships. While they are not weak, they are still no match for the swift fleet. The vice captain quickly replied to the Zerg leader, forgetting all about the supply ship's earlier concerns. Go! Pass down the order. Closely monitor the Orcs' movements. The Zerg leader interrupted the vice captain, who was about to speak, and issued the command. Yes, sir. The vice captain was overjoyed and went to issue the order. The leader intended to eliminate the Orcs after encircling and annihilating the humans. If they could destroy the warships of the other two races here, the Zerg would have a month to plunder the area, gaining vast resources that would easily allow them to develop 3 more fleet legions. As for the less important matters mentioned earlier, they selectively ignored them. Brother Long, the supply ship has entered the Zerg flagship's warning zone, but the Zerg flagship hasn't sent out any mechs to check. Zhou Zhilan's heart eased somewhat. We can begin. How Long hadn't expected the supply ship to enter the Zerg flagship's warning zone so smoothly, but things might be different going forward. What he was doing now was launching an attack to attract the Zerg flagship's attention, allowing the supply ship to get closer. Alright. Innate skill. Phoenix dance across the 9 heavens. Zhou Zhilan activated her skill on the 3 warships, the Rhino frigate, the Fire Phoenix, and the Hive carrier. Phoenix dance across the 9 heavens, empowers 9 units, 4 ninths, with Phoenix Flame, granting them a 9x performance boost for 30 minutes, with a 6-hour cooldown. The Rhino frigate at the forefront immediately turned purplish-red, its shields and hull scales imbued with Phoenix Flame. From a distance, it resembled a ghostly, burning warship, inspiring awe. The 2 aircraft carriers then ignited with Phoenix Flame, gaining a 9x powerful boost, and all their fighters, bombers, and cruisers underwent a dramatic transformation. What Halong didn't expect was that the cruiser explosions from the 10 supply ships were also imbued with Phoenix Flame, increasing their explosive power by 9x. Chapter 65. Halong's plan officially entered its final stage. Zhou Zhilan began issuing orders in quick succession. Order, 28 heavy cruise missiles attack, 8 super cruise missiles attack, target the Zerg mothership. Yes. Order, all fighters, bombers, and cruise mechs, launch a fierce attack. Yes. Order, all warship formations come to support, launch a fierce attack on the T-3 class Zerg warship formation. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 18 heavy missiles formed 3 arrows, signaling to Commander Zhang Zisheng that he was launching a general attack. 8 super missiles and 10 heavy missiles followed behind, bombarding the Zerg aircraft carrier. Medium-range missiles intercept, close and weapon systems fire, all main guns counterattack. The swift bug captain was also startled by the sudden general attack. Looking at the dozens of missiles, he hurriedly ordered the warship formation to counterattack. However, he may have underestimated the super missiles with a 9-fold increase in power, and he didn't order the escort ships to provide any protection for the aircraft carrier. Boom! Boom! The Zerg T-3 class aircraft carrier only held out for a short while. Its shield shattered, and it was subsequently destroyed. Reporting, Commander. Carrier number 2 has been hit by a missile and destroyed. The swift Zerg commander quickly received news of the destruction of his most prized carrier. No! Order all warships to launch a full-scale attack. I will annihilate them all. Devour them. The swift Zerg commander's face changed drastically. He went berserk. Carrier number 2 was his younger brother's ship. Its destruction was tantamount to the death of his younger brother. Yes, sir. Chief, there seems to be a problem with that Terran warship formation? Seeing the explosion of the Fire Phoenix warship formation, the vice captain on the Zerg flagship finally realized the issue, but for a moment, he couldn't pinpoint the problem. What's the problem? It's just that the swift bug commander was careless, the Zerg leader said casually. Zhang Zizhong was currently surrounded, and the fleet sent to rescue him was only T1 level. How much power could they possibly pose? Any single fleet could easily handle them. As for the aircraft carrier that had been destroyed, he didn't care. On the battlefield, ignoring the enemy often leads to annihilation. Upon seeing the 18 heavy missiles transform into 3 arrowheads, Commander Zhang Zizhong immediately ordered, "Our reinforcements have arrived. Whether we can break through depends on this." Order, the entire Annihilation warship fleet launches an attack. Target, the Zerg flagship regiment. Fire the main guns. Yes, sir. Order, mountain gun warship fleet, machine gun warship fleet, heavy mechanized warship fleet, concentrate fire, and launch a fierce attack on the Zerg flagship regiment. Yes, sir. Rock-like warship fleet, fight and retreat, keeping pace with the Annihilation warship fleet. Be careful not to be separated by the enemy. Yes, sir. Boom. 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 Commander, the Annihilation warship regiment has launched a fierce attack on us. Commander Zhang Zizhong's sudden attack completely diverted the attention of the Zerg leader and vice captain. After all, Zhang Zizhong's threat was far greater than that of Halong's warship fleet. Order, Zerg flagship regiment, full defense. Main guns open fire in counterattack. Yes, sir. Order, flank and flank fleet regiments, increase firepower to relieve pressure on our Zerg flagship regiment. The Zerg leader issued a series of orders. Normally, Commander Zhang Zizhong's attack would be extremely foolish and result in heavy losses, as the Zerg's flank and flank fleet regiments were not to be underestimated. The orcs are also making a major move. Order the Mountain Armor Battleship Regiment and the approaching Chiefing Battleship Regiment to outflank the Zerg forces. Once the Annihilation Sun Battleship Regiment and the Zerg Battleship Regiments are exhausted, we wipe them out in one fell swoop. Order the other battleship regiments to advance slowly and continue bombarding the Rockstone Battleship Formation. The orc leader was no pushover either. He had already ordered a T3 Battleship Regiment to hide, and now he was aiming to annihilate the Annihilation Sun Battleship Regiment and 3 Zerg Battleship Regiments. Yes, sir. On the Annihilation Sun Battleship Regiment, the deputy captain asked Zhang Zizhong, "Commander, the Zerg Battleship Regiments on both flanks have begun attacking us. I'm afraid our battleship formation won't hold out for long. Should we activate our secret weapon?" Clearly, Commander Zhang Zizhong had his own plans besides cooperating with Halong's operation. No rush. Let them hold out for another 2 minutes. I reckon the reinforcements will also make a major move. Commander Zhang Zizhong's intuition told him that Halong was about to launch a major operation. Otherwise, with such attack power, how could they possibly rescue him? Since they couldn't make contact, he needed to wait for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the Zerg flagship and then break out. As for whether Halong was reckless or reckless, he wasn't worried at all. Could someone who thought of using missiles to transmit signals be reckless? Ha ha ha, Zhang Zizhong is no longer capable of breaking out this time. Looking at the beating of the Annihilation fleet, the Zerg leader laughed loudly. They currently held an absolute advantage. Leader, those supply ships. The vice captain, seeing the approaching orc supply ships, cried out to the Zerg leader in terror. At this moment, he finally remembered. The supply ships were a trap. What? The Zerg leader was dumbfounded. Detonate. Halong seized the opportunity and detonated all the supply ships. Boom. 10 supply ships exploded simultaneously, and it was a cruise explosion amplified 9 times in power. The Zerg flagship at the center of the explosion was reduced to space debris, and even the Zerg flagship fleet's warship formation was affected by the blast wave, with 9 Zerg warships destroyed. The shockwave spread outwards, causing significant damage to other Zerg flagship fleets, with some warships' shields shattered. The earth-shattering explosion of the 10 supply ships caused all the warships of the 3 races to stop fighting, staring in fear at the sight of the explosion. Haha. Our reinforcements are truly powerful, extremely powerful. Even our secret weapon is no match for them. The battle-hardened Commander Zhang Zizhong was indeed formidable. He quickly recovered from his shock, and this time, the usually taciturn commander laughed, praising Haolong. He then issued a series of orders, launching a fierce attack while all the Zerg warships were in disarray, this time without even using any secret weapons. Orders: Sun-destroying warship squadron and heavy machinery warship squadron attack the Zerg flagship squadron, mountain over the lake warship squadron, and machine gun warship squadron hold off the Zerg warship squadrons on the left and right flanks. Rock-solid warship squadron continued to cover the rear. Yes. Haolong looked at Murong Tian and the others, who had arrived but were still in shock, and said, "Don't be stunned. Now, the Fire Phoenix warship squadron will be the main attacker and defender. While ensuring your own safety, attack the Zerg squadron as much as possible to prevent them from returning to reinforce." Yes. Murong Tian and the others responded absent-mindedly. After all, they hadn't quite recovered yet. The cruise missiles from those 10 supply ships were incredibly powerful. Chapter 66. The Zerg flagship fell, destroying its entire fleet. The explosive force was too great for even a T5 warship to withstand. A single thought crossed their minds: Haolong is truly inhuman. Who could create a bomb that even a T5 warship couldn't withstand with just 10 supply ships? Boom! Boom! Numerous main guns and naval cannons bombarded the T3 Swift Zerg fleet, but the results were far from satisfactory. After all, their ships were T1 and T2, significantly weaker in attack power. Moreover, nearly half of their attacks were intercepted. Ding! Warship shields lost 10%. Attack! Sink these T1 warships. Seeing that the shields had only lost 10%, the Swift Zerg captain fiercely issued the order. He wanted revenge for his brother, and the weak attacks from Murong Tian and his forces had actually restored his confidence. Yes! Whoosh! Whoosh! The Zerg's warships unleashed a barrage of artillery fire upon the frigate. Ding! Alarm! Multiple artillery attacks. Order: all medium-range missiles of the Golden Dragon Battleship Regiment fire. All close and weapons systems fire to intercept the Zerg's artillery barrage. Yes! Whoosh! Whoosh! 43 warships open fire, their anti-aircraft guns, several times denser than those of the T3 Zerg warships, taking to the air to intercept most of the Zerg's warship artillery. Boom! Boom! Only a few shells hit the frigate. Ding! Alarm! Frigate's shields damaged by 10%. Haolong, all our artillery fire is having little effect on the Zerg warships, Murong Tian reported to Haolong. It's alright. We wear them down. With our 43 warships, the Zerg warship formation in front of us won't last long. Besides, Commander Zhang Zizhong should break out soon. Yes, sir. Sure enough, Commander Zhang Zizhong's Annihilation warship fleet had broken through the Zerg flagship's interception and was widening the gap significantly, with more and more warships appearing. Brother Long, urgent intelligence. 2 T3 Orc warship regiments and 2 T2 Orc warship regiments have appeared behind us, expected to arrive in 20 minutes. At this moment, Zhou Zhilan hurriedly entered the virtual projection conference, bringing a video reconnaissance data from the radar reconnaissance aircraft. Originally, 2 T3 Orc warship regiments were sent to intercept, but 2 T2 warship regiments had just received orders to surround Haolong and his group, so it became 4 regiments. Currently, they are slowly deploying their warship formation, blocking the direction Haolong originally planned to retreat. Haolong, what do we do? Murong Xiaoxiao asked, while Li Bai and the others looked at Haolong, awaiting his decision. They are currently still engaged in combat with a T3 class Zerg warship fleet, and they really can't defeat this Zerg T3 warship force in 20 minutes, even though they only have 9. The original plan was to wait for Commander Zhang Zizhong to break through, allowing the Zerg T3 warship squadron to flee without a fight, then regroup and retreat together. There's only one way now. Defeat the Zerg warships in front of us, quickly regroup with Commander Zhang Zizhong, and crush the Zerg warship squadron directly in front of us, the one to Commander Zhang Zizhong's left. Haolong, observing the predicament, drew a feasible plan on the virtual battle map. And it had to be done quickly, otherwise, not only would Commander Zhang Zizhong be surrounded again, but they too would be trapped. Murong Tian and the others remained silent, awaiting Haolong's orders, as the situation far exceeded their capabilities. Moreover, they now trusted Haolong implicitly. Since he had such a plan, he must have a way to achieve his goal. After all, he was incredibly powerful, and his hidden strength was bottomless. Order: the Blazing Phoenix cannon, lock onto the flagship of the Zerg warship fleet. Since he couldn't hide it any longer, Halong issued the order directly in virtual space. Yes, sir. Vice Captain Xia Sitian quickly recorded Halong's order. Hearing Halong mention the blazing phoenix cannon, Murong Tian saw that Li Bai and the others also looked bewildered, and immediately realized that this was one of Halong's hidden methods. Order: heavy missiles and super cruise missiles lock onto 2 Zerg aircraft carriers and 2 Zerg destroyers. Yes, sir. Order: all fighter squadrons, after the main gun missiles fire, all fighters are to annihilate the remaining Zerg fighters and warships. Yes, sir. Also, dispatch all radar reconnaissance aircraft. Besides reconnoitering the Zerg warship regiment ahead, they also need to reconnoiter the surrounding battlefield environment. Compile the reconnaissance intelligence for me immediately. Xilan, you are in charge. Yes, sir. Zhou Xilan immediately accepted Halong's order. Whether they could break through quickly depended on the Zerg warship regiment ahead. Commander, the Zerg warship regiment on the left has received support from AT-3 warship regiment. They have stabilized their lines and increased their attacks on our machine gun warship formation. On the flagship of the Annihilation Warship Regiment, the Vice Captain also brought bad news. The Zerg leader was using the same tactics as the Orcs, also ambushing a T3 class warship regiment. And they just happened to be providing support to the warship regiment that was part of the Halong plan's breakout. Order: the Annihilation Warship Formation supports the Machine Gun Warship Formation, assisting the enemy's attack. Order the Heavy Machinery Warship Formation to support friendly forces and rendezvous with them. Captain Halong, everything is ready, awaiting your command. Zhou Xilan reported to Halong via star message. Alright, Xilan, begin. Halong replied via star message as well. Zhou Xilan's skill, as always, maintained maximum secrecy. Skill: Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. The Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier and the Hive aircraft carrier ignited their Phoenix flames once more, the 9x amplification that had just subsided reappearing. Pass on my order. Launch an attack and destroy the T3 Zerg warship formation in front of us. The remaining warship formations will follow the Fire Phoenix warship formation in their assault. Yes. Yes. Fire Phoenix cannons, fire. Phoenix. The entire interstellar sky turned purplish red. A cry shook the cosmos as a gigantic fiery phoenix, carrying a terrifying aura, hurtled towards the T3 Zerg warships at breakneck speed. Damn it, what is that? Fire. The swift Zerg captain, jolted awake from his frenzy, looked at the fiery phoenix that blotted out the starry sky and could only urgently order an attack. However, the fire phoenix was too fast, landing instantly on the Zerg flagship. Boom! The explosion destroyed 3 T3 warships. Launch all missiles. Fighter squadrons. Warship assault. Halong was only slightly surprised by the power of the Fire Phoenix cannon before immediately ordering the attack. Yes. Received. Whoosh. Whoosh. 36 missiles rained down, boom, boom, destroying 2 more Zerg warships. Then, a massive swarm of fighters sprang into action, and the Golden Dragon fleet launched a rapid assault, delivering a devastating blow to the remaining T3 warship formation. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The remaining 4 Zerg warships ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure, and quickly retreated towards another Zerg fleet. Hiss. Is this the Fire Phoenix's true hidden combat power? Murong Tian and his group were utterly shocked, watching the Fire Phoenix's main cannon destroy 3 T3s with a single shot. Chapter 67. Halong is no longer human in my heart, he's a god. No, my warship fleet must be refitted by Halong when we get back, Murong Xiaoxiao said devoutly. That requires funding, but Halong can design something for me first, Qin Shaoxian nodded, indicating his approval of Murong Xiaoxiao's approach. Everyone, we discuss this when we get back. Let's quickly follow Halong's warship fleet. There are still 4 warship regiments behind us, Li Bai hurriedly reminded them. Although the T3 warship fleet ahead had withdrawn, they were still in danger of being surrounded at any time. Quickly, maximum speed, keep up with the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Hearing Li Bai's words, the others didn't dare to delay. Ding! The heavy mechanical warship fleet Iron Heavy of the Annihilation Warship Regiment requests projection. Permission granted. Halong nodded to Murong Tian. Welcome, Commander Tai Zhong of the Heavy Machinery Warship Squadron. We are the Golden Flying Dragon Warship Regiment, AT-2 Commander Assessment Team, from the Blade Military Academy, Murong Tian. Murong Tian understood Halong's meaning and spoke proactively. Hearing Murong Tian's words, Tai Zhong was shocked. This was a warship squadron undergoing T2 Commander Assessment. On the surface, it was indeed a T2 warship squadron, with the rest being T1 warship squadrons. But they were the flagship squadron that destroyed the Zerg's T4 class ships. This is our current warship commander, How Long. Murong Tian quickly introduced How Long as well. Hello, Commander Murong, Commander How Long. Thank you for coming to rescue my Annihilation warship squadron. Tai Zhong paused slightly, then smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, his vice-captain quickly reported the situation to Commander Zhang Zizhong, allowing him to coordinate the operation. What? The one rescuing us was a T2 commander-level warship regiment undergoing assessment, and it was even my junior. Even the usually composed Zhang Zizhong was genuinely shocked upon hearing this. Yes. That's what Commander Tai Zhong of the Heavy Machinery Unit reported. Commander Tai Zhong, you flatter us? We should rejoin Commander Zhang Zizhong as soon as possible. There are still 2 T3 Orc warship regiments, and 2 T2 Orc warship regiments behind us, Murong Tian hurriedly told Tai Zhong. What? Tai Zhong hadn't expected there to be 4 Orc warship regiments behind them. Tai Zhong immediately asked, so your plan is to break through the Zerg warship fleet with us? Yes. Tai Zhong said in a heavy tone. There's already a T3 Zerg warship fleet supporting us there. It's not suitable for a breakout. How Long, latest intelligence. It's not suitable for a breakout there. I already compiled the intelligence for you. The most suitable direction for a breakout is our right rear. As long as we capture that abandoned planet first, we can hold out for a longer period, enough time for Commander Zhang Zizhong to break out. Tai Zhong immediately said, I send a message to the commander right away. My heavy mechanized warship squadron will also go with you. No, you should support the other warship squadrons, letting them quickly evacuate to this planet within 2 hours. How Long objected. Currently, the Annihilation warship fleet is too scattered, with too many forces tied down, urgently needing the heavy mechanized warship squadron's rescue. This? How Long interrupted Tai Zhong, who was about to speak. Commander Tai Zhong, tell Commander Zhang that if there's an opportunity, you should break through first. Don't worry about us. We have many ways to escape. As long as you succeed, I have a way to receive the news. Then I report to the Commander-in-Chief. Tai Zhong dared not act on his own, and could only report to Zhang Zizhong's flagship. Ding, Commander, the situation has changed. There are 2 T3 Orc warship regiments, and 2 T2 warship regiments behind the Golden Flying Dragon warship regiment. The deputy captain of Zhang Zizhong's flagship rushed over to report. Tai Zhong said that the Golden Flying Dragon warship regiment plans to hold the abandoned planet, sending the heavy mechanized warship formation back to reinforce other warship formations, so that we can break out as soon as possible. Order, heavy mechanized warship formation to provide long-range fire support to the mountain gun warship formation, the rock-climbing warship formation to continue retreating and rendezvous with our sun-destroying warship formation. Commander Zhang Zizhong thought for a moment, and then issued the order. Since How Long had such a plan, Zhang Zizhong chose to trust him. Yes, sir. Commander, can that T2 assessment warship formation intercept the enemy for 2 hours? The deputy captain asked doubtfully. I believe in them. They can definitely hold them off. Besides, we can find an opportunity to break through. If we can't break through, we still have our secret weapon. Zhang Zizhong looked at the virtual battle map, already confident. However, we still need to send out reconnaissance planes, just in case. Our allies are risking their lives to support us. We can't let them be in danger. Yes. The secret weapon of the Annihilation warship regiment wasn't unusable, but using it would make later battles more passive, so it was best to avoid using it if possible. How Long, the commander has ordered me to return to support the mountain gun warship formation. Be careful, we will rejoin you as soon as possible. Tai Zhong gave How Long a deep look. This man was extraordinary. He had actually earned the commander's trust. Good. How Long nodded to Tai Zhong and then issued the order. Order, all fighters, launch a fierce attack within 10 minutes. Launch missiles to slow down the Orc warship's advance. Yes. All warship formations, target the abandoned planet, then immediately form defensive formations to resist the Orc warship squadron's attack. Yes. Murong Tian and Li Bai's 4 warship formations set off, leading the way to the planet to prepare and form defensive formations. Tai Zhong also led his heavy mechanical warship formation to support the mountain gun warship formation, then used long-range firepower to bombard one of the Zerg's T3 warship squadrons. The Fire Phoenix and the Hive Carrier launched over 1,200 fighters, personally led by How Long. Their Phoenix flames burned across the entire starry sky, charging towards the Orc T3 warship squadron with overwhelming force. Quickly, send fighters from other fleets to provide support. Order all fighters in the fleet to sortie and intercept the enemy aircraft. Don't let them get close. Looking at the imposing Fire Phoenix formation of fighters, the Orc leader, already aware of their strength, didn't believe his own aircraft could withstand them, so he immediately sought support. After all, he knew the quality of his own aircraft. Only 800 were T3 class, less than 400 had protective shields, and the rest were only T2 class. Yes, sir! All the fighters from the 4 Orc fleets moved at the sound of the call, instantly filling the entire starry sky, facing the Fire Phoenix fighters. Cruise mechs, set up your cannons. Target the T3 fleet's fighter group. Fire! Although the tens of thousands of Orc fighters filled the entire starry sky, Halong remained fearless. Because more than half of these Orcish fighters were T2, and only a little over 1,000 T3 fighters possessed protective shields, and the 3 fighter groups were some distance away, this gave Halong the courage to fight. Yes! Whoosh! Whoosh! 120 main cannons fired rapidly in unison, illuminating the starry sky. Chapter 68. Boom! Boom! The main guns exploded, destroying over 300 Orc fighters. What? 377? An 18% loss rate? The Orc captain, armored, was both shocked and furious. Enemy fighters hadn't even entered his attack range, yet he already lost 18%. Such a dazzling attack would surely be recorded by the Annihilation Reconnaissance aircraft and projected directly back to the flagship of the Annihilation Warship Group. This power? Order. Distribute this video to all warships, instruct them to launch attacks, immediately disengage from the enemy ships, and then rejoin the heavy mechanized warship formation. Although Commander Zhang Zizhong was shocked by the Fire Phoenix Mech's combat power, he was more composed than the others and issued the order. He knew his reinforcements were about to make a major move, perhaps even a chance to break out. Besides, if his Annihilation Warship Group didn't vent its anger this time, they would likely hold a grudge against him. Yes! The various formations of the Annihilation Warship Group responded immediately, and their fighters launched a fierce counterattack. Commander Zhang Zizhong's order was for them to fight without restraint, using all their skills. Skill, wind and fire across the city. Skill, concealing the stars. Skill, 8,000 miles away. As for the video projections Zhang Zizhong released, those who understood knew what to do, and even those who didn't, knew to fight fiercely. New orders would follow later. Order, fighter jets launch massive amounts of anti-tank missiles, directly escorting the bombers in their charge. Watching the cruiser mechs unleash their bombs, creating a route towards the Orc T3 Battleship Regiment, Zhou Zhilan, working seamlessly with Halong, issued the order. Her goal aligned with Halong's, to charge forward and engage the Orc T3 Battleship Regiment in fierce aerial combat. Yes, sir! The Crimson fighter jets unfurled their long, conical formation, like a sharp arrow, piercing the center of the mountain armor fighter group. Countless anti-tank missiles cleared the way, and thanks to the strength of their protective shields, the leading jets attacked alternately from above and below, unleashing terrifying power. The Orc fighters were repeatedly bombarded and exploded. Where are the other fleet support? Where are they? The mountain armor captain realized his carelessness. He should have initially deployed warships to help attack the Fire Phoenix fighters. Even if his own jets were destroyed, it would have been enough to withstand the Fire Phoenix's assault. Now the Fire Phoenix fighters had penetrated into his own formation, where there were mostly his own aircraft. Firing again was no longer appropriate. Still feeling uneasy, the mountain armor issued another order. Order, Battleship Regiment retreat. Medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems prepare for indiscriminate attack on any enemy bombers entering attack range. Yes, sir! Quickly! All fighters accelerate to support the mountain armor fighter group and annihilate the human fighters. Chi Feng, captain of the Orc T3 battleship, received the urgent inquiry and immediately gave the order. Yes, sir! 3 fighter groups accelerated to support the mountain armor fighter group. With their addition, the Fire Phoenix fighters would have a hard time breaking through the interception and entering the airspace above the mountain armor battleship regiment. Shilan, deactivate the cruiser mech superpower mode. Halong thought for a moment, and then said to Zhou Zhilan. To rescue Commander Zhang Zizhong, Halong decided to unleash his last trump card. From now on, the Fire Phoenix battleship formation would have no secrets unless Halong refitted the Fire Phoenix battleships. Yes, sir! Zhou Zhilan did not hesitate for a moment at Halong's decision. Captain, wait! The reinforcements from the Annihilation Warship Group have arrived. C.S. Etienne, who had been monitoring the battle situation, happily reported to Zhou Zhilan. Meanwhile, A fleet of artillery pieces from 1,000 miles away appeared on the flank of the chiefing fleet. Fire! All aircraft sortie. Attack without regard for casualties. Seeing that the chiefing fleet's aircraft had already supported the Shanjia fleet, the artillery captain unleashed a fierce barrage. All artillery fire relentlessly struck the chiefing fleet. The chiefing fleet, not to be outdone, retaliated with its shields up. But what frustrated the chiefing fleet most was that the more than 800 artillery pieces were already charging towards their fleet. Quickly! Orders, medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, prepare to intercept enemy aircraft. The chiefing captain immediately gave the order and relayed it to the T2 fleet. Order: 2 T2 warship regiments approach our regiment and intercept enemy aircraft with medium-range missiles. Yes! Brother Long, there's no need to unlock the cruise mech super firepower mode anymore. The heavy mechanical warship formation has arrived, followed by the other 3 formations of the Annihilation Warship Regiment. Zhou Zhilan felt much more relaxed looking at the 4 fleet formations rapidly sailing in the distance, and reported to Haolong. Okay, I understand. Now that the Annihilation Warship Formation had arrived, Haolong certainly wouldn't reveal his last trump card. He also ignored the 3 aircraft groups that were rushing to provide support, and continued attacking his predetermined targets, because he was quite certain that they wouldn't lose out by continuing this attack. Order: Mechs activate cruise mode and provide fire support to the aircraft groups. Yes! 120 mechs transformed simultaneously, their speed skyrocketing. They quickly approached, their shoulder-mounted pulse cannons firing continuously, fiercely attacking the enemy aircraft on both sides of the aircraft group. Order: Fighter jets, concentrate your firepower forward and break through the enemy aircraft's interception. Zhou Zhilan also adjusted the attack method accordingly, leaving the left and right sides to the cruise mech with peace of mind. Yes, sir! Whoosh! Whoosh! The firepower was readjusted, and the mountain armor fighters in front could no longer hold out, being destroyed one after another. The Fire Phoenix fighters seized the opportunity to advance, showing signs of breaking through the enemy formation. Captain, reinforcements have arrived. Just as the mountain armor was filled with anxiety, the vice captain reported good news. Quickly, get them into the battle. Captain Mountain Armor looked relieved upon hearing this. Yes, sir. Heavy mechanized warship formation, open fire. All fighters, launch an attack. Give them a good beating. Iron Heavy led the heavy mechanized warship formation to the scene and immediately launched a fierce attack, releasing another 800 fighters. The Orsish warship group, which had already stabilized its battle line and begun to gain a significant advantage, was hit again. This time, a total of 1,600 fighters were a disaster for them, who had no air superiority whatsoever. Report: Captain, the rest of the Annihilation Fleet's battleships are also on their way. Before Chief Feng could even adjust, worse news arrived. The rest of the Annihilation Fleet's battleships were also arriving. It was practically a death sentence for him. Order all battleships to retreat immediately. Order all aircraft to return to base. Return. Disobeyers will be executed. Better to die than lose his own comrades. Captain Chief Feng quickly issued 2 orders. Yes, sir. Captain, something terrible has happened. All supporting aircraft are returning to base immediately. As all the supporting aircraft returned, the vice captain reported in alarm to Captain Shanjia. What? Chief Feng actually dared do this? Why? The entire Annihilation Fleet attacked them. They were already overwhelmed, so the vice captain didn't dare delay and relayed the message from Chief Feng's ship to Shanjia. Quickly, order the battleships to retreat. Captain Shanjia, knowing the urgency of the situation, immediately gave the order. Yes. But the situation for the fighter group was even worse than Pangolin had imagined. Chapter 69. Boom. Boom. With the firepower support of the cruiser mechs, the Fire Phoenix fighters finally broke through the mountain armor fighters' interception, leading a massive bomber force towards the mountain armor fleet. During this time, Zhou Zhilan also channeled her final 2 Phoenix dances of the 9 Heavens buffs into the Fire Phoenix and the Hive Carrier. Quick! Medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Numerous medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems attacked the Fire Phoenix fighter group. Order: deploy large-scale anti-tank missiles to intercept the artillery fire and cover the bomber's approach. Faced with close-in weapon systems and medium-range missiles, the Fire Phoenix fighter group had a way to intercept some of them. Boom! Boom! For the remaining missiles, the fighters could only use their airframes to shield the bombers, resulting in the destruction of many fighters and some bombers. Cruise mech main guns fire. Once the mech main guns were fully charged, Halong issued the order again. Yes. 120 main guns rose up, fiercely bombarding the small number of mountain armor fighters. Cruise mechs charge. Destroy them. Seeing the few remaining orc warplanes, Halong finally ordered the cruise mechs into close combat. After all, mechs were piloted by humans and were extremely valuable. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, the 120 mechs dispersed and charged towards the enemy aircraft. Their shoulder-mounted pulse cannons and flame-focused beam rifles never ceased firing, their firepower incredibly fierce, rapidly clearing the battlefield. Numerous enemy aircraft were destroyed. After clearing the battlefield, Halong led the shielded mechs into the skies above the mountain armor fleet. They moved like ghosts, their speed making them difficult for close and weapon systems to detect. Main guns fire. Large missiles, heavy missiles launch. With no enemy aircraft obstructing their path, the Fire Phoenixes could now attack the Orc warplane fleet. As for whether the Orcish fleet would retaliate, that depended on whether the Phoenix fighters were willing. They didn't want to engage the Phoenix fighters immediately upon entering the airspace, and end up bombing their own ships. Boom! Boom! 2 Orcish destroyers were destroyed in quick succession, further weakening their anti-aircraft firepower. The Phoenix fighters also suffered significant losses while attacking the mountain armor fleet, but now that they were over the fleet, their losses would be much less. Surrounded by their own ships, the Orcish anti-aircraft guns wouldn't dare fire indiscriminately. A mishap could result in their own ships being hit. Boom! Boom! 3 destroyers and 1 cruiser at the rear of the mountain armor fleet were destroyed by Phoenix flame cannons, heavy missiles, and super cruise missiles. Bomber sortie. Target: Orcish fleet formation behind the enemy lines. The swarming bombers seemed to smell blood. Without the 3 destroyers and 1 cruiser, the remaining frigates, cruisers, and aircraft carriers were easy prey. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of massive cruiser bombs rained down, and the Orc fleet cried out in despair. Boom! Boom! The first fleet of the Mountain Armor Battleship Group was annihilated. This also spurred the Mountain Armor Captain's resolve to retreat. He issued an urgent order. Order, Mountain Armor Shield Battleship Group, form a defensive formation to hold off the enemy aircraft. The rest of the battleship groups, retreat. Yes, sir. Mountain Armor Shield Battleship Group obeys. Yes, sir. Zhou Zhilan, seeing the Orc Battleship Group retreat, also gave the order to continue the pursuit. Order. Fire Phoenix bombers bomb the Orc defensive formation. Hive bombers pursue the retreating Orc Battleship Group. All fighters provide escort. The pursuit time is 5 minutes. The Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven skill's duration was almost up. Excessive pursuit might backfire. Yes. Boom. Boom. The Mountain Armor Shield Battleship fleet was quickly bombarded down to only 1 warship, and it was badly damaged, surrounded by numerous cruiser mechs eyeing it menacingly. This was a ship Halong had specifically instructed to be preserved, because it possessed a T3 level contract heart worth 5 billion. Cruise mechs enter the ship and attack, annihilate the orcs inside. Halong gave the order only after checking that the cruiser mech's protective shields were intact. Yes. Over 120 mechs rushed into the orcs' T3 warship, killing any beasts they encountered, quickly clearing the entire ship. Go! Return to base. Halong quickly collected the T3 contract heart and ordered a return to base. Yes. Boom. The orc warship was detonated. Retreat immediately. Chief Feng already knew the armored fleet had been defeated. Facing the Annihilation fleet alone was already difficult enough. Now, with the arrival of a ferocious human reinforcement, if they didn't leave now, he feared he would never escape. Report. Commander, the Orcish Chief Feng fleet has retreated. Our reinforcements annihilated 2 of the armored fleet's fleets, also destroying all their aircraft. The armored fleet is now severely damaged. What? The armored fleet was severely damaged by reinforcements? Zhang Zizhong had been directing the fleet's operations, slowing down the Zerg and Orcish fleets in various ways, and hadn't been directly monitoring Halong's battle, so he only learned of the news now. Yes. Because they helped tie down all of Chi Feng's fleet's aircraft, our fleet also benefited, destroying 3 enemy warships. Order, Annihilation Fleet, prepare. Once the fastest pursuing enemy fleet enters attack range, immediately launch your fiercest attack to cripple them, then retreat. Zhang Zizhong, slightly stunned, continued issuing battle orders. Yes, sir. Have Tai Zhong initiate a projection conference and invite the Golden Dragon fleet to join. Yes, sir. The vice captain replied cheerfully. Being suppressed and beaten was truly unpleasant. If it weren't for the fact that the orcs and insectids each had their own agendas, and fearing the Annihilation Fleet might launch a suicidal attack on their side, they hadn't been able to hold out until now. And their allies had helped them vent their anger twice, a feeling that even the battle-hardened vice-captain couldn't describe in words. Murong Tion, T2 Commander Assessment Team of the Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Regiment, greets Senior Zhang and all commanders. Zhou Xilan, Captain of the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron of the Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Regiment, greets Commander Zhang and all commanders. Hao Long, Vice Captain of the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron of the Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Regiment, greets Commander Zhang and all commanders. Thank you for your rescue, Senior. I, Zhang Zizhong, am deeply grateful. Upon returning to school, I, Zhang Zizhong, will host a banquet to personally express my gratitude for saving my life. Zhang Zizhong was a man of unwavering integrity, always remembering to repay kindness. Senior, you flatter me. As fellow humans, it is our duty to lend a helping hand when facing foreign races, Murong Tion said politely. As for Zhou Xilan and Hao Long, they currently wish to keep a low profile. Captain Murong, Captain Zhou, Captain Hao Long, I would very much like to have a long talk with you, but unfortunately I am currently on a mission, so I will have to invite you another time. Zhang Zizhong genuinely wanted to have a detailed conversation with Hao Long and the others, and also wanted to befriend a warship command expert like Hao Long. Chapter 70. Understood, mission is paramount. Everyone, my Annihilation Warship Regiment will hold off the enemy for 10 minutes. You may withdraw first. Thank you, Senior. We be going then. Hao Long and the others said in unison. Go ahead, I invite you back when I get back to school. Yes, sir. Hao Long and the other two saluted everyone together, and Zhang Zizhong and the others followed suit. Golden Flying Dragon Warship Regiment, full speed ahead. Target, Starlight Free Trade Zone in Area 7887. Back in the Golden Flying Dragon Warship Regiment's projection meeting, Murong Tion regained control of the fleet and issued the orders he had discussed with Hao Long. Received. Hao Long had already mentioned this suggestion, and they had no objections. Then, the Golden Flying Dragon Warship Regiment turned left, sailing in the opposite direction of the assessment. The Starlight Free Trade Zone is a bustling public area where various supplies can be replenished, and valuable materials occasionally appear. It's managed by the mysterious Starlight Clan, and all races must abide by its rules. Ding, hidden mission completed. Successfully rescued Commander Zhang Zizhong. Obtained 1 Heavenly Barrier-class ferry supply ship, and a God-level reconnaissance skill. Looking at the ferry supply ship stats, Hao Long couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Its capabilities were truly impressive. The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet would definitely need it in the future. Xilan, I designed another special warship for you. Here are the stats. Hao Long smiled at the busy Zhou Xilan. A special warship? How special? Zhou Jiru's curiosity was piqued by Hao Long's design. The Hive Carrier and Rhino frigate that Hao Long had previously provided were both very useful. Now that there's a special warship, it's impossible not to be curious. Brother Long, is this for real? Zhou Xilan, looking at the data and powerful effects of the ferry supply ship, immediately grabbed Hao Long's arm and asked excitedly, When have I ever lied to you? This time, I sent you the data as soon as I designed it. Hao Long looked at Zhou Xilan with deep affection. She smiled charmingly, captivating him completely. Fine. I've been waiting for this special ferry supply ship to arrive. Zhou Xilan felt embarrassed by Hao Long's gaze, kissed him, and ran away. After all, there were other people on the warship. Captain, First Mate, this is our battle damage. Just then, Xie Sitian came along and reported to Zhou Xilan and Hao Long. In this battle, the Fire Phoenix warship fleet lost 450 aircraft, even with the Phoenix Rebirth skill reshaping the aircraft. Otherwise, the loss would have been at least 600, reaching a 50% aircraft loss rate. The Fire Phoenix carrier lost 80 fighter jets and 20 bombers, with no losses to its cruiser mechs. The Hive carrier lost 94-star heavy fighter jets, 123-star fighter jets, 64-star heavy bombers, and 83-star bombers. The gains were also substantial. A damaged T2 contract heart worth 500 million, a T2 contract heart worth 1.5 billion, a T3 contract heart worth 5 billion, and unsettled military merits. The Fire Phoenix warship fleet has currently accumulated 7 billion. Okay, I understand. Go arrange the duty personnel. The rest of the crew should enter the virtual combat space, Zhou Xilan said with a smile. Currently, the loyalty of all crew members in the Fire Phoenix warship fleet meets the requirements, allowing them to enter the virtual combat space. Of course, Zhou Zhilan claimed to them that the virtual combat space was a skill, and instructed them to keep it strictly confidential. Brother Long, the Fire Phoenix warship's contract level has reached 80%. Zhou Zhilan opened the Fire Phoenix's data, and said to Haolong with slight surprise. That's normal. We destroyed a total of 6 T2 warships, 35 T3 warships, and bombed 1 T4 warship. Haolong nodded, finding it quite normal, as the battle results were very impressive. If the Fire Phoenix carrier destroys about 10 more T3 warships, its contract level will reach 100%, allowing it to upgrade to a T2 warship. Okay, then I organize the T2 upgrade plan. Okay, write down any requirements, and we plan it together later. Haolong reached out, and patted Zhou Zhilan's head. After all, the Fire Phoenix carrier is Zhou Zhilan's warship. This time, while upgrading to a T2 warship, while utilizing the skill's power, it will also be modified according to her ideas. Received. Phantom Demon. Little Lolo's here to play. Little Lolo of the Phantom Demon clan finally managed to sneak out while Princess Lolita wasn't looking. Little Lolo, did you need something? Haolong asked, somewhat surprised. The little witch hadn't been very friendly to him when they first met. Yes, after your big battle, they were bound to be injured. Little Lolo is very sad, and came to help with the medical care. Little Lolo looked distressed. Now that Haolong is their Phantom Princess's master, and receives fair treatment in the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, the Phantoms have begun to accept Haolong, and the crew of the Fire Phoenix fleet. Little Lolo, currently there are no injured personnel in the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, the losses were all unmanned combat aircraft. Haolong replied with a smile. With such a fierce battle, how could there be no injuries? Captain, why don't you ask Xiao Luoluo to help treat the wounded? Xiao Luoluo has excellent medical skills. Xiao Luoluo turned to Zhou Zhilan and pressed her for an answer, not believing Haolong's words. Hearing Xiao Luoluo's words, Haolong curiously clicked on his reconnaissance skill. System, Super God level reconnaissance skill activated. There really are no injuries. If there are, I come to Xiao Luoluo for help immediately. You can't refuse, Xiao Luoluo. Seeing Haolong suddenly nod to her, Zhou Zhilan paused slightly before agreeing to Xiao Luoluo's request. Xiao Luoluo won't refuse. Xiao Luoluo loves seeing her sisters healthy. Xiao Luoluo smiled happily after receiving Zhou Zhilan's promise. Xiao Luoluo, look, this is our fleet's losses. There are indeed no wounded. Haolong smiled, as he transmitted the Fire Phoenix's battle damage data to Xiao Luoluo. Really, no one's hurt. Little Luoluo is happiest to see her own people unharmed. Captain, I'm off. Okay, go play then. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan gestured together. Okay. Little Luoluo's going to play. Little Luoluo skipped away. Zhilan, look, this is Little Luoluo's skill. The ferry supply ship hasn't been built yet, but she already has a captain. Haolong said with a smile while transmitting data to Zhou Zhilan. S-rank medical talent, not activated, enhances the medical equipment and skills of the warship under her command by 2 times. S-rank divine light armor, not activated, amplifies the shields of a designated warship by 8 times. As for Little Luoluo's intermediate medical technology, although it's good, it's far less powerful than her skills. After all, advanced medical technology personnel are easy to find, but those with medical talent skills are hard to come by. And the Super God level reconnaissance skill can even detect unactivated talent skills. This is a terrifying skill, but it's expensive. Chapter 71. This is the captain assigned to the ferry supply ship. Zhou Zhilan, after reviewing Xiao Luoluo's skills, immediately understood that Xiao Luoluo was absolutely the best captain for the ferry supply ship. Yes, she is indeed very suitable for Xiao Luoluo. Haolong also smiled. The Super God level reconnaissance skill was indeed useful. There would be no fear of not being able to recruit talent in the future. That saves me a lot of trouble. Zhou Zhilan smiled. Currently, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet was severely lacking in talent, and the selection of captains was limited. Of course, she wanted to ensure even the captains were properly assigned. After a day's voyage, the Golden Flying Dragon battleship fleet entered the Starlight Free Trade Zone. This free trade zone was essentially a trading planet suitable for human survival. There were 3 such trade zones in the star-damaged battlefield, silently dividing the battlefield into 3 areas. The human zone, where most human warships were located, but many Zerg and Orc warships also operated there. The same applies to the Zerg and Orc zones. Powerful human warships frequently roam across zones, engaging in combat, missions, and resource gathering, resulting in fierce battles. Currently, Everyone wants to expand their territory, even aiming to capture the 7 core planets of the Starfall battlefield, ultimately incorporating it into their race's domain. Of those 7 planets, the humans currently occupy 3, while the Zerg and Orcs each occupy 2. Each attempt to capture a planet often sparks a 3-race war, but all races seem to enjoy it, even inviting the Astral race to sign an agreement prohibiting fleets above T4 level from entering the Starfall battlefield. After all, the Starfall battlefield is almost depleted, and high-level materials have been plundered, but it can still be used to train commanders of warships below T5 level. Moreover, low-level materials are still plentiful, and occasionally, some valuable high-level materials can still be found. Therefore, on the Starfall battlefield, there are many mercenary warships, including warship regiments, warship squadrons, and exclusive warship regiments and squadrons formed by members of various families. There are also those like Commander Zhang Zizhong, who hold official positions and receive official assignments, thus receiving substantial support from the government and rapidly developing into an officially named warship regiment. Ding! Welcome the Golden Flying Dragon Warship Regiment to the Free Trade Zone. Please choose your docking location. Number 62. Murong Tian randomly selected a location in the virtual projection. After all the warship regiments docked, Murong Tian addressed the projection conference. Everyone, please rest and replenish your combat strength during these 3 days. Received. After the projection ended, Haolong and Zhou Zhilan rented a top-tier warship weapon forging room and sold 2 T2 contract hearts cheaply, obtaining 1.78 billion, and began purchasing various materials in large quantities. In less than 2 hours, a large amount of materials were moved into the forging room. Haolong took out the blueprints for the stealth super-powerful fighter jet designed for Fire Phoenix, and began mass production. System: forge an ultra-powerful engine. Instantly, the top-tier forging room erupted with intense purple light, penetrating directly through the forging room's barriers. The continuous purple light attracted the attention of many. Afterwards, they seemed to get used to it, and no longer paid attention to the source of the purple light. They assumed it was another prank. After all, continuously forging a weapon emitting purple light was impossible unless the person was a god. Ding! 450 ultra-powerful engines completed. System: forge a stealth device. System: forge a protective shield device. System: create a super-powerful output device. System: create a super-large capacity energy device. So this is what it's like to create parts myself. Half of them are even purple. Looking at the various purple parts, Haolong even reached out and touched them, finally nodding in satisfaction. System: assemble stealth super-powerful fighter jets. Ding! 290 stealth super-powerful fighter jets have been assembled. The fighter jets were assembled, arranged in 29 neat rows, 205 of which were emitting a purple glow. Haolong's shock was palpable, and he eagerly anticipated the super warship he had created. These stealth super-powerful fighter jets were significantly different from previous fighter jets. First, the stealth design meant their weapons were completely concealed, and their airframes were thicker, increasing their defense by at least 80%. Second, the heavy weaponry had increased from 8 to 12 heavy armored anti-tank weapons, increasing the number of anti-tank missiles by 50% and doubling their damage. A world of difference. System: assemble stealth cruise bombers. Ding! 160 heavily armed stealth cruise bombers have been assembled. 16 rows of fierce bombers. Their cruise nuclear bombs thicker and more robust than before, their explosive power far exceeding that of previous giant cruise bombs. A qualitative leap. Inspired by battlefield experience, Haolong had also specially equipped the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet with jamming and communication equipment, standard equipment for T4 class warships, and only some 4-star warships of T3 class possessed them. However, now the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet has. System: assemble heavy stealth wave jammers. Ding! 20 heavy stealth wave jammers have been assembled. These 2 rows of wave jammers felt alive to Haolong. The internal fluctuations were constant, as if they were frantically wandering and colliding inside, truly biological jamming machines. System: assemble heavy stealth communication machines. Ding! 20 heavy stealth communication machines have been assembled. These 20 communication machines were filled with rapidly rotating large electromagnets, looking rather strange, but their communication protection capabilities were extremely powerful. Haolong spent 490 million on the skill cost of building just 490 fighter jets, and another 1.2 billion on the materials. Brother Long, the stats of these fighter jets are too outrageous. As soon as Haolong came out, Zhou Zhilan grabbed his hand, mainly because she was so happy. It's still not enough money. If I had more, I replace all your fighter jets. Halong shook his head. Sure enough, the higher the quality of the materials, the more money was required. The cost of the jammers and communication aircraft accounted for a third of the total. Looking at the designs Halong had created for Fire Phoenix, Sky-Crossing Stealth Radar Reconnaissance Aircraft possesses stealth capabilities. Long-Range Radar Reconnaissance Aircraft Stealth Super Powerful Fighter possesses stealth capabilities, super firepower, and, when used with a radar reconnaissance aircraft, has ultra-long-range combat capabilities. Stealth Cruise Bomber possesses stealth capabilities, carries heavy-hitting cruise micronuclear warheads, and, when used with a radar reconnaissance aircraft, has ultra-long combat range. Stealth Wave Jammer possesses stealth capabilities, disrupts enemy communications. Stealth Interstellar Communication Aircraft enhances one's own communication protection. Also capable of eavesdropping and collecting enemy communication information. Zhou Zhilan was already very satisfied and warmly replied, "Brother Long, this is enough. Replacing them all would be too conspicuous, and not good for us either." Chapter 72. That's true. Have you finished resupplying other resources? Is there anything we can help with? Halong nodded, agreeing. After the great battle, he was even more eager to become stronger, and had become somewhat arrogant. Soon, after a short rest, the Golden Dragon Battleship Squadron set off again, continuing its journey to the T2 Commander Assessment. "Brother Long, the Zerg and Orcs are looking for us again," Zhou Zhilan said to Halong after 2 hours of sailing. The 5-star stealth reconnaissance aircraft had already teleported back to the projection, followed by 2 T2 battleship squadrons, one from the Zerg and the other from the Orcs. They had spotted each other, but seemed unusually harmonious, simply following Halong and his group from a distance. Their target was obvious, Halong and his group. Perhaps we forgot to do something? Halong belatedly realized, looking at the gleaming Golden Dragon battleship ahead. Then we need to prepare for being pursued by the Zerg and Orcs again. Zhou Zhilan slapped her forehead. She finally realized that Halong was right. The people at the tracking and modification shop definitely had a grudge against Murong Tian. The golden warship was practically a giant light bulb, and their enemy could catch up at any moment. Everyone, 1 Zerg T2 warship squadron, and 1 Orc warship squadron are tracking us from behind. Zhou Zhilan dispatched 4 communication devices, and directly opened the projection conference. This time, with the protection of the communication devices, even if the enemy's T4 warships were present, they wouldn't be afraid of being tracked or intercepted. Letting them follow us like this isn't safe. If they transmit intelligence, our whereabouts will be exposed, and we easily be surrounded and attacked, Murong Xiaoxiao said anxiously, looking at the 2 warship squadrons projected on the screen. Don't rush. Let's find an opportunity to strike them. If we inflict some damage, I think they distance themselves from us, giving us a chance to shake off their pursuit, Li Bai suggested enthusiastically, his gaze drifting towards Murong Xiaoxiao. Their flirtatious exchange was obvious to everyone. This drew curious glances from the others, who couldn't help but look at Murong Tian, wondering what his expression would be. To Halong and the others' disappointment, Murong Tian actually nodded, seemingly agreeing with Li Bai's suggestion. This is a bit difficult to implement, and dragging it out too long is also dangerous. Is there a quicker way to solve the problem? Qin Shaoxian thought Li Bai's idea was good, but the time commitment was risky. What if enemy reinforcements arrived? Captain Zhou Halong, what are your thoughts? Just say them. My Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Squadron will obey orders. Murong Tian was very magnanimous. The current situation was dangerous. If the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron could resolve the situation, he was willing to cooperate. Yes, we crossed the wormhole and ambushed them on the other side. Zhou Zhilan didn't mince words, drawing a circle in Area 7691. Won't that be difficult? There's no advantage of a turbulent magnetic field there. If they're ambushed at the wormhole entrance, they immediately turn back for help or retreat, not giving us a chance to intercept them, Murong Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully. Although the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet possesses camouflage capabilities, they can still be detected if they get too close, unless there's a location like a turbulent magnetic field, which is why Murong Xiaoxiao raised the question. No problem, Halong and I have already thought this through. The wormhole will be blocked by bombers, they can't leave. Zhou Zhilan declared confidently, since the warship's camouflage isn't working here, it's a good opportunity to test the power of Halong's new stealth cruise bomber. Excellent. My Tianma warship fleet will unconditionally obey your orders. Murong Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand and vote. As for Li Bai, Qin Shaoxian, and Zhou Zhilan, they didn't seem too hasty. They simply looked at Murong Tian, letting him speak first. Give the order, Captain Zhou. Murong Tian said sincerely to Zhou Zhilan. After all, his warship fleet was weaker, only slightly stronger than Li Bai's. In this situation, the fact that they were giving him face and letting him make this statement was already quite generous. Alright, we quickly enter the wormhole and lure them in. Zhou Zhilan nodded seriously, issuing only a simple order. Yes. Soon, the 43 warships turned and sped towards the wormhole on the left. On the Zerg flagship, a hedgehog Zergling reported to the Zerg leader, Leader, the Terrans are traveling at high speed, they most likely discovered us. Don't worry, the Zerg leader replied with a smile, their course is through wormholes, but after 2 wormholes, it's just flat space. They can't get very far. The Zerg leader checked Halong's group's course, and said with a smile, send out a special communications ship to contact the T3 class Zerg Grand Commander. Tell him we found the S-class wanted Terran fleet, and their course of travel. Yes, sir. Instantly, a T3 class express-type special communications ship departed from the T2 Zerg fleet, and quickly disappeared. The orcs were in the same boat. A slender, rat-like speedboat vanished in a flash. Brother Long, the communicator has picked up communications from the Zerg and orcs. Their reinforcements should arrive in about 15 hours. Zhou Zhilan was astonished by the enemy warship's communications. The communicator was incredibly powerful. Surprised, aren't you? But it won't be so easy against a well-prepared T3 class ship. Halong shook his head. He had done his best. If he wanted the communicator to be even more powerful, he would have to wait for a T2 upgrade. This is powerful enough. After all, our warships are only T1 class. Do you really expect to directly confront someone else's T4 class warships? Zhou Zhilan gave Halong a seductive glance, which made him restless. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zhilan was amused by Halong's expression. At this moment, Halong wanted to attack but couldn't. Brother Long, let's get down to business. The enemy's reinforcements won't arrive for another 15 hours, which is plenty of time for us to settle accounts with them. Zhou Zhilan stopped Halong's hands and began to speak seriously. You want to annihilate them all? Halong asked Zhou Zhilan with certainty. Brother Long understands me best. Zhou Zhilan nodded in agreement. Looking at Halong's extravagant upgrades, all she wanted to do was make money. Since someone was offering it to her, she might as well take advantage. The upgraded fighters and warships were now very powerful, and she had changed her previous concept of rapid upgrades, focusing on making the warships even more powerful. Then let's discuss this carefully. Halong smiled at the changed Zhou Zhilan and began to seriously assess the risks and formulate a series of battle plans. The Golden Dragon fleet arrived at the wormhole entrance and dispatched stealth-heavy reconnaissance aircraft. After the heavy reconnaissance aircraft passed. Chapter 73. Zhou Zhilan issued an order to Qin Shaoxian in the projected conference. Order. The Shield Soldier Battleship Formation will enter the wormhole first to reconnoiter and check the security of the wormhole entrance. Yes, sir. Qin Shaoxian received the order and immediately led the Shield Soldier Battleship Formation in, showing his complete trust in Zhou Zhilan's command. After the Shield Soldier Battleship Formation entered, the other 3 battleship formations also passed through the wormhole one after another. The last to enter was the Fire Phoenix Battleship Formation, which had some backup plans, with 2 stealth radar reconnaissance aircraft taking off. After passing through the wormhole, Zhou Zhilan then ordered, Order, all battleship squadrons, proceed quickly to the next wormhole. Yes, sir. Passing through another wormhole led to the flat expanse of interstellar space. Although Murong Tian didn't understand why Zhou Zhilan was doing this, Zhou Zhilan didn't explain, and out of trust, they didn't ask. Chief, the orcs have already sent a fleet of warships to accelerate into the wormhole. Should we send one as well? No rush. Let them go. These humans are very cunning. There's definitely an ambush inside. Let them lay their traps and deal with the orcs, then we can send our fleet to reap the benefits. The Zerg chieftain waved his hand, believing he had made a very clever decision. That's true. Soon, the first orc warship fleet entered the wormhole, followed by the second, the third. Watching the entire orc fleet pass through smoothly, the vice captain realized that the humans hadn't laid any ambushes. He quickly reported to the Zerg chieftain, Chieftain, something seems wrong. Those humans don't seem to have laid any ambushes. They seem to be fleeing desperately. Quickly, order the fleet to follow at full speed. Don't let the orcs get ahead. Both the orcs and Zerg are currently offering huge bounties on Halong and his team, as Halong has inflicted immense damage on them. Halong turned 3 of the orcs' T3 fleet supply squadrons into bombs, successfully destroying one of the Zerg's T4 fleets. They're now trying to replicate that. The Zerg deeply resent Halong and his team. This time, They deployed 5 T4 fleets, only to have one of their T4 flagship fleets destroyed by Halong's pseudo T2 fleet, directly costing them a fifth of their high-end combat power in this battle for advanced minerals. How could they not hate Halong and his team? But one cruiser was even faster, like a silver arrow, piercing directly into the wormhole and disappearing without a trace. Only the sound of the warship passing through space could be heard. Is this a T4 class warship traveling at top speed? Quickly find out which race's warship it is. Order, fleet of warships, halt. The Zerg leader, terrified, immediately commanded the vice captain. A single T4 class warship could easily overwhelm their entire fleet. It was understandable that the Zerg leader dared not enter the wormhole. Yes, sir. Brother Long, a Terran T2 class special warship has appeared at the Zerg's first entrance. Its speed is extremely fast, reaching the top speed of a T4 class warship. At the wormhole's first entrance, Zhou Zhilan stealth radar reconnaissance aircraft also detected the special warship traveling at high speed and clearly identified it as a Terran T2 warship, not a T4 class warship. It's a T2 class 4-star cruiser, but with skill enhancements, its speed is comparable to a T4 class warship. As a T2 class engineering master, Halong immediately recognized the warship situation. Currently, the Zerg fleet is terrified and dares not enter. The Orc fleet hasn't detected the special warship behind it. I already dispatched stealth radar reconnaissance aircraft and heavy reconnaissance aircraft into the second wormhole to gather intelligence, Zhou Zhilan reported to Halong. What are your thoughts? Halong continued to act as a hands-off manager. He couldn't be with Zhou Zhilan every moment in the future. In the constant warfare of interstellar space, only oneself can ultimately protect oneself. Halong's goal was to cultivate Zhou Zhilan into an outstanding warship commander. I plan to ambush at the next wormhole exit and annihilate the Orc fleet. As for what this special warship wants to do, we have ways to deal with it. Let's move to the projection conference. Halong nodded. Indeed, while the T2 warship seemed powerful, the Fire Phoenix fleet had plenty of countermeasures, so it wasn't a major concern. Zhou Zhilan and Halong entered the virtual projection, while Li Bai and the others discussed the current situation. They were provoked by Halong and Zhou Zhilan. As classmates, they couldn't accept that Halong and Zhou Zhilan were so outstanding while they were stagnating. Zhou Zhilan apologized first, then said seriously, I apologize for disturbing you all. The situation has changed. I'm going to readjust the battle orders. Yes. Including Murong Tian, they all stood up immediately. Here's the situation. The Zerg warship fleet is stalled at the first entrance. We only have one Orc warship fleet behind us. My idea is to ambush at the second wormhole exit and annihilate this Orc warship fleet. Does anyone have any other opinions? Before issuing the order, Zhou Zhilan explained the current situation in detail so that Murong Tian and the others would be aware. No objections. Upon hearing that it was a complete annihilation, the others' eyes immediately lit up, without the slightest hesitation. If the enemy warship fleet was wiped out, how could their contract hearts escape? Good, warship fleet, accelerate forward and continue to lure the Orc warship fleet to follow quickly. Yes. Remember, after exiting the second wormhole, also accelerate forward and await my orders. Then, split into left and right flanks to attack. Murong Tian and Murong Xiaoxiao on the left, Li Bai and Qin Xiaoxian on the right. Yes. At this moment, Xie Sitian reported to Zhou Zhilan. Captain, the reconnaissance aircraft detected an anomaly at the exit of the second wormhole. The projection has been transmitted to you. Good. I understand. In the projection, at the exit of the second wormhole, a fierce battle had already broken out, with two T2 class pirate warship fleets besieging a T2 mercenary warship formation. Everyone, adjust your orders. At the exit of the second wormhole, slow down and proceed at a leisurely pace. Murong Xiaoxiao and Li Bai's battleship squadron will hold off the first Orc battleship squadron to enter, fighting and retreating simultaneously. Remember, I want you to lose approximately 300 aircraft. Zhou Zhilan revealed her true colors, intending to sacrifice Li Bai and Murong Xixiu's 300 aircraft to lure the Orc battleship squadron in. Yes. White Horse battleship squadron, execute the order. Yes. Pegasus battleship squadron, execute the order. Of course, Brother Long will take responsibility for these aircraft losses. We immediately replenish you with stronger aircraft after the battle, so don't worry about it. Yes. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao both looked at Halong, their eyes already shining. Don't worry, it will definitely be 20% stronger than our current aircraft. Halong, intimidated by their gaze, readily promised. Strengthening the firepower of Li Bai and Murong Shishia's aircraft was a piece of cake for Haolong. Chapter 74. Thank you, Haolong. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, thanking Haolong in unison. The other two looked somewhat resentful, glancing at Haolong and Zhou Xilan together. Zhou Xilan shrugged, indicating there were no more missions. Haolong could only say, "Don't worry, after the commander assessment, your fighter's firepower will also increase by 40%. Okay." Hearing Haolong's words, Murong Tian and Qin Shaoxian could only nod. What else could they do? They couldn't do it themselves. The modifications outside were exorbitantly priced, so Haolong's modifications were definitely at cost price, and at a 40% improvement. The special T2 warship that had passed through the first wormhole arrived behind the Orc warship group. "Captain, there's a T2 class Orc warship group ahead, completely blocking our path." "Wait!" Watching the rapidly advancing Orc warship group, the anxious Zhao Yun could only give the order. He was capable of directly breaching the Orc fleet, but the narrow entrance was easily blocked by exploding warships, making it impossible for him to pass through. As for bypassing them and sailing at high speed, that was probably unrealistic. The vanguard of the Orc fleet was already close to the entrance of the second wormhole. Yes! After the Flying Dragon fleet emerged from the second wormhole, the pirates saw Haolong and his group, but they only sent one fleet to intercept them, while the other ships continued attacking the mercenary fleet. Ding! System mission. Rescue Ma Yunlu, subdue T2 5-star General Zhao Yun, and obtain T2 level 7-star Whirlwind engine technology. Ma Yunlu? T2 5-star General Zhao Yun? Haolong looked at the system mission, his joy impossible to hide. The T2 level engine was simply incomparable to a T2 5-star general. A T2 5-star general wasn't easily obtained. They were as rare as modification masters, requiring exceptional strength, battle record, strategy, and tactics. Moreover, a T2 5-star admiral grants a 20% bonus to talent skills, a level coveted by all talent commanders, but unfortunately, very few can achieve it. Meanwhile, the Orcish warship fleet had emerged entirely from the wormhole exit and began attacking Li Bai and Murong Shishia's fleet. "Xilan, I'm leading the cruiser mechs to rescue them first. This is your responsibility." Haolong indicated his direction in the virtual projection. The pirate warship fleet directly ahead was to be annihilated. "Understood. Order. Launch 5-star super cruise missiles and 4-star heavy missiles to annihilate the pirate warship fleet." Zhou Xilan glanced gently at Haolong, didn't ask any questions, and directly ordered the Fire Phoenix warships to launch missiles. She also buffed the Fire Phoenix warships with the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens skill. Although they were puzzled by Haolong's sudden decision to rescue them, Murong Tian and the others didn't say anything, because the Fire Phoenix alone was powerful enough to handle 3 T2 warship fleets. Whoosh! Whoosh! 36 missiles soared into the sky, carrying terrifying Phoenix flames, heading directly towards the pirate fleet. Zhou Xilan's skill attack, of course, wouldn't just target one fleet. Boom! Boom! Over 30 pirate ships exploded in succession, directly clearing a path for Haolong's cruiser mechs. At this moment, the pirates began to panic, their battle formations scattered, and some even began to flee. This was because 2 of the pirate flagships were among those bombed by Zhou Xilan, leaving them leaderless. "Cruise mechs, all take off. Activate shields." "Yes, sir." Led by Haolong, 120 cruiser mechs, empowered by Phoenix flames, flew out of the Fire Phoenix carrier. "Cruise mechs, transform. Set up cannons." Haolong issued the order during flight. Yes. The main cannons of the cruiser mechs were revealed, forming a dense array of 6 main cannons in space. "Fire!" Haolong roared, seeing that they had locked onto their targets. Boom! 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 6 more pirate warships were destroyed. Seeing the ferocious cruiser mechs, the pirates lost all will to fight and fled. Seeing the pirates all escape, Haolong did not pursue them, but instead led the cruiser mechs back. At this moment, Zhou Xilan also gave the order, "Fire Phoenix main cannons fire. All fighter groups move out." Yes! A Phoenix cry resounded through space, and a Phoenix composed entirely of Phoenix flames appeared. It swooped down between the 2 Orc carriers. Boom! All 8 warships were destroyed. Shieldbearers. Qin Shaoxian led his fleet forward on the right, and Li Bai's White Horse warship fleet opened fire. On the left, Murong Tian's Golden Dragon battleship fleet formed a defensive formation, while the Pegasus battleship fleet attacked, intercepting the Orc battleship fleet. Ahead, the Rhino frigates, with their 4 4-star heavy cruise missiles unhideable, directly bombarded 2 Orc carriers. The Hive carrier's 800 fighters and bombers took off, swarming the Orc battleship fleet that had opened a breach, unleashing a devastating bombardment. At the entrance to the second wormhole, Zhao Yun received bad news. Captain, the Orc battleship fleet seems to be blocked at the exit of the second wormhole. They are engaged in fierce combat. Charge! Zhao Yun, fearless and daring, didn't wait and directly piloted his battleship into the wormhole. Upon exiting the wormhole, Zhao Yun propelled his battleship at breakneck speed, like a silver arrow piercing the sky. His speed was so great that it even affected the Fire Phoenix stealth fighters hidden at the exit of the second wormhole. Order: stealth fighters attack, seal off the exit of the second wormhole. Zhou Zhilan had been monitoring the entrance and exit of the second wormhole, so she issued the order immediately. Yes. As for why Zhao Yun's warship wasn't bombed as well, Haolong had instructed her beforehand that the warship might be friendly and shouldn't be bombed together, but caution was still necessary. Although she didn't understand Haolong's order, Zhou Zhilan still followed it. 290 fighters opened fire. Countless anti-tank missiles swept through, quickly annihilating the Orc fighters that had already taken off. 160 bombers also seized the opportunity to dive down, dropping hundreds of cruise nuclear bombs. Quickly sortie your fighters. Enemy fighters are overhead. The Orcs, having also received the energy fluctuations, hurriedly gave the order as well. Unfortunately, it was too late. The nuclear bombs had already all fallen. Boom! Boom! After a massive explosion, the last Orc warship squadron was completely annihilated. The explosion drew everyone's attention. Zhao Yun glanced nervously at the fighter jets at the exit, and seeing the Orc warship squadron completely wiped out, he was extremely shocked. Is this the effect a T-1 bomber can achieve? Even a T-3 bomber couldn't do something so thorough. Hey, it's Uncle Ma and the others. Quickly, take the warship over there. Zhao Yun, in space, quickly spotted the mercenary squadron that Haolong had rescued earlier, and he immediately gave the order. Yes, sir. Uncle Ma, are you alright? Zhao Yun's warship quickly arrived in front of the mercenary warship squadron, and he asked excitedly. After receiving Ma Yunlu's distress signal, he had been speeding through the warship, even abandoning his own important mission. Chapter 75. Zhao Yun, hurry and rescue Yun. She's single-handedly charging the pirate fleet in her warship. Uncle Ma, disregarding formalities, immediately delivered the devastating news to Zhao Yun. I'm going right away. Zhao Yun, without a second thought, received the projected information, learned the direction and the pirates' details, and the warship sped off again. Cruise missile launch. Once the missiles were fully charged, Zhou Zhilan gave the order to launch them, eliminating the Orc carrier and destroyers. Boom! More than 20 warships were destroyed by the missiles. The Fire Phoenix and Hive fighter groups also broke through the Orc fighter group's interception and bombarded the remaining Orc warships. Boom! Boom! Seeing the explosions, and the remaining 4 contracted warships, Murong Tian and the others smiled and tacitly stopped their attack. A fleet of 50 Orc warships was thus annihilated, with 46 destroyed and 4 captured. On the cruiser mechs, annihilate all the Orcs on the warships. Haolong, piloting his cruiser mech, waved his hand. Yes, sir. 120 mechs entered the 4 defenseless warships in batches. Haolong, the mercenary squadron is in trouble. Zhou Zhilan, receiving a projection from Uncle Ma, contacted Haolong immediately. What is it? It's like this. One of the mercenary warships went to attack the pirate group alone, and then they asked us for help. Zhou Zhilan told Haolong the message she received. Is Ma Yunlu on that warship? Haolong directly entered the projection and asked Uncle Ma. Sure enough, the mission given by the system wouldn't be so easy for him to complete. Yes, she is the captain of the Yuma warship. Although Uncle Ma was surprised that Haolong knew Ma Yunlu, now was not the time to talk about that. Quickly, dispatch reconnaissance aircraft to search for the pirates and pinpoint the exact location of the Yuma warship. Yes, sir. The reconnaissance aircraft from the Fire Phoenix and Beehive carriers were dispatched, quickly heading towards the pirates. Uncle Ma also acted swiftly, proactively transmitting information about the Yuma warship and the events that had just transpired to the Fire Phoenix warship. Currently, the Zerg may know about the annihilation of the Orc fleet, and there's a high probability they won't enter. Order Murong Tian to lead the Golden Dragon warship formation, with the Shield Bearer warship formation escorting 4 warships behind, and be on high alert. Yes, sir. Order the Pegasus and White Horse warship formations to sail together at high speed to assist in the search and rescue of the Yuma warship. Yes, sir. Fire Phoenix warship formation, depart. Yes, sir. A 5-ship mercenary fleet led the way, followed by 3 Fire Phoenix warships, with Li Bai's White Horse Warship Formation and Murong Shishiao's Pegasus Warship Formation flanking them on the left and right. 28 warships sped away, quickly disappearing into space. Murong Tian and his group hurriedly towed 4 warships towards Halong's direction. At the exit of the second wormhole, the wreckage of the entire T2 Orc warship fleet remained, with 4 stealthy radar reconnaissance aircraft hovering in the air, difficult for others to detect. On the Fire Phoenix warship, CS Sitian reported to Zhou Zhilan, "Captain, the reconnaissance aircraft have transmitted a projection." Zhou Zhilan, in the projection conference, directly said, "Release it." "Yes." In the projection, a T2 cruiser weaved through 4 pirate groups, managing to continuously advance towards the pirate flagship. The pirate warship fleet, in order to protect its flagship, was forced to retreat repeatedly. "Captain Zhou, send my White Horse warship to help." Looking at the incredibly brave Zhao Yun, Li Bai felt a surge of heroic spirit and immediately wanted to rush in and join the battle. "Sister Jilan, I want to go too." Murong Xiaoxiao also excitedly stood up, requesting to join the fight. "Go!" Zhou Jilan nodded, agreeing to Li Bai and Murong Shishia's request. "Roger." Upon receiving the order, Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao quickly responded. Divine Horse Charge. Li Bai piloted the White Horse warship, using its skill to charge. Suddenly, the White Horse warship appeared out of thin air in front of the pirate fleet. Before the pirates could react, all of the White Horse warship's cannons opened fire simultaneously, ultimately using its close-range guns, like machine guns, unleashing the White Horse warship's close-range attack mode. Halong had previously hinted at this attack mode to Li Bai, and now he finally had the opportunity to put it into practice. The White Horse warship's close and weapon systems unleashed a barrage of fire, sending smoke billowing from the surrounding pirate warships, and occasionally destroying them. This terrified the pirates, who began scattering in all directions. However, the surrounding area was also filled with pirate warships. Their scattering caused chaos among the other ships, as everyone feared these warships on the verge of destruction. A mishap could detonate their own ships. "This T1 warship actually has the power of my T2 warship?" Zhao Yun, piloting the T2 True White Horse warship, glanced at the White Horse warship under continuous artillery fire, and was greatly shocked. Of course, this only refers to the power of the T2 warship, not considering Zhao Yun's own A-level skill, and the amplification from his 5-star general status. "I'm here." Skill, Artillery Barrage. Murong Xiaoxiao, piloting the Pegasus warship, also arrived. She unleashed a skill, and the Pegasus warship fired thousands of shells, covering a large area of pirate warships. Then, the Pegasus warship, surprisingly, also possessed the same capabilities as the White Horse warship, beginning a continuous close-range artillery barrage. "Another one?" Looking at the 2 warships firing relentlessly, Zhao Yun couldn't help but feel envious. If he had such a warship, these pirates would have been routed long ago. "Captain Halong." Uncle Ma, watching the projection conference, anxiously called to Halong, wanting to lead his mercenary squadron to help. "Uncle Ma, you go too. Deploy the Rhino frigate to assist the Twin Blades mercenary warship squadron in their attack." Halong interrupted Uncle Ma, instructing his mercenary squadron to engage, and assigning the Rhino frigate to assist. "Yes, sir." Uncle Ma gratefully agreed. "Yes, sir." Rhino frigate Captain Fong Ling. As for the Fire Phoenix and Beehive carriers, they sailed slowly, showing no hurry, but their missiles were already prepared, awaiting orders. Aside from the attacks from Zhao Yun, Li Bai, and Murong Shishiao's 3 warships, the pirate fleet gradually crumbled. When Uncle Ma appeared with the Twin Heroes mercenaries, they realized that the purpose of the 3 warships' sudden attack was to provide reinforcements for the Twin Heroes mercenary squadron. And powerful reinforcements at that. Shortly after the mercenary squadron engaged in battle, CS Sitian reported to Zhou Zhilan, "Captain, the communication device has collected information about the Yunma warship." This was why the Fire Phoenix and Beehive carrier fighters weren't participating in the battle. Zhou Zhilan had already deployed communication devices around the pirates to gather intelligence on the Yunma warship. Mark which warship sent the message, and also mark those warships with a contract heart. "Yes." Marked and sent to all warships in battle. CS Etienne marked 6 warships on the virtual screen, and sent the information to the mercenary squadron, including Zhao Yun's warship deep in the fighting. Chapter 76. Zhou Zhilan then issued the battle order. "Very good. Order the first and second groups of Fire Phoenix fighters, and the first group of Hive fighters, to deploy and eliminate the other pirate warships besides the marked ones." Now that they knew the whereabouts of the Cloud Horse warships, they needed to quickly deal with these pirate warships. "Yes." Cruise mechs also depart. How Long suddenly ordered from the side. Yes. Zhao Yun's warships were engaged in battle. If he wanted to recruit Zhao Yun, he needed to make a grand appearance, and a stunning one at that. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix and Hive carriers released 3 groups of fighters, which quickly rushed towards the pirate warships. Transform into cruise mech mode? No need to wait for the fighter groups. We advance at top speed and annihilate the pirate warship group with maximum firepower. Wulong piloted his mech in cruise mode, speeding away at breakneck speed, instantly transforming into a handsome young man speeding through the mech, approaching the engagement zone in the blink of an eye. Is Brother Long finally letting loose? Zhou Zhilan laughed, quickly using her Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens skill to enhance the Fire Phoenix warship. Thinking to herself, since Brother Long wants to play, let him have his fun. Main gun attack. The cruiser mech carrying Phoenix Flame was dazzling, and How Long showed no mercy, directly unleashing its main gun to attack. Boom! A pirate warship was blasted apart by a single shot. Is this the Fire Phoenix carrier's mech? Uncle Ma trembled in shock at How Long's feat. Is this mech still T1 grade? Even Zhao Yun, who was extremely anxious about Ma Yunlu, was drawn to How Long's mech. Has the Fire Phoenix mech's power increased again? Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao were no less shocked than Zhao Yun. After all, just when they thought they knew the strength of How Long's mech, reality delivered another heavy blow, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Boom! Boom! The remaining 119 cruise mechs arrived, joining the destroyer operation. These mechs were like reapers, their 119 main guns firing simultaneously, instantly annihilating 50 pirate warships. Escape! Retreat! The remaining pirate warships completely lost their will to fight. But could they escape? Before they could react, 3 groups of fighter jets swooped in, unleashing a barrage of bombs. In space, numerous bombers swooped down, raining down powerful cruise bombs, causing widespread panic among the pirate warships. Boom! Boom! A volley of cruise bombs reduced the enemy warships to almost nothing, leaving only the wreckage of pirate ships all around. Seeing this scene, Uncle Ma was so astonished he couldn't even close his mouth. Zhao Yun, however, stared at the Fire Phoenix fighters, inwardly comparing them to his former True White Horse fleet. The result was clear. His fighters were far inferior to the Fire Phoenixes, even though his were T2 class. Order, cruiser mechs, enter the pirate warships and capture all pirates. Anyone who resists should be crippled. How Long, looking at the remaining 6 pirate warships, issued the order to the mech group. Yes, sir. After issuing the order, How Long immediately entered the projection conference room. There were 7 people in the projection conference room: Zhou Zhilan, Murong Xiaoxiao, Murong Tian, Qin Shaoxian, Li Bai, Uncle Ma, and Zhao Yun. Brother Long. How Long. As soon as How Long entered, he was immediately greeted with respect by Murong Tian and the others. Hello, Captain How Long, my name is Zhao Yun. Thank you for your rescue, Captain How Long. Zhao Yun was completely sincere, giving How Long a respectful military salute. Hello, Zhao Yun. No need for thanks. As fellow humans, we should help each other against the oppression of foreign races and cruel pirates. Shilan, project the intelligence we gathered. Saving the Yunma warship is the priority. How Long spoke with boundless pride, his words coming from the heart. He least wanted to see internal strife within the human race, wasting its potential fighting for territory already belonging to them. Therefore, resisting foreign invaders and expanding their territory was How Long's ideal. Regardless, Zhao Yun thanks everyone. Here, this is the intelligence we gathered. The Yunma warship entered the Lost Sea 30 minutes ago. How Long had Zhou Zhilan release all the intelligence they had collected. Clearly Ma Yunlu was a woman of strong character, preferring death to becoming a pirate prisoner. Report. The pirate leaders and chiefs have all confessed. The Yunma warship did indeed enter the Lost Sea 30 minutes ago. Just then, Xie Sitian entered the projection conference and reported to Zhou Zhilan. This also meant that 6 pirate warships had been captured. Yunlu? It's all my fault. Uncle Ma was the first to lose control of his emotions. After all, Ma Yunlu was his own niece, and she had been trapped in the Lost Sea while trying to save the Shuangjue mercenary squad. The Lost Sea is one of the 6 most dangerous places in interstellar space, known as a gateway to hell where no one can escape once inside. Even a T5 class warship can't get out. I will remember your rescue, everyone. I will personally host a banquet for you all in a while. Zhao Yun's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he forced a smile as he thanked How Long and the others. But the pain he felt was many times greater than that of Uncle Ma. Ma Yunlu was his childhood sweetheart and fiancée, and their love was so deep that they were willing to die for each other, but he had always kept it to himself. No, we still have time, Zhao Yun. If you want to save your wife Ma Yunlu, come with me. Order the Fire Phoenix warship fleet to advance at full speed. Send all radar reconnaissance aircraft and communication aircraft to the entrance of the Lost Sea to scout ahead. Seeing Zhao Yun politely decline their help, Haolong ignored him, remaining steadfast in his belief. Of course, words were useless now, and time was of the essence. Haolong showed his stance through action. Haolong, I appreciate your kindness, but the Lost Sea is extremely dangerous, a veritable gate of death where no one ever leaves once they step inside. Zhao Yun's eyes welled up with tears, but he struggled to hold them back. Haolong, my White Horse Battleship Squadron will go. Haolong, the Pegasus Battleship Squadron will also go. Haolong, we go too. Murong Tian and Qin Shaoxian, who had only recently entered, trusted Haolong completely, and were also willing to go. Alright. Order. The Golden Flying Dragon Battleship Squadron and the Shield Soldier Battleship Squadron, take 6 pirate warships with you, and then come to our aid. Haolong commanded without hesitation. Yes. Murong Tian and Qin Shaoxian replied with pained expressions. Order. White Horse Battleship Formation, Pegasus Battleship Formation, full speed ahead. I be waiting for you at the entrance to the Lost Sea. Yes, sir. Fire Phoenix, full speed ahead. Haolong didn't give Zhao Yun a chance to speak, immediately leading the formation at full speed. Rescuing people was urgent. True White Horse Battleship, depart, full speed ahead, target, the entrance to the Lost Sea. Zhao Yun certainly wouldn't abandon Ma Yunlu. He just didn't want Haolong and the others to take risks. But since Haolong insisted on going and had already taken action, he wouldn't hesitate. He would remember Haolong's kindness, and one day, Zhao Yun would repay him with his life. Chapter 77. Following Haolong's command, the Fire Phoenix warship formation launched over 60 reconnaissance aircraft as it sailed. This sheer number of reconnaissance planes once again dazzled Li Bai and his group. After all, a T1 class warship regiment typically has around 100 reconnaissance aircraft, yet Haolong's 2 aircraft carriers alone possessed over 60, a staggering number. As for the final 16 jamming aircraft and 16 communication aircraft launched, they were even less impressive. Haolong's own production cost 10 million per aircraft, and even then, it was only the T1 version. Externally, only custom orders were available, with starting prices generally around 200 million. Their performance was only about 30% of Haolong's, extremely high cost and minimal effectiveness, clearly a waste of resources. Of course, Li Bai and his group didn't consider Haolong's jamming and communication aircraft useless. Having learned from the experience with the protective shield, they knew these jamming and communication aircraft were at least comparable to T3 class aircraft. Order, 10 radar reconnaissance aircraft to enter. Remember, don't go too deep. Detect the effective range of radar reconnaissance. Arriving at the entrance to the Lost Sea, Haolong didn't act rashly. After all, the unknown is the most dangerous. Yes, sir. 10 heavily armed radar reconnaissance aircraft entered in a tight straight line. When the first aircraft entered, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, positioned close to the entrance, no longer received its signal. Hiss. Everyone in the projection conference room gasped. This Lost Sea truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 6 most dangerous places. Even at a distance of less than 500 meters, they couldn't receive a signal. Captain, we detected it. The heavily armed radar reconnaissance aircraft entering the Lost Sea can only detect objects within a 100-meter range. Beyond 100 meters, they easily lose contact. Also, something is constantly rotating and moving within the Lost Sea. One radar reconnaissance aircraft has lost contact while trying to avoid a moving object. CS Sitian brought more bad news. The Lost Sea was far more dangerous than Haolong had imagined. Only such a short distance can they detect? Murong Xiaoxiao and the others looked troubled. Over 60 radar reconnaissance aircraft lined up in a straight line, only 6,000 meters. What use could that be? Haolong. Zhao Yun wanted to say something, but Haolong waved his hand. There's still a chance. Everyone, send out your reconnaissance aircraft to enter the Lost Sea and probe the distance at which communication is possible. Yes. Li Bai and the others immediately issued orders, and soon over 100 reconnaissance aircraft appeared in space. The data came back quickly. The reconnaissance aircraft couldn't detect anything after entering, and in the end, the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft had to tow them out. Order, all reconnaissance aircraft line up in a straight line and enter the Lost Sea. The reconnaissance aircraft of the Fire Phoenix warship formation should be 90 meters apart. Now that they knew the data, Halong gave the order directly. Now, they hoped the Yunma warship hadn't ventured too deep into the lost sea. Yes, sir. One by one, the reconnaissance planes lined up and entered the lost sea. They transmitted the images they gathered back to the Fire Phoenix warship, one plane after another. Halong succeeded. Seeing all the images transmitted back, Murong Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. This was the lost sea. Order: all reconnaissance planes sweep to the right, pay attention to objects in the lost sea, and adjust the distance between the planes accordingly. Halong nodded and continued to issue orders. Yes, sir. As the reconnaissance planes moved, the scenery and objects of the lost sea gradually appeared, which broadened Halong and his crew's horizons. They even occasionally saw some precious materials and ores. 30 minutes later, the reconnaissance aircraft had swept across the entire entrance to the lost sea, but had not found the Cloud Horse warship. They only found a few warships that seemed to have had their energy drained by some kind of alien beast. As for the other crew members, none were found. They seemed to have vanished into the lost sea. At this moment, everyone in the projection conference room fell silent, but Halong did not. He earnestly asked Zhou Zhilan's opinion. Zhilan, I need to take a risk. Together. Zhou Zhilan did not refuse, saying only 2 words, and took Halong's hand to show her determination. Okay. Halong nodded. Order: Fire Phoenix warship formation, activate radar reconnaissance, enter the lost sea. Halong, Captain Zhou, Zhao Yun thanks you both for your help, but the lost sea is far too dangerous. Saving lives is the priority. We can discuss other matters later. Halong said firmly. The Fire Phoenix battleship formation enters the lost sea. Zhou Zhilan directly ordered the Fire Phoenix battleship formation to activate, with the Fire Phoenix at the head, the Hive carrier in the middle, and the escort ships following behind, forming a straight line to enter. Halong, I, Zhao Yun, am willing to be your vanguard for life. The True White Horse battleship requests entry. Zhao Yun shouted, saluting Halong as the Fire Phoenix battleship formation was about to enter. Good. True White Horse battleship, depart. You must find the Cloud Horse battleship and Captain Ma Yunlu. Halong didn't show much joy, although Zhao Yun was in his grasp. Ma Yunlu still needed to be rescued. Yes, sir. The rest of the battleship formations, wait here. Please give me 30 minutes. Halong saluted Murong Tian as he entered. Yes, sir. The Golden Flying Dragon battleship regiment, form a defensive formation. Murong Tian saluted Halong, also showing his willingness to wait. With the entry of the 3,000-meter Fire Phoenix carrier, the 2,800-meter Hive carrier, the 700-meter Rhino frigate, and the 800-meter True White Horse warship, the detection range suddenly increased dramatically. Upon entering the lost sea, all warships constantly flew and flipped to cope with the sea's swirling environment. Order: Hive carrier, stop at the entrance to the lost sea. Release all fighters, bombers, escorts, and reconnaissance aircraft to ensure the communication chain remains unbroken. Given the unknown nature of the lost sea, Halong dared not rely solely on the limited connection provided by reconnaissance aircraft. Yes, sir. Order: Rhino frigate, position yourself in the middle section. Yes, sir. After a series of orders, the Fire Phoenix carrier and Zhao Yun's True White Horse warship were at the deepest point, where the scenery was drastically different. There were more high-grade precious materials, and the objects in the deeper areas spun faster. Reporting, Captain, we have penetrated deep into the lost sea. Xia Sitian reported to Halong. Zhilan, you command here? I take the cruise mechs and expand the detection range. Halong knew that a distance of a few meters might not be enough, so he said to Zhou Zhilan, Commander, this won't do. Zhao Yun immediately knelt down, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to express his gratitude to Halong. Get up. You're my subordinate now, and so is Ma Yunlu. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Yes. Zhao Yun quickly stood up. He knew this behavior was inappropriate, but he had been too excited. Okay. Brother Long, but have you forgotten my skills? Zhou Zhilan didn't stop him, but instead glanced at Halong. Okay. This time, it's up to you. Halong excitedly hugged Zhou Zhilan. Xia Sitian and Zhao Yun were too embarrassed to look and quickly turned away. Order: all cruise mechs follow me. Yes. Chapter 78. Skill: Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. Zhou Zhilan also used her skill. With Zhou Zhilan's 9x boost to all attributes, Halong and his team's reconnaissance range extended by meters, instantly giving everyone hope. All warships and aircraft move at a constant speed. Zhou Zhilan commanded the warship formation from the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Yes. Currently, Halong's cruiser mech was at the deepest point, followed by the first group of 40 mechs, and then Zhao Yun's True White Horse warship. Behind the True White Horse warship were the remaining two groups of 80 cruiser mechs. System: use God-level reconnaissance skill. Halong looked at the strange object in the distance, and then used the reconnaissance skill. Ding! T2 level space energy absorbing alien beast nest, 520,000 energy absorbing insects. 100 tons of precious energy absorbing essence stone materials, market price 500 million per ton. Unexplored space, resources are indeed abundant. Halong suppressed his greedy heart and continued searching forward. System: use the God-level reconnaissance skill. 18 minutes later, Halong encountered another spherical object. Although he was anxious because he hadn't found the Yunma warship, he still clicked on the system skill. Ding! T2 level Crystal B Beast Carrier. Its fighters and bombers have T2 advanced combat power. Currently, the Beast Carrier has 200/2000 aircraft. Not good. When Halong saw the number of aircraft on the Beast Carrier, he instantly had a bad feeling. He urgently issued an order. Order: all aircraft and warships, proceed at high speed, prepare for battle. The enemy has 1800 T2 advanced aircraft. Among them, there are 1,300 fighters and 500 bombers. Remember, give me the strongest firepower to sweep them away. Yes. Brother Long, the super firepower of the cruise mechs has been deactivated. The first and second groups of Fire Phoenix fighters have gone to support you, and the third group is escorting the Fire Phoenix carrier. Zhou Zhilan also urgently deactivated the super firepower of the cruise mechs. Roger. How Long smiled. Zhilan was indeed understanding. Commander, Zhao Yun will obey orders. Zhao Yun suppressed his worries about Ma Yun and assured How Long. I believe you. How Long nodded. He hadn't misjudged him. Zhao Yun was still the same Zhao Yun, righteous, loyal, and incredibly capable. Currently, the environment of the Lost Sea is harsh. The rapidly spinning scene greatly affects the attack power of the Fire Phoenix fighter group, and they also have to spend most of their fighters protecting the communication lines, so their combat effectiveness is greatly limited. Bang! Bang! The cruise mechs, protected by their shields, were suddenly attacked, and How Long and his team were the first to be hit. Order: cruiser mechs, fire with super firepower. Remember, do not fire directly at the enemy. Be careful not to accidentally damage the Cloud Horse battleship. Halong, realizing what was happening, ordered a counterattack while also specifically reminding everyone to avoid harming friendly forces. Zhao Yun, upon hearing the order, immediately understood Halong's meaning, but this would be extremely dangerous. If things went wrong, the entire Fire Phoenix battleship fleet could be stranded here. Commander. Zhao Yun has no choice but to obey. He resolutely issued another order. The main guns, secondary guns, and naval guns of the True White Horse battleship all aimed behind the unknown enemy aircraft. Zhao Yun, you better stop what you're doing. You have to trust him. He never does anything he's not confident about. Zhou Zhilan's projection suddenly appeared, dissuading Zhao Yun from his actions. Yes. Zhao Yun's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this, and he ultimately relinquished the order to fire. Order: the main guns, secondary guns, and naval guns of the True White Horse battleship immediately concentrate fire according to my predefined attack pattern. At this moment, How Long's order arrived. It turned out that at the critical moment, How Long had used his god-level reconnaissance skills to successfully detect the enemy aircraft group and quickly issued the combat order. Yes. Fire immediately according to the order. Zhao Yun immediately took action. Boom! Boom! The True White Horse battleship's dense artillery fire landed behind the enemy aircraft. Is that Brother Yun's naval gunfire? He's coming to rescue us. Quick, order the battleship to break through in the direction of the gunfire. The Yunma battleship, already heavily surrounded by Crystal B fighters, suddenly saw the guns exploding near the hull, and Ma Yunlu was overjoyed. Yes! The entire crew of the Yunma battleship responded hastily, full of enthusiasm. Zhao Yun, a T2 5-star admiral, possessed undeniable command skills for his fleet, a fact well understood by Ma Yunlu's crew. Order: concentrate all Fire Phoenix heavy missiles on this spot to create an opening. Halong continued, issuing the order. Yes. Order: Fire Phoenix missiles launch. Zhou Zhilan didn't dare delay. Whoosh! Whoosh! 33 missiles soared into the sky, bombarding the location Halong had indicated. Boom! Boom! Numerous smaller explosions echoed where the missiles struck, proving Halong's orders were correct. Order: Fire Phoenix fighters, at all costs, attack along the torn opening, creating a path. Halong continued, issuing the order. Yes. Numerous fighters and bombers attacked the location designated by Halong, dropping cruise bombs. Command, cruiser mechs, use super firepower. Unleash a barrage of firepower along the two straight lines. Yes. System, God-level reconnaissance skill. After a round of bombing, Halong lost detailed intelligence again, and had to pay to use the skill once more. This was the 5th time he had used it. Command, Fire Phoenix bombers, carrying 6 cruise bombs, move to the designated location at the breach and deploy. Halong looked at the intelligence he had gathered and finally issued the order with a fierce look. Commander, thank you. As a T2 5-star general, Zhao Yun naturally knew Halong's method, sacrificing a large number of fighters to have the bombers blast open the passage. Yes. Zhou Zhilan didn't hesitate at all. She trusted Halong, and sacrificing more fighters was worthwhile. Brother Long, the bombers have all reached their designated positions. I understand. Await my order. Yes. System, use God-level reconnaissance skill. Halong wanted to confirm once again whether these bombers would affect the Yunma warship. Order fighters and bombers to retreat to their respective positions, then deactivate their shields in 3 seconds and self-destruct. Halong made another minor adjustment. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Self-destruct. Boom. 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 The Fire Phoenix bombers self-destructed, and the massive shockwave also affected the cruiser mechs, but fortunately, the shields blocked the shockwaves. Order, True White Horse Battleship, focus fire on the target. Currently, there are still some Crystal Bee fighters in front of the Cloud Horse battleship. Halong ordered Zhao Yun to clear them with artillery fire. Yes. Order, the remaining Fire Phoenix fighters will deploy to guard the passage opened by the True White Horse battleship. Bombers will bombard outwards. Yes. Order, Fire Phoenix battleship, lock onto missile positions and launch at the target. Yes. Chapter 79. Boom boom boom. The White Horse battleship's artillery fire directly opened the last passage. The Fire Phoenix fighters seized the opportunity to swarm in, guarding the gap in the passage, while bombers frantically dropped bombs to relieve the pressure on the fighters. On the Cloud Horse battleship, the vice captain reported to Ma Yunlu, Captain, there are too many enemy aircraft behind and on both sides. Our battleship cannot break through. Quickly, order all our fighters and bombers to sortie and intercept the enemy aircraft. Start the engines at overpowered capacity. Ma Yunlu also displayed remarkable courage. She knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was all or nothing. Boom. Boom. The Cloud Horse battleship's alarms blared. The ship's defenses on both sides behind and to the left and right decreased by 10%, but a large number of Crystal Bee fighters were wiped out. This was due to the Fire Phoenix's cruise missile attack. Captain, order the Yunma warship to accelerate and charge forward. Ma Yunlu interrupted the vice captain, already knowing that reinforcements were helping her attack the enemy aircraft to free them. Yes, sir. The Yunma warship charged forward, leaving debris in its wake. The two sides' aircraft were still engaged in fierce combat on both sides of the passage. The worst off were the Fire Phoenix fighters. Operating in the dark, they relied on their strong shields to withstand damage and then unleashed a barrage of firepower, managing to steadily withstand the Crystal Bee fighters' attacks. When the Yunma entered the range of the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft, Zhao Yun, Halong, and Zhou Zhilan all breathed a sigh of relief. Order the cruiser mechs to advance and escort the Yunma warship back to base. Halong quickly gave the order. Now was not the time to relax. Yes. A large number of cruise mechs split into 2 groups, bypassing the rear of the Yunma warship, and began to form a defensive formation. Order. All fighters retreat. Fire the Fire Phoenix main cannons to celebrate the return of the Yunma warship. Halong was both happy and worried. The Fire Phoenix had suffered heavy losses in this battle. However, now they could finally fight freely, without feeling so constrained. Yes. Zhou Zhilan shouted. She was also a little heartbroken. Losing so many fighters and bombers, especially through self-destruction, was too tragic. Then, a Fire Phoenix rose up, directly enveloping a large area of enemy fighters, and the violent explosion reduced them to nothingness. Cruise mechs, super firepower coverage attack. Yes. The cruise mechs transformed, their bodies becoming super firepower racks, revealing for shoulder cannons, which then unleashed countless beam cannons. These countless beam cannons actually illuminated the space of this lost sea. However, the Crystal Bee fighter group suffered greatly. Countless beam cannons rained down, destroying the crystal bees one after another, unable to advance an inch. "Everyone, give orders as you see fit," Halong said, handing them the last intelligence report while piloting his cruiser mech and firing, letting them act freely. Upon receiving Halong's orders, the Fire Phoenix and True White Horse warships, having just finished charging, each took their positions and opened fire. Fire Phoenix Super Missile Launch. Heavy Missile Launch. True White Horse Warship Fire. Seeing that the crystal bees had been almost completely wiped out after a full salvo of firepower, Halong said, "Alright, this place is not safe to linger. All warships and fighters, gradually retreat towards the entrance of the Lost Sea." "Yes, sir." Report, Yunlu from the Yunma warship is willing to follow the commander. After reuniting with Zhao Yun, Yunlu also learned of the great risks Halong had taken to save them. Finally, Ma Yunlu discussed it with Zhao Yun and agreed to join Halong's warship fleet. "Zhao Yun, to be honest, I don't currently have my own warship," Halong said, uttering words that shocked both Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu. "No warship of his own. Yet he can command an entire fleet? You don't have your own warship? Is that true?" Ma Yunlu asked incredulously. "It's true. My warship has already been designed and is just waiting to be built." Halong winked at Zhou Zhilan and continued, revealing something astonishing. "Amazing. Someone is designing warships for him." Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu began to speculate about Halong's identity. Someone was designing and building warships for him. They dared not even consider the possibility that Halong designed and built his own warships. That would be too shocking. "This is Zhou Zhilan, captain of the Fire Phoenix Battleship Fleet, and also my fiancée." "Hello, Captain Zhou. Thank you for saving me." Ma Yunlu quickly bowed to Zhou Zhilan, but she pulled him back. "You're welcome. We're all in the same boat. Don't we always fully support what they want to do?" Zhou Zhilan's words instantly brought her closer to Ma Yunlu. "Yes, yes." Ma Yunlu nodded repeatedly. "Zhao Yun, my battleship will take 6 months to build." "If, Commander, whether it's 6 months, a year, or 2 years, Zhao Yun will wait." Zhao Yun quickly replied. He, Zhao Yun, was not an ungrateful person. From the moment Halong risked his life to rescue Ma Yunlu, he had already become his commander, and that would never change in this lifetime. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing Ma Yunlu and recruiting T2 5-star General Zhao Yun, obtaining T2 level 7-star Cyclone Engine technology. Alright, Zhao Yun, transfer all your warship data and skill data to me. Upon receiving the T2 7-star Cyclone Engine technology, Halong immediately spoke to Zhao Yun. He needed to know the True White Horse warship's data, as well as Zhao Yun's skills. If the T2 7-star Cyclone Engine was compatible, Zhao Yun's combat power would see a leap forward. Of course, using reconnaissance skills would also work, but that would cost money. Okay. Zhao Yun didn't hesitate. Since he had already agreed to follow Halong, this data should be submitted. It's indeed compatible, Zhao Yun. Back in the Starlight Free Trade Zone, I immediately help you modify your warship. Halong smiled at Zhao Yun. Commander, you help me modify my warship? Zhao Yun doubted whether he had heard correctly. Zhao Yun, you didn't mishear. Halong is a T2 level 3-star modifier, and also a T1 5-star modifier master. The entire Fire Phoenix warship fleet was modified by Halong. Seeing Zhao Yun's doubt, Zhou Zhilan explained to him. Commander, is this true? Ma Yunlu's eyes lit up. Her warship was severely damaged, and having a readily available T2 3-star modifier here was ideal. Besides, the Fire Phoenix warship fleet's combat power was undeniable. It would be strange if they didn't want to have them. I'm no longer a T2 3-star modifier. Halong awkwardly slapped his head. He was already a T2 5-star modifier master, but he'd forgotten to tell Zhou Zhilan. Are you a T2 4-star modifier? Ma Yunlu pointed at Halong, asking incredulously. Zhilan, I was too busy before and forgot to tell you. I'm a T2 5-star modifier master. Halong, embarrassed again, quickly reported the truth to Zhou Zhilan. Chapter 80. Really? Zhou Zhilan wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Halong with great joy. She wasn't petty. The higher Halong's level, the happier she was. T2 level modification master? Hearing Halong's words, Ma Yunlu and Zhao Yun exchanged glances. A god! Then, they stared intently at Halong. Let's go out first. Ma Yunlu, give me your warship data and skill data, along with your warship modification requirements. Halong, intimidated by Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu's stares, took the initiative. Yes. Brother Long, Yunlu is willing to join the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Zhou Zhilan said to Halong, This was the result she had discussed with Ma Yunlu after receiving a signal from Haolong. Good. Then Jilan's safety is entrusted to you, Yunlu. Haolong smiled at Ma Yunlu. Received. Deputy Commander. Yunlu guarantees to complete the mission. Now, Ma Yunlu officially joined the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Haolong, are you all alright? Li Bai, Murong Xiaoxiao, and the others asked anxiously as Haolong and his group emerged from the Lost Sea. That was the Lost Sea. No one had ever come out of it before, but today they had. We're all fine, and we even successfully rescued the Cloud Horse warship, Haolong replied to each of them. It was truly wonderful to have such a group of friends. Haolong, what do we do now? Murong Tian asked, and the others also looked at Haolong. Although this was currently Murong Tian's T2 commander assessment, the challenge had increased many times over after rescuing Commander Zhang Zizhong. They could only rely on Haolong and the Fire Phoenix warship formation. After we dismantle the heart of the contract, we return directly to the Starlight Free Trade Zone, rest for 3 days, replenish supplies, and upgrade our warships, Haolong said with a smile. Alright. Murong Tian nodded in agreement. The others agreed as well, given their considerable gains this time, 9 T2 contract hearts, plus the 1 T1 contract heart they had previously acquired. Upon returning to the Free Trade Zone, Murong Tian and his group offered to distribute the contract hearts. The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet was to receive 3, but Haolong ultimately rejected this offer. Due to Haolong's insistence, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet would only take 2, with the remaining contract hearts to be distributed equally. For the next 3 days, another prank occurred in the Starlight Free Trade Zone. Purple light continuously emitted from the forging workshop, reaching almost to the heavens. On the morning of the 4th day, a fleet of 50 warships appeared in the Starlight Free Trade Zone. Each fleet was led by 3 T2 warships, and they sailed forward at a steady pace. Upon leaving the Free Trade Zone, they were monitored by numerous reconnaissance aircraft, but the surveillance decreased as they progressed, eventually all of them withdrawing. Haolong, they're really gone. They didn't find us. Murong Tian said in the projected conference. The Golden Flying Dragon warship had now reverted to military green and undergone significant modifications, finally putting Murong Tian's Golden Nightmare to rest. We have to thank Uncle Ma and the others for their help, Haolong said to Uncle Ma beside him. With Uncle Ma's cooperation, their entire fleet was at full strength, successfully deceiving all the foreign reconnaissance aircraft. This is nothing. It's nothing compared to your life-saving grace. Uncle Ma, you flatter me, Haolong quickly replied. Commander, Zhao Yun will complete his mercenary mission first, then he and Yunlu will go to Yifeng Star to wait for you, Zhao Yun said to Haolong. At this moment, Zhao Yun's warship was vastly different from its original form. Both in appearance and internal structure, it had improved significantly. As for Ma Yunlu's warship, it received special enhancements from Haolong. After all, she would need to protect Zhou Zilan in the future. How could it not be stronger? In the virtual combat space, their warships were almost evenly matched. Alright, then you can set off. Haolong nodded. The others bid farewell to Zhao Yun, Uncle Ma, and Ma Yunlu. Flying Dragon Warship Regiment, depart. Target, Daming Lake at 9537. Watching the departing Twinju mercenary squadron, Murong Tianxia gave the order. Yes. The others replied in unison, then chatted amongst themselves, no longer feeling the initial awkwardness. The 43 warships set off again, reconnaissance aircraft frequently flying in and out of the area for alternating reconnaissance. Perhaps due to the conflict between the 3 races, the closer they got to the 9537 area, the calmer the water became. Haolong and the others had also heard that in the past few days, 5 warship legions from each of the 3 races had gathered for a meeting to discuss combat strategies, which explained this scene. The moment the Flying Dragon Battleship Regiment entered Daming Lake, the T2 Commander Assessment mission concluded. The overall score for the entire battleship regiment. The Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron alone was close to achieving a perfect score, earning 6,000 military merits. Murong Tian and his group weren't envious of the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron's score, as the historical average was only 5,000. Even excluding the Fire Phoenix Squadron's score, their own score was already exceptionally high. However, while their score was already exceptionally high, the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron's score was practically godlike. Fortunately, this score could be hidden. If it were made public, Haolong couldn't even imagine the scene. So, after some discussion, they decided to keep Fire Phoenix's rating hidden, only revealing a score of 500, while the others would remain unchanged and their original scores would be publicly displayed. That would be the Flying Dragon Battleship Squadron's rating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Joint Patrol Mission, T2 Commander Assessment Mission, Reward, Super God Enhancement Stone. After completing the mission, the Battleship Squadron immediately began its return journey. This place was not safe to linger. Once the three-race war broke out, Halong and his group wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. With their current pseudo-T2 Battleship Squadron strength, getting involved in the three-race war would be suicide. Meanwhile, aboard the Bailey Schwanza warship at Area 8992, the vice captain reported to Bailey Schwanza, young clan leader, according to intelligence, the fleet carrying the Fire Phoenix carrier should return within the next 2 days, and we have deployed tight surveillance along its return route. Bailey Schwanza nodded and said, I understand. Have the T3 assassin fleet prepare. Once the Fire Phoenix carrier is spotted, immediately follow and prepare a destruction plan. He had great faith in the Bailey family's intelligence capabilities. As for the Morong family, they already knew the news, but under pressure from the Prince's party, they dared not provide Morong Tion with any information. Of course, the Prince's party also proactively guaranteed that they would not harm Morong Tion and Morong Xiao Xiao. A day later, the Flying Dragon fleet, under the surveillance of numerous reconnaissance aircraft, quickly returned and entered Area 8989. Their next route required passing through Area 8917. Young clan leader, it's been confirmed that the Fire Phoenix carrier will definitely pass through Area 8917 tomorrow. On Bailey Schwanza's warship, the vice captain quickly reported to him. Then we ambush it here. As soon as the Fire Phoenix carrier gets close, our assassin fleet can destroy it in one strike. Bailey Schwanza pointed to the fan-shaped interstellar island. Its center was perfect for hiding a fleet of warships. Yes, I passed the order down immediately. The vice captain nodded. It was indeed an excellent spot for a surprise attack. Destroying even a T3 fleet would be easy. Chapter 81. During the projection conference within the Flying Dragon fleet, CS Sitian entered the projection and reported to Halong. Captain, the Flying Dragon fleet has begun entering the fan-shaped interstellar island route. Any other anomalies? Halong asked. No. Dispatch all reconnaissance aircraft, increase reconnaissance efforts, order the escort ships to closely protect the Fire Phoenix carrier, the other warships proceed as planned. Halong was still somewhat panicked, so he could only dispatch more reconnaissance aircraft, and recall the Rhino escort ships originally intended to block the exit. As for whether or not this assassin warship formation could be annihilated, he didn't care anymore. Protecting the Fire Phoenix was the priority. It turned out that Halong had received an alert from the stealth reconnaissance aircraft that morning, clearly detecting a T3 class assassin warship formation lying in ambush within the fan-shaped area, followed by a disguised T2 assassin warship. Unfortunately, it was no match for the Fire Phoenix's powerful stealth reconnaissance aircraft, and was immediately detected. The system also issued a mission, System Mission, protect the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier from destruction. Rewards: 1 top-tier long-range missile ship, 1 Matrix destroyer, and 1 free T3 warship upgrade. Seeing such generous system rewards, Halong was 100% certain that this assassin warship fleet was no ordinary vessel, which was why he had made the decision to temporarily recall the Rhino frigate. With the Rhino frigate present, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier would receive better protection, easing Halong's anxiety somewhat. Long-range missile ship, 4-star special ability, long-range strike double missile firepower coverage, increases range by 30%, attack power by 150%. Ship tier, T1 forward hull armor strength, 900 stars. Both side hull armor strength, 700 stars. Ship shield energy, none. Cruising speed, 700. Engine, violent cannon engine. Length, 1,200 meters. Mass, 680,000 tons. Staff, 120 people. 4-star heavy missile launchers, 120, 1 round every 2 minutes. Medium interceptor missiles, none. Close and weapon system, none. Looking at the 125-star missile silos, Halong's eyes lit up. The Fire Phoenix's 28 heavy missiles had already achieved numerous successes. If all 120 heavy missiles were launched, sinking a T2 warship squadron would be a piece of cake, and it could fire a salvo every 2 minutes. Plus, Halong had enhancement skills, so the long-range missile ship's power would definitely double. However, the long-range missile ship also had significant weaknesses. No anti-aircraft capabilities, low hull protection, and even lack of ship shields. The lack of shields was most likely due to insufficient energy. After all, maintaining 120 heavy missile silos wasn't easy. As for the other warship, It was also quite special. Matrix Destroyer, 4-star special ability, rectangular array can form a rectangular array of anti-aircraft guns, increasing interception capability by 300% and long-range strike capability by 20%. Warship Tier, T1. Forward hull armor strength, 1500 stars. Both side hull armor strength, 1500 stars. Warship shield energy, 1600 stars. Cruising speed, 1100 speed. Engine, fierce fire engine. Length, 1000 meters. Mass, 580,000 tons. Staff, 120 people. 4-star main gun, 1,300 millimeters. Naval gun, 800 millimeters 20. Long-range 3-star strike missiles, 80. Medium-range 3-star intercept missiles, 120. 3-star close-in weapon system, 200. Looking at the gun barrels across the entire hull, filled with interceptor missiles, Halong could already see that any shells entering the range of the Matrix Destroyer would be destroyed and shot down, directly maximizing the safety of the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. These two ships are special warships with their own unique skills, and Halong has never encountered them before, making their rarity self-evident. According to the plan, the first 10 warships are a shield-bearer formation. They will be the first to pass through the fan-shaped island, their mission being to establish a defensive formation in case of any enemy warships ahead. Next to pass is the Pegasus warship formation, commanded by Murong Xiao Xiao. After the Pegasus warship formation is passed, the Flying Dragon warship formation, in third place, also begins to pass. At this time, the Fire Phoenix and Hive carriers, in fourth place, begin launching their aircraft. Halong immediately issued his order all warship formations to attack. Yes! Fire Phoenix missiles launch. Zhou Zhilan gave the order while using her skill, Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens. Amplify 3 warships. Yes! 33 super missiles, heavy missiles carrying Phoenix flames, were launched into the sky, initiating the counterattack against the Assassin warship formation. Murong Xiao Xiao of the Pegasus warship formation also used her skill, Artillery Barrage. Countless artillery fire covered the fan-shaped island. Murong Tian also issued the order the Flying Dragon warship formation to fire with all its artillery. Seeing the barrage of artillery fire, the Assassin warship formation reacted and hurriedly ordered a retaliatory attack. However, having lost their element of surprise, all their advantages vanished. Even if they wanted to attack the Fire Phoenix carrier, they were still separated by the Flying Dragon warship formation. If the enemy was prepared or knew in advance, their firepower would be greatly reduced. This was why Halong dared to take Zhou Zhilan along on this risk. Faced with countless fierce cannons, the Assassin warships were powerless to retaliate, especially in this narrow area, where their warships simply could not dodge, and had to endure the saturation attack of all the cannon fire. Order: Fire Phoenix's 1st and 2nd Fighter Squadrons, and Hive's 1st and 2nd Fighter Squadrons, sortie and bomb them. Although the Assassin warship fleet had suffered heavy losses, Halong showed no mercy, dispatching more than half of his fighters and bombers to sweep them away. Baili Xuanzi, following far behind, was also astonished by the scene. He was surprised that Halong and his men had discovered the Assassin warship fleet. Looking at the heavily damaged Assassin warship fleet after the bombardment, he gritted his teeth and thought for a moment before resolutely saying, "The Fire Phoenix carrier must be destroyed. Uncle Ming's warships, launch the attack." "Yes, sir." Beside Baili Xuanzi, a T-4 class assassin warship appeared, something the Fire Phoenix stealth reconnaissance aircraft hadn't detected beforehand. This T-4 warship was specifically sent by the Baili family to protect Baili Xuanzi for this mission. "Young clan leader, you thought of everything," the vice captain quickly praised. "Of course, a T-4 class warship is more than enough to crush them. I don't believe they can escape from a T-4 class warship." Baili Xuanzi waved his hand dismissively at the Fire Phoenix warship formation. "Yes." Skill: Triple Strike. Upon receiving the message that the T-4 warship was ready, Baili Xuanzi unleashed his S-class skill. Without waiting for a report, the moment the T-4 warship appeared, Halong knew danger was imminent. He calmly activated the God-level reconnaissance system twice to scout Baili Xuanzi's warship and the T-4 warship. He didn't neglect other actions either, quickly gathering 120 mechs and using the SS-class skill, Heavy Cannon Skybreaker. Chapter 82. However, Baili Xuanzi acted faster, first leading his T-4 class warship past Li Bai's White Horse warship formation, then directly landing in front of the Fire Phoenix carrier. "Uncle Ming, just in time." "Good. Main gun attack." The T-4 class warship, already locked onto the Fire Phoenix carrier, launched a sudden attack. At the same time, Fong Ling of the Rhino frigate reacted quickly. Quick, megaton ram. All other aircraft, sortie. Due to the Rhino frigate's activation, Zhou Zhilan abandoned using the main gun to retaliate and had to send out aircraft. The T-4 class main gun fired, shocking everyone present. The terrifying shell attacked the Fire Phoenix carrier, and it looked like the main gun was about to hit it. Suddenly, the purplish-red Phoenix Flame Rhino frigate collided head-on with the main gun shell. Boom. Looking at the terrifying explosion, Bailey Schwantza felt no joy. His intuition told him that the Fire Phoenix carrier was definitely not destroyed. Without hesitation, he used his skill. Humph. Second Blitzkrieg. As he carried the T-4 class warship through the smoke of the massive explosion, intending to have it use its battleship cannons to attack the Fire Phoenix carrier, a powerful main cannon attack came hurtling towards him. Startled, Bailey Schwantza didn't hesitate. He immediately used third Blitzkrieg, returning to the rear of the White Horse warship and then quickly fleeing into the distance. As for the T-4 class warship, he didn't bring it, choosing to leave it behind to withstand the terrifying main cannon attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring it, but rather that he couldn't. The main cannon was already too close. If he brought the T-4 class warship, he might also bring the main cannon. If the main cannon exploded during the Blitzkrieg, he would be finished in subspace. Boom! After Halong's devastating heavy artillery attack, Zhou Zhilan seized the opportunity and unleashed her main gun attack. Boom! The T-4 cruiser was hit by two main guns in quick succession, its shield shattering. Following this, a swarm of fighters and bombers began their relentless bombardment. Faced with a dense array of aircraft, the shieldless T-4 cruiser could only rely on its hull to withstand the onslaught and its high speed to evade, or the initiation of self-destruct attacks. Faced with such a formidable cruiser, Zhou Zhilan resolutely issued the order. She stopped the fighters from pursuing, ordering them to self-destruct in the confined space to see how they could dodge. Yes, sir! In this narrow passage, the T-4 cruiser's speed was significantly reduced. After all, they feared crashing into the island, which would be suicidal. After the new combat orders were activated, fighter jets and bombers recklessly crashed into the cruisers and self-destructed. The cruisers, whose hull defenses were already relatively weak, simply couldn't withstand the rain of cruise bombs and the devastating impact of the bombers. Boom! One bomber crashed directly into a T-4 warship, detonating its power compartment, instantly destroying a T-4 class warship. As for the Rhino frigate, after withstanding the main gun fire, 60% of its hull was destroyed, and it lost all power. It was lucky it didn't explode. The shockwave from the massive blast propelled it towards the White Horse fleet. It quickly received protection from the White Horse fleet. Halong was also shaken. Without the Rhino frigate, the Fire Phoenix carrier might not have withstood the bombardment. Looking at the remaining T-3 assassin warship, Halong knew that Zhou Zhilan had deliberately left it behind. Gathering intelligence and obtaining the heart of the contract were essential tasks for them. He then issued the order, all jammers, jamming that T-3 warship at full power. Yes, sir. Order, all warships form a defensive formation. All fighters take off for patrol and protection. Bombers return to resupply and then join the patrol. Yes, sir. Captain, the self-destruct system won't activate. The enemy has jammers, and in large numbers. 9 warships in the assassin fleet had been destroyed. The vice-captain of the remaining flagship reported to the captain in terror. He had no objection to self-destructing with a warship. In fact, it was an honor. Losing meant certain death, but dying as a captured warship was extremely painful. Being captured was even more terrifying. All sorts of tortures were inflicted, and there was no law to protect them. Activate the manual self-destruct system. The captain remained calm. Manual self-destruction was the same, only with a 10-minute difference. Kill! Halong, of course, knew about the manual self-destruct system, so he immediately led 120 mech towards the T-3 warship. After taking control of the entire command room in 5 minutes, Halong swiftly dismantled the manual self-destruct system, disappointing the fallen captain. Having obtained limited intelligence, Halong spared no prisoners, killing them all. He had no interest in torturing them. System mission complete. Reward: top-tier long-range missile ship, Matrix Destroyer, and 1 free T-3 level upgrade. Halong, receiving the reward, felt no joy and immediately returned to the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Brother Long. The Rhino frigate has 25 seriously injured, including Captain Fong Ling. Zhou Zhilan reported, outwardly calm, but inwardly deeply saddened. This was the first time the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet had suffered serious injuries, and 25 at that, and they were all injured because of her. It would be strange if she weren't heartbroken. How are they doing? Can they make it back to Yunfeng planet? Halong asked hurriedly. Their injuries have been treated in time, and their lives can be saved. Zhou Zhilan tried to say the rest, suppressing her heartache, but Halong interrupted her. That's all right. Once we get back, we immediately build the ferry supply ship. Go tell them the good news. Halong patted Zhou Zhilan's head, reminding her that this young woman might have forgotten about the powerful ferry supply ship. Yes. Thank you, Brother Long. Hearing Halong's words, Zhou Zhilan was overjoyed, kissed him, and quickly left. The crew of the Rhino frigate, knowing they could recover completely without injury, and without any permanent disabilities, were much more relieved. Halong also immediately paid out a huge reward. Each member of the Rhino frigate received 5 years' worth of salary and benefits, deposited immediately, greatly shocking the entire crew of the Fire Phoenix, who were protecting Zhou Zhilan. Order the Flying Dragon battleship squadron to return. Halong entered the projection, left the order, and then disappeared. Yes. Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian looked at Murong Tian and Murong Xiaoxiao, who shrugged and said, We already reported to the family. We should receive news soon. Halong ignored the matter. He was already using the T3 free modification skill on the T3 assassin battleship, carefully disassembling it piece by piece. No one knew what Halong was planning, since dismantling the contract heart didn't require disassembling other parts individually. Princess, the Fire Phoenix battleship wasn't destroyed. It even counterattacked the Bailey family's T3 assassin battleship squadron, and even a T4 assassin battleship. In the princess's palace, the head guard rushed to report to Dis. Chapter 83. What? Bring me the intelligence. Princess Dis stood up in surprise. From the moment the Bailey family began searching for the Fire Phoenix carrier, she knew the Princess faction was targeting the Fire Phoenix, but she hadn't made any move. The Princess faction was powerful, far beyond her ability to contend with alone. Therefore, she had always kept a low profile, carefully concealing her influence. This intelligence included not only information about the battle with Bailey Xuanzi, but also information about rescuing Commander Zhang Zizhong. It seemed the Annihilation Fleet also had spies among the royal family members. Fortunately, thanks to Zhou Zhilan's careful screening, no one with ulterior motives could infiltrate the Fire Phoenix fleet. This prevented Halong's situation from being obviously exposed. After reviewing the intelligence, Princess Dis changed Zhou Zhilan's class. Next semester, Zhou Zhilan will enter Class 5 of the Starship Command Department at Blade Military Academy, and become an apprentice of Chun Ruru, a T7 level 4-star commander. Yes. The head guard looked at Princess Dis with some surprise. That was a T7 level 4-star commander. Princess Dis only had one recommendation slot each year, and every graduate became a commander of Her Highness's Warship Legion. Her Highness would cover half the cost of this Warship Legion, making the entire Legion incredibly powerful. Princess, I already sent someone to contact Zhou Zhilan, but her reaction has been lukewarm. She shows no intention of joining us. Tell her that the Blade Military Intelligence will be submitted personally by the Chief Judge. Princess Dis remained expressionless, completely unconcerned about Zhou Zhilan's refusal. Perhaps a refusal would make Princess Dis look at her more favorably. After all, given Zhou Zhilan's limited influence, even with the Blade Military Intelligence, she would be only slightly better than a piece of waste paper. The Crown Prince also received the news. Although surprised, he ignored it. Among the imperial family members, his power was the greatest, garnering 70% of the Empire's support. While the Fire Phoenix fleet had potential, it wasn't that important to him. He was currently focused on the Northern Wilderness battlefield. The reason was that he had just achieved a great victory, and the planet he had captured needed defensive facilities. Also, having tasted success, he had begun a large-scale mobilization of his Warship Legion, preparing to conquer another planet. The Wilderness battlefield had 6 inhabited planets. Currently, the humans occupied 2, the Skyfire Clan 1, the Machine Clan 1, the Aquamarine Clan 1, and the Skeleton Clan 1. Exploring new planets in interstellar space was no easy task. Each conquered planet was a significant achievement, and he had already taken the first step, putting the Crown Princess faction, still on the defensive, in a very passive position. Meanwhile, the Tokus Empire hadn't conquered any new planets for 5 years. In fact, during those 5 years, it had lost 6 planets, causing surrounding alien races to become restless, believing that the humans were weakened. The Princess faction fared much worse. They dispatched a T3 assassin-class warship squadron, failing not only to destroy the Fire Phoenix carrier, but also nearly suffering total annihilation. A single T4 class warship wasn't important to them. What mattered was that a T4 class warship hadn't even destroyed a T1 carrier. This was a humiliating defeat. Many princes clamored for an even higher level warship squadron to destroy the Fire Phoenix carrier. Fortunately, the second prince revealed the Crown Prince's achievements, temporarily shelving the mission to destroy the Fire Phoenix carrier and leaving the Bailey family to continue the task. Because the prince's party has also begun assembling its fleet, planning to expand its planetary presence in the Western Demon battlefield. 2 days later, the Flying Dragon fleet entered Area 6054. The journey was fraught with danger, but ultimately safe. The change was that the assassin warships they had captured had been completely dismantled by Haolong. He hadn't spared even the smallest screw. At this time, Haolong and Murong Tian had a private projection session. Murong Tian had invited Haolong, as he didn't want to lose Haolong, this powerful modification master and even tactical master, as a friend. Haolong, I'm sorry. After the ambush 2 days ago, I contacted my family. Their answer was, the assassin family was merely following orders. The forces wanting to destroy the Fire Phoenix are too vast, the family is powerless. Furthermore, they assured us they wouldn't harm me and Xiao Xiao, so... Murong Tian explained. Faced with such a powerful force, even if the Murong family was dissatisfied, they had to weigh the pros and cons. I understand your family's difficulties. Haolong nodded in acceptance of Murong Tian's explanation and then closed the projection. He could understand the Murong family's choice. After all, their family had no vested interests with him, so choosing to remain a bystander was normal. However, they also lost the opportunity for deeper cooperation with Haolong. It wasn't that Haolong blamed them for this, but rather that the Murong family lacked the power and vision to do so. Gentlemen, our Fire Phoenix battleship fleet will be returning to the Starlight Free Trade Zone. Perhaps we should part ways here? Haolong suggested as he entered the projection conference. Now that the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet was in danger, Haolong didn't intend to burden Li Bai and the others. Haolong, my Shield Soldier battleship fleet is willing to return with the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet. Qin Shaoxian stood up and stated directly, he had already decided to stand with the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet through thick and thin. Haolong, my White Horse, Pegasus, warship fleet will also return to the Starlight Free Trade Zone with you. Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, then stood up together. Haolong, before returning to Yifeng Planet, the Flying Dragon warship fleet will obey your orders. Murong Tian also hurriedly stood up. Alright. Then the Flying Dragon warship fleet departs, destination, Starlight Free Trade Zone. Yes. Since Qin Shaoxian and the others were willing to go together, Haolong didn't hesitate and directly commanded the warship fleet. The 43 warships slightly turned, heading towards the Starlight Free Trade Zone. Haolong looked at everyone seriously. Also, I have something else to announce. Before returning to Yifeng Planet, I will block and monitor the entire warship fleet's information. The purpose this time is to find the others around us. What do you all think? Haolong wouldn't allow another attack to occur. It was time to clean up the warship fleet. If there weren't other spies on the warship fleet, Haolong would never believe that the Bailey family couldn't find them in the vast Starfall battlefield, unless there were spies involved. We have no objections. Murong Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Since Haolong had the means, they were more than happy to oblige. After all, they knew their own capabilities. Their respective warship squadrons definitely had some spies hidden within them, but unfortunately, they couldn't confirm who they were. Having received the reply, Haolong privately told Zhou Zhilan, send out all jamming and communication aircraft. Make sure you find those people. Yes. Subsequently, the Fire Phoenix carrier released some reconnaissance aircraft as cover, while deploying the remaining stealthy jamming and communication aircraft, providing multiple layers of coverage over the entire warship fleet. Chapter 84. 2 days later, upon entering the Starlight Free Trade Zone, the entire warship fleet was placed under a curfew. No one was allowed to leave their warships, and the exits were guarded by special personnel. After placing a 3 billion material order, Haolong requested a meeting with the management of the Starlight Trading Company. Hello, esteemed guest, I am Receptionist 360 from the Starlight Trading Company. What do you need to discuss with our manager? The Starlight Trading Company quickly projected a video, and a very sweet-looking young receptionist asked Haolong curiously. She had already discovered in the back end that Haolong had made 2 consecutive purchases of materials totaling 6 billion, had become a Black Iron member of the Starlight Trading Company, and other information was also displayed before her, including a failed attempt to activate a talent skill, a T1 level modification master, a T2 level advanced modification engineer, and a contract with a T4 level advanced engineer, the Crimson-Faced Spider Queen. I want to discuss a 100 billion project with your manager, Halong said casually, as if discussing 1,000 star coins, completely bewildering the young woman. Hey, wake up! Seeing the bewildered girl, Halong had no choice but to wake her. Time was precious. Is it really a 100 billion project? The girl asked expectantly again after waking up. Yes, 100 billion, no less. Halong nodded firmly. Then you can just tell me directly, I can make all the decisions. The girl said happily. You? Halong looked at the girl with suspicion. He didn't believe a receptionist could discuss a 100 billion project with him. You? Put away your annoying look. This young lady really can make the decisions. The girl bristled at Halong's disbelief. Your role is receptionist, right? Halong pointed to the receptionist information and asked the girl. Humph. It's all that annoying Xia Bo's fault. He insisted I earn 20 billion here. When will I ever earn that much? Zhao Ming got angry at this information. She came to see the scenery of the Lost Sea, but was forced to become a receptionist. Wait. Your project is 100 billion? According to the rules for selling goods of unknown origin, our trading company will charge a 20% fee. Yay! I'm so smart, I'm out of trouble right away. Looking at the girl talking to herself, Halong gave her a jab. I won't trade with you. You should find your supervisor. I really can make the decision. Why won't you trade with me? Zhao Min put her hands on her hips and glared at Halong. Your attitude is bad. Halong shook his head. My attitude was very good, I was just anxious, brother Halong. Please don't be angry. Zhao Min immediately revealed a strangely sweet smile, making Halong tremble. You don't have the authority. Yes, I do. Here, this 3 billion can be deducted from it after the project is completed. How about that? Zhao Min's eyes lit up, and she immediately used her authority to set Halong's 3 billion as a project payment after completion. Huh? This time it was Halong who was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Isn't that enough? Then I set you as a Starlight Platinum member, and give you a Platinum membership card, okay? Tell me what project it is. I can make the decisions. Zhao Min thought Halong still had doubts about her authority, so she also gave him the Starlight Platinum membership card she had, and with a series of swift actions, bound Halong to the Platinum membership. A Starlight Platinum membership card? Halong doubted his hearing and began to check. It was indeed now a Starlight Platinum membership, but something felt off. Meanwhile, in the Starlight Trading Company's office, an elderly man in his 60s asked Zhao Min, Miss, did you just take one of my Platinum membership cards? Yes, I even set up a Platinum membership for you. Zhao Min cut off the projection and waved the Platinum membership card in her hand. What? This Starlight Platinum membership card can't be set up so easily. Uncle Xia panicked. He only had 10 cards in total. After sending out 6, he only had 4 left. But those he sent out were all family heads, who traded trillions with Starlight Trading Company. He didn't even have the right to meet the others. Uncle Xia quickly took the Platinum membership card, scanned it with StarNet, and it immediately showed a binding status. The binding information only included Halong's name, everything else was top secret, and even Uncle Xia didn't have the authority to access it. Miss you. Uncle Xia wanted to slap himself hard. He completely forgotten to lower Zhao Min's other privileges to the lowest level. Uncle Xia, don't be angry. He has a 100 billion project to discuss with me. He's already qualified for Platinum membership. Zhao Min realized her mistake and immediately patted Uncle Xia's shoulders, trying to appease him. Fine, whatever you like, Mississippi. But you can't touch the remaining 3 Platinum membership cards. Looking at the obedient Zhao Min, Uncle Xia was quite pleased and quickly changed his attitude. As for the 100 billion project Zhao Min mentioned, he assumed she was just talking nonsense and ignored it. Okay, I understand. Zhao Min nodded cutely. I be going now, you continue with your work. Xia Bo had other matters to attend to and left quickly. Ding! 360 receptionist requests access to the projection. Halong put down the Tianqian-class parts he had crafted and clicked Enter. Here, a pile of parts had already been crafted, along with 6 Tianqian-class fighter jets and 4 top-tier fighter jets. Huh? Tianqian-class parts? Tianqian-class fighter jets? Zhao Min seemed to have discovered something new and habitually asked how long. Halong shrugged. Wasn't this normal? He was AT1 level engineering master. Currently, Halong also discovered that about 70% of the parts he crafted were Tianqian class, and about 60% of the parts assembled into Tianqian-class warships. And the materials all had to be top-tier, hence the exorbitant material cost of 3 billion. 6 Tianqian-class fighter jets? How did you do that? Zhao Ming continued to ask. She had met many master engineers, but only about 10% of the parts they created could become heavenly barrier-level fighters. Even assembling all heavenly barrier-level parts only yielded a 10% chance of creating a finished heavenly barrier-level fighter jet. What was she seeing now? 6 out of 10 fighter jets were heavenly barrier level. What kind of probability was that? This is the project we've been discussing. Halong didn't explain further. Sometimes maintaining a degree of mystery was better. He directly shared the data and designed blueprints of the assassin's warship. These are top-tier T3 warship design blueprints, indeed worth 100 billion. What do you plan to do with them? Sell them directly to our Starlight Trading Company, or auction them off? Zhao Min's attention was drawn to Halong's T3 warship design blueprints. After all, this was a project that would help her escape her predicament, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Sell it for 100 million once. Halong said directly. Sell it for 100 million once? You plan to keep selling it? Zhao Min's mind worked quickly, and she immediately understood Halong's meaning. But no one had ever thought of selling it this way before, but today it had happened. Chapter 85. There are many drawbacks to selling it this way. First, the T3 warship blueprints are essentially shared, leading to fierce competition and even 2 separate sales. Halong's profit would only be around 100 billion. This is far less effective than the 100 billion profit from 2 auctions. Also, fewer people obtain the warship blueprints, and their secrecy is very high. Yes. I think you're just using it for profit. Sharing the assassin warship blueprints is the real deal. The quick-witted Zhao Min rolled her eyes at Halong and directly stated her thoughts. She thought to herself, this Halong is so much fun. It wouldn't be bad to hang out with him next time. Haven't I already achieved both? Halong readily admitted. He would definitely avenge anyone who dared to harm Zhilan. Alright, there's an auction in 5 days. I help you put it on the merchant's display shelf then. Zhao Min suggested to Halong, giving her enough time to promote it and attract more people to the auction. With more people, Uncle Xiao and the others would be overwhelmed, giving her a chance to slip away. Yay! This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright. Do whatever you want with it. With the reputation of your Starlight Trading Company, you won't be greedy for this little bit of money, Halong said generously, holding the platinum membership card already handed to him. Is there anything else you need, esteemed guest? Zhao Min asked Halong with a beaming smile, having achieved her goal. No, goodbye. Now that he was done, Halong immediately disconnected the projection. He still needed to build his fighter jet. Humph. You stinky Halong, next time I see you, I make you pay. Zhao Min was displeased with Halong's decisiveness. Everyone else wanted to get close to her, always looking for trouble, but why didn't Halong have any of that power over her? Halong quickly replenished the losses of the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, and the Rhino frigates were also fully repaired. The warship fleet only stayed in the Starlight Free Trade Zone for 1 day before rapidly returning. During this day, the prohibition on crew members leaving the area caused many complaints, but Li Bai and the others strictly followed Halong's orders. Meanwhile, in the Starlight Free Trade Zone, the commotion caused by the T3 warship blueprints was just beginning. News received from all sides spread rapidly. The warship's appearance immediately revealed to everyone that it was the design blueprint for the Bailey family's flagship T3 warship. Selling the Bailey family's T3 warship blueprints for a mere 100 million, with no limit on the quantity, was practically a steal, and many people rushed to buy them. After all, as an assassin family, they had many enemies, and naturally, everyone wanted to know the Bailey family's warship blueprints, so they could build targeted warships or research specific tactics. Many less developed families, lacking their own main warships, desperately wanted these blueprints. After all, 100 million star coins was much cheaper than the hundreds of billions they would have spent researching themselves. Of course, the Starlight Trading Company wouldn't sell T3 warships under the Bailey family's name. That would be against the rules. However, the Starlight Trading Company could directly list the blueprints for the T3 3-star assassin warship. In this interstellar era, there was no such thing as plagiarism. After all, no one wanted to hand over their main warship's data to the Empire. That was tantamount to exposure. As for capturing other people's warships, that was also difficult. Generally, T3 class warships were equipped with self-destruct systems. When a warship was about to be captured, the captain would activate the self-destruct system. Even if you acquire someone else's warship, Obtaining all its core technologies is no easy feat. Even a T5 level engineering master would struggle to do so, except for Haolong, the host with the system. Haolong, we meet at Jilon Modification Shop on the morning of the third day. Back on Yufeng Planet, Murong Tian announced the meeting time in a projected conference call, then went to collect his pay. Okay. Haolong nodded, not refusing. After all, 100 million star coins were a bonus. Why not take it? However, the other 4 warship squadrons might have to make another trip, as Haolong compiled and sent all the spy information he had gathered to them. Qin Shixian's warship had a vice captain, who was actually a spy recruited by Qinin. The other warship squadrons also had numerous spies. Spies everywhere was the most apt description. After the Fire Phoenix warship squadron returned to Jilon Modification Shop, all crew members except those on duty took a day off. After settling the phantom demons, Haolong said to Lolita, "Little Lolita, you be coming with me and the captain tomorrow morning to select crew members." Okay, Lolita understands. Lolita nodded. Phantom. Captain, why do I have to select crew members? Little Lolita still needs to take care of Sister Fang Ling and the others. The loving little Lolita retorted. She didn't want to select any crew members. She wanted to take care of the wounded. This is the warship you want most. After you've seen it, tell me if you want to be its captain. Haolong smiled, transmitting the data for the ferry supply ship to her and Lolita, looking at the reluctant little Lolita. I don't want it. I absolutely don't want it. Little Lolita refused without even looking. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan exchanged a smile, held hands, turned, and left, leaving behind the words, "Then pretend I didn't say that." Little Lolo, are you sure you don't want to be the captain of the ferry supply ship? Lolita, who had been surprised by the ferry supply ship's powerful special abilities, now calmed down and asked little Lolo again. Sister Lolita, you know I don't like this. Don't force me. Little Lolo won't give in. Little Lolo put on a very serious expression, not even giving Lolita any face. I know. But you should at least take a look at the ship's stats first, just a quick glance, otherwise I'm afraid you regret it later. Lolita affectionately patted little Lolo's head. She really didn't know how much little Lolo would regret it when she understood the ferry supply ship's function. I will never regret it. Little Lolo still gave Lolita face, glancing at it first, then said innocently. Then, she was attracted by a certain word and couldn't help but read through the ferry supply ship's stats. What impressed her most was ship special abilities, medical equipment enhanced by 2x, medical skills enhanced by 0.8x. Omnipotent healing pods. 2 aside from its special abilities, it even boasts 2 legendary omnipotent healing pods. What kind of warship is this? The name ferry truly suits it. The omnipotent healing pods, also known as the immortal healing pods, can revive anyone who has been dead for less than 24 hours. Costing 190 billion, they fetch hundreds of millions at auction, always in high demand and short supply. Every single one is snapped up. Little Lolo and the others don't know yet that this is only the data for the unenhanced supply ship. After Haolong enhances it tomorrow, the data will double. Sister Lolita, where did the captain go? Little Lolo wants to join the ferry supply ship, even as a junior crew member. Little Lolo finally snapped out of her daze, and immediately begged Lolita. She simply possessed a heart full of love for saving lives. Chapter 86. I'm leaving. Lolita shrugged, indicating her helplessness. After all, she was now Haolong's contracted beast, and Haolong could do whatever he wanted to her. I'm going to find the captain. Goodbye, Lolita. Little Lolo ran quickly outside, saying goodbye to Lolita. This little girl needs to be disciplined. Lolita muttered to herself. Young master. Captain. Brother Haolong, Sister Zhilan. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan entered the modification workshop, and Lilies and Huang Ximei greeted them excitedly. You've been watching over the shop for the past 20 days. Thank you for your hard work. Haolong and Zhou Zhilan smiled and nodded. It's no trouble at all, Brother Haolong. I can now modify a T1 warship with a 20% improvement. Huang Ximei shook her head, happily boasting to Haolong. She had made great progress. Modifying warships gave her endless passion. Good. Keep up the good work. This time, I have several warships to modify, and even build. How about it? Are you excited? Yay! Lilies and Huang Ximei both held up 2 fingers and shouted in unison. Lilies, what about you? Young master, Lilies has already modified warships to nearly 40% of their performance, but I just can't get past this hurdle. Lilies said shyly, very sensitive, afraid that Haolong would be disappointed in her. It's all right. Young master will help you overcome this hurdle. Haolong encouraged Lilies. As long as she broke through to T1 Modification Master, Lily's would definitely be able to break through one after another, and T1 Engineering Master wouldn't be far away. Thank you, young master. With Halong's promised help, Lily's was full of confidence, and her passion began to surge. This change wasn't just felt by Halong, even Huang Sime beside him clearly sensed it. On a whim, Halong directly used his reconnaissance skill on the two opposite him. System: using God-level reconnaissance skill. Lily's T4 3-star engineer, T1 4-star modifier, skill, compound eyes, can simultaneously modify and forge, increasing proficiency by 10%. System: using God-level reconnaissance skill. Huang Sime, T1 3-star engineer, T1 4-star modifier. Specialized skill, S-rank, not yet unlocked modification and forging proficiency increased by 2 times, 20% chance to upgrade crafted items by 1 level. Perception, not yet unlocked, can sense whether others are kind or unkind to her. The surprise came too suddenly. Huang Sime was indeed a genius engineer, and that 20% quality improvement was practically cheat code. Currently, the modification shop has delivered over 400 modified warships, with over 100 more to be delivered tomorrow, and plans to receive some more T1 and T2 warships for modification. From now on, T1 will be modified by Huang Sime, and T2 by Lily's. The next morning, Xiao Luoluo was already waiting outside Halong's room, afraid that Halong and Zhou Zhilan would keep her there. Xiao Luoluo, let's go! Halong came out and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, the auction in the Starlight Free Trade Zone began in grand style, its liveliness extraordinary. However, a fleet of 3,000 warships quickly sailed away. Upon closer inspection, apart from the central T4 warship regiment, most of the warships were T5 class warships, and there was also a T6 class warship regiment. This young lady wants to see the Lost Sea. I can't let you stay here. Zhao Min on the flagship revealed a sweet smile. She wasn't playing a prank. There were some things she had to bear herself. This fleet of warships was her private army, built for her by her grandfather at a huge expense. Its combat power could sweep aside most of the Tokus Empire's warship fleets. It's worth noting that the Tokus Empire's Crown Prince's Expeditionary Legion only had 1,000 T5 class ships. Only the flagship's 10 escort fleets were T6 class. The rest of the main fleet were all T4 class. In fact, Xia Bo knew about Zhao Min's departure, but he was used to it. After all, with 3,000 T5 class warships protecting her, she could roam freely throughout the chaotic star system, not to mention the terrifying T6 warship fleet. Moreover, the Starlight Trading Company's intelligence capabilities were very strong. He knew Zhao Min's whereabouts perfectly well, as long as she didn't enter the Lost Sea. In the afternoon, Halong and his group returned with a group of newly recruited crew members. Half of them would serve on the ferry supply ship, and the other half would join other warships. The mid to high-ranking crew members of the ferry supply ship would be dispatched to other warships. Zhou Zhilan and the others arranged accommodations for the new crew members. Halong led Lily's and Huang Sime into the engineering workshop and released the ferry supply ship. Wow! It's a special medical warship? Huang Sime immediately recognized the warship's function and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the hull of the ferry supply ship, there was a dedicated external device for a medical bay. It was normal for Huang Sime, familiar with many warships, to recognize it at a glance. What else? Halong smiled. This ferry supply ship didn't need any other additional auxiliary medical equipment, so it was transformed to add a supply function. What else? Lily's and Huang Sime looked at Halong with questions. Come on, I take you up to see it. Here's its data. Halong led them onto the ferry supply ship while transmitting data to them. This is an all-round healing pod that's incredibly rare? Before even checking the data, Huang Sime was already stunned by the sight of the healing pod. You have good taste. Halong couldn't help but praise Huang Sime. Young master, this warship even possesses standard supply ship capabilities? The Spider Queen, with her multiple eyes, had already checked the data and was equally astonished. It also possesses standard supply capabilities? Huang Sime was equally surprised. This ferry supply ship could be considered a dual-purpose vessel, fulfilling both needs without compromise. After touring the entire ferry supply ship, Halong led them back to the engineering workshop's control panel. Now watch closely, I'm going to perform a deep modification to the ferry supply ship's functions. Halong described the enhancement as a deep modification to make it easier for Huang Sime and the others to understand. Understood. System, enhance the ferry supply ship. Countless enhancement hammers reappeared, each hammer capable of breaking apart the ferry supply ship's parts with a single blow, then repeatedly flattening them and incorporating other materials to complete the enhancement. This time, Halong deliberately slowed down, allowing Huang Ximei and Lilies to experience the entire enhancement process. As the enhancement effect appeared, the purple light seemed to draw Lilies in, causing her to faintly glow purple as well, a sign that she was about to break through to the EP1 modification master level. As the ferry supply ship's enhancement was completed, the purple light dissipated, and Lilies returned to normal. It seemed this hurdle hadn't been overcome yet, but Halong wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of time. Lilies, you can slowly comprehend it yourself. Ximei, come with me to the school. At this moment, Halong received a message from teacher Wang Yin. The school had granted Halong permission to activate the talent room, but each activation required 200 million. Since the Starlight Free Trade Zone opened that morning, Halong already had enough for that 200 million. His Platinum membership card had received 80 million deposits consecutively, countless times. In any case, the balance displayed on the Platinum membership card was over 57 billion. Yes. Lilies quickly replied. Chapter 87. Brother Long, we're here. Zhou Xilan arrived with Xiao Luoluo, clearly having also received Halong's message. Young master, where's Xiao Luoluo's ferry supply ship? Xiao Luoluo asked Halong obediently, seemingly having matured considerably after last night's lesson. I show it to you when we get back. Now, come with us to the school. Yes. Halong and the other three found Wang Yin, and went to the principal's office to pay 400 million star coins. Wang Yin was bewildered by Halong's casual manner, thinking he had changed, and was now spending money recklessly. Alright, here's my signature. You can go open the talent room. Teacher Wang, please keep an eye on things. Principal Ji had a good impression of Halong and Zhou Xilan and said with a smile. Thank you, Principal. Come on, who wants to go in first? Coming out of the principal's office and arriving at the talent room door, Wang Yin asked Halong. Ximei, you go in first. Halong, afraid Xiao Luoluo would be scared, chose to let Huang Ximei go in first. Yes. Brother Halong. Huang Ximei knew what this was, but she hadn't expected Halong to use 200 million to help her unlock her talent ahead of time. As the talent room opened, the insufficient energy quickly became apparent, and teacher Wang Yin hurriedly authorized an increase in energy. When the purple light faded, teacher Wang Yin was still unable to calm down. Not only him, but even the principal appeared, seemingly also astonished by the S-rank talent. Huang Ximei ran out of the talent room, speechless. This was the most suitable talent skill for her. Little Luoluo, go in. Yes, young master. With Huang Ximei as a reference, little Luoluo wasn't afraid. Instead, she curiously entered the talent room. Halong, did she enter the Blade's Edge affiliated military academy with you? Principal Ji asked expectantly, looking at Huang Ximei. Yes. Then, the voice sounded again, and the principal's words caught in his throat. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't continue. Ding, insufficient energy in the talent room. Please authorize additional energy. Hearing the talent room's notification sound again, teacher Wang Yin was numb and mechanically authorized the necessary powers. The purple light dissipated, and Xiao Luoluo happily ran out. She loved the talent skill so much. S-rank medical talent, passive enhances the medical equipment capabilities of the warships under her command by 2 times. Warship medical skill. Divine light armor, amplifies the warship shield of friendly forces by 8 times. Halong, let them be specially recruited into Yifeng School, and then they can directly apply to enter the Blade's Edge affiliated military academy. I refund the 400 million to you, how about it? Principal Ji's eyes were red. If this succeeded, Yifeng School would receive far more resources in the coming years. Sure, they were discovered by the school. Halong understood the principal's meaning and immediately agreed. After all, he had feelings for the principal, and the teachers and principals were all good people. Thank you. Principal Ji thanked Halong deeply. With sufficient funding, upgrading Yifeng School's level was no longer difficult, and he could teach more high-achieving students. Then, Principal, we're leaving. Seeing that the matter was settled, Halong and the others said to Principal Ji and teacher Wang Yin. Go ahead. Principal Ji said with a smile, and Wang Yin nodded with a smile as well. These were the students he had taught. They rose to prominence in the face of adversity, and knew how to repay their alma mater. Young master, can little Luoluo be the captain of the ferry supply ship? After her initial excitement, little Luoluo immediately clung to Halong, acting like a little shadow. You have to ask the captain. The ferry supply ship will join the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet tomorrow, Halong said hastily, clearly afraid of Xiao Luoluo. Captain sister. Xiao Luoluo turned pitifully to Zhou Zhilan. Being the captain is fine, but from now on you have to obey my orders. Do you know what the consequences will be if you disobey? It will put the entire crew in danger. Zhou Zhilan took the opportunity to give Xiao Luoluo a warning. If it weren't for her incredibly powerful talent, she wouldn't have been the captain. Yes. Xiao Luoluo will definitely obey the captain's orders. Xiao Luoluo said very seriously. Although she was playful, she knew her responsibilities. That's good. Then you're the captain of the ferry supply ship. Let's go back and check on it, and also get Captain Fan Ling and the others treated as soon as possible. Zhou Zhilan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Luoluo knew what was important, so she was much more at ease. Received. Xiao Luoluo will go back and take care of it right away. Let's go then, Halong said with a smile, seeing that Xiao Luoluo's matter was settled. Yes. Soon, Halong and Zhou Zhilan returned to the modification shop, and Xiao Luoluo immediately contracted the ferry supply ship. Halong transmitted the enhanced data to Xiao Luoluo and Zhou Zhilan. Young master this. Just by glancing at the data, Xiao Luoluo noticed a problem. It was double the data from yesterday. A special modification. Do you like it? I love it. The all-round healing pods have reached 3 units. Xiao Luoluo nodded vigorously. Ferry supply ship level. T1 ship special abilities. Equipment enhancement 3x, medical skill enhancement 1x. Overall armor strength, 2,600 star degrees. Battleship shield energy, 2,800 star degrees. Cruising speed, 1,500 kilometers per hour. Supply capacity, 1.8 million tons. All-purpose healing pods 3. All-purpose supply 3. Engine, Hercules engine. Radar, ultra-long-range full-control radar. Length, 2,800 meters. Mass, 950,000 tons. Staff, 180 people. Battleship weapons, 8 5-star super missile launchers, 200 3-star close and weapon system cannons, 10 radar reconnaissance aircraft. The ferry supply ship's special ability enhances Xiao Luoluo's talent skill, increasing her medical equipment affinity by 4 times. The ferry supply ship itself provides a 3 times amplification of medical equipment affinity, resulting in a total 7 times amplification. With the 7 times amplified all-purpose healing pods, Fan Ling and the others were fully recovered in less than 10 seconds. Even minor injuries were completely healed, and they felt much more relaxed and energetic. Captain! Fan Ling and the others gradually calmed down from their shock. They lined up neatly and saluted Zhou Zhilan. Congratulations on your full recovery. Otherwise, how guilty would I, as the captain, feel? Zhou Zhilan hugged each of them. These crew members all deserved her kindness. Thank you for your concern, Captain. We swear to follow you to the death. They hadn't expected their captain to actually restore them to normal, and then shouted out their heartfelt words in unison. All right, go home and let us know you're safe. From now on, you have a day off. Come back to assemble tomorrow evening. Zhou Zhilan said to Fan Ling and the others, her eyes slightly red. Yes, sir. Tomorrow evening, they would continue their virtual combat in the virtual battle space to refine the integration of the ferry battleship. On the morning of the 3rd day, except for Fan Ling and her 25 crew members, everyone took turns lining up to enter the omnipotent healing pod, enjoying the godlike treatment of the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet. Little Luoluo, as the captain, personally stepped forward to help. Seeing her older sister so happy, she became even happier and more energetic. Chapter 88. This captain quickly won the hearts of all the crew members in the Fire Phoenix fleet, who also highly regarded him, something Halong and Zhou Zhilan hadn't anticipated. Of course, this was a good thing. The loyalty of the entire crew skyrocketed, with half already at the top. At this moment, Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu arrived in their true white horse and cloud horse warships. Zhao Yun, Commander, Captain Zhou. Ma Yunlu, Commander, Vice Captain. Good, you come at the right time. Have the crew disembark for comprehensive treatment. Seeing Zhao Yun and the others arrive, Halong smiled and quickly ordered them to gather the crew. Yes. Although Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu didn't know what Halong was up to, they immediately complied. Soon, all the crew members received treatment. Of course, during the assembly, Halong used a super powerful reconnaissance skill to dismiss some people beforehand. After experiencing it, Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu were both extremely shocked by the powerful healing capabilities of the all-around treatment chamber. Commander, Zhao Yun is late. Zhao Yun finally had time to report to Halong. What happened? Halong asked sternly. Although it wasn't wartime, it was still customary to report on time. On our return journey with Yunlu, we encountered my cousin. Their fleet was ambushed and surrounded. Although they received strong reinforcements and broke through, they have many wounded crew members, so we went to help him treat the wounded, Zhao Yun quickly explained. On their return journey, they did indeed encounter Commander Zhang Zizhong. At that time, Commander Zhang Zizhong had too many wounded, and he was in a hurry to enter Area 9547 to hold the three-race meeting, which is why he asked Zhao Yun for help. I understand. Those wounded can be brought here for treatment. Halong nodded after hearing this, not asking any further questions, but instead offering Zhao Yun his utmost assistance. Halong transferred the data from the all-powerful healing pod to Zhao Yun. Only a few people know the data from the all-powerful healing pod. You can tell Yunlu, but everyone else must keep it absolutely confidential. Looking at the all-powerful healing pod, capable of reviving the dead within 7 days, Zhao Yun knew its abilities were extraordinary, and quickly replied, yes, absolutely confidential. Of course, within those 7 days, life-sustaining injections would be administered to maintain the body's vitality, thus enabling treatment. Those within 48 hours could be treated without the life-sustaining injections. This was Halong's enhanced version of the all-powerful healing pod's ability. Other ordinary healing pods didn't have this effect. They could only treat those who had received the life-sustaining injections within 24 hours. Therefore, the enhanced all-powerful healing pod's ability was indeed extraordinary. After Zhao Yun arranged for the wounded to be transported over, the system chimed. Ding! System mission, intimidate the wolves, defeat Nangong Tianquang, and obtain the material purification skill. Material purification skill can purify any material by 1 level, 10 million per ton. Looking at the purification skill, Halong felt the 10 million was well spent. After all, top-tier materials were hundreds of times more expensive than top-tier materials, and there was never a market for them. Halong said to Zhao Yun beside him, Zhao Yun, come with me to Area 4 tomorrow morning, for a fight. Yes. Let's go to the conference room. There's another meeting today, attended by key members. Rhino Frigate Captain, Fan Ling. Honeycomb Aircraft Carrier Captain, Pang Sihua. Ferry Supply Ship Captain, Xiao Luoluo. Cloud Horse Cruiser Captain, Mai Yunlu. Phantom Demon Princess, Lolita. Fleet Deputy Chief Captain, Huang Silin. Fire Phoenix Aircraft Carrier Deputy Captain, Xia Sitian. Including Halong, Zhou Zhilan, and Zhao Yun, a total of 10 people. Looking at the numerous high-ranking Fire Phoenix officers at the meeting, Halong only now realized that the Fire Phoenix warship fleet was beginning to take shape. Boredom, he used his reconnaissance skill on Huang Silin and the others. After learning about their abilities, he had new ideas, but he needed to discuss these matters with Zhou Zhilan first, letting her make the arrangements herself. On the morning of the 3rd day, the modification shop welcomed 4 fleets totaling 40 warships. Adding to this the 5 ships of the Fire Phoenix fleet and Zhao Yun's True White Horse warship, a total of 46 warships gathered. Halong, Captain Zhou, have you added another extra-large medical ship? Murong Tian and the others had already seen the ferry supply ship. They recognized the medical equipment on its outer hull, hence the question. As for the extra-large model, they were gradually getting used to it. Currently, among the 5 warships in the Fire Phoenix fleet, 3 were already extra-large T1 warships. Of course, although they wanted them too, the modification and material costs were painful, and upgrading to T2 warships would require a significant expenditure. Yes, it's still a half-fleet formation for now. Zhou Zhilan replied with a smile. She needed to maintain a low profile and keep things hidden. Sister Zhilan, you added 1 warship in just 2 days. If I don't see you for 10 days, will you have added 5? You be fully equipped before the autumn hunting tournament. Murong Xiaoxiao said with a laugh. Well, that depends on someone. I don't have that ability. He's the one who brought back all the warships for the Fire Phoenix fleet. Speaking of the new warships, Zhou Zhilan glanced gently at Halong. I can't bear to look. I'm single. Qin Shaoxian shook his head and sighed. He's so handsome, yet he's always been single. Didn't you say being single is great? Li Bai teased Qin Shaoxian. This was something he used to say often, but it had gradually taken on a different meaning. I was single before because I thought it was too expensive. I couldn't afford to support 2 warship squadrons, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Qin Shaoxian looked thoughtfully at Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao. It seems finding someone he doesn't have to support is a good idea. Since everyone's here, let's chat as we set off, Murong Tian said quickly, seeing that Li Bai and the others were about to continue their conversation. Okay. 46 warships took off and headed towards Area 4. At this moment, Area 4 was still a tense standoff between the 5 warship squadrons. They had clashed again, and the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Murong Tian arrived last with his fleet. Nandong Tianlang scoffed, "Oh! The Golden Dragon battleship has turned into a green one. I made too much money, so I spent a fortune on another upgrade. But I need to keep a low profile now. Seeing your unhappy face, your rating is definitely..." Murong Tian shook his head and sighed, feigning pity. Azzy and Nandong Tianlang were comparing ratings, something Murong Tian knew as soon as he arrived, which is why he deliberately provoked him. "What did you say?" Nandong Tianlang was humiliated. This was a direct attack on his pride. Azzy wouldn't tolerate Nandong Tianlang's behavior. Her rating was slightly higher than his, and she bluntly stated, "The person with the lowest rating is the most arrogant. I'm ashamed of myself." A 1-point higher rating than Nandong Tianlang was undoubtedly Azzy's greatest joy, and now that she had the chance, she was determined to taunt him. Chapter 89. Alright. Let's see who comes out on top with the overall score. Show your scores. Nandong Tianquang said, seeing that Azzy was about to clash with Nandong Tianlang. If Azzy married him, she would be Tianlang's sister-in-law, and their conflict would only hurt him. Okay. Qiao Feng had no objections, and was the first to display the scores of his warship group. Dragon Subduing Warship Group, 9200, Qiao Feng, Tianquang Warship Group, 9199, Nandong Tianquang Suilong Warship Group, 5701, Azzy, Tianlang Warship Group, 5700, Nandong Tianlang, Firefox Warship Group, Lian. Looking at the displayed scores, everyone's expressions were incredibly varied. Only Murong Tian laughed, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. Murong Tian, shut up." Nandong Tianlang shouted fiercely. He was on the verge of collapse. Even Nandong Tianquang was only 1 point behind Qiao Feng, which was 1 point lower than Azzy, and he couldn't tolerate that. "Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh." Murong Tian quickly covered his mouth, his face twitching, betraying his laughter. "It's alright, temporary gains and losses aren't important. What's important is that your Flying Dragon battleship fleet needs the above rating to win." With a Z around, Nandong Tianquang's patience was at its peak. He spoke casually, not forgetting to keep a close eye on a Z, hoping to see if she felt any favor towards him. Unfortunately, he disappointed her. After seeing the rating, a Z immediately grabbed Qiao Feng's hand, ignoring everyone else. Qiao Feng, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, as a veteran of countless battles, he was prepared to lose a T2 contract hard. "Murong Tian, you better not back down. I'm asking you, do you dare to increase the bet?" Nandong Tianlang provoked, eager to regain face from Murong Tian. Murong Tian almost laughed again upon hearing this, and without hesitation, he shocked everyone with his words. "I have 3 T3 grade contract hearts in the wager. Let's see if you dare to accept." Qiao Feng reacted quickly, pulling a Z aside to prevent her from interrupting. Nandong Tianlang dared not speak. 3 T3 grade contract hearts were beyond his means. As for Nandong Tianquang and Lian, they fell silent, pondering the true strength of the Flying Dragon Battleship Legion. However, they quickly regained their confidence. With such a high rating, Lian had only gotten it by a huge bargain. Even if Murong Tian's Flying Dragon Battleship Legion had a huge bargain, they certainly wouldn't get as much as Lian. "What? You're too scared to accept? That's too disappointing." Murong Tian's disdainful gaze swept over Nandong Tianlang, his gaze like a knife piercing his heart. In fact, when Halong offered him 3 T3 grade contract hearts to challenge Nandong Tianquang and engage in a wager, he had been shocked for a long time. "Murong Tian, you're so cool. A real man." Azzy gave Murong Tian a thumbs up, a gesture that showed she wouldn't back down even when losing, and she was sure to scare him to death. Azzy's praise stirred up a storm, relentlessly provoking Nandong Tianquang. She praised Murong Tian for being cool and a real man, so what did that make them? Cowards? Not men. I bet. It's just 3 level 3 contract hearts, right? I and Nandong Tianquang can afford to bet. Nandong Tianquang resolutely took out 3 level 3 contract hearts. He used them to increase his contract strength in preparation for upgrading his T3 level warship, and their attributes were a perfect match for him. As for Lian, he continued to watch. He sensed something was amiss, but lacking evidence, he chose to remain neutral. "Alright, how about we bet on best 2 out of 3? Murong Tian saw Halong's reply on the star message, including warship battles and mech battles. Are you scared? You said it yourself, adding a scoring bet. Not betting is not manly. Nandong Tianlang, thinking Murong Tian was afraid, immediately retorted. Who would want to gamble on a sure win? He's not stupid. Nandong Tianquang, are you willing to bet on best 2 out of 3? Murong Tian, suppressing his desire to agree, glanced at the star message and then asked Nandong Tianquang. Let's go all in. Nandong Tianquang wasn't stupid either. He didn't want Murong Tian to have a chance to turn the tables. He wanted to earn 3 level 3 contract hearts first, and then take his time with the later battles. Isn't that a bit much? Murong Tian looked at the star message, a strange look of difficulty on his face. It was too hard to pretend. Halong Xingxin, let's earn 3 level 3 contract hearts first, then challenge Nandong Tianquang to a bet, either a warship battle or a mech battle. Sign it, don't be a coward. Nandong Tianquang straightened his posture and transmitted the drafted contract to Murong Tian. The bet would take effect immediately upon Murong Tian's signature. Since it's signed, quickly show the score. Nandong Tianquang rubbed his hands together tightly. 3 level 3 contract hearts meant he could upgrade his T3 level warship, significantly increasing his strength. Sigh, since it's offered up willingly, I have to earn those 3 level 3 contract hearts with tears in my eyes. Murong Tian finally couldn't contain his pride and showed the score. Wow! That's a score! Looking at the Flying Dragon Warship Squadron's score, as he exclaimed in surprise. Chia Feng and Lian appeared calm on the surface, but were inwardly shocked. How was this possible? Nandong Tianlang and Nandong Tianquang's expressions changed drastically. 3 level 3 contract hearts, and 15 billion gone. Murong Tian, you dare to cheat us. Nandong Tianquang raised his hand, stopping Nandong Tianlang from continuing. A bet is a bet. It wasn't me cheating you. You were the one who raised the stakes. To make it fair, I said best 2 out of 3 battles. You yourselves refused, so who's to blame? Murong Tian was in a good mood, patiently responding to Nandong Tianlang, but his eyes were fixed on Nandong Tianquang. His meaning was clear, the bet needed to be honored. Here you go! Nandong Tianquang didn't object, delivering the 3 level 3 contract hearts and 1 level 2 contract heart to the Flying Dragon Battleship Group and the Subduing Dragon Battleship Group respectively. After receiving the 3 contract hearts, Murong Tian tossed them in his mind and said to Nandong Tianquang, how about a battleship duel, or a mech duel? 1 T3 contract heart per battle. Seeing that Murong Tian wasn't content with just taking the easy way out, and was instead provoking Nandong Tianquang, Nandong Tianlang couldn't help but say to Nandong Tianquang, Big brother, use mine to gamble with him. Lian, standing nearby, sent a star message to Nandong Tianquang, warning him of Murong Tian's unusual behavior and the possibility of a trap. Seeing Nandong Tianquang's hesitation, fearing he wouldn't agree, Murong Tian changed his mind. How about this? T3 level contract hearts are too precious. Let's gamble 500 million per round. A provocation, a blatant provocation. Reducing the bet from 5 billion to 500 million was a blatant statement that Nandong Tianquang wouldn't dare gamble. Murong Tian, what kind of scheme are you plotting now? Nandong Tianlang also sensed something was wrong and asked Murong Tian. I just wanted to prove that my warships and mechs aren't as weak as you think. 500 million shouldn't be much to you, right? Murong Tian shrugged, then continued to ask Nandong Tianquang. Chapter 90. Alright, I take the bet. It be a T3 level contract heart, a battleship versus a mech battle. Nandong Tianquang agreed to the battle. He believed in his strength, and wanted to regain his pride in the fight. Good. Murong Tian finally felt relieved. Halong's task was complete. The first battleship battle will begin in 1 minute. Nandong Tianquang said. Okay. 1 minute later, 1 warship from each side slowly appeared. Murong Tian's side sent Zhao Yun, the true White Horse warship. Nandong Tianquang's side sent Lian's Fire Fox warship, a fierce fire destroyer whose firepower had been modified to be extremely powerful. As he wanted to object, after all, Lian's warship was not under Nandong Tianquang's command. Sorry, I prefer warship battles, so I couldn't resist taking action. Currently, the Fire Fox fleet is temporarily under the command of the Heavenly Madness fleet. Lian interrupted a Z, forcefully offering a reason. It's alright, but I hope next time it's the Heavenly Madness fleet or the Heavenly Wolf fleet. After all, I only want to fight against you. If you feel your strength is insufficient, you can call for reinforcements, that's fine. Murong Tian's words were soft but barbed. Alright, let's begin. Nandong Tianquang said directly. True White Horse Worship Zhao Yun. Firefox Worship Lian. Lian felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing Zhao Yun's name, but couldn't quite place him. Zhao Yun? Brother Feng, that name sounds familiar, who is he? Azi asked. T2 5-star General Zhao Yun. Xiao Feng said slowly. Wait a minute, his true White Horse Worship doesn't look like this. Azi opened the Star Messenger, and brought up Zhao Yun's previous true White Horse Worship. Within the Fire Phoenix Battleship Fleet, there's EP1 Modification Master, a T2 3-star modifier, or perhaps he's already a T2 4-star modifier. He also has a contract with a T4 3-star engineer, the Crimson-Faced Spider Queen. Jilan Modification Shop. How long? Azi was finally surprised. Currently, the most popular T1 modification shop was undoubtedly Jilan Modification Shop. Their modifications far exceeded expectations, but unfortunately, Jilan Modification Shop previously only accepted T1 battleship modifications. Yes. How long? Xiao Feng looked at the enormous Fire Phoenix battleship. He knew how long was inside. During their first meeting, Xiao Feng had paid some attention to the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, and some information about how long. After all, he was already a T1 modification master in his third year of high school, and his initial 3 battleships all had special features, making it hard not to notice him. T2 5-star General Zhao Yun? Nandong Tianquang also noticed the problem. Brother, how could this be? Our warship system didn't recognize that as the genuine White Horse warship? Nandong Tianlang asked. The warship system could record the size and information of other players' warships. As a T2 5-star General, Zhao Yun's warship had already been marked by many, and the system would alert him whenever it appeared. Did he recently undergo modifications? Nandong Tianquang countered. That can't be. He's a T2 5-star General? It's true that Zhao Yun is a T2 5-star General, but his T2 warship contract level isn't yet 100. Nandong Tianquang continued to question. Is Zhao Yun pursuing a path of extreme breakthrough? Nandong Tianlang finally understood Zhao Yun's ambition. Otherwise, how do you think he became a T2 5-star General? His single warship can easily contend with both of us combined, Nandong Tianquang said earnestly, without a hint of praising Zhao Yun. Damn it! The system didn't count Lian as belonging to Nandong Tianquang's fleet, so the mission is hopeless. Howlong looked at the battle list in the system's missions. The Firefox fleet wasn't listed, only the Tianquang and Tianlang fleets were. As for the mech battle, Howlong thought it was hopeless. Zhao Yun's T2 5-star general strength far surpassed the T2 1-star commander who had just finished his assessment. After the battle, Nandong Tianquang would believe it was a trap and would definitely abandon this mech battle. The battle began. The true White Horse battleship activated. After Howlong's modifications and enhancements, Zhao Yun's battleship speed was already showing signs of deception, and this was before Zhao Yun even used his skills. Fire! As the true White Horse battleship's speed surged, Lian on the Firefox battleship already knew that this was the real Zhao Yun, the 5-star General Zhao Yun, their sophomore senior, one of the school's most popular idols. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of artillery fire rained down on the trajectory of the true White Horse warship, but its speed was too great, the fire could only chase its tail, missing its mark entirely. I concede. Before Zhao Yun could attack, Lian immediately surrendered. The two warships were simply not in the same league, their strengths vastly different. Continuing the fight would only result in losses for himself. Thank you for your concession. Since Lian had conceded, Zhao Yun had no choice but to withdraw and pilot the true White Horse warship back to report to Howlong. Come on, Xiao Feng. I know you're waiting for me, wanting to test my current mech capabilities. Nandong Tianquang piloted his quasi-heavenly barrier-class mech and addressed Xiao Feng. Nandong Tianquang unfurled his Tianquang mech, its 8-slot Gatling guns on each shoulder looking imposing. Besides a main cannon mounted on its back, the mech also had a square tail, the tip of which held a 6-barreled Gatling gun. The mech was armed with a beam sword and a khaki heavy machine gun in each hand, essentially a firepower rack mech with absolutely no defensive equipment. It's not him, I'm the one fighting you. Howlong, piloting the Fire Phoenix cruiser mech, quickly flew forward. If Xiao Feng snatched it, his system mission would fail, and he had nowhere to complain. The fiery red Fire Phoenix cruiser mech slowly unfolded, revealing its massive cannon, even larger than the main cannon of the T2 class Heavenly Madness mech. The shoulder cannons also began to slowly rotate, their caliber completely surpassing the Heavenly Madness's 8-barrel Gatling gun. The flame-focusing beam rifles and Aurora flame swords in its left and right hands were no less powerful than the Heavenly Madness's khaki heavy machine gun and beam sword. Wow! This fiery red mech is so cool. Even its size is slightly larger than the T2 Tianquang mech. What's the use of a big mech? AT1 is still AT1, just a sitting duck. I blow it up for you later. Hearing Azzy's words, Nandong Tianquang responded. He originally thought it was Xiaofeng, but it turned out to be a T1 mech. What was he afraid of? Did he think his T2 mech couldn't beat a T1? In space, the two mechs faced off, their exposed main cannons locking onto each other, silently waiting for the moment. Ding! When the time came, the main cannons of both mechs fired simultaneously. Boom! As the main cannons collided, both mechs reacted simultaneously, their shoulder cannons, rifles, and heavy machine guns firing in rapid succession. It was a battle of firepower. Soon, in space, two beams of fire clashed. Initially, the point of contention was in the middle, but gradually the position shifted, rapidly pushing towards Tianquang.